Chapter 1. The Tycoon Growth System. On the high-speed train bound for Lucheng, Lin Fan gazed out the window, observing the ever-changing scenery with a complex expression, still struggling to comprehend his sudden transcendence. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in a video game. How had he ended up on this train? An unexpected wave of pain coursed through him, accompanied by an influx of unfamiliar memories. As the pain subsided, he hastily delved into these memories, oblivious to the train's arrival at its destination. Fortunately, Lucheng was the ultimate stop for this journey. After scanning through the memories, he realized he had traversed into a world reminiscent of his previous life. With only minor differences, he was now a freshman who had just been accepted into Lucheng University. Lin Fan let out a deep sigh. Since he found himself in this situation, he resolved to embrace it and dedicate himself to his studies, hoping to make up for the regret of not attending university in his past life. Previously, he had squandered his time prioritizing games and truancy, ultimately failing to secure a university spot. It was only upon entering the workforce that he comprehended the challenges of job hunting without a degree. As Lin Fan contemplated his plans for the future, a melodious voice called from beside him. "Hello, classmate." He turned to see a stunning young woman, seemingly around his age, approximately 18 or 19 years old. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, framing a delicate face that radiated beauty even without makeup. She possessed an alluring figure, tall and curvaceous. Dressed in a white short-sleeved top and light blue jeans that accentuated her shapely legs, she wore a pair of white sneakers, exuding an aura of youthful vibrancy. Although Lin Fan had seen numerous beautiful actresses on television in his previous life, none compared to this young woman. Fortunately, having lived two lives, his composure was formidable, allowing him to quickly regain his normal demeanor. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Is there something you need, classmate?" The seat row was designed for three, and, as he was the sole occupant, he could ascertain that she was addressing him. Tang Ruobing, upon hearing Lin Fan's question, quickly replied, "Classmate, could you please help me place my suitcase up top?" Lin Fan nodded and took the suitcase from her, effortlessly lifting it onto the overhead rack. Standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, he found the task quite simple. "Thank you, classmate," Tang Ruobing expressed gratefully. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively and returned his gaze to the passing scenery outside. Taking the middle seat, Tang Ruobing watched Lin Fan's profile with curiosity. She was confident in her looks, knowing that no man could resist glancing her way more than once. Yet, to her surprise, apart from his initial moment of astonishment, Lin Fan did not spare her another glance. At that moment, a man in his 30s approached, carrying a briefcase and exuding the air of a successful individual. He glanced at his high-speed train ticket before stopping near Lin Fan. Upon lowering his gaze to Tang Ruobing, he was momentarily stunned, captivated by her extraordinary beauty. He had never encountered anyone as breathtaking as her. Even when viewing those female streamers adorned with 10 levels of beauty filters on his phone, none could rival the beauty of Tang Ruobing. Just as his mouth began to water, a voice urged from behind him, "Could you please make some space?" Startled by the voice, the man quickly cradled his briefcase to his chest and took a seat beside Tang Ruobing. He adjusted his attire and cleared his throat, presenting a self-assured smile as he addressed her. "Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Pei Yuantao, and it is a pleasure to share this journey with you." Tang Ruobing glanced at Pei Yuantao and politely responded, "Hello." Her demeanor was notably refined despite not knowing Pei Yuantao. She acknowledged his greeting. Yet, her expression remained impassive, her gaze frosty, exuding an aura that discouraged familiarity. She turned her attention back to Lin Fan. Observing Tang Ruobing's reaction, Pei Yuantao felt a pang of disappointment. Was his smile not charming enough? Why did she respond to him in such a manner? Following her line of sight to Lin Fan, a surge of jealousy welled within him. What was it, after all, but a slight edge in looks and height? The bitter taste of envy flooded his heart, more sour than a lemon. The train began to move again. 10 minutes later, Tang Ruobing gently bit her lip as she watched Lin Fan's retreating figure and inquired, "Which school do you attend, classmate?" Upon hearing her question, Lin Fan turned to face her and calmly replied, "Lucheng University, a freshman." Gazing at the enchanting Tang Ruobing up close momentarily left him entranced, though he quickly regained his composure. After all, Who among men could resist beauty? Yet he understood his place. A woman of such exquisite caliber was not meant for an impoverished individual like him. A brief appraisal of her attire revealed it to be a niche luxury brand, costing no less than 10,000 yuan, and that was merely for one outfit. Moreover, he believed in letting emotions develop naturally. True connection could not be dictated solely by external appearances. After answering her, he intended to turn back to the scenery outside when he suddenly paused, an electronic synthesized voice resonating in his mind. System detected a traveler. Binding requirements met. Binding in progress. Binding completed. Welcome to the wealthy tycoon growth system. A system, the essential tool of every traveler. Lin Fan felt a rush of exhilaration. He had thought such tales were mere fiction, yet here he was, confronted with reality. The name of the system, Wealthy Tycoon Growth System, was straightforward and forceful. It aimed to cultivate him into a wealthy magnate. He had often heard that the view from the pinnacle of the world was breathtaking. Now equipped with this system, he was determined to ascend to that summit and savor the beauty of existence. System, are you there? Lin Fan mentally called out. I am here, the synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Please provide a brief introduction. Host. The Wealthy Tycoon Growth System is designed to transform the host into a top-tier magnate. The system offers a daily 1 yuan flash sale and provides tasks intermittently, all aimed at cultivating the host into a wealthy individual. Currently, the system level is at level 1, allowing only one item to be purchased in the daily flash sale. As the system level increases, both the quantity and quality of flash sale items will improve. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, finally grasped the true functionality of the system and eagerly opened the virtual panel. The interface was remarkably simplistic, displaying Lin Fan's name and system level L1050, followed by the daily 1 yuan flash sale, 0.1 yuan flash sale, for a top-tier Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned by this offering. Goodness, it was a G-Class, and not just any G-Class, but the G63. The suggested retail price for the top-tier G63 hovers around 3.5 million, nearing 4 million after taxes. What man does not yearn to own a G-Class? Lin Fan was no exception. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan exclaimed, "Purchase." Who would ponder when a dream vehicle could be acquired for merely 1 yuan? Chapter 2. This should be called LVEV. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. The Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG has been parked in Space 88 of the East District parking lot at Lucheng High-Speed Railway Station, and the car key has been placed in the host's pocket. The mechanical, synthesized voice resonated promptly. Lin Fan immediately felt an additional item in his pocket. As he reached in, his fingers delightedly brushed against the protruding three-pointed star emblem on the key. At that moment, Lin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. He had finally acquired his first luxury vehicle. Indeed, the wealthy individual growth system was living up to its name. Just moments ago, he was a struggling student with barely over 10,000 in his pocket. And now, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a millionaire. His emotions quickly settled, as he believed that with the assistance of the wealthy individual growth system, he would gradually evolve into a true magnate. However, he had to admit, the system was quite considerate. Even parking the car at the Lucheng high-speed railway station, in high spirits, he felt an urge to stand and sing a tune. What a coincidence! We attend the same school, came the sudden voice of Tang, Ruobing beside him. Lin Fan had been lost in thought, and only a brief moment had passed in reality. Upon hearing Tang Ruobing's words, he smiled and replied, "Indeed, quite a coincidence. Classmate, are you also a freshman?" With the wealthy individual growth system now at his side, Lin Fan felt elated and was keen to engage in conversation with the beautiful girl, as appreciating beauty brings joy to the heart. Tang Ruobing gazed at Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "I'm not a freshman, I'm already a sophomore. You should call me senior. I am in a good mood." Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "Hello, senior." "Hello, junior," Tang Ruobing responded, her smile widening. Nearby, Pei Yuantao could no longer contain himself. Having just conversed with Tang Ruobing in a gentlemanly manner, he was met with nothing more than a simple greeting in return. Seeing Lin Fan engage in a lively conversation with Tang Ruobing made him feel quite uncomfortable. Ahem, he coughed loudly, and indeed, both Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing turned their attention toward him. He puffed out his chest and confidently declared, Young man, so you are a freshman. Lin Fan glanced at Pei Yuantao and nodded in acknowledgement. Listen to me, young man. University is of little use. It would be far better to become a salesman like me right now. Pei Yuantao regarded Lin Fan with the demeanor of one who had been through all. Lin Fan remained silent, pondering whether Pei Yuantao was unwell. He had acquired a system for the growth of a tycoon, rendering job hunting unnecessary in the future. His current desire was to savor the experience of university life and ultimately reach the pinnacle of success to bask in its splendor. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, Pei Yuantao continued, after you graduate from university, you'll find work, earning merely 3 to 4,000 a month. What can 3 or 4,000 do? He shook his head and sighed. He patted the bag in his hand and boasted to Lin Fan. See this bag? Do you know how many years you would need to work to afford one? At that moment, he felt immensely proud after all. What good is being handsome if one lacks capability in this society? What does it mean to have capability? It means being able to earn money. This bag was an online replica meant to impress. The authentic version costs over 100,000, far beyond his means. Yet this imitation was remarkably similar to the original, and he often flaunted it, finding it particularly effective. He glanced at Tang Ruobing, confident that, as long as she wasn't foolish, she would know how to choose wisely. After all, looks alone do not fill one's stomach. While Pei Yuantao was reveling in his self-satisfaction, a sudden sound interrupted. A burst of laughter escaped Lin Fan. Upon hearing Lin Fan's laughter, Pei Yuantao's mood soured. Young man, I am kindly offering you advice. What do you mean by that? Lin Fan quickly composed himself, waved his hand, and, suppressing a chuckle, replied, Brother, do not misunderstand, I am not laughing at you. What you said is entirely correct. I am merely amused by the person who made the bag. He is truly entertaining. Hearing that Lin Fan was not mocking him eased Pei Yuantao's anger, but curiosity piqued when Lin Fan mentioned the bag. What about this bag? This is an LV bag I bought at a great price. Lin Fan pointed to the LV logo on Pei Yuantao's bag and remarked, Brother, you have been deceived. Pei Yuantao shook his head vehemently. Impossible. He was well aware the bag was a fake, yet upon careful inspection, he had found no flaws. If he hadn't noticed any issues, he certainly could not believe Lin Fan could discern falseness. Take a closer look at the V. Are there not 2 overlapping V's? Lin Fan pointed to the logo, smiling. Pei Yuantao laid the bag flat and bent down to examine it closely. Indeed, he saw that the V was 2 overlapping shapes, nearly indistinguishable at a glance. Brother, this should be called LVV, not LV, Lin Fan stated. Pei Yuantao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if his toes could burrow into the ground. If there were a crack in the earth, he would gladly dive into it. The situation was far too awkward. Initially intending to impress Tang Ruobing, he ended up making a fool of himself. He felt an involuntary flush of embarrassment wash over his face, akin to receiving a stinging slap, causing him considerable discomfort. With an awkward expression, he uttered, Thank you, young man, I may have truly been deceived. Hastily, he rose to excuse himself to the restroom, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. At this moment, he felt utterly ashamed and could not remain any longer. As Lin Fan observed Pei Yuantao's departure, he turned his gaze back to the window. Although his eyes were fixed on the outside world, his mind was preoccupied with future plans. A sudden thought struck him. It was said that first-time users of the system received a novice gift package. He had been so engrossed in the 1 yuan flash sale items that he had neglected to check his inventory. Lin Fan accessed the system's virtual panel, and indeed, he spotted an icon resembling a bag in the lower right corner, marked with a red numeral 1. Eagerly, he clicked on it and was delighted to discover a novice gift package within. Upon opening it, 2 items materialized before him. Point 1 was a 1,000-fold cashback card, promising a maximum refund of 10 million, valid for 1 day. The other was a perfect level driving skill. The first item was straightforward. Spending 1 yuan would yield a return of 1,000 yuan, allowing Lin Fan to accumulate 10 million with a mere expenditure of 10,000 yuan. Lin Fan could almost envision himself on the brink of becoming a millionaire. The driving skill, however, was even more impressive. It granted him the prowess of a master driver instantaneously. Just moments ago, he had been anxious about driving on the road, having only recently obtained his license. Now, with the driving skill at his disposal, all his concerns dissipated. Upon activating the driving skill, He immediately felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind. Concepts he had never encountered before overwhelmed him. Fortunately, while these revelations came swiftly, they also faded rapidly, accompanied by subtle transformations within his body. In an instant, Lin Fan sensed an astonishing depth of understanding regarding vehicles. Chapter 3. Could you please share your contact information with me? Lin Fan was exceedingly pleased with his divine driving skill. He had not anticipated that the system would not only bestow upon him wealth, but also equip him with certain abilities, thus saving him an immense amount of time. Those who excel in driving often dedicate countless hours of practice to hone their skills. Yet, Lin Fan merely needed to gently tap on the driving skill bestowed by the system to acquire a proficiency that others might require a lifetime to attain. He now found himself eagerly anticipating the tasks that the system would present. During the journey, Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan exchanged a few words. Naturally, it was Tang Ruobing who posed the questions while Lin Fan responded. As they approached their destination, Luqing Station, with merely 10 minutes remaining, Pei Yuantao returned. After a brief excursion to the restroom, he ventured into the adjacent carriage and inadvertently overheard a conversation among fellow passengers regarding cars. An idea struck him. The perfect way to reclaim his dignity was to showcase his vehicle. With renewed confidence, Pei Yuantao returned to his seat, observing Lin Fan gazing out at the scenery and occasionally chatting with Tang Ruobing. Clearing his throat, he coughed deliberately, successfully garnering the attention of both Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan. With a charming smile directed at Tang Ruobing, he inquired, "Beautiful lady, may I offer you a ride to your destination after we disembark?" As he spoke, he produced a key adorned with the Mercedes-Benz emblem, deliberately displaying the logo to ensure that no one missed the significance of his vehicle. Filled with self-assurance, he believed that everyone adored luxury cars, and that once Tang Ruobing witnessed his capabilities, she would undoubtedly make the right choice. Casting a smug glance at Lin Fan, he thought, "What use is being handsome? He is merely a penniless freshman. He cannot possibly compare to me." His vehicle, an E300L, was valued at around 500,000 yuan when new. Of course, he could not afford a new car. This particular one was a flood-damaged vehicle he had procured through connections for the sum of 50,000 yuan, an expense that had pained him greatly. Nevertheless, it now seemed worth it, as it allowed him to impress the lady and perhaps even acquire her contact information, leading to a delightful encounter. The more he imagined, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a dinner with Tang Ruobing. "Thank you, but no, I will return with my classmate," Tang Ruobing coldly declined. She certainly understood Pei Yuantao's intentions and had no desire to accept his offer. Lin Fan, taken aback, realized he had not agreed to accompany Tang Ruobing. He glanced at her, noticing her subtle wink, and instantly comprehended that she was using him as a shield. He chose to remain silent, having long perceived Pei Yuantao's ulterior motives. Pei Yuantao, hearing Tang Ruobing's response, was left utterly dumbfounded. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Wasn't she supposed to express her gratitude and naturally provide him with her contact information? Had he approached the situation incorrectly? Was she simply shy, unwilling to concede defeat? Pei Yuantao persisted, inviting Tang Ruobing once more, "Please, do not hesitate to accept my offer." At this moment, the train began to announce its imminent arrival at the station. Tang Ruobing, disregarding Pei Yuantao, turned to Lin Fan beside her and said, "Junior, could you kindly assist me in retrieving my suitcase?" Lin Fan stood up and took down Tang Ruobing's luggage, simultaneously fetching his own. With only a few minutes until the stop, Tang Ruobing lightly bit her lip, took out her charming phone, and inquired, "Junior, may I have your contact information?" Her request was not born out of any romantic inclination. She simply found Lin Fan to be an exceptionally intriguing individual and wished to know him better. Meanwhile, Pei Yuantao experienced an acute pang of distress. He had exerted himself to display his prowess solely to obtain the young lady's contact details, yet here she was, proactively seeking Lin Fan's information. The disparity was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily breathless. He clutched his chest tightly, perplexed as to where he had faltered. In his eyes, Lin Fan was merely slightly more handsome. With little else to commend him, were young women truly so superficial nowadays? He felt increasingly suffocated by his own sentiments. Upon hearing Tang Ruobing's request, Lin Fan paused briefly, then retrieved his phone and displayed the QR code, inviting her to scan it and add him as a friend. After Tang Ruobing successfully added his contact, she asked, "I am Tang Ruobing. May I know your name, Junior?" "Lin Fan," he replied straightforwardly. "Greetings, Lin Junior," Tang Ruobing said, her large eyes sparkling. At that moment, the train came to a halt, and passengers began to disembark, as Luching Station was the final stop, resulting in a considerable number of people exiting. Once Lin Fan alighted, a wave of excitement washed over him at the thought of soon encountering his first luxury car. He followed the crowd out of the station, with Tang Ruobing closely trailing behind. Her gaze towards Lin Fan was one of complexity, as she pondered the nature of this young man who had so readily chosen to leave her behind. She had never encountered anyone quite like him before, at school. She consciously maintained a stern demeanor to deter unwanted attention, earning her the moniker of the aloof campus beauty, which kept others at bay. However, today, she had not bothered to conceal her true self, yet Lin Fan remained indifferent to her. It was evident to her that his lack of interest was genuine, which inadvertently instilled a sense of defeat within her and led her to question her own attractiveness. Women are peculiar in this regard. The more kindness one shows them, the more they seem to disregard you. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, who was solely focused on hastening towards his coveted G-Class vehicle, Tang Ruobing inexplicably followed him towards the East District parking lot. Initially, she had intended to head to the taxi area to return to school, but her curiosity about Lin Fan caused her to abandon her original plan. Suddenly, Pei Yuantao spotted Tang Ruobing ahead and hurriedly approached her. "Miss Tang, what a coincidence!" he exclaimed with a smile. Tang Ruobing glanced at Pei Yuantao, nodded slightly, and returned her gaze to Lin Fan ahead. "Miss Tang, my car is right in front. Where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride." Pei Yuantao persisted. As he spoke, Tang Ruobing and Pei Yuantao approached a Mercedes-Benz E300L. Pei Yuantao pressed the key fob in his hand, causing the lights of the nearby Mercedes to flicker to life. "Miss Tang, please get in," he said with an air of gentlemanly charm. At that moment, he brimmed with confidence, believing that Tang Ruobing had not noticed his vehicle and remained indifferent. Just beyond the parking lot lay a bus stop, and he could not fathom that Tang Ruobing would prefer the crowded public transport to his luxurious car. He radiated an air of assuredness, as if he had already secured her agreement. "No, I will return with Lin Xueti," Tang Ruobing replied with an impassive expression, quickly making her way towards Lin Fan. "Miss Tang, you must understand that the bus is often overcrowded and quite inconvenient. You should really consider riding in my car," Pei Yuantao called out to her, unwilling to relent. Chapter 4. May I accompany you back to school? Upon hearing a voice from behind, Lin Fan turned his head in curiosity and discovered Tang Ruobing hastily approaching his side. A glance at Pei Yuantao in the distance immediately clarified the situation for him. With an apologetic look, Tang Ruobing shyly inquired, "Lin, may I accompany you back to school?" Lin Fan nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline, as they were both headed to the same destination. "Let us hasten our departure," he replied, just as Tang Ruobing lifted her gaze and spotted a bus approaching the stop. Fearing she might miss it, she urged Lin Fan to hurry. She took a couple of steps forward, only to notice that Lin Fan had not followed. Curious about his delay, she turned back, only to see him produce a stunning car key from his pocket. Instantly, the lights of a nearby Mercedes-Benz SUV illuminated. Her mouth fell open in delightful astonishment, presenting an undeniably charming sight. Lin Fan's heart raced at the sight of the sleek black Mercedes G-Class before him. It was undeniably handsome, with its boxy shape, rectangular front bumper, and circular headlights, adorned with the iconic three-pointed star emblem. The vehicle exuded a rugged allure, perfect for off-road adventures. Though brimming with excitement, Lin Fan took a deep breath and proceeded to the rear of the vehicle, opening the trunk with care. He gently placed his suitcase inside, then turned to find Tang Ruobing lost in thought. Approaching her, he took the suitcase from her hands. Since he had agreed to accompany her back to school, he felt it was only right to keep his word. Tang Ruobing snapped back to reality. Looking at Lin Fan with a teasing smile, "I didn't realize you were from a wealthy family, Lin." She was taken aback to discover that Lin Fan was indeed the owner of the impressive vehicle beside them, dressed in commonplace attire. He hardly seemed the type to own such an extravagant car. Although she was unaware of the car's exact value, she was certain it was far from inexpensive. Her curiosity about Lin Fan deepened. He appeared shrouded in mystery, making him all the more intriguing. Lin Fan, glancing at Tang Ruobing, felt an urge to reveal, "I am actually from a prominent family." "Get in," he instructed Tang Ruobing. After he settled into the driver's seat, he was enveloped by the luxury that defined this automobile. The interior was opulent, featuring leather seats and a high-definition display screen. Lin Fan gently caressed the steering wheel, adjusting the seat to a comfortable position before fastening his seatbelt and igniting the engine. "Please fasten your seatbelt," "We are about to depart," he advised Tang Ruobing, promptly complying. She secured her seatbelt. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Fan pressed the accelerator, and the car surged out of the parking lot, heading towards the horizon. Pei Yuantao stood dumbfounded in place, having just witnessed Lin Fan open the car door. His jaw dropped in disbelief, eyes wide as saucers. Unable to fathom that the individual he had always looked down upon was, in fact, the driver of a Mercedes G-Class. The crux of the matter is not merely the ordinary G-Class, but rather the G63 AMG that he dreams of possessing. Countless times in his slumber, he envisions himself owning a G-Class, even if it is the most basic model. A bitter smile crosses his lips as he reflects on his earlier pretentious display before Lin Fan. It is no wonder Lin Fan remained unresponsive. He realizes that he has been nothing more than a jester in Lin Fan's eyes. In comparison, his E300L pales in significance next to the G63 AMG. Even a brand new E300L is merely a younger sibling beside it, especially considering his own vehicle is a flood-damaged one. A wave of despondency washes over him as he gazes at his car, its allure dissipating. With a resounding slap, he strikes his own face, instantly reddening it. This pretentiousness has led to his misfortune, had it not been for his desire to impress Tang Ruobing. He might have seized the opportunity to forge a connection with Lin Fan. Establishing a good rapport with Lin Fan could have facilitated product sales and, more importantly, expanded his network. Now, he finds himself a fool for his pretensions. One slap does not suffice, and he delivers another to himself. Inside the car, Lin Fan drives for a while, finally calming his excited heart. Initially, even with his driving prowess, he dared not accelerate, but now he feels more at ease. Capable of steering with one hand. The only fitting word to describe him is handsome. Following the navigation, Lin Fan arrives at Luqing University after approximately 40 minutes. Today marks the day of new student registration, and the throngs of people and vehicles compel him to park a short distance from the campus. Exiting the car, he opens the trunk to retrieve his suitcase, and Tang Ruobing asks as well. "Thank you, Lin Xueti," Tang Ruobing says with a subtle smile as she takes the suitcase from him. "You're welcome," Lin Fan replies. Securing the car before glancing at the nearby entrance of Luqing University, taking a deep breath. "University, here I come." As Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing walk towards the university gate, carrying their suitcases and engaging in conversation, they are surrounded by returning students, both freshmen and upperclassmen. Upon noticing Lin Fan, the crowd erupts in excitement. "Wait, isn't that the aloof Tang campus beauty? She is truly stunning, deserving of her long-held title as the top campus beauty. Who is that lad beside her? They seem quite familiar. Could he possibly be her boyfriend? This is huge news." Surely not. Tang has never been rumored with anyone. He must be a freshman she is kindly escorting to registration. That boy is incredibly fortunate to converse so closely with the campus beauty. Look, she just smiled at him. Why am I not the one engaging in conversation with her? As the crowd watches Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing share laughter, envy surges through them, more sour than consuming lemons. Someone quickly pulls out their phone to post a picture of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing chatting together on the campus forum. Tang Ruobing leads Lin Fan to the registration area for the finance department, saying, "Up ahead is the registration desk for the finance department." Lin Fan nodded towards Tang Ruobing, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Tang." Although he could have easily located the registration office by following the campus signs, he sincerely appreciated her kind gesture in guiding him there. After bidding farewell to Tang Ruobing, he made his way to the finance department's registration area. Once he completed his registration, he picked up his suitcase and headed towards the dormitory, room 302. Upon arriving at the dormitory door, he discovered it was closed. Yet he could still hear voices emanating from within. What the heck? Lost again. Lin Fan pushed the door open and was immediately greeted by the sight of 3 shirtless men engrossed in a video game. The trio turned their attention to Lin Fan. One of them rose to his feet and inquired, "Are you also in this dormitory?" Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. "Great. Now that everyone from our dorm is finally here. Since I was the first to arrive, I shall be the leader of the dorm." The speaker, named Zhang Ziqiang, was a local from Luqing. Chapter 5. I am merely acquainted with Tang Ruobing. What justifies your early arrival as a claim to leadership? I refuse to accept it. Suddenly, a boy named Li Muyang, also a local from Luqing, stood up, visibly indignant. At that moment, another individual named Wang Zhiyong rose and suggested, "Let us arrange ourselves by age. That would be the most equitable approach." Zhang Ziqiang, upon hearing Wang Zhiyong's proposition, nodded in agreement, believing himself to be the eldest among the 4. Li Muyang also acquiesced, signaling his agreement. The three then turned their attention to Lin Fan. Very well, Lin Fan replied, continuing to make his bed. The four began to introduce themselves along with their ages, and soon their rankings emerged. The leader Zhang Ziqiang, followed by Li Muyang, Wang Zhiyong, and finally Lin Fan. Among the four, Lin Fan was the sole newcomer from another region. The other three hailed from Luqing. After a brief conversation to familiarize themselves with one another, they glanced at the time and realized it was already past 11. The quartet decided to head to the cafeteria for a simple meal. Luqing University boasts 3 dining halls, and they opted for the nearest one. The cafeteria has 2 floors. The first floor offers pre-prepared dishes for immediate consumption, while the second floor specializes in stir-fried dishes, allowing patrons to order from a menu. Naturally, for their gathering, they ascended to the second floor, where they found a considerable number of people already present. They settled at a window-side table, ordered 4 stir-fried dishes, and requested a soup. As they engaged in casual conversation, Li Muyang, engrossed in his phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, this guy is truly impressive." He.s. laughing and chatting with the aloof campus beauty, Tang. Zhang Ziqiang and Wang Zhiyong immediately leaned closer. Captivated by the allure of the term campus beauty, they soon spotted a post titled "The Aloof Campus Beauty" and the mysterious young man laughing together on campus. Accompanying the post were clear photographs, displaying even Tang's smile distinctly. "Impressive. This guy is a role model for us, if I ever meet him. I must seek his guidance on how to win over Tang," Zhang Ziqiang mused. "Indeed, it is remarkable. I've heard that Tang ranks at the top of the campus beauty list, and countless admirers are vying for her attention. Why does that silhouette seem somewhat familiar? I feel like I've seen this person somewhere," Li Muyang remarked. "Now that you mention it, I too have a sense of familiarity. Goodness, that figure bears a striking resemblance to our 4th member, not to mention the outfit. That suitcase looks just like Lin Fan's." In unison, the trio turned their gazes toward Lin Fan. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Lin Fan quickly interjected, "If you are referring to the campus beauty Tang Ruobing, then I must admit that the person in the photograph is indeed me." Upon hearing Lin Fan's confession, the three regarded him with envy. "You're amazing, Lin Fan, to arrive and already be involved with the top campus beauty." One exclaimed, "I never anticipated that you would be so understated. Truly impressive." The 4th brother hurriedly urged the others, "Please enlighten us on how you managed to win the heart of the campus flower, Tang Xiaohua. It is well known that she is an aloof goddess, not someone to be easily approached. Many suitors have attempted to win her affection, only to face disheartening defeats." The 3 gazed at Lin Fan with eyes brimming with hope, eager to learn his secrets of charm. They admired him immensely, while they too were first-year students, spent their time playing video games in their dorms, yearning for the presence of a beautiful classmate to liberate them from their single status. In contrast, Lin Fan had already captured the heart of the illustrious Tang Xiaohua. How could there be such a disparity among them? Envy consumed them. Lin Fan, noticing their expectant gazes, sighed and replied, "I am merely acquainted with Tang Ruobing. We are not even friends." The trio continued to look at him, clearly skeptical of his words. "She simply kindly escorted me to the registration," Lin Fan added. "Is it truly just that?" they questioned. "Indeed," he affirmed. At that moment, the dishes began to arrive, and Lin Fan, disinterested in further explanations, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, the 3 reconsidered. It seemed improbable that he could have easily won over Tang Ruobing. Yet, having the opportunity to engage with her in a light-hearted manner was a source of great envy for them. The 4 ordered 4 bottles of beer, 1 for each, and commenced their meal. Once they finished dining, they returned to their dormitory. Apart from Lin Fan, the other 3 brought their computers and immediately delved into gaming upon their return. With nothing to occupy his time, Lin Fan decided to take a stroll and perhaps purchase a laptop. After all, being without a computer could be quite inconvenient. He rose and ventured outside. Not far from Luqing University lay a pedestrian street, bustling with various shops offering everything from phones and computers to clothing and snacks. Lin Fan resolved to first replace his phone, opting for a model with ample storage and swift performance. He activated his cashback card, promising a 1,000-fold return. Upon entering a mobile phone store, he selected a model priced at 6,000 yuan, boasting exceptional speed and capacity. Just as he prepared to transfer data from his old phone, a notification chimed. "You have received a bank transfer of 6 million yuan to your account ending in 4321. Your new balance is 6,601 yuan. Lin Fan stared at the string of zeros, his hands trembling with excitement as he inhaled deeply to regain his composure. 6 million. He had never encountered such a sum. Truly, the cashback card was remarkable. Having spent merely 6,000 yuan, he had received a staggering 6 million in return. After steadying his emotions, he proceeded to transfer the data from his old phone to the new one. The process completed swiftly. Lin Fan swiped through the new device, pleased by its smooth functionality. Satisfied, he exited the phone store and meandered to a nearby computer shop. Upon entering, he overheard a young man speaking to a middle-aged man. "Dad, I want this one. It's the only model that runs games smoothly." The father replied, "Son, I think the one next to it looks good too. Why not consider it?" A middle-aged man gestured towards a nearby computer and addressed a younger man. The middle-aged man sported a large gold chain around his neck. The female attendant, Dai Weiwei, also encouraged the young man. She could discern that the middle-aged man could only afford to purchase a laptop worth around 20,000. As Lin Fan entered the store, Dai Weiwei did not approach him. She merely cast a brief glance at Lin Fan. Recognizing from his attire that he was merely browsing and could not afford the laptops available here. After all, the laptops in their store were positioned as high-end products, with the cheapest starting at over 10,000. Students dressed like Lin Fan, who appeared financially constrained, typically came only to look and rarely made a purchase. At that moment, a young female attendant emerged from the back of the store. Dai Weiwei called out to her, "Shaoli, please attend to this gentleman." The young lady, named Li Zian, was an intern at the store. She quickly approached Lin Fan and politely inquired, "Sir, may I ask what type of laptop you are looking for?" Chapter 6. This one laptop. Lin Fan cast a glance at Li Zian, and his eyes brightened. The girl was adorned in a black and white professional outfit, her face lightly made up, exuding an aura of freshness and grace reminiscent of a neighborly sister. Li Zian possessed a beauty that was particularly pleasing to the eye. Or at least, that was Lin Fan's sentiment. "I require a laptop with swift performance," Lin Fan declared after a moment of contemplation. He intended to use the laptop not only for gaming, but primarily for researching information and processing documents, and speed was of the essence. He certainly did not wish to wait an eternity for a game to load or to struggle with sluggish file processing. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Zian hesitated momentarily. Observing Lin Fan's attire, she surmised that he might not have a substantial budget. She glanced at a laptop priced over 10,000 yuan nearby, which was arguably the most affordable option in the store. "This model is new and boasts impressive speed. Would you care to try it?" she suggested. Lin Fan's eyes flickered to the price tag, and his brows furrowed slightly. Noticing his frown, Li Zian assumed he found the laptop too expensive. Unfortunately, their store specialized in high-end models, with no cheaper alternatives available. Biting her lip, she approached Lin Fan, glancing around discreetly before whispering, "There is another shop not far from here that sells laptops at more reasonable prices." After speaking, she quickly distanced herself from him, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Lin Fan regarded Li Zian, finding her intriguing. "Which laptop in your store is the most expensive?" he inquired, fully aware that she likely perceived him as a financially constrained student. Li Zian looked at him, puzzled, and cautiously asked, "Do you wish to see the most expensive model?" Lin Fan nodded in affirmation, though she was bewildered by his sudden shift from discontent over the previous model's price to an interest in the priciest option. She nonetheless led him to the most luxurious laptop on display. This laptop was positioned next to Dai Weiwei, who immediately felt displeased upon witnessing Li Zian directing Lin Fan towards it. She was currently persuading a young man to purchase a laptop priced over 20,000 yuan and did not wish for Lin Fan to disrupt her potential sale. "Shaoli, why have you brought him here? All the laptops in this section are priced above 20,000. You should show this gentleman the models in the 10,000 range," Dai Weiwei remarked, her tone tinged with irritation. Li Zian appeared somewhat intimidated by Dai Weiwei and turned to lead Lin Fan away. "This one laptop, please," Lin Fan asserted, pointing to the model before him, halting Li Zian in her tracks. Staring incredulously at the laptop he indicated, Li Zian asked, "Sir, are you truly interested in purchasing this most expensive laptop? It is priced at 88,800 yuan. She cautiously reiterated the price to ensure he was aware. Upon hearing that Lin Fan intended to purchase the most expensive laptop, Dai Weiwei crossed her arms and wore a disdainful expression on her face. She could not fathom that Lin Fan could afford such an extravagant notebook, believing he was merely putting on a facade for the sake of appearances. She had already devised a scenario in her mind, anticipating that he would concoct some excuse to leave, perhaps claiming he had forgotten his bank card or phone. However, Lin Fan nonchalantly retrieved his bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Zian. With a swift swipe, Li Zian took the card and glanced at Lin Fan, who nodded encouragingly for her to proceed. Biting her lip, She picked up the adjacent payment terminal and initiated the transaction. At that moment, Dai Weiwei was ready to burst into laughter, convinced that a payment failure notification would soon follow. She was eager to witness Lin Fan's reaction upon hearing the news of the failed transaction. Serves him right for pretending. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the payment was successful. With a notification announcing a sum of 88,800 yuan. Li Xian's mouth fell agape in disbelief as she stared at the receipt, which confirmed the successful transaction. She had presumed that Lin Fan could not possibly have such a substantial amount in his account, and had intended to mute the notification to spare him any embarrassment. The outcome was utterly unbelievable. Just moments ago, she thought he found a laptop costing over 10,000 yuan to be exorbitant, yet here he was, purchasing the most expensive model in the store. Her mind was reeling from the sudden turn of events. Such a significant sale had been completed with minimal effort on her part. She had scarcely uttered a few words, let alone provided a proper introduction to the laptop. Dai Weiwei, witnessing Lin Fan's successful payment, was left utterly dumbfounded. Her mouth hung open in shock, her eyes wide as saucers, as if she had seen a ghost. How could this be possible? He was merely a struggling student. How could he afford such an expensive laptop? Surely, her ears must have deceived her. Yet, upon seeing the printed receipt, a wave of regret washed over her. She wished she could slap herself twice for having underestimated him and missing out on such a significant client. The pang of remorse was palpable, but alas, there were no remedies for regret in this world. Li Xian cautiously handed the receipt and bank card back to Lin Fan. Sir, here is your receipt and card. I will fetch your laptop immediately. She quickly retrieved a new laptop from the storeroom and presented it to Lin Fan, along with some complimentary gifts, such as a gaming mouse and keyboard. Lin Fan took the laptop and left, heading back to his dormitory. He had just received a deposit of 4 million yuan, which firmly placed him in the ranks of millionaires. He marveled at the remarkable efficacy of the wealthy growth system, which had transformed him from a penniless individual to a millionaire in less than half a day. It was exhilarating, and he eagerly anticipated the upcoming system tasks. Curious about the generous rewards that awaited him, Lin Fan entered the dormitory and discovered his 3 roommates engrossed in a video game. He retrieved his laptop from the box, eager to test its performance. As he powered it on, a stunning boot screen materialized before him. The beauty of this boot screen was truly mesmerizing. Wow, fourth. What kind of computer is this? That boot screen is simply extraordinary. Suddenly, Wang Zhiyong, the 3rd roommate, appeared behind Lin Fan. Upon hearing Wang's voice, Zhang Ziqiang and Li Muyang also gathered around, captivated by the splendid boot screen that left them utterly astonished. This is not merely a boot screen. It resembles a scene from a science fiction epic. Zhang Ziqiang inquired uncertainly, could this be the Phantom Gaming? Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Ziqiang and nodded, confirming that the laptop was indeed named Phantom Gaming. Chapter 7. The elegant school belle invites me to dinner, I must say. This machine is indeed a marvel of esports technology, an exceptionally powerful computer. Zhang Ziqiang, the leader, marveled as he gently caressed the keyboard, appreciating its exquisite texture. Is this laptop truly impressive? Li Muyang, the 2nd, inquired with a hint of confusion. Without a doubt, it is extraordinary. Merely its price is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, Zhang Ziqiang replied, glancing at Li Muyang. The official price is a staggering 88,800. Goodness gracious! Both Li Muyang and Wang Zhiyong gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had thought their own 20,000 yuan laptops were remarkable, only to discover that Lin Fan's laptop exceeded 80,000. The trio could not help but reflect on how hidden depths Lin Fan possessed. All 3 were locals from Luqing, with families that had some modest means, yet they typically purchased laptops around the 20,000 yuan mark. Investing nearly 90,000 yuan on a computer felt extravagant, especially since their 20,000 yuan machines already ran all games with remarkable smoothness. They speculated about the background of Lin Fan, who could afford such an expensive laptop. Fourth brother, may I propose something? Could I perhaps try your computer? Zhang Ziqiang asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. The allure of such a formidable machine was irresistible, and he yearned to experience its capabilities. Lin Fan rose and replied directly, perfect timing. You can help me test its speed. He was not a stingy person, understanding that allowing Zhang Ziqiang to play games was the best way to assess the computer's performance. Lin Fan himself was not particularly passionate about gaming, typically playing simple card games like Do Di Zhu, which wouldn't adequately showcase the laptop's prowess. Upon hearing Lin Fan's invitation, Zhang Ziqiang eagerly sat down and began downloading a game. With the current fiber-optic internet speed, large files were completed in mere minutes. As Lin Fan reclined on his bed, he reflected on the day's surreal experiences, feeling as if he were in a dream. Who would have imagined that in the span of half a day, he would transform from a penniless individual into a millionaire? Even if he shared this tale, few would believe it. He felt immense gratitude for the affluent growth system and vowed to utilize it wisely in his quest to become a true magnate. Time passed swiftly, and it was nearly 5:30. Fourth brother, your computer is truly remarkable. It runs large games with such fluidity. It's absolutely exhilarating. Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm. As long as the speed is commendable, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. What games do you play? I could download them for you, Zhang Ziqiang offered. Feeling somewhat indebted after monopolizing Lin Fan's computer for the afternoon, Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, I usually just play do jeu. I can handle the download myself. The other two in the dormitory were left dumbfounded, staring at Lin Fan in sheer disbelief. It was astonishing to think that such a powerful computer was merely used for playing do jeu. Goodness. A computer worth 1,000 yuan could run do jeu without a hitch. It would be just as smooth. Truly, a wealthy individual is indeed extraordinary. This line of thought is truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The trio believed themselves to be quite exceptional, yet upon comparison with Lin Fan, they realized they bore no distinction from the average person. The fourth member, indeed impressive, left me, with my limited education, only able to utter a simple exclamation in awe. I must admit, I am thoroughly impressed by Lin Fan. What an extraordinary roommate he is. As we ventured out for skewers, the eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, proclaimed with grandiosity, tonight, I shall treat you all. The second, Li Muyang, joyfully remarked, how generous of you, big brother. Suddenly, the third, Wang Zhiyong, interjected. I regret to inform you that I will not be joining this evening. You three carry on without me. All eyes turned to Wang Zhiyong, anticipating further explanation. Hee. My high school crush just replied to me. She has agreed to dine with me tonight, he announced, brimming with self-satisfaction. Upon learning that Lin Fan had captured the heart of Tang Ruobing, he had already begun to strategize his own path to romance. He contemplated whether being the first among them to find a partner would incite envy among his three roommates. Summoning his courage, he sent a message to his secret crush, inviting her to dinner. Initially, he held little hope, considering their high school relationship had merely been cordial. However, to his astonishment, she agreed, filling him with elation. He felt he had made significant progress on his journey to find love, and regrettably, dining with his three roommates took a back seat. His romantic pursuits were of utmost importance. Zhang Ziqiang and Li Muyang looked at Wang Zhiyong with envy, never expecting him to take the first step towards romance so quietly. While they found themselves without a single target. Alas, it seems tonight's barbecue will only consist of the three of us, Zhang Ziqiang lamented. His tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. He felt as though he was consuming dog food, a term for witnessing others' romantic successes. Lin Fan, you don't have any dates lined up for tonight, do you? Zhang Ziqiang inquired, casting a glance at Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond in the negative, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Confused, he wondered why Tang Ruobing was calling him at this hour. Nevertheless, he swiftly accepted the call. Hello, Senior Tang, Lin Fan greeted politely. On the other end, Tang Ruobing's melodious voice resonated. Lin Xueti. I was wondering if you were free this evening. I would like to treat you to dinner to express my gratitude for your assistance today. Lin Fan hesitated to accept, considering that escorting Tang Ruobing home was merely a matter of convenience, hardly warranting such a gesture. Moreover, he indeed had plans to dine with his two roommates, which he believed constituted a legitimate obligation. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. Task issued. Agree to dine with Tang Ruobing. Reward. A villa at Haitian Yuan. Decline the invitation. Reward. 1 million. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned by the system's announcement, having just pondered when the system tasks would manifest. Never expecting such a prompt issuance. He momentarily lost his train of thought but quickly regained his composure and replied without hesitation, I have time. Was there any need for hesitation? Certainly not. Between a villa and 1 million, one would undoubtedly choose the villa. In Lu City, the average housing price exceeds 10,000. Let alone that of a villa. He never anticipated that he would soon possess his very first villa, which was exhilarating to contemplate. As for dining with two roommates, was it more significant than owning a villa? Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, Tang Ruobing's face instantly brightened with a smile, and she promptly said, Let's meet at the East School gate shortly. All right. After they made their arrangements, Lin Fan ended the call. The three roommates stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes, unblinking. Chapter 8. You wouldn't have a date too, would you? Lin Fan gazed at the three individuals, perplexed. The leader, Zhang Ziqiang, inquired with difficulty, Old Fourth. You wouldn't have a date too, would you? Lin Fan nodded slightly. He had just arranged it, and declining would have been impolite. With an unflustered demeanor, he stated that he certainly would not reveal it was for the Haitian Yihao Villa. Could it be Tang Xiaohua? Stammered the third member, Wang Jiong. From the side. Indeed, it is Tang Ruobing, Lin Fan admitted without hesitation. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Wow. Old Fourth. You said you had nothing going on with Tang Xiaohua, yet you were already dating. Old Fourth, you were truly not straightforward. As good brothers, you kept this from us. Old Fourth, you're quite impressive. Wang Jiong felt a pang of bitterness. He had just been reveling in the thought of being the first in the dormitory to find a partner. His own journey to singledom had yet to commence. While Lin Fan had already begun dating Tang Xiaohua, here he was, awkwardly inviting the class beauty to dinner, and there was Lin Fan, effortlessly pursued by Tang Xiaohua for a meal. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Suddenly, he found the allure of his class beauty diminished. As Lin Fan tidied his attire in preparation to leave, he froze momentarily upon putting on his shoes. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have acquired a villa at Haitian Yihao, 5 system points. The relevant documents for the villa have been arranged for delivery to you. Wow, this system is exceptionally efficient. Just after agreeing to dine with Tang Ruobing, the task reward is already issued. Impressive. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. Noticing the unfamiliar number, he swiped to answer. May I ask if you are Lin Fan, Mr. Lin? Yes, I am. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lei Fengning, the property manager of Haitian. I have brought the documents for your villa at Haitian Yihao. I am currently at the east gate of Luqing University. Would it be convenient for you to collect them? All right, I'll head over immediately. Lin Fan hung up and swiftly exited the dormitory. Filled with anticipation to obtain the villa documents, the three in the dormitory watched Lin Fan leave, their faces etched with envy. Old Second, Li Muyang asked the leader. Zhang Ziqiang, are we still going for barbecue? Barbecue? We might as well be eating dog food. I'm nearly full. Let us just have instant noodles in the dormitory. Zhang Ziqiang replied, casting a glance at Wang Jiong. He sighed inwardly, realizing that only he and Li Muyang remained without romantic aspirations in the dormitory. It seemed he too would have to step up his game. He did not wish to be the last to find a partner. Upon hearing Zhang Ziqiang's words, Wang Jiong's previously despondent expression brightened. Although he could not compete with Lin Fan, he certainly surpassed Zhang Ziqiang and Li Muyang. With renewed confidence, he focused on grooming himself, styling his hair flamboyantly and spritzing on some cologne. Not bad, quite perfect. He donned his shoes and, with his head held high, strode out of the dormitory. In the dormitory, the leader Zhang Ziqiang and the second-in-command Li Muyang exchanged glances, crouching down to retrieve a bucket of instant noodles from beneath the table, preparing to indulge in their meal. With no prospects for romance, they settled for noodles instead. Meanwhile, Lei Fengning, the property manager of Haitian, stood at the entrance of Luqing University, observing the comings and goings of the students, marveling at the exuberance of youth. Delivering documents to clients was typically a task that required no personal involvement. Usually, he would simply dispatch someone else. However, Lin Fan was an exception. Having purchased the Villa King at Haitian No. 1, he warranted Lei's personal attention. More importantly, Lei was eager to make Lin Fan's acquaintance. When he discovered that Lin Fan's address was Luqing University, he was taken aback, as he had presumed that anyone capable of acquiring such a prestigious villa would surely be a successful individual, not merely a university student. As Lin Fan approached the university entrance, he noticed a middle-aged man in a black suit standing not far away, holding a plastic document folder. Lin Fan walked up to the man and inquired, "Are you manager Lei Fengning?" Lei nodded, responding, "Indeed, I am Lei Fengning. You must be Mr. Lin Fan." Upon observing Lin Fan, Lei couldn't help but reflect on his youthfulness. He appeared to be not yet 20 years old. Lin Fan acknowledged him with a brief sound of affirmation. Lei handed the document folder to Lin Fan, stating, "Mr. Lin, all the information regarding the Haitian No. 1 villa is contained herein." Lin Fan glanced at the folder and politely replied, "Thank you, Manager Lei." "Not at all, not at all," Lei hastily gestured, taken aback by Lin Fan's courteous demeanor, which only heightened his regard for him. From their conversation, he surmised that Lin Fan must have been raised in a strict household. for at his age, most young heirs would already be flaunting their privilege. Resolutely, Lei decided he would cultivate a good relationship with Lin Fan, convinced that such a person would undoubtedly have a promising future. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lei said. Just then, Lin Fan noticed a graceful figure approaching. It was Tang Ruobing. Please, Mr. Lin, go ahead. Lei Fengning nodded, and Lin Fan, bidding farewell, walked towards Tang Ruobing. Senior Tang, you've arrived. Lin Fan greeted her with a subtle smile. Tang Ruobing had changed into a floral dress, a departure from the jeans she wore earlier, looking refreshingly elegant and remarkably beautiful. Junior Lin, did you wait long? Tang Ruobing asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. She had intended to arrive early to meet Lin Fan, but had changed her outfit at the last moment, which delayed her. Not at all. I just arrived myself. Lin Fan replied with a smile. I'm curious about what Senior Tang has planned for dinner. He shifted the topic, intrigued by what she might treat him to. A feast. Perhaps? She teased, her attire suggesting she was not short on funds. Come with me, she said, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Having spoken, he lifted his leg and walked away into the distance. Lin Fan chuckled helplessly, pondering the mysterious nature of this invitation to dinner. However, since Tang Ruobing chose not to elaborate, he refrained from inquiring further. He was indifferent to the choice of food, possessing a hearty appetite and a lack of pickiness. At the school gate, onlookers observed Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan leaving an animated conversation, sparking a flurry of speculation. Goodness, could that lad be the same one who entered school with the campus belle this morning? They whispered. The outfits are identical. And look at how joyfully the campus belle is laughing. Could they truly be involved? This is sensational news. Where did this young man even come from? He seems quite impressive. They noted his youthful appearance, questioning whether he might be a freshman. It is utterly astonishing that a newcomer could so effortlessly win over the aloof Tang Ruobing. This is downright terrifying. Among the crowd, a bespectacled young man scrutinized the photograph in his hand. He swiftly logged into his forum account and uploaded the freshly taken picture, accompanied by a caption. Shocking. The aloof campus belle Tang Ruobing on a dinner date with a mysterious man. Chapter 9. I have bought a house. Tang Ruobing suddenly inquired. Lin, can you handle spicy food? Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. I am not picky. I can eat anything. Upon hearing Tang Ruobing's question, he secretly pondered whether she intended to treat him to Sichuan cuisine. Following Tang Ruobing, they arrived at a bustling pedestrian street, soon halting before a restaurant called Old Lee's Spicy Hot Pot. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Ruobing, his eyes filled with curiosity. Tang Ruobing smiled at him and declared, We've arrived. This hot pot is exceptionally authentic. You are in for a treat today. With that, she stepped inside without hesitation. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation, baffled by how a young lady of her stature could have such a penchant for hot pot. Lin, grab a bowl and select your favorite ingredients, Tang Ruobing instructed. As she picked up a bowl herself, Lin Fan complied, taking a bowl and using the tongs to fill it with an assortment of vegetables. Before long, they presented their selections to the proprietor, and the total came to 68 yuan. As Tang Ruobing paid, Lin Fan, recognizing her insistence on treating him, refrained from contesting her generosity. The two found a spot to sit, and the hot pot was prepared swiftly. In no time, 2 generous bowls of spicy hot pot were served. Tang Ruobing eagerly picked up her chopsticks, scooping up a piece of vegetable, dipping it into the sauce, blowing on it gently before placing it into her mouth. Exhaling a sigh of satisfaction, she exclaimed, Delicious. This is exactly the flavor. Lin, you should try it too, urged Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan took a meatball, rolled it in the sauce, blew on it a few times, and finally tasted it. How is it, Lin? Tang Ruobing asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Indeed, it is quite delightful, with a perfect blend of color, aroma, and taste, Lin Fan replied, swallowing the meatball and expressing his admiration. See? I told you it was good. Tang Ruobing beamed with joy. They chatted amiably while enjoying their meal. Just then, a young man's voice interrupted. Tang Ruobing? Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing turned to see the newcomer. Long Fengchuan, is that really you? What a coincidence. I thought I might have mistaken someone else, Tang Ruobing responded. Surprised. With an air of familiarity, Long Fengchuan seated himself between Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. The more he gazed at her, the more he was captivated. However, this was no mere chance encounter. He had been searching for her. Upon seeing a photograph of Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan on the campus forum, he felt a surge of anger. He had harbored feelings for her for quite some time, and despite several attempts to take her out for dinner, she had declined each time. Now, Witnessing Lin Fan having a meal alone with Tang Ruobing, he could hardly contain his frustration. He had retrieved his property deed from his dormitory and searched the pedestrian street until he finally located her at Old Lee's Spicy Hot Pot. Glancing at Lin Fan, he curiously inquired, "And who might this be? He looks unfamiliar." "This is Lin, a freshman this year," Tang Ruobing briefly introduced. She was only slightly acquainted with Lin Fan. They belonged to the same department and often attended classes together. It was merely a casual recognition. "So, you're a freshman." "Hello, Lin Fan. I am Lin Fan." Upon hearing Tang Ruobing's introduction, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief. It turned out Lin Fan was just a first-year student and evidently not Tang Ruobing's boyfriend. Otherwise, she would not have referred to him as Lin Fan during her introduction. "Lin Fan," he replied nonchalantly, lowering his head to continue enjoying his spicy hot pot. Lin Fan, observing Lin Fan's indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of anger, which Junior would not enthusiastically greet him as brotherling. Yet Lin Fan merely offered a cursory introduction without further engagement. He noticed that Tang Ruobing also ignored him, engrossed in her meal. A sense of frustration welled up within him. He had seen her chatting with Lin Fan when he first arrived. Now, sitting here, she treated him as if he were invisible. The disparity was disheartening, leaving him with a heavy heart. Nevertheless, he believed that if he showcased his capabilities, Tang Ruobing would eventually recognize his worth and make the right choice. "Oh dear, how clumsy of me," he exclaimed, deliberately dropping the property certificate bag he was holding. When he looked up, he saw that both Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan had turned their attention towards him. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "The efficiency of the housing authority is truly impressive. In just an hour, all the documents were processed." As he spoke, he retrieved the property certificate from the bag, only to find that Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan merely glanced at him before returning to their hot pot. He resisted the urge to slap Lin Fan. After all, Tang Ruobing was naturally aloof, and Lin Fan's pretense of indifference was unwarranted. However, he knew that if he acted out, any chance of getting closer to Tang Ruobing would vanish. Endurance was key. "Shueti, listen to your senior. Ask your family for some funds to buy a house. While you may not afford a grand 300 square meter residence like mine, you could manage the down payment on a modest 100 square meter apartment. Property values are bound to appreciate." He cast a knowing glance at Lin Fan, feigning concern for his well-being. To his delight, he noticed that both Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan were now looking at him. A sense of pride swelled within him. The area where he had purchased property commanded a price of $21,000 per square meter, and his 300 square meter house had cost over $6 million. What did this signify? This was strength. Upon graduation, it would serve as his marital home. How could a mere freshman compare to him? Even after graduation, with financial support from his family, Lin Fan could only manage a down payment on a 100 square meter apartment. In his eyes, Lin Fan would never be able to afford a spacious 300 square meter home. The gap was insurmountable. Whom would Tang Ruobing choose? He was confident she would make the right decision. He could not fathom her opting for a struggling student destined for a life of hardship. His heart swelled with satisfaction as he envisioned Tang Ruobing inviting him to dinner. Seeing Lin Fan silent, he assumed the junior felt ashamed by his words, which only fueled his arrogance further. He shook his head with a sigh and continued, "Junior, before you graduate, you must purchase a property, even if it is merely 50 or 60 square meters." He yearned to trample Lin Fan underfoot, ensuring he would have no dignity left to remain in this place. In his mind, he envisioned the scene of Lin Fan departing in shame, while he reveled in a leisurely shopping spree with Tang Ruobing. "Indeed, what you say is true. But I have already acquired a home," Lin Fan remarked, gesturing towards a nearby plastic bag. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had bought a house, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face was overshadowed by disdain. What kind of property could he possibly afford? In his eyes, Lin Fan was only worthy of a modest 50 or 60 square meter apartment. He could not fathom that someone like Lin Fan could ever afford a grand 300 square meter residence like his own. "Let us see if your property has appreciated in value," Lin Fan taunted as he opened his folder. He aimed to humiliate Lin Fan in front of Tang Ruobing, to thoroughly crush him beneath his heel. However, as he unveiled the documents within, revealing the property deed, he was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 10. Lemon Grapefruit Tea. How is this possible? Cold Wind's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief, a visage of utter astonishment. Wasn't Lin Fan merely a destitute student? How could he possibly afford a villa? He never imagined that the property Lin Fan purchased would be a villa, much less the illustrious Hai Tian Villa No. 1. To comprehend, a standard villa within Hai Tian typically commands a price of 20 to 30 million. while this particular villa was said to reach an astounding 60 million, ranking among the elite in the entire Lu city. The cost was a staggering tenfold that of his own residence. He chided himself for misreading the situation. Expanding his gaze, he scrutinized the document 10 times over, confirming that he was not mistaken. Indeed, Lin Fan had truly acquired a villa. A wave of frustration surged within him, bitterness flooding his heart. Just moments ago, he had flaunted his superiority before Lin Fan, oblivious to the fact that the true fool was he himself. This was the genuine big shot. With caution, he slipped the property deed into the bag and stood to bow apologetically to Lin Fan. "I apologize, Mr. Lin, for intruding upon your meal. I shall take my leave now." Without awaiting a response, he turned and exited, relieved that he had refrained from uttering any impertinent remarks. Had Lin Fan chosen to retaliate, the consequences would have been dire. Tang Ruobing glanced at the departing cold wind and then at Lin Fan. She sensed an air of mystery enveloping this junior, as if he harbored an inexhaustible trove of secrets. The two soon finished their meal and returned to school. At this juncture, Lin Fan retrieved his phone to check the class group messages. There was an announcement for a class meeting that evening. Observing the time, he noted that it was nearly upon him. After bidding farewell to Tang Ruobing, he made his way to the classroom for the meeting, room 312. Upon his arrival, the classroom was already filled to capacity. As Lin Fan entered, all eyes turned toward him. His towering height of 185 meters and striking features rendered it impossible to overlook him. "Over here, old four." Zhang Ziqiang waved at Lin Fan. He proceeded to Zhang Ziqiang's position, where he discovered the other 3 members of their dormitory were also present. Meng Xiqing regarded Lin Fan with palpable hostility. In the entirety of Class 2 in finance, only Lin Fan's looks surpassed his own. His previously cherished good looks paled in comparison to Lin Fan's, which incited his ire. This fellow seemed oddly familiar. He picked up his phone to scroll through the campus forum posts. Shocking. The aloof campus belle, Tang, dines with a mysterious man. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the thread, only to find a picture of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing laughing together as they departed. This image intensified his jealousy toward Lin Fan. Just moments prior, he had contemplated pursuing their class's flower, but upon witnessing Lin Fan's triumph, he felt utterly defeated. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that this evening, he would seize the position of class leader, leveraging the opportunity to draw closer to the class flower, determined to win her over. Although the class flower might not rival the campus belle, she was, nonetheless, a flower worth pursuing. He was quite confident about securing the position of class monitor. The sound of high heels clicking echoed outside, and with a creak, the doors swung open. A woman, seemingly in her late 20s, entered. Her face was adorned with light makeup, her features exquisite, and her hair was simply tied up, with a curvaceous figure and a tall stature. She wore a light green short-sleeved top paired with white cropped trousers. "Hello everyone, I am your counselor, Murmuring." As she finished speaking, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Murmuring was undoubtedly a campus beauty, and the realization that their counselor was such a stunning woman thrilled not only the boys, but also the girls. She began to discuss the upcoming arrangements, primarily focusing on the military training that would commence the following day. After outlining the details, she announced, "Now it's time for everyone to introduce themselves, starting from this side." With that, she began to lead the applause. The first to step onto the stage was none other than Meng Xiqing. "Hello everyone, my name is Meng Xiqing, and I come from." One by one, they began their introductions, and Lin Fan also briefly stepped up to say a few words. He found it rather dull, knowing that there would soon be elections for various class positions. The finance class 2 consisted of 32 students, evenly split between genders, which was quite balanced. Before long, all 32 had introduced themselves. Next came the election for class officers, beginning with the position of class monitor. Students who wished to run for class monitor, please come up one by one to speak, Murmuring instructed the crowd. The first to take the stage was the class flower, Su Ruiwen, who, though petite, had fair skin and an adorable doll-like face. "Hello everyone, I am Su Ruiwen, and if I were to become class monitor." Lin Fan nearly drifted off to sleep below, finding it utterly uninteresting. After all, he aspired to be a wealthy magnate and had little interest in being a class monitor or any such position. When would the system present him with another task? He had just checked the price of the Haitian Yuan villa and was taken aback. The price was a staggering 60 million. His net worth had instantly surged sixfold to an astonishing 70 million. Within a single day, he had accomplished more than half of a small goal. It was truly exhilarating. The wealthy magnate growth system was indeed impressive. Task issued as a great magnate. One must learn to care for one's subordinates and show kindness to classmates. Purchasing a cup of lemon pomelo tea for each classmate and teacher. Accept task. Reward. One of the globally limited 50 Richard Mille RM027 Tourbillon Rafael Nadal watches. Decline task. No reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. This time, the reward was a watch, and notably, it was one of only 50 in the world. Though he was unaware of the watch's price, it was undoubtedly expensive. More importantly, completing tasks would yield system points, essential for system upgrades. The items acquired from the primary system have reached an astounding level. Thus, it stands to reason that the secondary system would yield even more remarkable and superior rewards. Naturally, he would not let such a golden opportunity slip by, and thus he accepted the system task. Teacher, I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom, Lin Fan declared, rising abruptly and offering a casual excuse. To fulfill the task, he had to leave the classroom, conveniently. A shop selling cold beverages was situated not far from the school entrance, where they happened to serve lemon pomelo tea. Hurry along, Murmuring expressed without a hint of suspicion. Lin Fan hastily departed. Meng Xiqing observed Lin Fan's retreating figure with disdain. He had previously feared Lin Fan might become a rival for the class monitor position, viewing him as a competitor. However, upon reflection, he realized his concerns were unfounded. His focus now shifted to the class beauty, Su Ruiwen. If she were to ascend to the role of class monitor, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage, which was a scenario he could not permit. Chapter 11. I really don't want to be class monitor. As the election for class monitor reached its final declaration phase, Meng Xiqing deliberately chose to be the last to take the stage, aiming to leave the most profound impression on his classmates. This was all part of his meticulously crafted plan. With a confident smirk, he strode to the podium. Envisioning the blissful scene of himself as class monitor alongside the class beauty, Su Ruiwen. Clearing his throat, he gazed at his peers, preparing to articulate his final thoughts. If I become class monitor, I will lead class 2 in finance. Just as he was halfway through his speech, a knocking sound echoed from outside the classroom. Please come in, Murmuring said, glancing at the door. When it swung open, it was none other than Lin Fan, followed by a man in his 30s. If one frequently visited the beverage shop, they would certainly recognize him as one of the employees. Just leave it here. Thank you, Lin Fan instructed the man. You're welcome. The man replied, placing 2 large plastic bags on the floor before turning to leave, as he had to return to the shop to continue his duties. Curious glances were cast towards Lin Fan by his classmates, including Murong Shui, who wondered why he had returned from the restroom carrying items. Noticing everyone's attention, Lin Fan cleared his throat again and spoke slowly. I noticed everyone seemed a bit parched, so I brought some lemon grapefruit tea to quench your thirst. Please pass it back. After speaking, he bent down, retrieved 2 cups of lemon grapefruit tea, and handed one to Murong Shui. Thank you for your hard work, teacher, he said. Murong Shui gazed at Lin Fan with admiration, finding him truly exceptional. While others were preoccupied with their campaign for class monitor, he had taken the initiative to procure refreshments. She now understood that Lin Fan had not been suffering from a stomachache, but had simply gone out to buy the tea. In that moment, she felt no resentment towards him, as it was evident that his intentions were genuine. Before long, the lemon grapefruit tea was distributed. Lin Fan returned to his seat, where his 3 roommates bombarded him with exuberant praise. Old 4, you're a tycoon. Old 4, that was impressive. Old 4, I'm in awe. One exclaimed. I'm just curious, Old 4, how did you manage to garner such attention from the class beauty and the instructor with just a cup of tea? Truly remarkable. Yes, Old 4, do share your secrets. After all, we are comrades in the same trench, another chimed in. Indeed, Old 4, please enlighten us. Don't keep it to yourself. As Lin Fan settled into his seat, he felt a surge of bemusement. He had merely intended to complete the system task. Motivated by the allure of a Richard Mille watch and system points, the idea of currying favor with teachers and classmates was entirely absent from his mind. Why would anyone forsake the opportunity to acquire a Richard Mille watch for just a few $100s? He had just checked the price of that watch at the beverage shop, and it astonishingly reached 5 million. Moreover, it was a global limited edition of only 50 pieces, promising significant potential for appreciation and value. He had just finished sharing lemon grapefruit tea when he received a system reward. Now, that exquisite watch lay within his system backpack, readily available for retrieval. The significant point was that he had also earned 5 additional system points, taking him a step closer to an upgrade. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of elation. In just a few minutes, he had acquired a watch valued at 5 million. Who wouldn't be jubilant? Meng Xiqing was utterly taken aback. All the lines he had prepared were completely forgotten in the wake of Lin Fan's unexpected triumph. Seeing Meng Xiqing silent, Mo Rongshui assumed he had concluded his speech. All right, classmate Meng, you may step down. We will now proceed to the final voting session for class monitor, one for the head monitor and one for the deputy monitor. At this moment, everyone may write down the name of your ideal class monitor. Before Mo Rongshui could finish her sentence, the audience had already begun to write. In no time, the votes were cast. Mo Rongshui enlisted Su Ruiwen for assistance while she read the votes aloud, and Su Ruiwen tallied them. The results for the head monitor were soon revealed. Lin Fan had secured 30 votes, Su Ruiwen had 1 vote, and Meng Xiqing had 1 vote. Upon seeing this outcome, Meng Xiqing was rendered speechless. That solitary vote was cast by himself. In other words, no one else had supported him, instantly causing a pang of heartache. It felt as though his heart was breaking. After all that preparation, not a single vote was cast in his favor. He felt as if he were bleeding inside. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that Lin Fan had not even participated in the election for class monitor, yet had garnered such a significant number of votes. His mind became a void, questioning the very purpose of it all. He felt a profound sense of disappointment and sorrow, leading him to doubt the meaning of life itself. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's 3 roommates, upon witnessing the results, were all thumbs up for him. Fourth brother, you're incredible. You've silently seized the position of class monitor. Please accept my admiration. Fourth brother, I'm genuinely impressed. Your maneuvering was exceptional, a complete turnaround that no one anticipated. The 3 roommates exchanged enthusiastic praises. As everyone admired Lin Fan's ascension to class monitor, he stood up and said, Teacher, is it possible to revote? I truly do not wish to be class monitor. Lin Fan expressed with a hint of discomfort. He had no interest in the position. All he desired was to savor the university experience while aspiring to become a wealthy individual. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Meng Xiqing nearly choked on his own blood, feeling as though he had been struck with 1,000 points of damage. Damn it, he had painstakingly aimed for the role of class monitor. Yet Lin Fan simply declared he did not want it, striking a blow to his tender spirit. At that moment, Su Ruiwen stepped forward and said, Class monitor Lin, I will support you. Su Ruiwen, the deputy monitor, gazed at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, as if to assure him that everything would be taken care of. Meng Xiqing, whose heart had just begun to calm, nearly fainted upon hearing Su Ruiwen's words. His sole ambition for becoming class monitor was to win Su Ruiwen's affection. Now, observing Su Ruiwen's demeanor, it was evident that she intended to attach herself to Lin Fan. In an instant, he felt as though the world was spinning, and the sky dimmed around him, reminiscent of swirling snowflakes dancing in the air. Since Su has offered her assistance, why not give it a try? After all, it is the collective desire of everyone, Mo Rongshui remarked. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Lin Fan's intentions. Initially, she believed he purchased lemon and pomelo tea to win favor and secure the position of class monitor. However, it now appeared that she had misjudged him. His demeanor suggested he genuinely did not wish to assume this role. Her curiosity about Lin Fan's true thoughts deepened. Class monitor. Class monitor. Class monitor. The students below erupted in cheers upon hearing Lin Fan had become the class monitor, with the girls cheering the loudest. Observing the fervor, Lin Fan realized he was destined to take on this role, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had merely aimed to complete a task, yet somehow found himself inexplicably appointed as the class monitor. Chapter 12. Let us become friends. Lin Fan could only temporarily assume the role of class monitor, with hopes that Mo Rongshui would reassign the position at a later date. The selection of other class officers concluded swiftly, with Meng Xiqing being appointed as the sanitation commissioner, a title that, in its own right, could be considered a position of authority. The class meeting quickly approached its conclusion. Lin Fan, let us exchange contact information for future correspondence, Mo Rongshui proposed, retrieving her mobile phone. Lin Fan likewise produced his device, activating the QR code for her to scan and add him as a friend. The male classmates gazed at Lin Fan with envy, wishing to also connect with the attractive teacher. They pondered how it was that, despite being mere freshmen, Lin Fan stood out so remarkably. Meng Xiqing felt a pang of hurt as he witnessed Lin Fan adding Mo Rongshui as a friend. It was a privilege he believed should have been his. Internally, he yearned to scream in frustration. Why? Why? At that moment, Su Ruiwen approached, squinting at Lin Fan. Class monitor Lin, let us also add each other as friends. If anything arises, you can directly instruct me, she suggested. Unable to resist the charm of the adorable Su Ruiwen, Lin Fan presented his QR code to her. Done. Su Ruiwen exclaimed, a smile illuminating her face after adding Lin Fan. The boys in the class looked on with admiration, not only for Lin Fan's connection with the beautiful teacher, but also for the class beauty taking the initiative to befriend him. They were utterly in awe of his luck. Meng Xiqing's heartache intensified. Witnessing the girl he admired cozying up to another man was a painful experience, leaving him breathless as if his heart were bleeding. He couldn't recall how he returned to the dormitory. As Lin Fan exited the classroom, he strode briskly towards the school's exit, having already requested leave from Murong Shui. That evening, he intended to visit his villa in Haitian Yihua, a property that marked his first home, a luxurious residence that stirred his excitement. Eager to see his new abode, he made his way to the parking lot, started his car, and set off for the Haitian community. Following the navigation for 30 minutes, he finally arrived at the villa's entrance. Approaching the security booth, he presented the requisite documents, which the guard scrutinized before permitting Lin Fan entry. Observing the diligent security personnel, Lin Fan couldn't help but appreciate the strictness typical of a villa community. Driving onward, he reached a magnificent villa that towered over its neighbors, resembling a regal palace that stood out prominently. The grandeur was imposing. The bronze double doors exuded a sense of weightiness. Lin Fan unlocked the door using his key and completed a fingerprint and facial recognition check, ensuring that even if he forgot his key, he could easily gain entry through facial recognition, a testament to modern technology. Upon entering the villa, he took a moment to absorb the moonlit view. Immediately captivated by the shimmering outdoor swimming pool that stood out prominently against the backdrop, beside him lay a quaint golf course, an inviting space for leisurely rounds of golf. Lin Fan eagerly made his way into the house. Upon entering the living room, he was captivated by the expansive black leather sofa, its generous size offering immense comfort. As he ran his hand across its surface, he marveled at its exquisite texture, a true testament to an internationally renowned brand. He took a moment to explore the villa, which boasted 3 levels replete with amenities such as a home theater, a private wine cellar, a Western and Chinese kitchen, and a game room. In essence, it was a veritable treasure trove. Lin Fan opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of beverage, settling into a comfortable position on the sofa, relishing its coziness. After finishing his drink, Lin Fan rose and ascended to the second floor. He arrived at the study, where shelves brimmed with books. Taking a seat in a leather swivel chair, he gently spun around, savoring the delightful ambience. He activated the virtual system panel, opened his backpack, and selected the Richard Mille RM027 watch he had acquired. Richard Mille RM027 watch has been retrieved and placed on the host's desk. Instantly, Lin Fan noticed a beautifully crafted box on the table, accompanied by a small pouch containing various certificates for the watch. He picked up the box, pressed the switch, and with a satisfying click, the lid opened to reveal the watch's true allure. It was stunning, truly breathtaking. The lightweight design and exquisite skeleton structure were remarkable, and he had heard it was suitable for golfing. As Lin Fan caressed the watch's body, he murmured to himself, unable to contain his excitement as he slipped it onto his wrist. Beautiful indeed. After admiring the watch for a while, he set it down and searched for a sunlit bedroom to take a shower and change into a set of sleepwear. The villa's thoughtful arrangements were commendable. In his haste, Lin Fan had not returned to his dormitory for clothes, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find an ample selection of sleepwear in the wardrobe. After his shower, he spent some time on his phone before preparing for bed, mindful that military training commenced the following day and his punctual attendance was essential. Lin Fan slept soundly until dawn, and had it not been for the alarm clock, he might have continued his slumber. He silenced the alarm and made his way to the bathroom, quickly completing his morning routine. Exiting the bathroom, he opened the system's virtual panel, remembering the daily 1 yuan flash sale. To his delight, the 1 yuan flash sale had indeed appeared once more. Upon seeing the item, Lin Fan nearly leapt from joy. 1 yuan flash sale, limited edition Lamborghini Batmobile, top configuration. Astounded, he realized this time it was a supercar, the Lamborghini Batmobile, a model he was quite familiar with, particularly for its striking scissor doors. With an impressive 670 horsepower, it could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 3.2 seconds and reach a top speed of 342 kilometers/h, with a staggering price tag of 7 million. No man could resist the allure of a supercar. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. The system's mechanical electronic voice chimed promptly, and Lin Fan found himself increasingly charmed by its melodious tone. He wished it would speak more often. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. The Lamborghini Bat has been parked in the villa's garage, and the car keys have been placed in the host's study. Lin Fan hurriedly exited his bedroom and made his way to the adjacent study, where he indeed found a car key resting on the exquisite mahogany desk. The system is an eternal deity. At this moment, his worth has taken a significant step closer to a small goal. Eagerly grasping the car key, Lin Fan descended the stairs. Upon reaching the garage, he was greeted by the sight of a sleek black sports car parked beside the imposing G-Class. Its striking bull emblem prominently displayed at the front. Without hesitation, Lin Fan pressed the car key, and the elegant scissor doors gradually swung open. He swiftly settled into the luxurious interior, adorned with genuine leather seats, a sanctuary of comfort. As he ignited the engine, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air. An overwhelming sense of pride surged within him. This was the first sports car of his life. It would be a lie to say he was not exhilarated. After calming his emotions, he pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward with remarkable speed. Chapter 13. Clearing the watermelons of the elderly vendor at the entrance of Lucheng University, classes have officially commenced today. With the exception of the freshmen who are undergoing military training, the parents have all departed, leaving the school gate no longer bustling. Lin Fan drove his vehicle to the eastern parking lot of the university. Naturally, he felt somewhat uneasy about leaving such a fine car outside. After indulging in breakfast at the cafeteria, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, only to find his 3 roommates still slumbering. "Rise and shine, we have military training shortly," Lin Fan announced to them. "What were you up to last night?" inquired the eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, peeking out from his bed. "I went home," Lin Fan replied while retrieving his military training attire. "Home? But your family isn't in Lucheng. Why would you go home?" asked the second roommate, Li Muyang, as he descended from his bed, puzzled. "I purchased a house in Lucheng. This will be my home from now on," Lin Fan briefly explained. He felt it necessary to clarify his situation to prevent any wild speculations from his roommates. "Wow, old four, you're impressive. You've bought a house in Lucheng so quickly. Where did you buy it?" "I'll come visit you sometime," exclaimed the third roommate, Wang Jiong, as he jumped out of bed, grateful that his bed was not too high. In the hiding community, Lin Fan began to change his clothes. He refrained from mentioning that it was a villa in Heighton number 1, as he deemed it unnecessary to boast in front of his roommates. "Goodness, old four. That's remarkable. I've heard that community is quite nice, with prices exceeding 20,000 per square meter. You're set for appreciation in the future," Zhang Ziqiang remarked, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder as he finally got out of bed. Once dressed, Lin Fan did not head directly to the playground. Instead, he sat at the computer and played a game of dodiju. After all 3 roommates were ready, the 4 of them made their way to the playground. Upon their arrival, they discovered a considerable number of people had gathered, with their counselor, Mu Rongxue, already awaiting them. Today, she wore a white long-sleeved shirt paired with denim jeans and flat shoes. Seeing Lin Fan approach, Mu Rongxue called out, "Lin Fan, over here." Lin Fan approached her. "Good morning, Teacher Mu Rong," he said with respect. "Lin Fan, shortly, you and the sports committee member will help maintain order. The instructor will arrive soon. We must not leave a poor impression on him from the start," Mu Rongxue instructed, glancing towards the entrance of the playground before turning back to Lin Fan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Fan understood that as the class leader, he could not afford to be complacent. He must fulfill his responsibilities when the time called for it. He walked over to the sports committee member, Pang Howren, and said, "It seems everyone is nearly here. Let us form a line. We need to make a good impression on the instructor when he arrives. Having a good rapport with him will be beneficial during military training." Having learned from his high school experience, where he failed to establish a good relationship with the instructor and subsequently found military training exhausting, Lin Fan was keen to avoid a similar fate. Pang Howren comprehended Lin Fan's intent and promptly addressed the chatting group, "Gather round." Pang Howren stood at a height comparable to Lin Fan, his voice resonating loudly, capturing the attention of everyone present. Lin Fan stepped forward and addressed the crowd, instructing, "Form 2 lines, 1 for each gender, arranged from shortest to tallest, and commence the lineup." The others, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, sprang into action, clearly demonstrating the considerable influence Lin Fan held as class leader. Pang Howren, observing Lin Fan, chuckled, "It seems your words carry weight, class leader." Lin Fan merely responded with a faint smile. Though it was the first day of military training, everyone had prior experience from high school training. Even if their stances were not perfect, they were not far from it. Soon, several small trucks made their way onto the school playground. The trucks halted at the edge of the field, and a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms jumped down. Mu Rongxue approached the trucks. Moments later, she returned, accompanied by a young soldier in his 20s. "This is your instructor," Yin Chang. He will oversee all your military training moving forward, Murmuring Shui indicated toward Yin Chang. Instructor. This is class leader Lin Fan and sports committee member Pang Haoran. Lin Fan and Pang Haoran greeted. Hello, instructor. Yin Chang glanced at the two and commanded. Return to your ranks. Lin Fan and Pang Haoran swiftly rejoined their classmates, marking the official commencement of military training. The sun seemed to deliberately challenge the participants, refusing to retreat behind the clouds. After an hour, the instructor finally permitted a break. The group promptly sank to the ground. Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. My legs feel as though they might break, one exclaimed. My throat is parched. I can't believe I forgot to bring water. Another chimed in, Old Wong. You didn't bring any water? Old Li, did you bring any? I distinctly remember you didn't have any either. Who says I didn't bring any? Look at this, replied Old Li, holding up an object. Isn't that a speaker? Someone questioned. Take a closer look. What does it resemble? He retorted with a grin. Though it appears to be a speaker, it is, in fact, a thermos. Inside is the ice water I just put in this morning. With that, Old Li unscrewed the lid and took a hearty gulp. Ah, refreshing. Goodness, Old Li, you're being unfair. Let me have a sip. Not a chance. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, inwardly lamenting his oversight. Darn it, forgetting to bring water has left me in quite a predicament. Mission issued. As a distinguished tycoon, how can one forego the title of philanthropist? Clear out the watermelons from the vendor at the entrance and show compassion to the elderly. Accept mission. Reward, mastery level guitar skill. Decline mission. No reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. The system had issued a mission. While he was still contemplating the day's tasks, he was pleasantly surprised by the promptness of this new mission to purchase all the watermelons from the vendor at the entrance. Even without a system mission, he would need to find a way to quench his thirst, as there were still over 2 hours until lunch. This opportunity not only promised him refreshing watermelon, but also allowed him to accomplish a task, truly a double benefit. However, how does one request leave from the instructor? He took out his phone and suddenly noticed a message from Tang Ruobing. An idea sparked in his mind. Lin, are you exhausted from military training? I am nearly at my wit's end. Tang, do you have a moment? Are you attempting to skip class? A playful emoji followed. No, when I arrived, I noticed an elderly gentleman selling watermelons at the entrance. He seemed rather unfortunate, and we are quite thirsty. We thought to purchase all of his watermelons to share among everyone. Upon reading Lin Fan's response, Tang Ruobing realized her misunderstanding and felt even more drawn to him. Not only was he humble, but he also possessed a compassionate heart. Tang, are you still there? Understood. I shall come over immediately. Thank you, Tang. Please have the elderly gentleman bring his card over. Our military training position is located at. Lin Fan set down his phone. Relieved that the thirst issue was resolved, and he had also acquired a new skill, yes, and system points as well. Chapter 14. Senior Tang delivers watermelon 2 minutes later. At the entrance of the playground, a graceful figure appeared, accompanied by an elderly gentleman pushing a tricycle. The newcomer was none other than Tang Ruobing. Who is that senior? She is simply stunning. Fool, you don't even recognize the aloof campus belle, Tang? She is the reigning queen of the beauty rankings. Of course she is gorgeous. But why is the campus belle here? And who is the old gentleman accompanying her? As the boys gazed at Tang Ruobing approaching, they unconsciously swallowed hard. Her beauty was truly captivating. Today, she donned a lovely beige long dress, ethereal as if she had descended from the heavens. Not only the boys were entranced, the girls were equally envious. Tang Ruobing was making her way towards me. It seemed she was seeking my presence. Get lost. Can't you see Tang is looking at me? Make way. Who could possibly be worthy of such a goddess? She was breathtakingly beautiful. If I could share a dinner with her, I would wake up smiling from that dream. Wake up. First, find a mirror. With your appearance, you'd scare her away before even getting close. Lin Fan, upon seeing Tang Ruobing, quickly stood up and approached her. Senior Tang, thank you for your efforts, he said with a gentle smile. Tang Ruobing blinked her eyes and flashed a charming smile, inquiring, having helped you so much, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Everyone was taken aback at the sight of Lin Fan engaging in lively conversation with Tang Ruobing. Their mouths gaped in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. This was indeed the aloof campus belle. Envy, pure envy. Who is that guy? How impressive to be acquainted with the campus belle. From Tang's expression, it was evident their relationship was far from ordinary. Wait a minute, I remember now. He is the mysterious young man who was rumored to be involved with her yesterday. I can't believe he is a freshman. Impressive, truly impressive. Why was it that this freshman could capture the attention of the campus belle, while others could not? The disparity was staggering. In Class 2 of Finance, wow, our class leader is something else, even knows the campus belle. Their relationship seems extraordinary. The class leader is remarkable. He has already charmed the aloof campus belle so early in the semester. The way they converse leaves no doubt about their connection. Our class leader is magnificent. Truly bringing honor to Finance Class 2 by winning over the top beauty. Goodness, has our class leader genuinely won over the campus belle? Is he audacious enough to make their relationship public? Class leader, you are too bold. I'm already parched, and now you're feeding me dog food. When I get back to the dorm, I'll have a word with you. This one do. I must ensure the class leader shares his secrets. I need to find a partner soon, or I'll drown in a sea of dog food. As Lin Fan gazed at the dazed crowd, he expressed his annoyance, urging the boys to take action and cut the watermelon. The group stirred from their stupor, finally noticing the watermelon in the old man's cart. Long live the class monitor. Class monitor, you are magnificent. Class monitor, you are incredible. Class monitor, I want to bear your offspring. The boys rose and shouted, and one of them exclaimed about wanting to bear Lin Fan's children, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Nearby, Tang Ruobing observed Lin Fan and chuckled. I didn't realize you had such a high standing, Lin. It's rather ordinary, Lin Fan quickly replied. He picked up a slice of the cut watermelon and handed it to Tang Ruobing. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude today, Senior Tang. Taking the watermelon, Tang Ruobing took a gentle bite and looked at Lin Fan, saying, don't think that offering a slice of watermelon suffices as thanks. Lin Fan, holding the watermelon in one hand and scratching his head with the other, responded, then, what do you wish for, Senior Tang? He genuinely didn't know how to express his gratitude. How about you treat me to a meal? Tang Ruobing suggested as she gazed at him. Are we talking about hot and spicy skewers? Lin Fan inquired directly. You are rather stingy, Lin, Tang Ruobing pouted. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. How am I being stingy? Don't you enjoy hot and spicy skewers? Just yesterday, you treated me to them as a thank you. Why does it become stingy when it's my turn to treat you? These thoughts lingered only in his mind. He dared not voice them aloud. Lin Fan truly found himself perplexed by Tang Ruobing. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, the heart of a woman is as deep as the ocean. Senior Tang. Feel free to say whatever you desire, Lin Fan said, passing the ball back to her. He had no shortage of money, so let her choose whatever she wished. Let me think it over, and I'll let you know, she replied. All right, Lin, I must take my leave now. Goodbye. With a wave, Tang Ruobing turned and departed. Lin Fan tossed the watermelon rind into a bag and took another bite. It was surprisingly sweet. After her departure, the old man also cheerfully pushed his cart away. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Your guitar skill has reached a satisfactory level and has been added to your system backpack. You have gained 5 system points. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the system's voice. Meanwhile, the classmates observed that Class 2 of Finance had watermelon to eat. Their eyes wide with envy, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. What on earth? Why does Class 2 of Finance get to enjoy watermelon, while we can only salivate? This is utterly unfair. One exclaimed, it's because Class 2 has a good monitor. Why wasn't TI assigned to Class 2? It seemed that not only was reincarnation a skill, but so too was class assignment. Oldly, why is this watermelon so sweet? It's truly delicious and so refreshing. Oldly glanced at the smug expression on Old Wang's face, and then at the ice water in his hand, suddenly finding it far less appealing. Although they shared a dormitory, they were not in the same class. Oldly could only watch enviously as Old Wang savored his watermelon. After finishing the watermelon, they returned to military training. The members of Class 2 in Finance were filled with vigor, forming a stark contrast to other classes. At long last, noon arrived. Lin Fan, dragging his weary body, joined his 3 roommates in the cafeteria. Exhausted, they casually ordered some dishes and devoured their meal hungrily. After eating, the 4 of them returned to their dormitory, collapsing onto their beds. The comfort of the bed felt unparalleled. As Lin Fan lay there, he activated the virtual panel of the system and opened his backpack, immediately spotting the shimmering golden guitar skill within. Use, he uttered. As soon as the words left his lips, the skill vanished from his backpack, and he felt an overwhelming pressure in his head that nearly compelled him to cry out. However, the sensation quickly subsided, and he experienced notable changes in his body. His fingers became more agile, and much of his fatigue dissipated. He discovered that his understanding of the guitar had reached an extraordinary level, akin to that of a seasoned player with decades of practice. At that moment, he longed to pick up a guitar and truly immerse himself in the experience. But alas, none of his dorm mates played the instrument. He would have to wait for another opportunity to try it out. Chapter 15. The night training commences. After a brief respite, the military training resumed. The afternoon sun was even more relentless than in the morning. September's rays remained fierce. Having learned from previous experiences, Lin Fan arranged for several bottles of mineral water to be brought along. Otherwise, enduring another session akin to the mornings would have been quite uncomfortable. The afternoon training proceeded relatively smoothly, though the exhaustion from the first day was palpable. However, Lin Fan felt somewhat better, perhaps due to the physicality required for mastering the guitar. It dawned on him that playing the guitar indeed demanded physical stamina. During dinner, he did not receive a call from Tang Ruobing, which relieved him. Even though he was not particularly fatigued, he was disinclined to wander aimlessly. After dining with his 3 roommates and resting for a while, they prepared for the night training session. Fortunately, the evening was more bearable. There was no blazing sun, and the opportunity to sit on small stools was a welcome relief. The primary focus of the evening was ideological education. A university student must possess not only a robust physique, but also a sound value system and outlook on life. The session concluded with a talent show. The freshmen were lively, having been stifled in high school and now eager to express themselves in university. "Hey, have you heard? Our vice class leader, Su Ruiwen, is planning to dance tonight," said Zhang Ziqiang, the class leader, winking at Lin Fan. "I had no idea," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. He genuinely was not concerned about whether Su Ruiwen would perform. He had spent the entire afternoon waiting for system tasks, only to be met with a silent night, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. How could you possibly be preoccupied with the vice class leader? "You're probably hiding in a corner, sweet-talking the campus belle," quipped Li Muyang, the second roommate, with a grin. Lin Fan shot Li Muyang a disapproving glance, retorting, "There's really nothing between me and Senior Tang. We're merely acquaintances." He had known Tang Ruobing for barely 2 days, so what could there possibly be? True love at first sight? That would be more accurately described as mere infatuation. Come on, do you even believe what you're saying? First a dinner date, and now a thoughtful gesture of bringing watermelon. Tell me, what ordinary friend does that? Wang Zhiyong, the third roommate, looked at Lin Fan with skepticism, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lin Fan was too weary to engage in an explanation. Whether his roommates believed him or not was of little concern. He was solely focused on when the system might assign him a task. The 4 of them gathered their belongings and headed towards the playground with their small stools. As the class leader, Lin Fan felt it was essential to take the lead. Arriving late would not bode well. Upon reaching the playground, Lin Fan noticed that many others had already gathered. "Wow, that guy is impressive. He has flipped over a dozen times without a hitch. That's remarkable," exclaimed Lin Fan, observing a tall boy from another class executing flawless somersaults, drawing cheers from the surrounding students. "Look at that guy. Is that iron head skill? Incredible." In a nearby classroom, a boy was performing a headstand, legs raised high, exuding an air of confidence that elicited shrieks from the girls around him. Every class seems to have 1 or 2 individuals with such remarkable talents. How intense this competition is. "Hey, fourth, do you possess any special skills?" sighed Zhang Ziqiang, the leader, as he observed the displays of talent around him. Feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. Such enthusiastic showcases of ability were undoubtedly efforts to secure preferential mate selection. As someone devoid of notable talents, except for his gaming skills, he felt he had already lost the first round. "Leader, you're asking the wrong person. Fourth doesn't need any talents. He already has the school beauty, Tang Ruobing. Why would he look at other girls?" remarked Li Muyang, the second in command. He too lacked any distinctive talents and was taken aback by the intensity of the competition in college. Even finding a girlfriend seemed an arduous task. Li Muyang turned to Wang Zhiyong, the third member, and inquired, "How are things going with your class beauty?" His inquiry was not born out of genuine concern for Wang Zhiyong, but rather from apprehension that if Wang Zhiyong were to succeed with his class beauty, their dormitory would be left with only him and Zhang Ziqiang as the single ones. Wang Zhiyong responded to Li Muyang's question with a wry smile. "There's no progress. We've only met once." "Thank goodness," Li Muyang thought, feeling a sense of relief. Realizing his words may have been misinterpreted, he quickly added, "Don't rush. Take your time." Lin Fan found a seat as more people arrived. The vice class monitor, Su Ruiwen, approached and sat beside Lin Fan. Upon noticing her, his 3 roommates immediately shifted their positions. Today, Su Ruiwen wore an ethereal ancient costume, exuding an air of elegance and grace. "Class monitor, do you think I look beautiful today?" Su Ruiwen asked with a smile. Yes, quite beautiful, Lin Fan replied candidly as he glanced at her. What is your relationship with Tang Ruobing? Su Ruiwen asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. This was her true purpose for coming over, to ascertain the nature of Lin Fan's relationship with Tang Ruobing. Although she was confident in her appearance, she was also self-aware enough to recognize the considerable gap between herself and Tang Ruobing. If Lin Fan indeed had a romantic relationship with Tang Ruobing, she would maintain her distance. However, if there was no connection, she still held hope, as proximity often breeds opportunity. I'm just an ordinary friend of Senior Tang, Lin Fan replied honestly, unaware of Su Ruiwen's ulterior motives. Really? She exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. Her heart raced. The rumors were indeed unreliable, and only by asking the person involved could one uncover the truth. Lin Fan, perplexed by Su Ruiwen's exuberance, merely nodded in response. Thank you, class monitor. I must be on my way, she said, rising swiftly and leaving without hesitation, leaving Lin Fan bewildered. Fourth, you're impressive. I fail to comprehend why the class beauty has developed a fondness for the fourth one, who is yet to showcase any remarkable talents. If one possessed his countenance, perhaps even the class beauty would be enamored. She does not strike me as a person of superficiality, which renders the situation quite perplexing. Yet, it is evident that some individuals are simply destined to be the protagonists, a fact that cannot be altered. Nevertheless, I must admit, this evening the class beauty appeared truly stunning, reminiscent of a grand star. It would be wise for you to shift your attention from her and consider other beauties in the class. Otherwise, you may find yourself left with mere cabbage, which would be rather unfortunate. Speaking of which, what are your thoughts on that girl named Xiaoro? My goodness. It is quite unexpected that you are drawn to such a type. But what of it? She is ample and comfortable to embrace, far preferable to a mere string bean. Is it not? Chapter 16. Are you still competing, or not? While a few individuals engaged in hushed conversation, Instructor Yin Chong and Counselor Mu Rongxue made their entrance. Upon her arrival, Mu Rongxue instructed Lin Fan to take attendance, confirming that everyone was present, thus commencing the night training session. Instructor Yin Chong began his address, and the attendees sat upright, resembling attentive schoolchildren. Though they yearned to discreetly check their phones, Mu Rongxue's vigilant presence deterred them. Observe. She already possessed 3 mobile devices in her hands. Consequently, they deemed it less troublesome to leave their phones in Mu Rongxue's care and listened intently. The extent of their engagement, however, remained uncertain. After half an hour, Instructor Yin Chang concluded his discourse, prompting a resounding applause from the audience. Mu Rongxue appeared highly satisfied with their reaction. The session then transitioned into a period of free activities, specifically a talent showcase. Naturally, the first to perform was the vice class monitor, Su Ruiwen. She approached the front, nodding to a female classmate seated beside her, who promptly took out her phone to play music. Instantly, a melodious ancient-style song resonated from the speaker. As the music played, Su Ruiwen gracefully began to dance, akin to a butterfly amidst blooming flowers. Time passed quietly, and as the music ceased, so did her performance, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience. Clearly, Su Ruiwen's dance was exceptional, indicative of her practice. Upon returning to her seat, Su Ruiwen cast a discreet glance in Lin Fan's direction. Next, a male student took the stage, sporting black-framed glasses and cradling a guitar. He stood before the assembly, performing an original song. As he concluded, he was met with fervent applause. Numerous talented individuals showcased their abilities, from singing and dancing to storytelling and stand-up comedy. As the night training session approached its conclusion, a male student from a neighboring class approached Lin Fan directly. I am Chiu Zai, the class monitor of Finance Class 1, he stated. Although Lin Fan was unaware of Chiu Zai's intentions, he stood politely. Lin Class Monitor, do you dare to compete in a display of talents? Chiu Zai remarked with an unfriendly tone. Since Lin Fan had treated Finance Class 2 to watermelon earlier that day, his peers viewed him as an ineffective leader, which deeply wounded Chiu Zai's pride. Filled with anger and resentment towards Lin Fan, he had been contemplating how to regain his dignity. And tonight he saw an opportunity to publicly humiliate Lin Fan, making him experience the sting of embarrassment. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Lin Fan declining the challenge. Should Lin Fan refuse, he would naturally lose face, and his classmates would undoubtedly perceive Chiu Zai as far superior to Lin Fan, allowing him to reclaim his honor. Conversely, if Lin Fan accepted, Chiu Zai felt confident in his skills, believing his guitar proficiency to be nearly professional. He could not envision Lin Fan surpassing him, and thus, Lin Fan would surely suffer a loss of dignity. At that moment, He felt assured of victory, imagining Lin Fan's crestfallen expression as he reveled in his own triumph. Bribing people's affections with watermelon is hardly a remarkable skill. True talent is the genuine measure of one's abilities. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, his classmates erupted with fervor. Class leader, compete with him. Class leader, I support you. Class leader, show him. Upon hearing Qiu Zihe's provocative remarks, the crowd understood that he was seeking to instigate a confrontation, and naturally, they could not indulge him. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind. Mission activated. As a distinguished billionaire, how could the host allow others to look down upon him? The host must showcase his talents and overshadow his opponent. Accept the mission to gain a 100 stake in Tianju. Decline the mission with no rewards. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He had already intended to teach Qiu Zihe a lesson, and now with the prospect of a system reward, it seemed the mission had arrived at the perfect juncture. He had heard from his roommate that Tianju was a recently popular internet celebrity restaurant. It was said that reservations were mandatory, or else one would find no seating upon arrival. The average expenditure began at 300, indicating that the establishment was quite lucrative. He never anticipated that such an impressive restaurant would soon belong to him. Although he was unaware of its precise value, he was certain it was worth a significant sum. A wave of excitement surged within him. Acquiring this restaurant could potentially propel his wealth to a new milestone, officially admitting him into the realm of billionaires. In less than 2 days, he would ascend to billionaire status, truly a testament to the prowess of the billionaire growth system. All right, I accept, Lin Fan replied coolly. Fixing his gaze on Qiu Zihe. Will you go first, or shall I? Since I was the one who invited you, I shall go first. Qiu Zihe declared with unshakable confidence. He firmly believed Lin Fan could not possibly possess any noteworthy talent. After all, he had observed Lin Fan for quite some time, and he had yet to step forward to perform. It was well understood that in university, one must showcase their abilities to gain recognition. If Lin Fan truly possessed talent, he would not have refrained from displaying it. Very well, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. To him, it mattered little who performed first. The eventual outcome would remain unchanged. Though he felt somewhat guilty for taking advantage of Qiu Zihe, it was merely unfortunate for Qiu Zihe to have sought confrontation with him. Of all the individuals to provoke, he chose to challenge Lin Fan, who had the backing of a system. Qiu Zihe returned to the classroom, clutching a guitar. Instantly, the students of Finance Class 1 erupted in cheers. Class leader, go for it. Class leader, you are the best. It was evident that Qiu Zihe held considerable sway within the class. However, he was indifferent to the cheers of his peers. His primary concern was the opinion of the class beauty, Lu Zian. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he was utterly captivated. His prestige within the class had once been even greater, but after Lin Fan's watermelon ploy, his status had waned, and even Lu Zian had noticeably distanced herself from him. He attributed all his misfortunes to Lin Fan, convinced that it was Lin Fan who had disrupted his relationship with Lu Zian. He provoked Lin Fan solely to demonstrate his superiority over him, aiming to showcase his true prowess to Lu Zian. He envisioned Lu Zian witnessing his triumph over Lin Fan and eagerly requesting his contact information. Contemplating this, he could not help but let out a long, triumphant howl, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Lin Fan. Without him, the opportunity to acquire Lu Zian's contact information would not have arisen so swiftly. An involuntary smile of triumph spread across his face. Lin Fan, observing Qiu Zihe standing there with a foolish grin, remarked irritably, "Are you going to compete or not?" He began to question whether Qiu Zihe was mentally sound, given his incessant laughter. However, for the sake of the system's task, he endured. Even if Qiu Zihe were indeed unhinged, he could simply maintain a safe distance to avoid any potential outbursts that might result in harm. Chapter 17. The foolish Qiu Zihe. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Qiu Zihe was instantly roused from his reverie. He first tidied his attire and then donned the guitar strap around his neck. Adjusting his posture, he plucked the strings and began to sing. To be honest, Qiu Zihe's skills were quite commendable. At the very least, everyone perceived them as such, instantly recognizing he was no novice. Before long, his performance concluded, and a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from Class 1 of Finance. Class leader, you are amazing. Class leader, that was splendid. Class leader, truly magnificent. Listening to his classmates' cheers, Qiu Zihe felt a sense of euphoria wash over him as he cast a proud glance at Lin Fan. He believed victory was well within his grasp. Stealing a glance at the class beauty, Lu Zian, who was indeed watching him, only fueled his pride further. Just wait and see how you measure up against me. Prepare to be embarrassed. Xiaozi, he thought smugly. Lin, class leader, it's your turn now, he said with a beaming smile, brimming with confidence. Lin Fan approached the student who had just played the guitar. May I borrow your guitar? The boy stood up, handing the guitar to Lin Fan, and quietly remarked, Class leader, if you can't match him, it would be wise to concede. That guy plays exceptionally well. As a fellow guitarist, he understood the high caliber of Xiaozi's skills, and though conceding felt somewhat humiliating, it was far better than suffering defeat. Lin Fan gently patted the boy's shoulder, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. He positioned himself between the two classes, securing the guitar strap around his neck, and lightly strummed the strings to test the sound. It was adequate, albeit not as fine as Xiaozi's guitar, yet serviceable enough. Seeing Lin Fan also take to the guitar for a performance almost made Xiaozi, he burst into laughter. It was akin to a novice brandishing a sword before a master, utterly lacking in self-awareness. He was supremely confident in his guitar prowess and believed Lin Fan was courting disaster by challenging him in his forte. After some contemplation, Lin Fan selected a song perfectly suited for guitar accompaniment and began to strum lightly, filling the air with a cheerful melody. As Lin Fan's voice resonated, the chatter around him ceased, and all ears turned towards his singing. With his voice rising, not only did Class 1 and Class 2 of Finance focus on Lin Fan, but even nearby classes turned their attention to him. The playground fell silent, save for the enchanting sounds of Lin Fan's guitar and song. Time seemed to fly by. As Lin Fan finished, both boys and girls alike rose to their feet, erupting into applause. Class leader, you are incredible. Class leader, truly magnificent. Class leader, I adore you. Class leader, give us another. Class leader, I wish to have your children. Class leader, wonderful, absolutely delightful. The fervor was palpable. One might easily mistake it for a concert featuring a prominent star. Witnessing the enthusiastic response of his classmates, Xiaozi, he was left utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan's guitar skills would be so extraordinary, surpassing even those of seasoned professionals. How could this be? He found it difficult to accept. The guitar was his forte, and he had just been bested by Lin Fan in an area where he considered himself strong. Though he felt a surge of indignation, the reactions of their classmates made it painfully clear that he had lost, utterly and completely. A bitter pang of disappointment settled in his heart. Once held in esteem within Class 1 of Finance, his reputation was now destined to plummet, perhaps even vanish entirely. He wished he could slap himself for challenging Lin Fan to a contest of talent. This was an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Lin Fan, observing the enthusiastic responses from his classmates, was equally taken aback by their fervor. The only plausible explanation lay in the exceptional guitar skills bestowed upon him by the system. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 100% stake in Tianju. Related documents have been placed in the study of Haitiani Hao Villa. 5 system points awarded. The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind, affirming its swift reward distribution. He was exhilarated. This accolade elevated his status to that of a billionaire. Just as he prepared to return the guitar to the young man from earlier, a melodious voice interrupted him. Lin, class leader, may I have your contact information? A tall girl with an exquisitely made-up face approached him, radiating beauty. This girl was none other than Lu Zian, the belle of Class 1 of Finance. Xiaozi, witnessing Lu Zian's initiative to seek Lin Fan's contact, nearly choked on his own frustration. He had exerted great effort to capture Lu Zian's attention, hoping for a chance to obtain her contact details. Yet here she was, approaching Lin Fan instead. How could he bear such humiliation? Anger surged within him, nearly sending him into a dizzy spell. Why must Lin Fan be near him? If it weren't for Lin Fan, he might still have had a substantial chance of winning Lu Zian's favor. Now, that possibility seemed utterly extinguished, plunging him into despair. He felt as though he had dug his own grave. Had he not challenged Lin Fan would never have showcased his talents, and thus Lu Zian would not have sought him out. In that moment, he perceived himself as a complete fool, inadvertently pushing Lu Zian towards Lin Fan. With a resounding slap, he struck his own face, delivering a sharp reprimand to himself. The sound drew the attention of the crowd, who were bewildered by Xiaozi's self-inflicted punishment. Lin Fan glanced at Xiaozi and thought to himself, indeed, individuals with unstable emotions are often unpredictable. He turned his gaze back to Lu Zian. While she was undeniably beautiful, she paled in comparison to Tang Ruobing, even with her meticulous makeup. Nevertheless, she was still a striking beauty. With so many onlookers, it would be unreasonable not to reciprocate her request for contact information. Lin Fan took out his phone and opened the QR code. Lu Zian hurriedly scanned it to add him as a friend. "Thank you," she said. Her cheeks flushed as she dashed towards the seats of Class 1 in finance. Lin Fan returned the guitar to the boy, earning a look of admiration in return. As the time drew near, the night training officially came to an end. Lin Fan decided against returning to the villa. It was both late, and he felt somewhat fatigued. He headed back to the dormitory. "Old Four, you are truly amazing. Did you not see the girls beside me screaming, practically eager to throw themselves into your arms?" One roommate exclaimed. "Old Four, I just want to know if there is anything you can't do. You're incredible. No wonder you managed to win over the aloof campus beauty, Tang." Another chimed in. "Old Four, I'm convinced. You are indeed a heartthrob." Upon returning to the dormitory, the three roommates continued their chatter incessantly. Lin Fan, uninterested in their ramblings, grabbed his change of clothes and made his way to the bathroom. Chapter 18. We are not that familiar. After finishing his shower, Lin Fan took out his phone to browse Tianjuku. This establishment had gained immense popularity due to its delectable dishes, thanks to the exposure from a food blogger. Those who had dined there praised its culinary delights, leading to a surge in its reputation. Currently, Tianjuku's valuation stood at approximately 80 million. Lin Fan was taken aback to discover that Tianjuku was valued at such a high figure. While he had suspected it was valuable, he had significantly underestimated its worth. The system was indeed remarkable. This revelation had effectively doubled his net worth to around 160 million, bringing him closer to achieving his two small goals. Truly, the affluent growth system was astonishing. After playing on his phone for a while, Lin Fan felt his eyelids growing heavy. The day's military training had been exhausting. He set his phone aside and went to sleep, with nothing more to say for the night. The next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by the sound of his alarm. He rose from bed, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. The first thing on his agenda was, of course, to check today's 1 yuan flash sale items. Upon seeing the flash sale item, Lin Fan was rendered speechless. 1 yuan flash sale, a top-spec Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was a luxurious SUV, the dream car of every man. Without hesitation, Lin Fan declared, "Purchase. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful." The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is now parked in the garage of the Hai Tiani Hao Villa, and the keys along with relevant documents are placed on the desk in the study of the villa, the system promptly announced. Lin Fan now owned 3 luxury cars. He used to wake up laughing at the mere thought of having one, and now, in just 3 days, he had acquired 3. The Cullinan alone was valued at over 8 million, further increasing his net worth. Elated, Lin Fan made his way to the cafeteria, ready to embrace a wonderful day. Upon arriving, he treated himself to a marinated egg for breakfast, celebrating the acquisition of yet another luxury vehicle. "Junior Lin?" Lin Fan didn't need to turn around upon hearing that lovely voice. He knew exactly who it belonged to. It was none other than Tang Ruobing. At that moment, Tang Ruobing approached with her tray and sat down right beside Lin Fan. "Good morning, Senior Tang. You're here for breakfast too?" Lin Fan greeted her with a smile. Today, Tang Ruobing wore a pink short-sleeved shirt paired with beige cropped pants. Her fair thighs were partially exposed, and she wore a pair of low-heeled pink shoes, accentuating her already statuesque figure. The onlookers in the cafeteria were astounded to see Tang Ruobing voluntarily sit next to Lin Fan, their expressions frozen in disbelief. One person's mouth hung agape, as if an egg could fit inside, reflecting sheer incredulity. It was well known that Tang Ruobing, every time she visited the cafeteria, would only sit with her close friends and never with any male students, let alone sharing a meal together while laughing and chatting. Who was this guy? How remarkable that he had managed to earn the attention of the campus beauty. Dressed in military training attire, he appeared to be a freshman. Is this cohort of first-year students truly so impressive? Upon arriving, he managed to capture the attention of the aloof campus belle, Tang. This young man, seen in profile, bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on me. He is indeed the mysterious figure rumored to be involved with Tang. Could it be that the campus belle is genuinely entangled with this fellow? How remarkable. He has become a role model for our generation. If not for the throngs of people around, I would have approached him to express my admiration. I hastily snapped a photograph and sent it to Li Xiao, who was looking to confront this young man yesterday. The message has been dispatched. Li Xiao is likely already en route. Tang Ruobing gazed at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and smiled. I didn't expect you, Lin, to be so diligent, waking up this early. It is rare for freshmen, especially the boys, to rise at such an hour during military training. She could hardly believe that Lin Fan was not only wealthy but also so disciplined. He was indeed unlike any other boy. Having established a biological clock, he found it impossible to sleep in. Lin Fan, unflustered and composed, refrained from mentioning that he had been awakened by an alarm clock. Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan engaged in a lively conversation while they ate. At that moment, a young man entered through the cafeteria doors. The two who had been dining immediately rose to greet him. They approached the young man, gesturing towards Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing, exchanging a few words. This young man was none other than Li Guangwei. With several million in family assets, he could be considered a minor affluent heir. Li Guangwei suppressed his anger, inhaled deeply, and walked towards Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. What a coincidence, Ruobing. You are also having breakfast, he remarked with a smile, unceremoniously taking a seat between Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing glanced up at Li Guangwei, and her previously warm expression instantly turned frosty. With a neutral tone, she stated, Li Guangwei, please address me by my full name. We are not that familiar. Li Guangwei's face stiffened at once. He had just witnessed Tang Ruobing laughing and chatting with Lin Fan, yet her demeanor turned icily distant upon his arrival. He felt deeply wounded, as if his heart were bleeding from the disappointment. Casting an unkind glance at Lin Fan, he attributed the shift in Tang's attitude to him. Baffled as to what she saw in Lin Fan, aside from being a pretty face, Lin Fan appeared to be nothing exceptional, merely a poor student. How audacious for a mere impoverished student to vie for Tang Ruobing's affection. He gritted his teeth, resentment boiling within him. After all, he was the affluent heir. And this society did not thrive on mere looks, it was driven by wealth. Reinvigorated, he donned a confident smile, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his exquisite wristwatch, which he had painstakingly acquired through connections. He gazed at the Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini watch adorning his wrist, a swell of pride rising within him. For this exquisite timepiece had cost him over $1 million. Such a luxury was simply unavailable in the small town of Luqing. Li Xiao, your watch is truly magnificent. What brand is it? Exclaimed a boy behind Li Guangwei in astonishment, instantly attracting the attention of surrounding students. Li Guangwei cast a glance at the boy, offering him an appreciative look, thinking to himself, this junior has a good sense. He could be worth mentoring in the future. Ahem. Li Guangwei cleared his throat, glancing at Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan. Indeed, he noticed their gaze directed towards him, which filled him with even greater pride. Aiming to appear nonchalant, he slowly remarked, it's merely a Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini watch. His words elicited gasps of admiration from the students around him. Chapter 19. The Admirer. Li Guangwei, all eyes were drawn to Li Guangwei's Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini watch, a glimmer of envy in their gazes. Wow, this is indeed a Richard Mille watch. It's simply exquisite. One glance reveals its hefty price tag. Undoubtedly, Richard Mille epitomizes luxury. Such opulence cannot be inexpensive. Li Guangwei is truly remarkable. His nonchalant demeanor suggests that such a watch is of no significance to him at all. If I owned such a timepiece, I would awaken each morning with a smile. Indeed, if I possessed a watch of this caliber, I would be unable to sleep for gazing at it all night. It is no wonder that Richard Mille is renowned for its stunning and grand designs. Li Guangwei, overhearing the chatter of admiration, felt a swell of pride. Do you see the difference? He thought, casting a glance at Lin Fan with an air of superiority. Another boy beside Li Guangwei surveyed the crowd and boldly inquired, Li, this watch must be quite expensive, right? Li Guangwei waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, not too much, just a little over $1 million. The crowd was left astounded upon hearing that Li Guangwei's watch was worth over $1 million. Their mouths gaped in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. They yearned to comprehend how such a small watch could command such a staggering price. Goodness, my poverty has truly limited my imagination. How could a mere watch cost over $1 million? This is extravagance of the highest order. $1 million could purchase an ordinary house in Luqing. Incredible, truly incredible. No wonder it is said that the impoverished indulge in cars while the affluent invest in watches. Such a tiny object demanding over $1 million is utterly unfathomable. I had assumed it would be worth only a few thousand, yet here we are, faced with a price exceeding $1 million. It's simply beyond comprehension. Li Guangwei, basking in the admiration, wore a subtle smile. Pride, indeed, was his companion. He gazed at Lin Fan, eager to witness any hint of embarrassment on his face. Now that he had displayed his wealth, he believed Lin Fan would retreat in defeat. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Convinced that a poor student could never compete with him for Tang Ruobing, such aspirations were mere folly. He anticipated a change in Lin Fan's demeanor, but was destined for disappointment. Lin Fan remained composed, calmly enjoying his meal, devoid of any extraneous expression. How could this be? This was not the script he had envisioned. Shouldn't this fellow be ashamed and depart? Why was he so unperturbed, continuing to eat? He must be feigning calmness. Surely he was panicking inside. Humph. I shall see just how long you can maintain this facade, Li Guangwei thought to himself. After finishing the food on his plate, Lin Fan noticed that Tang Ruobing had also completed her meal. Tang, are you full? He inquired. Yes, Tang Ruobing nodded in affirmation. Very well, let us depart. Lin Fan rose to tidy up the dishes, his sleeves somewhat long. He rolled them up, revealing his Richard Mille RM027 watch. Li Guangwei, noticing Lin Fan's apparent disregard for him, felt a surge of anger and was about to stand up to confront him. However, upon catching sight of Lin Fan's Richard Mille RM027, he was momentarily taken aback. Excitement quickly overtook him. He stood up and approached Lin Fan, intent on grabbing his hand. Lin Fan, quick-witted, swiftly withdrew his hand and glared at Li Guangwei, stating, "Whoever you are, I have no interest in your affections. Kindly maintain your decorum." Hastily, Li Guangwei replied, "Brother, I too am not inclined towards such affections." He then eagerly inquired, "Brother, is that indeed a Richard Mille RM027 watch you possess?" Lin Fan glanced at his watch and nodded. It truly was a Richard Mille RM027, exquisite in its beauty. Li Guangwei exclaimed in delight. His gaze fixated on the Richard Mille RM027. This was the legendary watch, not something just anyone could afford. Priced at 5 million. It was 4 to 5 times the cost of his own Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini watch. More crucially, it wasn't merely a matter of wealth. This watch was a limited edition, with only 50 pieces in existence globally, underscoring its rarity. This was a watch favored by true elites, and he never anticipated encountering one here, especially on the wrist of someone he perceived to be a struggling student. A sense of bitterness washed over him. How can someone so remarkable remain so unassuming? He mused. Suddenly, he had a revelation. This was an opportune moment to forge a connection with an elite. He quickly addressed Lin Fan. "From this day forth, you shall be my leader." Such a formidable ally should not be overlooked. One must seize opportunities as they arise, lest regret follow in their wake. He felt relieved that he had refrained from uttering anything offensive, as that could have displeased the elite, leading to disastrous consequences. Lin Fan regarded Li Guangwei with suspicion, sensing something was amiss. Could he be yet another mentally unstable individual? He pondered, bemused by the prevalence of such characters at Lucheng University. As he prepared to place the dishes in the recycling area, Li Guangwei unexpectedly snatched them from his hands. "Brother, I can handle these trivial matters," he grinned, cheerfully taking over Lin Fan's task. He then began to clear Tang Ruobing's dishes as well, all the while cheerfully stating, "Sister-in-law, you and the boss can simply leave. I will take care of this." Upon hearing Li Guangwei refer to her as sister-in-law, Tang Ruobing felt a flush of warmth. Yet she offered no explanation, experiencing an unfamiliar sensation in her heart. The onlookers were left utterly bewildered by Li Guangwei's antics, their mouths agape in astonishment. As if they could fit an egg inside, their faces a portrait of incredulity. Is this truly the spirited Li Xiao we just encountered? How does he seem more like Lin Fan's subordinate? Goodness, has Li Xiao lost his mind? How could he show such deference to a freshman? I believe it must be connected to the watch that lad possesses. It was upon seeing that timepiece that Li Xiao altered his demeanor. This notion carries some weight. Yet how could a mere watch hold such immense power? My word, the watch that young man wore was valued at an astonishing 5 million. How outrageous. Indeed, it is remarkable. This is a veritable display of affluence. To spend 5 million on a watch is beyond comprehension. I never imagined that our Lu City University harbored such a hidden magnate, though this magnate is exceedingly discreet. Chapter 20. That sports car was parked by me yesterday. Tang Shuejia, let's go, Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing. Since Li Guangwei was willing to assist them, it was best to allow him to take care of things. One must cater to the whims of those with mental health struggles. Otherwise, their condition might worsen, leading to complications. Truly, I am a compassionate individual, Lin Fan mused, feeling a sense of admiration for his own concern for those afflicted. If Li Guangwei were to discover Lin Fan's thoughts, he would surely be astounded. As if resurrecting memories from over 20 years ago, Tang Ruobing nodded and rose to her feet. Together, Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing proceeded towards the cafeteria. Upon reaching the dormitory, Lin Fan returned to his room after parting ways with Tang Ruobing, only to find that the other 3 roommates were still asleep. He booted up his computer, selected a song, and cranked the volume to its maximum. Instantly, the room was enveloped in the sound of music. Hey, Lao Si. Why are you blaring the music so loudly? The first to complain was the second roommate, Li Muyang. Hurry up and get up, we're going to be late. Don't blame me if the instructor makes you run laps later, Lin Fan remarked, not bothering to look up from his game of landlord. Hearing this, the three roommates quickly sat up. Military training was already exhausting enough, and they certainly wished to avoid further punishments. They soon finished getting ready. Lin Fan shut down his computer, exited the dormitory, and the four made their way to the playground. Upon arriving, they noticed a considerable number of people had already gathered. A group was huddled together, engaged in animated conversation. Lao Zhang, do you know what I saw last night? An excited boy exclaimed. Lao Wang, did you see a ghost? Lao Jing inquired, puzzled. Get lost. You're the one who saw a ghost. Last night, I was hungry and went out to buy food. Passing by the parking lot, I spotted a sports car, Lao Wang declared proudly. Pfft, what's so unusual about a sports car? Our Lu University has its fair share of rich heirs. Lao Zhang scoffed dismissively. You don't understand. That was no ordinary sports car. It was simply stunning. Lao Wang retorted, pulling out his phone to show a picture. I took a photo to share with you all. Isn't it gorgeous? Wow, it truly is beautiful. Which wealthy individual drives such an impressive car at our Lu University? Lao Zhang exclaimed, astonished upon viewing the photo. Lao Wang's face beamed with pride. Now do you believe me? I told you I was lying. I never expected Lu University to have such remarkable individuals. My eyes have truly been opened. At that moment, Meng Xiqing approached. Exuding confidence as he had borrowed a top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne from his cousin the previous day, intending to show off. This luxury vehicle had cost his cousin nearly $1 million. He waved the car keys in his hand, twisting them repeatedly as if fearing others might not notice. He cast a scornful glance at Lin Fan. What purpose does good looks serve? What significance does being class monitor hold? In this society, it is still prowess that matters. What constitutes prowess? Owning a sports car is a manifestation of it. He was unconvinced that the class beauty, Su Ruiwen, would remain indifferent upon seeing him behind the wheel of his sports car. Just moments earlier, he had overheard a conversation among his peers, faintly catching old Wang and old Zhang discussing the sports cars in the parking lot. A surge of pride filled him. His relentless persistence in borrowing his cousin's car had not been in vain. At that moment, he envisioned the alluring scene of Su Ruiwen nestled within his sports car, eagerly requesting his contact details. What are you all discussing? Meng Xiqing feigned nonchalance as he inquired. Old Meng, we were just admiring the stunning sports car that appeared in the parking lot, Old Wang replied, gazing at Meng Xiqing with a hint of admiration. It's truly magnificent. I wonder which big shot owns it. Oh, is that all? I thought it was something monumental, Meng Xiqing remarked with a tone of indifference. Old Meng, you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. This is a sports car we're talking about. If that is not a big deal, then what is? Old Wang retorted, visibly displeased. If you're referring to the sports car in the school parking lot, I can confidently inform you that it was parked there by me yesterday, Meng Xiqing stated with an air of casualness, as if discussing a bicycle rather than a luxury vehicle. The group gasped in astonishment upon hearing his words. Wow, Old Meng, you've been hiding your light under a bushel. Who would have thought the big shot we've been envying all along is you? Old Meng, you're incredible. Please accept my humble admiration. That sports car of yours is breathtaking. No, we can't call you Old Meng anymore. You must be addressed as Young Master Meng now. Young Master Meng, I wish to cling to your coattails. Meng Xiqing felt lightheaded from the flattery, reveling in the delightful sensation of being praised. Unconsciously, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan, who stood nearby. What does it matter if you're the class monitor? My wealth far surpasses that of a mere pauper like you. He was brimming with self-satisfaction, nearly bursting into laughter. At that moment, Old Wang rubbed his hands together and smiled at Meng Xiqing, saying, Young Master Meng, when will you start up your Lamborghini Batmobile, so we can all hear its roar? I've heard the sound of a Lamborghini is particularly exquisite, and we're all quite curious. Huh? What Lamborghini Batmobile? Mine is clearly a Porsche Cayenne. Thank you very much. He dismissed their ignorance, believing they had never encountered such luxury before. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, Meng Xiqing announced, class is over. It can be any time now. And I must clarify, my sports car is a Porsche Cayenne, not a Lamborghini Batmobile. Old Wang, taken aback, questioned, that can't be right. Young Master Meng, that car is definitely a Lamborghini Batmobile. If you don't believe me, look, here is a photo. He handed his phone to Meng Xiqing. Meng Xiqing was momentarily entranced by the sight of a supercar displayed on his phone. To his astonishment, it was indeed a Lamborghini Batmobile, rather than his own Porsche Cayenne. This revelation rendered his earlier attempts at pretense somewhat hollow. The fact that this stunning vehicle was not his own created a rather awkward situation. However, despite the Lamborghini not belonging to him, he took solace in the knowledge that his Porsche Cayenne was undeniably his. He firmly believed that most of the onlookers had likely never experienced the luxury of a Porsche Cayenne, which bolstered his confidence once more. A self-assured smile spread across his face. Indeed, this Lamborghini Batmobile is not my supercar. Only true affluent individuals can afford such a masterpiece. Meng Xiqing remarked with a shake of his head, reflecting on the disparity. He harbored a deep desire to possess a Lamborghini Batmobile himself. Yet the financial reality was far from accommodating, as this exquisite vehicle was valued at over 7 million yuan, a price even his cousin could not afford. Envy, pure envy, coursed through him as he pondered the identity of the distinguished individual who had parked it. Establishing a connection with such a person could prove immensely beneficial for his future endeavors in society. He contemplated whether he should linger in the parking lot after class to wait for a chance encounter. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to seize the opportunity to meet this illustrious figure. "Hey, what's this in your pocket, Lao Si?" "It looks rather upscale," inquired Zhang Ziqiang, the leader, as he retrieved an object resembling a car key from Lin Fan's pocket. Chapter 21. There's truly nothing between me and Senior Tang Old 4. "What is that in your pocket?" "It looks rather upscale." Lin Fan, seated on the ground, accidentally dropped the car keys from his pocket. Zhang Ziqiang, the leader, retrieved the keys from Lin Fan's possession. Upon hearing Zhang Ziqiang's call, Old Wang turned to see Zhang extracting the keys. His eyes grew wide with disbelief, and he hurried over to Zhang, exclaiming, "May I have a look?" Zhang, puzzled by Old Wang's excitement, handed the keys to him. "Splendid. The texture, the weight. Indeed, it's real, unbelievably real," Old Wang muttered to himself, his excitement growing with each word. "Class monitor, are these your car keys?" Old Wang stammered, gazing at Lin Fan with palpable enthusiasm. Lin Fan glanced at Old Wang and nodded. "So, the Lamborghini Batmobile in the parking lot belongs to you?" Old Wang inquired eagerly, certain he had not erred this time. He recognized the key as belonging to the Lamborghini Batmobile, a testament to his passion for sports cars. Despite not being able to afford one, he had purchased numerous car keys from various sources, notably from online marketplaces. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, "If you mean the black Lamborghini Batmobile in the east parking lot, then yes, it is indeed mine." The crowd, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, was utterly astonished. Their mouths gaped wide, eyes bulging in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that such an impressive sports car belonged to Lin Fan, who appeared so different from the affluent figures they had imagined. The wealthy often exuded arrogance, looking down upon ordinary people, yet Lin Fan was remarkably approachable, devoid of any pretentiousness. "My goodness, I never anticipated that the true big shot would be the class monitor. It's simply unbelievable." They marveled at how easygoing Lin Fan seemed. Utterly unassuming, despite being a hidden elite. How understated of him. Had it not been for the accidental discovery of his car keys today, we would have remained oblivious for who knows how long. The class monitor is not only talented but also youthful and affluent. A perfect individual, truly deserving of Senior Tang. "Class monitor, do you need any charms for your legs? Please accept my admiration. You are simply remarkable. Class monitor, I adore you." Meng Xiqing was momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the Lamborghini Batmobile belonged to Lin Fan. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to ingratiate himself with the esteemed individual, only to discover that it was Lin Fan. How ironically poignant. He felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. Having lost the election for class monitor to Lin Fan, and now being overshadowed by the sports car, he felt thoroughly defeated. Ever since encountering Lin Fan, he had experienced nothing but misfortune. In his eyes, Lin Fan had become his nemesis. He would have fainted had he not leaned against the tree beside him. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he lamented his misfortune of being placed in the same class as Lin Fan. The days ahead seemed shrouded in darkness, and he felt as though there was no hope for a brighter future. Watching Lin Fan, surrounded by a throng of admirers, he felt a bitterness that surpassed the taste of the most bitter herbal medicine. Soon, the instructor Yin Qiqiang arrived, marking the official commencement of the morning military training. During a break, Lin Fan received a message from Tang Ruobing. "Junior Lin, do you still remember you owe me a meal?" "I do. Please let me know when you decide what you would like to eat." "I've already chosen. I wonder if you could treat me to lunch today?" Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Today was even more exhausting than the first day of training, and he contemplated declining Tang Ruobing's invitation, hoping to treat her once the military training concluded. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind. Task issued. As a great tycoon, one must not be untrustworthy. Agree to treat Tang Ruobing to a meal. Reward. Advanced level combat skills. Refuse to treat Tang Ruobing to a meal. No reward. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice. The reward this time was combat skills. After a day of military training, he had realized that his physical fitness needed improvement, and he had already considered obtaining a gym membership to exercise daily. After all, as someone aspiring to be a tycoon, he certainly did not wish to fall ill and rely on medication right after achieving his wealth. He was pleasantly surprised by the system's thoughtful provision of combat skills. Mastering combat would significantly enhance his physical abilities, and he believed that acquiring these skills would elevate his fitness to a remarkable level. Without hesitation, he chose to agree to treat Tang Ruobing to a meal. All right, I will contact you after class. Great, I will await your message, Junior Lin. Lin Fan put away his phone. At that moment, the system's voice announced, rewards have been deposited into your system backpack. You have gained 5 system points. Lin Fan could not help but exclaim in his heart, the system truly operates efficiently. He raised his head and noticed his 3 dormitory mates staring at him. Lin Fan, puzzled, asked, is there something on my face? Come on, fourth. Confess, have you been getting cozy with the campus flower tang? Inquired the inquisitive Zhang Ziqiang. Yesterday, Senior Tang helped me. Today, I'm merely treating her to a meal, Lin Fan replied with a hint of annoyance at Zhang Ziqiang's prying gaze. He could not fathom why they were so nosy, leaving him speechless. Just a meal? Fourth, could you consider how we single folks feel? We're drowning in your and Tang's dog food. Lamented Li Muyang, the second roommate, with a resigned expression. Yes, fourth. Could you perhaps keep your romantic escapades away from us? The taste of that dog food is truly unbearable, added Wang Zhiyong, the third roommate, with a wry smile. I assure you, there is nothing between Senior Tang and me, Lin Fan explained helplessly. However, the expressions of the 3 were filled with disbelief. As if to say, dining out with the beautiful Tang every few days, yet claiming there is nothing between them. Who would believe that? Lin Fan could hardly be bothered to explain. Just then, the break time ended, and they resumed their military training. Before long, noon arrived. Lin Fan placed a call to Tang Ruobing, informing her that he would return to his dormitory to change into a different outfit. He returned to his dormitory, shed his military training attire, and hurried into the bathroom, eagerly retrieving the combat skills from his system backpack. Instantly, a plethora of combat techniques flooded his mind, and simultaneously, his body underwent significant transformations. He felt as though his physique was expanding continuously, though fortunately, this sensation did not last long. When Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked down at himself, he was astonished to find that he now possessed prominent pectoral muscles and a well-defined 8-pack abdomen. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being. He was convinced that the intense training of military drills would no longer leave him fatigued. The system was truly remarkable. It was an everlasting marvel. Lin Fan did not forget about his meal with Tang Ruobing and quickly took a refreshing shower. He swiftly donned a new outfit and made his way out of the dormitory. Chapter 22. I will point you the way after receiving Lin Fan's call. Tang Ruobing tidied herself up briefly before descending the stairs. She arrived at the entrance of Lu University, standing near the parking lot to await Lin Fan's arrival. The last time she visited the campus, she had arrived in Lin Fan's vehicle, assuming he had parked it there. At that moment, a red sports car pulled up beside her, and a familiar face leaned out, inquiring loudly, "Sister-in-law, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride." The person was none other than Li Guangwei, who at that moment harbored no romantic thoughts towards Tang Ruobing, yet addressed her with a casual and respectful term of endearment. Hearing Li Guangwei refer to her as sister-in-law again brought a hint of color to Tang Ruobing's cheeks. No need. Lin Fan will be here shortly, she replied calmly, her tone slightly less frosty. Ah, so brother is coming. In that case, I shall wait here for him. At the very least, I should greet him, Li Guangwei responded, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm at Tang Ruobing's words. He was eager to see what car Lin Fan drove, if it wasn't a sports car. He could offer his Lamborghini Gallardo to Lin Fan, thereby advancing their relationship. It was worth noting that although his was the most economical version, it still cost him over 3 million, and he cherished it dearly, rarely lending it to anyone. He genuinely regarded Lin Fan as an elder brother, willing to lend his prized possession to him. Before long, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from within Lu University. Li Guangwei instantly recognized it as the sound of a supercar. He leaned out to glimpse the source of the noise. curious to see which vehicle could possibly rival the sound of his own car. A black sports car emerged from the school entrance, eventually coming to a halt before Li Guangwei. Staring in astonishment at the car that had parked in front of him, he exclaimed, "Lamborghini Bad SV." His mouth fell agape in shock, as if he could fit an egg inside. As an avid car enthusiast, he understood that this was no ordinary bat. It was the remarkable Lamborghini Bad SV. While the standard bat's price was comparable to his Gallardo, this SV variant soared to over 7 million. Not to mention it was a limited edition, not easily obtainable even with ample wealth. As he stood in awe, the scissor doors of the car slowly opened, revealing a young man stepping out. It was none other than Lin Fan. Upon seeing him emerge from the vehicle, Li Guangwei immediately fell into a stupor. Unable to fathom that Lin Fan was driving a Lamborghini Bad SV, a limited edition supercar. Soon, excitement coursed through him. Possessing such an impressive Lamborghini Bad SV was a testament to Lin Fan's formidable capabilities. This solidified Li Guangwei's resolve to cling tightly to Lin Fan's coattails. "Apologies for being late, Senior Tang," Lin Fan said with an apologetic smile directed at Tang Ruobing. "It was not late. I had just arrived as well," Tang Ruobing said with a gentle smile. Li Guangwei, who had just stepped out of the car, was momentarily taken aback by her smile. In the past, when he pursued Tang Ruobing, she had always responded with a cold demeanor, leading him to believe that she never smiled and was merely an icy beauty. Now, it seemed that it was his allure that fell short, for Tang Ruobing appeared as obedient as a neighborly sister in front of the boss. The boss was truly remarkable, capable of bringing even the aloof goddess down to earth. Li Guangwei couldn't help but admire Lin Fan even more, his eyes filled with envy. Upon seeing Li Guangwei emerge from the vehicle, Lin Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you need something?" He sighed inwardly, reflecting on what a good person he was for showing concern for someone he deemed mentally unstable. Li Guangwei, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, was immediately roused from his stupor and quickly approached with a grin, saying, "I heard from my sister-in-law that the boss was coming, so I was just waiting to greet him." Lin Fan glanced at Li Guangwei and nodded. "All right, the greeting has been made. You may leave now." "Understood. I was indeed being inconsiderate. I'll take my leave and not interrupt the boss's rendezvous with his sister-in-law," Li Guangwei replied, retreating while making exaggerated facial expressions, leaving Lin Fan at a loss for words. Upon hearing Li Guangwei refer to her as sister-in-law in Lin Fan's presence, Tang Ruobing felt a flush rising to her cheeks once more. Lin Fan turned to her and said, "Sister Tang, shall we get into the car?" A crowd was beginning to gather at the school gate, and Lin Fan wished to avoid being the center of attention. Tang Ruobing nodded in understanding, gracefully taking her seat in the passenger's side. "Sister Tang, where are we going to eat?" Lin Fan asked as he entered the vehicle, turning to face her. Until now, he was still unaware of their destination, as Tang Ruobing had not disclosed it during the phone call. Tang Ruobing gazed at the luxurious interior of the sports car with astonishment. She had assumed Lin Fan only owned a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but she was surprised to discover he had such an opulent sports car as well. Her curiosity about Lin Fan deepened. She yearned to comprehend the essence of his character. Despite being a wealthy heir, he lacked the arrogance typically associated with his kind, presenting himself as remarkably down-to-earth and pleasant to be around. Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, she narrowed her eyes and replied, "I'll direct you. You just need to drive." Lin Fan shook his head, surprised that Tang Ruobing was still being coy at this point. However, it mattered little. He would find out the destination eventually, even if it was a moment later. He started the engine, pressed the accelerator, and the sports car surged forward, quickly vanishing from the school gate. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, his brief presence at the school gate had already been reported on the campus forum, which soon erupted in a frenzy. Wow, what a gorgeous sports car. It looks stunning. To the one above, I suspect you may have a vision problem. Is this really the time to be admiring the beauty of a sports car? The aloof campus beauty from Tang has surprisingly taken a seat in this sports car. Goodness, it truly is the Tang campus beauty. Who would have thought that even she would succumb to the allure of wealth? However, it seems that she is merely dining out with friends, for this is indeed lunchtime. I find myself quite intrigued by the identity of this sports car. I aspire to acquire one in the future. To the brothers above, awaken from your reverie. This is a limited edition Lamborghini Bad SV, valued at over 7 million. If your family possesses a fortune, then perhaps you might consider purchasing one. My word. Such extravagance. Who is this wealthy young man? This is truly extraordinary. Surely, this cannot belong to any of our prominent figures at Lu University. I have never encountered such a vehicle before. I am convinced that this sports car belongs to our university. Just yesterday, I spotted it parked at the east lot. Which affluent individual has traded in their vehicle? That young man's silhouette appears somewhat familiar. Goodness. Could he be the enigmatic gentleman rumored to be involved with the Tang campus beauty? Your observation holds merit. It does resemble him. It appears that the Tang campus beauty is indeed taken, which brings me great sorrow. Ah, as if you had any chance with her when she was single. Chapter 23. Eat freely, as long as you fear not the weight clearly. It's the class monitor, who is remarkably humble. Yet, it seems that Tang, the campus belle, and the monitor are quite a fitting pair. In their dormitory, old Wang took a bite of instant noodles and, gazing at the photos on his phone, murmured to himself. Lin Fan's 3 roommates returned to the dormitory. Wow, old 4 has made the campus trending topic again. That's truly impressive, exclaimed the leader, Zhang Ziqiang. Quick, let me see. What has old 4 done to trend this time? Inquired the second, Li Muyang, with eagerness. Goodness, he was spotted on a date with the campus belle, added the third, Wang Zhiyong, who had also come over, marveling at the news. Thank goodness we finished our meal. Otherwise, witnessing this display of affection would have filled us up instantly. Zhang Ziqiang remarked wryly. Nevertheless, it's quite remarkable. Old 4 is trending every few days. He has become a campus celebrity right at the start of the semester. How enviable, Li Muyang said, his face brimming with admiration. Zhang Ziqiang and Wang Zhiyong nodded in unison, agreeing with Li Muyang's sentiments. Who wouldn't wish to be that admirable figure evoking envy? Lin Fan drove, guided by Tang Ruobing, until they finally reached their destination. After parking, they alighted from the vehicle. Tang Ruobing led Lin Fan to the entrance of the restaurant. Upon seeing the restaurant's name, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The 3 gilded characters spelling Tianju guest immediately caught his eye. He silently marveled at the coincidence, having just expressed his desire to visit Tianju guest after the military training, as it was his first tangible venture. More importantly, he was eager to savor the culinary delights touted online. Noticing Lin Fan's daze, Tang Ruobing looked up and cheerfully declared, Junior Lin, today I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Lin Fan replied with a smile, as long as you do not fear gaining weight, feel free to indulge. Junior Lin, you're quite annoying, Tang Ruobing pouted. Do you not know that women dread gaining weight? How can you expect me to eat heartily after saying that? She internally chastised Lin Fan. Lin Fan, observing her expression, found himself perplexed. He had merely spoken the truth. After all, this was his domain. And as long as Tang Ruobing was unafraid of weight gain or discomfort, she could eat to her heart's content. He shook his head, pondering the complexities of a girl's thoughts. Seeing Lin Fan's bewildered gaze, Tang Ruobing sighed, Junior Lin, you truly are a bit dense. Senior Tang, I heard that reservations are required here. I'm happy to treat you, but I didn't make a reservation, Lin Fan said, somewhat distressed. He had no intention of revealing his identity as the owner of Tianju guest, feeling it unnecessary. Doing so would make him appear boastful in front of Tang Ruobing. He believed it best to maintain a natural rapport with her, without any deliberate attempts to impress. Tang Ruobing indeed assisted him yesterday, and it was only fitting for him to treat her to a meal. Do not worry, Lin Xueti, since I have brought you here, I am well prepared. I have already reserved a table in the hall. Let us enter, for today I shall indulge in a feast. After saying this, Tang Ruobing took the lead into the interior. Lin Fan hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by the sight of numerous patrons already seated. The air filled with joyous laughter and lively discussions. The cuisine here is indeed exquisite and remarkably affordable, though prior reservations are necessary. One cannot simply walk in at any time. The flavors are truly delightful, surpassing even those of some upscale hotels. I am quite impressed, old Yang. Your palate is quite discerning. It is said that the chef at Tianjuk was recruited from a 5-star hotel at great expense by the owner. No wonder. I was puzzled as to why the food here was so delicious. It turns out it is prepared by a chef from a 5-star establishment, which makes perfect sense. It is astonishing to think that for such a modest sum, one can savor dishes typically reserved for 5-star hotels. It is indeed a remarkable value. Indeed. If the food here were not exceptional, it would not enjoy such popularity. The proprietor of this establishment is truly remarkable and visionary. I genuinely wish to meet this proprietor and discern what sort of individual they are. However, there is no need to dwell on that. Many have sought an audience with the owner of Tianjuk, yet all have been rebuffed, leaving no one the wiser about the true nature of this enigmatic figure. The owner of Tianjuk is indeed shrouded in mystery. Who could argue otherwise? With the dishes arriving, let us hasten to enjoy them before they grow cold and lose their appeal. Tang Ruobing, upon overhearing the surrounding chatter. Found herself equally curious about the owner of Tianjuk. Lin Fan unconsciously touched his nose, inwardly lamenting. How was I unaware of my own mystery? Tang Ruobing approached the front desk, provided the reservation details, and a staff member was assigned to escort her and Lin Fan to an available table. Sir, madam, may I take your order now? The polite young waitress inquired. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan, who raised his hand with a smile, saying, Today, it is my treat. Order freely without concern for my expenses. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruobing beamed and replied, Then I shall not hold back. Prepare for a sumptuous feast. Lin Fan merely smiled without responding. As Tang Ruobing picked up the menu, ready to order, a young man's voice called out, Tang Ruobing? She looked up. Her expression tinged with confusion. The young man, noticing her bewilderment, clarified, I am Cui Shiwang, your high school classmate. Do you remember me? Cui Shiwang's gaze remained fixed on Tang Ruobing, prompting her to recall. I have a vague impression, Tang Ruobing replied uncertainly. During her high school years, she could easily recognize her female classmates, but the names of the male students evaded her memory. As for Cui Shiwang, she had only the faintest recollection, and his name was entirely unknown to her. Upon hearing Tang Ruobing's words, Cui Shiwang was overjoyed, as he had truly feared that she might not remember him, which would have left him despondent. Who is this? Cui Shiwang inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Fan, who was seated beside Tang Ruobing. Noticing the palpable hostility emanating from Lin Fan, he found it perplexing that the aloof Tang Ruobing would be dining with someone like him. This is Junior Lin. Tang Ruobing replied nonchalantly. Upon learning from Tang Ruobing that Lin Fan was merely a student, Cui Shiwang's animosity diminished significantly, though a hint of disdain crept into his gaze. He ceased to regard Lin Fan and, with a smile, remarked, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Shall we dine together? I can reserve a private room. Isn't a private room supposed to be booked in advance? Tang Ruobing questioned Cui Shiwang, her brow furrowed in confusion. When she made her reservation, the private rooms had already been fully booked, which left her with no choice but to secure a table in the main hall. For others, that may be the case. But for me, it is entirely unnecessary, Cui Shiwang replied, his face betraying a sense of superiority. Chapter 24. Do not disturb my meal with Senior Tang. Upon hearing Cui Shiwang's words, those around him turned their gazes in his direction, further inflating his sense of pride. Who is this fellow, that he can access a private room without prior reservation? Surely, he must be exaggerating. It seems improbable, given that the restaurant is perpetually bustling. How could there be an available private room? I recognize that young man. He is said to be the nephew of Cui Wanliang, the head of the procurement department. Oh, I see. Having someone on the inside certainly facilitates matters. As Cui Xiangwang listened to the murmurs surrounding him, his expression grew ever more self-satisfied. He leveraged his uncle's position as the procurement department head to frequently bring friends here for meals, reveling in the fade of superiority. Each visit filled him with a sense of pride and fulfillment. He glanced at Tang Ruobing, recalling that during their school days, she was reputed to come from a well-off family. However, it now appeared rather ordinary. If her background were truly exceptional, she wouldn't be confined to dining in the main hall. What once seemed an unattainable aspiration during their school years now blossomed within him. He felt worthy of Tang Ruobing. Ruobing, let us dine in a private room, he proposed confidently, his eyes fixed on her. He believed he had showcased his prowess. After all, his uncle, Cui Wanliang, was the procurement department head with connections to numerous business owners. He was convinced that if Tang Ruobing possessed any sense, she would not decline his invitation. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Fan, he thought him nothing more than a pitiful, impoverished wretch, destined for mediocrity, with his entourage of wealthy heirs. Cui Xiangwang felt leagues above Lin Fan, who he deemed insignificant. Upon hearing Cui Xiangwang's invitation, Tang Ruobing's brow furrowed slightly, and she responded with an icy tone. Dining in this hall is perfectly satisfactory. And please, address me by my full name. We are not that familiar. Cui Xiangwang's expression faltered, caught off guard by her response, which deviated from his expectations. Just as Cui Xiangwang prepared to press his advances, Lin Fan's mind resonated with the system's voice. Mission issued. Eliminate the pests. As a distinguished magnate, one cannot allow vermin to thrive within one's enterprise. Accept the mission, reward, advanced basketball skills. Decline the mission, no reward. Lin Fan chuckled upon receiving the system's task. He had long harbored disdain for such nepotistic behavior, especially when flaunted so brazenly in front of him, the owner, even if the system had not assigned a mission. Lin Fan had no intention of sparing the uncle and nephew duo. The procurement department head should not have the liberty to reserve private rooms at will, as it severely impacted the restaurant's profitability. Lin Fan raised his gaze to Cui Xiangwang and calmly inquired, "Your uncle hasn't he been excessively generous with the room bookings?" "Has he?" Cui Xiangwang, upon hearing Lin Fan's question, wore a smug smile, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "I possess the means. Why should I not take advantage of it? Do you not wonder how the expenses are settled each time?" He must clarify whether Cui Wanliang merely reserved the private room or if there is more to it. "Ha ha. I have never spent a dime while dining here," Cui Xiangwang boasted. "His uncle is the head of the procurement department here, and each time he charges it to his uncle's account, naturally keeping the expenses within reasonable limits, as instructed by his uncle." The few individuals trailing behind Cui Xiangwang erupted into laughter. "When our young master Cui dines here, it feels just like being at home. There is no need to spend any money at all." "Indeed. This is young Master Cui's territory. Do you think the waitstaff would dare to ask him for payment? This fellow is utterly ignorant of young Master Cui's influence. Even the manager here must show him some respect. Clearly, this lad is merely a fresh university student, lacking knowledge of those with genuine power." These individuals are merely riding on Cui Xiangwang's coattails, naturally elevating his status. Upon hearing the words of those behind him, Cui Xiangwang felt a sense of elation, his smile growing even more smug. "Aren't you afraid that the owner here might dismiss your uncle?" Lin Fan inquired, voicing his doubts. Theoretically, Cui Xiangwang's actions would significantly affect the restaurant's revenue. However, it was peculiar that the owner had never intervened. "Ha ha ha. The owner here is a good brother of my uncle. It's not just that I can occasionally dine here. Even if I came every day, there would be no issues at all," Cui Xiangwang replied, casting a glance at Lin Fan with a sense of triumph. Lin Fan began to comprehend that the previous owner likely did not oversee this establishment and trusted Cui Wanyang, to the extent that he remained oblivious to the situation here. However, now that Tianjuku is under his control, such occurrences will certainly not be tolerated in the future. "All right, you may leave now. Do not disturb me while I dine with senior sister Tang." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. "You truly are unaware of your own insignificance. Do you even realize whose territory this is? How dare you attempt to expel me?" Cui Xiangwang glared at Lin Fan, his expression darkening. "You are the one being expelled. I believe your uncle will soon follow suit. Keeping you company," Lin Fan replied calmly. He intended to resolve the issue with Cui Wanyang after finishing his meal with Tang Ruobing. This matter must be addressed today. Therefore, once he finishes eating, he will ensure that Cui Wanliang packs his belongings and departs. "Ha ha ha, you crack me up. You audaciously think you can drive my uncle away. Who do you think you are?" Cui Xiangwang burst into laughter at Lin Fan's words, his face reflecting disdain. The patrons in the dining hall shook their heads and sighed upon hearing Lin Fan's declaration. This young man actually believes he can oust Cui Wanyang. He has truly overestimated his significance, unaware that Cui Wanyang is the brother of the owner here. What a whimsical notion. It seems this youth is attempting to impress that beautiful woman, yet he has not grasped the situation and is making grandiose claims. He is bound to embarrass himself in front of her. That individual is undoubtedly Cui Wanyang. I had not anticipated his emergence at this moment. It seems this young man is likely to be expelled. As Cui Wanyang happened to pass through the hall, he was met with a cacophony of noise. Initially in a foul mood, he was further irritated by the audacity of someone causing a ruckus in such a public space. Earlier in the morning, he received a call from his former employer, informing him that Tianju guest had been sold. This news instantly soured his disposition, leaving him uncertain about the temperament of the new owner and whether his previous actions would come under scrutiny. Consequently, his mood remained dismal throughout the morning. Upon entering the hall, he was dismayed to discover that the source of the commotion was none other than his nephew, Cui Shiwang, which darkened his countenance even further. Was this not just adding insult to injury? He hastened his steps towards the dining table. Chapter 25. What if I don't leave? What is happening? Cui Wanliang cast a glance at Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing, then turned his attention to Cui Shiwang. "Uncle, what brings you here?" It was well known that his uncle, Cui Wanliang, seldom frequented the hall. "The thing is," Cui Shiwang recounted Lin Fan's words with embellishments. "Young man, you are not welcome here. I implore you to vacate the premises immediately." Cui Wanliang was incensed upon hearing Lin Fan audaciously demand he leave Tianju guest house. The very notion of being expelled from the establishment was intolerable to him. How could he not be enraged by Lin Fan's words? Lin Fan regarded Cui Wanliang, a man with a rotund figure and prominent ears. He raised his eyelids slightly and coolly replied, What if I choose not to leave? That is beyond your jurisdiction. Security. Come here at once. Chui Wanliang beckoned to the security personnel at the entrance. 2 guards hastened over. Knowing full well that Chui Wanliang was the head of the procurement department, a position they dared not offend. Please escort this young man out. Chui Wanliang instructed the guards in a low tone. As the guards moved forward, a thunderous voice erupted from the upper floor. Stop. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. Niu Baishan. Chui Wanliang's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, recognizing the manager of Tianju Guest House, Niu Baishan. The guards retreated quickly upon seeing Niu Baishan's arrival. Since he had called for a halt, they understood that advancing further would result in dire consequences for them. Niu Baishan had been reviewing the surveillance footage, observing the dining patrons when he inadvertently witnessed the conflict between Lin Fan and Cui Shiwang. Upon realizing that the instigator was Lin Fan, he inwardly cursed his luck. If Lin Fan deemed him an incompetent manager, his tenure would undoubtedly come to an abrupt end. He had never anticipated Lin Fan's sudden appearance at the restaurant without prior notice. He felt an immense relief for having spotted Lin Fan. Otherwise, a serious incident might have unfolded, and it would have been too late to remedy the situation. He hurried toward Lin Fan. Chui Wanliang, observing Niu Baishan's approach, asked in a low voice, Manager Niu, what is your meaning? He was perplexed as to why Niu Baishan was opposing him today, knowing that he had never dared to do so in the past. Although he was a department head, he had been a close ally of the former owner. He wondered if Niu Baishan had lost his senses, perhaps believing that with a new owner, he was no longer a figure to be feared. He planned to seek out the former owner after work to inquire about the new owner's address, intending to make a favorable impression that might restore his influence in the establishment. Niu Baishan, seemingly ignoring Chui Wanliang, approached Lin Fan, slightly bowing his body and respectfully stating, Boss, you have arrived. The patrons in the restaurant were left in a state of shock upon hearing Niu Baishan's words, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Lin Fan was, in fact, the proprietor of Tianju Guest House. To my astonishment, this young man is none other than the mastermind behind Tianju, which is truly unfathomable. No wonder he exudes such confidence. After all, this is his domain. Now, Cui Xiangwang has undoubtedly encountered a formidable obstacle, attempting to oust the owner of Tianju. His uncle, Chui Wanliang, is now embroiled in this predicament, and the situation has turned dire. Upon hearing Niu Baishan refer to Lin Fan as boss, Cui Xiangwang was momentarily rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom that the individual he had perceived as a mere impoverished soul was, in fact, the proprietor of Tianju. How could this be? Why was this the case? He struggled to accept the reality before him. As he glanced at his uncle Chui Wanyang, the truth crystallized. Regret washed over him. Why did he provoke Lin Fan? He now understood that his actions would likely implicate his uncle as well. He wished he could slap himself for his foolish arrogance. Chui Wanliang stared blankly at Lin Fan, unable to comprehend that the very person he intended to dismiss was, in fact, the new boss he had aspired to ingratiate himself with. How could this happen? He silently lamented the dire consequences of having offended his new superior during their first encounter. It appeared that his days of comfort were numbered. He harbored intense resentment toward Cui Xiangwang. Had it not been for him, he would not have incurred the wrath of the new owner. Once this debacle concluded, he vowed to hold Cui Xiangwang accountable. Others may deceive their kin, but he had betrayed his own uncle. Lin Fan calmly instructed Niu Baishan to summon someone from the legal department to escort Chui Wanyang away for a thorough investigation into the extent of his embezzlement over the years. Very well, I will arrange for the legal team to come immediately, Niu Baishan replied, pulling out his phone to make the call. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Chui Wanliang crumpled to the ground, his greatest fear materializing. He knew he had embezzled a considerable sum over the years, and if this were to be pursued, he could very well spend the remainder of his life behind bars. He could not bear the thought of languishing in prison for eternity. Desperate, he crawled towards Lin Fan, bowing his head in supplication. Boss, I was wrong. I implore you, spare me, he pleaded, repeatedly bowing as he spoke. Lin Fan merely kicked him aside. Niu Baishan cautiously addressed Lin Fan. Boss, would you prefer to move to the exclusive private room upstairs? Lin Fan nodded, realizing that remaining in the bustling hall was indeed inappropriate. He was not fond of dining under the scrutiny of onlookers. He turned to Tang Ruobing and said, Sister Tang, let us proceed to the private room upstairs. Tang Ruobing nodded, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She had never anticipated that Lin Fan was the owner of this wildly popular restaurant. Her curiosity about him deepened as she wondered what other secrets Lin Xueti might hold. As Niu Baishan led Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing upstairs, Cui Wanyang watched them ascend, engulfed in utter despair. Cui Shiwang approached to assist Cui Wanliang. "Uncle, please get up quickly," he urged. Upon seeing Cui Shiwang, Cui Wanliang was filled with rage. "It's all your fault, you wretched son. How else could I have offended the new boss?" As he cursed, Cui Wanliang seized a nearby chair and swung it at Cui Shiwang. Taken completely by surprise, Cui Shiwang was struck directly, and blood began to flow from his head. Enraged by the sight of his own blood, Cui Shiwang grabbed another chair and retaliated, knocking Cui Wanliang to the ground. Discarding the chair, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon Cui Wanliang, who refused to yield. The two engaged in a fierce struggle until they were ultimately carried away by an ambulance. Chapter 26. Is there a problem? Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing arrived at the private room and placed their orders. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, congratulating the host on completing a task. The reward had been credited to the system's backpack, granting 5 system points. Lin Fan opened the virtual panel of the system and was delighted to see that his points had reached 30, bringing him closer to an upgrade. He eagerly anticipated the treasures that awaited him upon ascension. Upon accessing the system's backpack, he spotted the basketball skill nestled inside. He closed the backpack, resisting the urge to absorb the skill at that moment, especially with Tang Ruobing by his side. When he lifted his gaze, he found Tang Ruobing staring at him intently. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Senior Lin, is there something on my face?" "I'm merely curious about what kind of person you are," she replied. Resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, Lin Fan chuckled at her words and answered, "What can I say? I'm just an ordinary person." Indeed, at present, Lin Fan was just an ordinary individual, destined to become a wealthy magnate in the future. However, had he declared to Tang Ruobing that he was to be a future tycoon, he would undoubtedly have been met with her incredulous gaze, dismissing him as boastful. Their meal arrived promptly, and they engaged in light conversation while dining. Neither of them indulged in alcohol, as they had classes scheduled for the afternoon, opting instead for a glass of juice each. The meal concluded swiftly, and Lin Fan drove Tang Ruobing back to her dormitory, attracting the attention of a crowd as they arrived. "Wow, that car is stunning. What make is it? Look, Tang, the campus belle, is getting out. Is she on a date? Quick, capture this moment. It's big news. The guy driving is so handsome. I wonder which department he is from. Forget about him. Can't you see Tang just stepped out of his car?" Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Tang Ruobing walked towards the dormitory, accustomed to such attention and instantly adopting an air of high elegance. Upon entering her dorm, she barely had time to settle in before a strikingly beautiful girl, who rivaled Tang Ruobing in looks, approached her with a curious expression. "Xiaobing, tell me, are you in love?" This girl was Zhao Qinan, Tang Ruobing's roommate. Tang Ruobing glanced at Zhao Qinan and shook her head, responding, "No, Lin Fan and I are just ordinary friends." "Really?" Zhao Qinan scrutinized her, seeking confirmation. "Of course it's true," Tang Ruobing replied, slightly exasperated. They had known each other for less than 3 days. It would be too hasty to call themselves a couple. Nevertheless, she harbored a genuine curiosity about Lin Fan. Hearing Tang Ruobing's response, Zhao Qinan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been worried that Tang Ruobing could be deceived, especially by those affluent youths who wield charm and wealth, an allure not all girls could resist. Thank goodness. "Xiaobing, please, do not let Lin Fan's sweet words lead you astray." Zhao Qinan decided to offer a cautionary reminder. "Understood, Lin is not that kind of person," Tang Ruobing remarked impatiently as she placed her bag on the table. From the moment she interacted with Lin Fan, she recognized that his gaze was as clear as a tranquil pool, devoid of the lustful desires she often encountered in the eyes of other suitors. This was precisely why she felt no aversion to dining with him. Looking around, she inquired, "Where are Xiaoman and Xiaoyan?" Xiaoman, whose full name is Sun Qimin, and Xiaoyan, full name Wu Xiaoyan, were both her roommates. Zhao Qinan sighed, saying, "Like you, they have gone on a date, leaving me here as the solitary single, indulging in instant noodles. I've told you, there is nothing between me and Lin." Tang Ruobing shot her a disapproving glance. Upon Lin Fan's return to the dormitory, all 3 of his roommates gazed at him intently. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, he asked, "What is going on?" He was perplexed, as he believed he hadn't done anything noteworthy. "Do you know you've once again made it to the campus hot search?" His roommate, Zhang Ziqiang, exclaimed, his eyes brimming with envy. It was remarkable enough to make the hot search even once, yet Lin Fan, since his arrival at school, had consistently dominated the top spot. How boring. Lin Fan shook his head. "Wait, did you just drop Tang, the campus beauty, Off at her dorm? His second roommate, Li Muyang, asked incredulously, his eyes wide with shock. Lin Fan nodded, explaining that he had simply given Tang Ruobing a ride home as it was on his way. Yes, I just dropped her off upstairs. Is there a problem? He asked, puzzled by Li Muyang's reaction. What problem could there be? You've once again hit the hot search. Li Muyang retorted with frustration. The other two roommates joined him, and indeed, they saw Lin Fan's earlier post about dropping off Tang Ruobing, which had swiftly entered the top 10 of the hot search list. They gazed at Lin Fan with envy. Lin Fan shook his head, lamenting how trivial these matters were. He changed his clothes and made his way to the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door, he opened the system's virtual panel and accessed his backpack to utilize his basketball skills. As he spoke, a myriad of basketball techniques flooded his mind, and his body underwent slight adjustments. Time passed swiftly, and when Lin Fan opened his eyes, he felt as familiar with basketball as a veteran player of decades. He sensed that if handed a basketball now, he could easily make a shot from the dormitory. Feeling the changes in his body, he marveled. This sensation is quite delightful. The system is truly remarkable. Not only had it provided him with material wealth, but it had also transformed his physique dramatically. One could only declare that the system was an everlasting deity. After a quick cold shower, Lin Fan exited the bathroom, ready to rest. Although the intensity of military training no longer affected him, a bit of rest was still essential. Wow, when did you develop those muscles, old four? Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge from the restroom, Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed in astonishment. The trio had scarcely noticed Lin Fan when he entered. Now, Zhang Ziqiang gazed at Lin Fan's well-defined muscles, utterly flabbergasted. During his high school days, he had diligently exercised daily to achieve what he considered an admirable physique. Yet compared to Lin Fan's muscular build, his own seemed utterly inadequate. Wow, old four, that's impressive. Let me feel those muscles. Old two, Li Muyang eagerly approached, attempting to touch Lin Fan's chest muscles. Lin Fan swiftly brushed Li Muyang's hand away, responding with irritation. Bro, that's not appropriate. Old four, your physique is truly remarkable. So masculine. No wonder you managed to win over the campus beauty, Tang. Old three, Wang Zhiyong, remarked in admiration. Which man does not yearn for a physique that evokes envy? However, maintaining such a physique demands immense willpower, and few possess the perseverance to sustain it. Lin Fan, disinterested in the trio's admiration, promptly retreated to the bed to play cards. Chapter 27. Have you found a girlfriend? Lin Fan glanced at the time, realizing it was almost time to rise. He dressed and, along with his three roommates, made his way to the playground. At that moment, the sports committee member, Peng Haoran, approached the group and announced, the instructor has encountered an unexpected matter. We have half an hour of free activity. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Hastening towards the shade, who wouldn't be elated at the prospect of escaping the sun's wrath for half an hour? They all settled into a cool spot, Lin Fan included, as he was not foolish enough to forego training for sunbathing. Just as Lin Fan sat down, the eldest among them, Zhang Ziqiang, looked at him and asked, Old four, you don't have a date with Tang the campus flower tonight, do you? Lin Fan shook his head, too weary to offer an explanation. He had learned that his clarifications were often met with disbelief, so he refrained from further discourse. Well then, the four of us from the dormitory are heading to the snack street for barbecue tonight. It's on me, Zhang Ziqiang proclaimed, giving Lin Fan a friendly pat on the shoulder. Old boss, have you found a girlfriend? Lin Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. He was puzzled as to why Zhang Ziqiang had suddenly taken it upon himself to treat them. Was he celebrating his newfound single status? Old four, are you deliberately trying to rub salt in my wounds? Zhang Ziqiang glared at Lin Fan, his eyes wide with mock indignation. There must be some ulterior motive behind your generosity. Speak up. Why the sudden kindness in treating me to barbecue? At that moment, the second roommate, Li Muyang, chimed in with a grin. Old four, it would be even better if you could invite a few of Tang the campus flower's roommates to join us for dinner. I've heard her friends are also rare beauties. Old four, while you indulge in your own romantic pursuits, don't forget about your brothers, Li Muyang added. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Ziqiang, then at Li Muyang, and finally at the third roommate, Wang Zhiyong, who had been eavesdropping. He understood now. Their true intention was to try and connect with Tang Ruobing's roommates. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Fan replied, I'm merely friends with Tang Xuedre. I can attempt to ask, but I cannot guarantee success. He was open to facilitating a connection, yet whether it would materialize was beyond his control. Lin Fan took out his phone and sent a message to Tang Ruobing. Soon, he received a reply. I'm going home tonight. Two of my roommates are out on dates, and the other one might not be suitable for you. Upon reading the message, Lin Fan's three roommates displayed expressions of dejection. It seemed that the prospect of finding a girlfriend was a distant dream. Li Muyang looked up at the sky, sighing wistfully. Lin Fan shrugged at Zhang Ziqiang. Realizing that this matter was indeed beyond his influence, two of the roommates were already in relationships, while the other was likely Zhao Qiannan, the second-ranked campus beauty. Zhao Qiannan was not someone easily won over. Many suitors, including wealthy heirs, sought her favor, yet she seemed unimpressed, indicating her high standards. No worries, old four. You've done your best. Tonight, we'll enjoy a gathering of our dormitory for barbecue. Who cares about not having a girlfriend? We can still live happily, my friend. Zhang Ziqiang laughed as he patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. While the group was engaged in conversation, Qiu Zihe, the class monitor of Finance Class 1, approached them. Standing before Lin Fan, Qiu Zihe inquired with a hint of provocation. Lin Class Monitor, do you dare to engage in a one-on-one basketball match with me? Lin Fan looked at Qiu Zihe, puzzled, and asked, what brings you here, Qiu Class Monitor? He was uncertain about the sudden interest Qiu had in him. As they were not particularly close, Qiu had spent the previous night contemplating his strengths and ultimately decided that basketball was his forte. In high school, he was a member of the basketball team, showcasing considerable skill on the court. He had even played against a professional team, and although they lost, it affirmed his prowess. He felt confident that he could triumph over Lin Fan in basketball. However, a flicker of anxiety crept into his mind. What if Lin Fan declined the challenge? That would thwart his plans to humiliate Lin Fan and diminish his reputation in front of their peers. Qiu had originally intended to invite Lin Fan out in the evening, planning to have someone record their match and subsequently post the video on the campus forum, ensuring that the entire school would witness Lin Fan's defeat. Now, the opportunity presented itself, and he was eager for the class beauty, Elzian, to witness this spectacle, as it would amplify his excitement. Lin Fan gazed at Qiu Zihe with a sense of pity. He wondered why Qiu sought such humiliation, for in his eyes, Qiu's basketball skills were trivial. Competing against Qiu felt akin to bullying a child. Lin Fan was inclined to refuse the challenge, deeming it a tedious endeavor with no reward, especially in the sweltering heat, surely. It was far more enjoyable to relax in the shade. Before Lin Fan could voice his refusal, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Task released. As a wealthy magnate, it is time to showcase your true skills. In the face of provocation, one must retaliate. Accept the task for a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. Decline the task with no reward. Stunned by the system's announcement, Lin Fan realized that he could not remain idle. He secretly wished for more tasks like this in the future. After all, the Porsche 918 Spider was valued at an astonishing 15 million, a true luxury sports car. It far exceeded the price of his Lamborghini Aventador SV. This particular Porsche was a global limited edition, with only 918 units produced. One might think that 918 cars are plentiful, but in reality, they are exceedingly rare. With many eager buyers unable to acquire one, Lin Fan could scarcely believe that the reward for this task was a sports car of such immense value. There was no way he would let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by, especially for a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. With the acquisition of this Porsche 918 Spider, his worth has now approached two modest aspirations. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet and, with a smile, proclaimed, "Very well, I accept." He now regarded Qiu Zihe much like one would view a bringer of fortune, growing increasingly fond with each glance. He hoped that Qiu Zihe would challenge him more frequently in the future, which would bring him immense joy. Upon hearing Lin Fan's agreement, Qiu Zihe felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. He had genuinely feared Lin Fan would decline, rendering all his meticulous plans futile. However, he noticed that Lin Fan's gaze held a certain peculiarity, evoking in him the sensation of Little Red Riding Hood encountering the big bad wolf. Chapter 28. Are you going to start or not? Just moments ago, Qiu Zihe spoke deliberately loudly, aiming to capture the attention of both classes, particularly that of Finance Class 1. He believed that if he triumphed over Lin Fan in basketball, his prestige within Finance Class 1 would be restored to its former glory, perhaps even surpassing it. The girls from Finance Class 2 were the first to cheer. Class leader, go for it. Class leader, you are the best. Class leader, mighty. Class leader, invincible. Upon hearing their encouragement for Lin Fan, Qiu Zihe imagined that the girls from Finance Class 1 should also rally behind him. At that moment, the class beauty, Lu Zian, rose to her feet. Qiu Zihe's heart surged with excitement as he noticed her standing. The basketball in his hands trembled with anticipation. Indeed, Lu Zian had faith in him, he thought to himself, exhilarated. Lu Zian cupped her hands to form a megaphone and shouted, "Class leader Lin, go for it." The other girls in Finance Class 1 also stood up, vociferously proclaiming, "Class leader Lin, you are the best." Qiu Zai's smile abruptly froze, one hand clutching his chest as he felt a pang of despair. Why? Why was this happening? I am the class leader of Finance Class 1. Why do you cheer for my rival instead of me? My heart aches. The pain is unbearable. Qiu Zai seethed inwardly. He glared at Lin Fan, filled with animosity. Determined to teach him a harsh lesson, to humiliate him before everyone, believing that would quell the hatred brewing within him. Lin Fan stepped towards the adjacent basketball court. The sun blazing overhead, rendering the court devoid of players. Had it not been for the mission, he would not have foolishly engaged in a one-on-one basketball challenge with Qiu Zai. Students from both finance classes rose from their seats and made their way to the basketball court. Lin Fan halted and glanced back at Qiu Zai. Seeing Lin Fan's nonchalant demeanor ignited Qiu Zai's frustration. Let him revel in his moment of pride. Soon enough, he would be the one to weep. Once he faces humiliation before both classes, let's see if he can maintain his current composure, Qiu Zai mused darkly. Lin Fan, observing Qiu Zai lost in thought and silent, became speechless. Could it be that Qiu Zai was mentally unstable? He had suspected as much before. It must be true, otherwise. Why would Qiu Zai choose to challenge him to basketball in such sweltering heat? Alas, what a pitiful child. I truly am a good person. Always concerned for those with mental health issues, Lin Fan reflected inwardly. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan coughed to draw Qiu Zai's attention. He despised standing in the scorching sun and certainly did not wish to linger idly beside Qiu Zai. Well, class leader, are you going to start or not? Lin Fan attempted to speak gently. After all, one must not lose their temper with someone who might be mentally challenged. Hearing Lin Fan's words almost left Qiu Zai breathless. Pray tell, after battling your opponent for an entire afternoon, only to find that they remain oblivious to your identity, would you not feel a pang of hurt? Qiu Zai inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He must maintain his peak performance to teach Lin Fan a lesson. We shall each attempt 10 offensive plays and 10 defensive maneuvers, tallying only the goals scored, disregarding points. Qiu Zai succinctly outlined the rules. Lin Fan nodded, instantly comprehending the simplicity of the regulations. One offensive play followed by one defensive play for each, tallying the goals achieved. Shall you attack first, or shall I? Lin Fan inquired directly, eager to expedite the competition and retreat to the shade for respite. I shall take the offensive. You will defend, Qiu Zai declared, eyeing Lin Fan with determination. He yearned to display his exceptional skills, eager to dominate Lin Fan with little delay. His mind was consumed with the desire to humiliate Lin Fan thoroughly. Lin Fan acquiesced with a nod, indifferent to who initiated the play, for the outcome was already predetermined. Moments ago, he contemplated how to preserve some dignity for Qiu Zai. However, allowing him to attack first would make it challenging to grant him that courtesy. With Qiu Zai on the offensive, Lin Fan decided to forego his defense on the initial play, permitting Qiu Zai to score without making the loss appear too grievous. Alas, I am perhaps too kind, Lin Fan lamented internally. Positioned at the mid-court, Qiu Zai readied himself for an attack, poised to dribble toward the basket. Lin Fan stood motionless, observing Qiu Zai's every move. Seeing Lin Fan's apparent inaction, Qiu Zai assumed he had rendered Lin Fan speechless, filling him with unwarranted pride. With a self-assured maneuver, he deftly maneuvered past Lin Fan, charging toward the hoop. A resounding clang echoed as the basketball found its mark. Qiu Zai cast a taunting glance at Lin Fan, retrieving the ball and awaiting the anticipated cheers. Convinced that his scoring display had been particularly impressive, he began to envision the jubilant applause reverberating across the playground, picturing the class beauty, Lu Zian, joyfully bringing him water. A smile crept upon his face. Why are there no cheers? This is peculiar. At that moment, he suddenly heard voices around him. Class leader, do not be discouraged. It was merely the first shot. Class leader, failure is the mother of success. You will surely defend the next one. Lin class leader, you can do it. I believe in you. You are the best, class leader. Keep going. Class leader, you've got this. Qiu Zai was momentarily taken aback by the surrounding voices. Shouldn't there be cheers celebrating my score? Wasn't the class beauty supposed to be delightedly bringing me water? Why is everyone concerned about Lin Fan? Why? What is the meaning of this? He raged internally, directing his ire towards Lin Fan, blaming him for the entire situation. He was determined to pin Lin Fan down and demonstrate his prowess for all to witness. He returned to the midcourt position, resolute. His gaze was filled with animosity as the speed of the ball in his hands accelerated. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his grip. Looking down, he discovered that the basketball had vanished. Still in confusion, he heard a resounding thud, the unmistakable sound of the ball hitting the net. Upon raising his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. His basketball had been intercepted by Lin Fan, who had effortlessly scored a point. The playground erupted in exuberant cheers, celebrating Lin Fan's triumph. Class leader, you did it. Incredible, class leader. So impressive, class leader. Lin, you've scored. You're the best, class leader. Unstoppable. Zai, upon hearing the jubilant uproar, clenched his fists tightly. It felt as though a resounding slap had struck his face. Just moments ago, he had scored without earning a single cheer for himself. Instead, all attention was directed towards comforting Lin Fan. Now, with Lin Fan's success, two classes erupted in applause for him, yet no one offered any consolation to Chiyo. This left his heart feeling cold and desolate. Chapter 29. How about a game of rock, paper, scissors? At that moment, two graceful figures suddenly dashed onto the basketball court. One was the class beauty of Finance Class 1, Lu Zian, and the other was the class beauty of Finance Class 2, Su Ruiwen. Each held a bottle of water. Rushing toward Lin Fan. Class monitor, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water. Lin Fan was acutely aware of the tension between them as they exchanged glances. I'm not thirsty, thank you, he replied, refraining from taking either bottle, fearing that accepting one would provoke a confrontation between the two. For the sake of their safety, it was best to decline both. Class monitor, let me wipe your sweat, offered Su Ruiwen. Class monitor, allow me to massage your shoulders, chimed in Lu Zian. Lin Fan, feeling overwhelmed, quickly interjected, could you please step back? Our game isn't over yet. Reluctantly, Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian departed from the basketball court. Nearby, Zai stood in shock, his mind racing with fantasies of defeating Lin Fan, envisioning Lu Zian joyfully delivering water to him. Instead, it was Lin Fan receiving the water. And more infuriatingly, he refused it. This left Zai feeling deeply unsettled. He was striving for what he desired, while Lin Fan appeared indifferent to it, causing him to clench his fists tighter in frustration. With his eyes reddening, Zai glared at Lin Fan and gritted his teeth. That was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Now I will be serious. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing the notion that Zai had not given his all, as if he had indeed exerted maximum effort. Lin Fan gestured invitingly, and Zai's demeanor turned serious. He was now prepared to give it his all. Determined not to grant Lin Fan any scoring opportunities, he began to dribble the ball, gearing up for a layup. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. As if his hands had grown lighter, a foreboding feeling crept into his mind. With a loud clang, the sound of the basketball passing through the hoop echoed. He looked up, watching the ball bounce joyfully on the ground, as if mocking him. In that instant, he felt utterly bewildered. He was convinced he had put forth every ounce of his strength, yet the ball still seemed to find its way into Lin Fan's hands. Why was this happening? Doubts surged in his mind. Was it due to a poor night's sleep? Surely, that must be the explanation. Suddenly, the playground erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Class monitor, you are magnificent. Class monitor, truly impressive. Class monitor, you are the best. Class monitor, well done. Class monitor, I love you. Class monitor, I want to bear your children. Lin Fan glanced over at the boy from Finance Class 1 who had shouted the outrageous comment, his face covered in stubble, which disgusted him to the point of nearly losing his lunch. Turning to the dazed Zai, Lin Fan inquired, shall we continue? He actually wanted Zai to concede, as this competition was far too trivial for him. It was clearly an act of bullying against Zai. Yet, Zai gritted his teeth, forcing the word continue through clenched jaws. He refused to believe that Lin Fan was truly that formidable. He thought it must be his own oversight. This time, he prepared to summon every ounce of his concentration. He picked up the basketball, positioned himself at the center line, and watched Lin Fan with a wary expression. He began to dribble the ball. At the very moment he tapped the ball, Lin Fan seized the opportunity and snatched it away effortlessly. Zai watched in disbelief as Lin Fan made a shot without even dribbling, the ball ringing true as it swished through the net. Zai was left in a state of shock. Why? He began to question his entire existence. The sight of Lin Fan taking the ball from him shattered all his illusions. It was not a matter of oversight. Lin Fan was indeed exceptional. He found it hard to believe the reality before him. His proud basketball skills were rendered utterly powerless in the face of Lin Fan's prowess. Defeated, he sank to the ground, devoid of the courage to continue competing. He had lost, and it was a comprehensive defeat. The sting of Lin Fan's triumph felt like a sharp slap across his face. Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken, and he felt as if the world had lost its color. Lin Fan glanced at the despondent Qiu Zai sitting on the ground and shook his head. Why seek out hardship when one could simply enjoy the shade? However, had it not been for Qiu Zai's provocation, the system would not have issued the task. Just as Qiu Zai completely lost the will to continue the match, the system rewards had already been dispensed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. A Porsche 918 Spider is now parked in the garage of the Hai Tian Ihao Villa. The keys and relevant documents have been placed on the host's desk. Additionally, the host has earned 5 system points. At this moment, Lin Fan was eager to return to the villa to behold his Porsche 918 Spider. His first sports car valued at over 10 million. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Previously, he had envied others driving million-dollar cars. Now, not only did he possess a luxury vehicle worth millions, but he also had one worth tens of millions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan strolled towards the shade. No sooner had he sat down than Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian, 2 beautiful girls, rushed over to him. They offered him water, which put Lin Fan in an awkward position. He genuinely felt apprehensive about dealing with the two of them. Faced with the enthusiastic offer of water from Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian, he could not outright refuse. Instead, he proposed in a conciliatory tone. How about you both play rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins, I'll drink their water. What do you think? Lin Fan thought himself quite the genius for coming up with such a solution. Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian nodded in agreement, accepting Lin Fan's suggestion. The male students from both the first and second finance classes watched with envious expressions as Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian engaged earnestly in their game of rock, paper, scissors. If one of the beautiful women were to bring them water, they would revel in delight for 3 consecutive days and nights without a wink of sleep. Yet, astonishingly, these 2 stunning ladies resorted to a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would offer their water to Lin Fan. Where is the fairness in this? How can there be such a disparity among individuals? They are all freshmen, embarking on their university journey. Why is Lin Fan so extraordinarily exceptional? Envy, indeed, is palpable. Yet jealousy does not exist. Have we not observed Qiu Zai, who is not envious of Lin Fan, still seated on the basketball court, questioning the essence of life? Some individuals are simply born to be the protagonists. They cannot be provoked at will. The game of rock, paper, scissors concluded, revealing the victor, Su Ruiwen, who triumphed with superior skill. Lin Fan accepted the water from Su Ruiwen's hand, gulping it down eagerly, for he had indeed spent half the day under the sun and was parched. Lu Zian moved behind Lin Fan, extending her delicate white hand to massage his shoulders. Casting a provocative glance at Su Ruiwen. Chapter 30. Is personal charisma considered? Lin Fan gazed at the unyielding expressions exchanged between Su Ruiwen and L Zian, feeling quite overwhelmed. Fortunately, at that moment, the instructor returned, prompting Su Ruiwen and L Zian to reluctantly depart. Lin Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Old 4 impressive. Oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, approached, winking mischievously. Old 4, are you aiming to have it all? Not satisfied with the campus beauty, Tang, now you're even courting 2 class flowers? Old 2, Li Muyang, joined in. Old 4, this is a bit excessive. Are you leaving us single dogs with no chance at all? Old 3, Wang Zhiyong, had also somehow found his way to Lin Fan's side. Do you think I wish for this? Lin Fan retorted, exasperated. His heart was heavy with the weight of his own troubles. Old 4, you're really playing coy, aren't you? If I had 2 class flowers surrounding me, I would wake up laughing in my sleep, Zhang Ziqiang remarked, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder with an air of admiration. Lin Fan, disinterested in their banter, quickly fell into line, not wanting to incur the instructor's wrath by being made to run laps. The remainder of the afternoon's military training proceeded smoothly. After it concluded, Lin Fan and his 3 roommates returned to their dormitory, changed into fresh attire, and ventured out towards the pedestrian street. The quartet arrived at a modest barbecue establishment. Shally Barbecue. They found an outdoor table, for barbecue is best enjoyed al fresco. They began to order 2 plates of peanuts and edamame to start, followed by lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings, chicken hearts, and beef tendon. They also ordered 4 glasses of draft beer, for what is barbecue without a refreshing drink? Old 4, quickly share your secrets to wooing the ladies. Do not hold back, Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed, popping a piece of edamame into his mouth while looking at Lin Fan. Come on, you wouldn't want to see us 3 suffer through this daily, would you? Li Muyang chimed in. Wang Zhiyong remained silent, nodding vigorously. clearly eager for Lin Fan's advice. Lin Fan looked at his three roommates, somewhat speechless. I really have no secret. I wonder if personal charisma counts? He finally uttered under their expectant gazes. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Old four, are you implying that we are unattractive? Though his three roommates were slightly less appealing than Lin Fan, they were far from ugly. Lin Fan shook his head, lifted his gaze, and assumed a contemplative pose at a 45-degree angle. Appearance is one aspect, but it is the inner self that truly matters. The trio fell into deep thought at his words. Seeing them quiet down and not press for further inquiries, Lin Fan finally felt a sense of relief. Oldest. I believe old four has a point, Li Muyang remarked, raising his head to look at Zhang Ziqiang. But how can one showcase their inner self? I cannot just present my heart for others to see, can I? Wang Zhiyong inquired, puzzled. Are you serious? Don't you understand that showcasing your talents is key? Zhang Ziqiang replied, somewhat irritated. But I have no talents, Wang Zhiyong responded, feeling dejected. The elder brother, Zhang Ziqiang, and the second brother, Li Muyang, had fallen silent. Cough. Cough. Lin Fan, noticing the melancholy of his three roommates, felt compelled to offer them a glimmer of hope. Well, aside from inner and outer qualities, there exists another ability that can attract women. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the trio perked up, eagerly turning their gazes towards him, anticipating what he would elaborate. That ability is the power of wealth. Lin Fan leisurely peeled a peanut and placed it in his mouth, speaking with an unhurried demeanor. He was well aware that his three roommates came from affluent backgrounds, as evidenced by their attire. Of course, we are aware of that. But can one truly find true love? The third roommate, Wang Zhiyong, queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. Can you guarantee that finding true love will inevitably lead to marriage, and that marriage will never end in divorce? Zhang Ziqiang retorted dismissively. What the elder brother says is correct, Li Muyang suddenly realized. Look, beauties, Li Muyang exclaimed, tugging at Zhang Ziqiang and Wang Zhiyong's arms with excitement. Why did he not pull Lin Fan? In Li Muyang's mind, Lin Fan was already surrounded by the campus belle and two class flowers. He lacked for nothing in the realm of beauty. Wow, she truly is a beauty. The one in the yellow dress must be a campus belle. And the one beside her in white seems to be a class flower too, Wang Zhiyong remarked, his eyes wide with excitement. Strange. Why haven't I seen this beauty on the campus belle list? Zhang Ziqiang questioned, observing the approaching beauties with intrigue. He had extensively studied the campus belle rankings and could recite them from memory. This campus belle is unfamiliar. She is likely not a student of our university. Lin Fan did not lift his gaze, engrossed in his edamame peanuts. Watching beauties was not as delightful as savoring peanuts, after all. My goodness. The beauty is coming towards me. What should I do? Wang Zhiyong exclaimed with exhilaration. Get lost. She is obviously walking towards me. Zhang Ziqiang replied, brimming with excitement. You all need to stop arguing. The beauty is approaching me, Li Muyang declared, his excitement for the beauty in the yellow dress unabashed. Lin Fan? A melodious voice rang out. The three were left dumbfounded. They turned to Lin Fan, their mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief, filled with incredulity. They could never have imagined that the beauty in the yellow dress was coming to seek Lin Fan. Internally, they began to lament. What the hell, fourth brother? Why is it always you? Are you not allowing us single dogs to live? Here we are, still hungry, and now we must consume this dog food. Fourth brother, I swear I will never dine with you again. Fourth brother, could you not be so impressive and leave some hope for your brothers? Lin Fan, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his three roommates' minds, would not have taken them seriously even if he had known. He raised his head to look at the beauty in the yellow dress and, uncertainly, asked, Sister Wanqing? It truly is you, little Fan. The beauty in yellow exclaimed excitedly as she approached. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. How is it that you didn't reach out to me upon arriving in Lucheng? Lin Fan inquired, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. Well, Sister Wanqing, I intended to contact you after the military training concludes. The enchanting lady clad in yellow was Zhou Wanqing, Lin Fan's neighbor and, in many ways, his elder sister figure. After a considerable period of absence, he was astonished by her transformation. Had she not initiated the conversation, he would scarcely have recognized her while strolling down the street. The once tomboyish Zhou Wanqing now sported cascading long hair and a subtle touch of makeup, rendering her almost unrecognizable from her former self. Now that feels more like it, Zhou Wanqing remarked, casting a playful glare at Lin Fan. You seem to be preparing for a barbecue. I haven't eaten yet. Shall we dine together? With that, she settled beside him. Wanqing, what a delightful coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. As Zhou Wanqing was about to introduce the lady in white beside her to Lin Fan, a young man's voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. Mu Jianan, Zhou Wanqing murmured softly, her brows knitting together in concern. Chapter 31. What scandalous boyfriend? Mu Jianan, what are you doing here? Zhou Wanqing cast a glance at Mu Jianan, her tone frigid. In stark contrast to her earlier laughter with Lin Fan, she appeared as if transformed. This Mu Jianan followed her like a persistent shadow, which greatly vexed her. She had come to Luqing University to visit her dear friend and unwind, but she had not anticipated that Mu Jianan would tag along, further aggravating her mood. Mu Jianan, however, was unfazed by Zhou Wanqing's words. He was rather fond of her forthright demeanor. I came to Liuda to see my elder brother, and I never expected to run into you, Wanqing. It seems we are destined to cross paths, he remarked with a smile as he gazed at Zhou Wanqing. She rolled her eyes, dismissing his words as mere nonsense. She had no intention of engaging with Mu Jianan any longer and resolved to enjoy a pleasant conversation with Lin Fan instead. Encountering Lin Fan lifted her spirits considerably. Xiao Fan, this is my dear friend He Yunmei, who also attends your university. And this is my neighbor, Lin Fan, Zhou Wanqing introduced. Hello, Yunmei, Lin Fan greeted politely. Hello, He Yunmei replied, studying Lin Fan with an air of familiarity that eluded her memory for the moment. Lin Fan, feeling a bit shy under her scrutiny, instinctively touched his nose. At that moment, Lin Fan's roommate, Zhang Ziqiang, nudged him from beneath the table. Confused, Lin Fan turned to Zhang Ziqiang, wondering what he wanted. Zhang Ziqiang was making frantic gestures, his expression tinged with urgency. Lin Fan felt speechless. Was this how eager he was to find a girlfriend? Wanqing Jia, Yumei Jia. These are my roommates. This is the leader, Zhang Ziqiang. This is the second, Li Muyang. And this is the third, Wang Zhiyang. Lin Fan introduced his roommates to Zhou Wanqing and He Yunmei. Hello, Wanqing Jia, Yunmei Jia, the three roommates greeted cheerfully. Aware that they had no aspirations to pursue a relationship with Zhou Wanqing, as she was Lin Fan's. However, He Yunmei was different, though not as striking as Zhou Wanqing. She was still a class beauty and, more importantly, a student at Liuda. They believed there might still be a chance, and even if not, fostering a good relationship could lead to introductions to other attractive ladies. Zhou Wanqing smiled and greeted Lin Fan's roommates warmly. Hello there. He Yunmei, in contrast to Zhou Wanqing, was somewhat more reserved but still politely said hello. Meanwhile, Mu Jianan observed the laughter and camaraderie shared among Zhou Wanqing and the others, feeling a pang of sorrow. Whenever he was with Zhou Wanqing, she always met him with a frosty demeanor. Now, he sensed that he was regarded as less significant than a mere stranger in her eyes. Doubt began to creep into his mind regarding his own charisma. At that moment, he found it difficult to breathe. The weight on his heart was undeniably heavy. As the saying goes, comparison breeds pain. He felt discomfort, anguish, and still more discomfort. Why? Why? He cast a glance at Lin Fan, who stood beside Zhou Wanqing. It was you. It must be you. He harbored a growing animosity towards Lin Fan. Perceiving him as a rival, he believed that by vanquishing Lin Fan, he could win Zhou Wanqing's heart. He scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe, noting that he was clad in modest, mainstream attire. From the recent conversation he overheard between Zhou Wanqing and Lin Fan, he learned that Lin Fan was her neighbor, a mere boy next door. He was aware that Zhou Wanqing's family was of ordinary standing, which emboldened him to pursue her relentlessly. Had she been a daughter of a wealthy family, he would have likely retreated far away. Since Lin Fan was her neighbor, it stood to reason that their familial backgrounds were quite similar. An idea began to blossom in his mind. He would instill a sense of inferiority in Lin Fan, prompting him to distance himself from Zhou Wanqing and feel unworthy of her affection. He unconsciously reached into his pocket, feeling the cool metal of his car keys, a symbol of his pride. The Porsche 718 was his prized possession, purchased for nearly $800,000. Being able to drive a sports car during his university years filled him with a sense of accomplishment, especially when many graduates struggled to afford such luxury. He aimed to flaunt his financial prowess before Lin Fan, demonstrating his superiority. Naturally, in comparison, Lin Fan would feel the disparity. Once Lin Fan became aware of his pursuit of Zhou Wanqing, he would surely withdraw from her. The more he pondered this plan, the more satisfaction it brought him. He envisioned Lin Fan leaving in despair, which only served to elevate his spirits, nearly causing him to laugh aloud. He retrieved his car keys and placed them on the table. A sharp tap on the surface drew the attention of those present, all eyes turning towards Mu Jianan. Observing their reactions, he felt a swell of satisfaction. Wanqing, When are you going back? Let me drive you. You haven't experienced my sports car yet. Today would be perfect for a spin, Mu Jianan said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with pride and confidence. He occasionally glanced at Lin Fan, eager to witness any change in his expression. To his bewilderment, Lin Fan's face remained inscrutable throughout. How could this be? Shouldn't there be envy etched across his features? Shouldn't he feel embarrassed? It had to be an act. You're just pretending, aren't you? I wonder how long you can keep this up. He thought to himself, dismissing Lin Fan's composure as mere bravado, as he contemplated his next move. A notification from the system broke through his thoughts. Accept the task to resolve the troubles of your neighbor, the sister. As a great wealthy individual, how can you remain indifferent to her troubles? Accept task to gain a complete level of singing skill. Decline task for no reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, realizing that the reward this time was indeed a skill. How delightful. Although he does not aspire to be a celebrated singer, he believes that any skill is worth acquiring, for one can never have too many talents. He cast a glance at Mu Jianan, realizing that Zhou Wanqing's trouble stemmed from him. Lin Fan silently contemplated this, just as Zhou Wanqing was about to refuse. She was startled by He Yunmei's sudden exclamation. I've just remembered. Zhou Wanqing jumped in surprise, somewhat irritated, and retorted, could you please refrain from being so dramatic? She could not comprehend what had gotten into her friend today, who seemed excessively agitated. He Yunmei, disregarding Zhou Wanqing's annoyance, pointed at Lin Fan and asked, astonished, are you the rumored boyfriend of Tang Ruobing? Instantly, everyone turned their attention to Lin Fan. With a resigned expression, he replied, what rumored boyfriend? I am merely a friend of Senior Tang. Chapter 32. Boss, I finally found you. This is impossible. There are even recordings online of you escorting Tang Ruobing. The campus belle, back to her dormitory, He Yunmei exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. She finally understood why Lin Fan seemed familiar, to her astonishment. He was indeed Tang Ruobing's boyfriend. Instantly, her curiosity was ignited. But honestly, you and Tang Ruobing make quite the pair. This car is stunning. Is it yours? He Yunmei asked, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan could only nod in silence, perplexed by the obsession with gossip surrounding him. He merely offered a ride to Senior Tang. How had he become embroiled in rumors of being her boyfriend? He sighed inwardly, bemused by the absurdity of it all. That car must be quite expensive, He Yunmei remarked, turning to Zhou Wanqing with a grin. I never expected this neighborly little brother of yours to be from a wealthy family. Zhou Wanqing was taken aback by He Yunmei's words. Lin Fan is from a wealthy family? How did I not know this? And what is this about him being Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend? Confusion swirled within her mind. Yunmei. What do you mean? I'm feeling a bit lost, Zhou Wanqing said, looking at He Yunmei with a puzzled expression. Wanqing, here, take a look at these pictures. You'll understand. He Yunmei replied, opening the photos on her phone and handing it to Zhou Wanqing. The image displayed Lin Fan escorting Tang Ruobing back to her dormitory. As Zhou Wanqing gazed at the photo, her mouth fell open in shock, as if it could hold an egg. It was utterly adorable. This is really Lin Fan? How can this be? He just started university. It seems he has only been here for a few days. How could he have captured the heart of the aloof campus belle Tang Ruobing? This is simply unbelievable. She had heard of Tang Ruobing, the cool and distant goddess. But never had she been linked to any boy. Regardless of the truth of the matter, it was evident that her little brother Lin Fan was remarkable. He truly is my exceptional little brother, Zhou Wanqing mused to herself. Meanwhile, Mu Jianan, who overheard He Yunmei's comments, remained indifferent. He scoffed, is that car not expensive? A car worth over 100,000 is considered cheap? Clearly, she has never seen the world. He believed that Lin Fan's ability to drive such a car was already commendable. However, when he heard that Lin Fan was rumored to be Tang Ruobing's boyfriend, his interest was piqued. The name Tang Ruobing was known to him. She was indeed an icy goddess, and there were whispers of her extraordinary family background. Previously, Tang Ruobing had never been associated with any rumors. He found it hard to believe that she was now linked with Lin Fan. Quietly, he approached Zhou Wanqing from behind to peer at the images on her phone. Upon seeing the sleek black Lamborghini Batmobile in the picture, he was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth gaped in astonishment, and his eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He never could have imagined that Lin Fan was driving a Lamborghini. This vehicle could purchase several of his sports cars. How could this be possible? Isn't Lin Fan just a poor boy? How could he afford such an exquisite sports car? The questions echoed in his mind incessantly. He began to doubt his own existence, realizing that he had been pretending in front of Lin Fan. Little did he know. He was the fool in the end. This realization weighed heavily on his heart, and he wished he could find a crevice to hide in. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Zhou Wanqing, although puzzled by Lin Fan's possession of such a stunning sports car, refrained from inquiring about it. She intended to ask him when they were alone together. "Little Fan, please remember to give me a ride back to school later," she said with a smile, gazing at Lin Fan. He confidently patted his chest and replied, "No problem." Of course, he would have no issue escorting Zhou Wanqing home. At that moment, part of the meat skewers was ready and being served onto the table. Mu Jiannan watched Lin Fan and Zhou Wanqing laughing and chatting while they ate, which filled him with a sense of despondency. He found himself devoid of appetite. No. It was impossible for Lin Fan to afford a sports car worth several million. It was likely that Lin Fan had rented it to impress others. Yes, it must be a rental. After all, how could a college student from an ordinary background possess such wealth? He had nearly been deceived by Lin Fan. Fortunately, he was astute. "Well, Lin Fan, I didn't expect your pretentiousness to be so refined. But today, you've met your match," he thought to himself, regaining confidence. He began to plot how to expose Lin Fan and make him lose face in front of Zhou Wanqing. At that moment, he inadvertently spotted someone approaching and was instantly enlightened. Just because he was unaware of the origins of the sports car didn't mean his older brother was. He quickly stood up and made his way towards his brother. He had not been lying. He genuinely came to Luqing University to find him. "Brother, you're here?" Mu Jiannan said respectfully, bending slightly before a young man. "Yes, what do you need?" The young man inquired impatiently. He was currently troubled and had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Mu Jiannan. "Could you help me look into the origins of a sports car?" "I suspect that guy rented it," Mu Jiannan quickly explained, noticing his brother's impatience. He had initially intended to build rapport with his brother, but given his brother's demeanor, it seemed he had pressing concerns. For now, he could only hope his brother would unveil Lin Fan's ruse and perhaps foster their relationship later. "Is that all?" the young man asked, his expression unkind. "I appreciate your help, brother," Mu Jiannan replied hastily. "All right, since you're here, I'll take a look. Did that guy offend you?" The young man glanced at Mu Jiannan and sighed. After all, Mu Jiannan was his subordinate. It was no trouble to assist him. "Not exactly. I simply dislike how that guy flaunts himself in front of my girlfriend." Mu Jiannan shook his head and gritted his teeth, saying, "All right, just take me there quickly. I have matters to attend to." The young man responded impatiently, "Bro, follow me." Mu Jiannan promptly led the young man towards the dining area where Lin Fan and the others were gathered. Soon, they arrived not far from Lin Fan's table. "Bro, that's the guy," Mu Jiannan pointed at Lin Fan. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the young man's face lit up with delight, and he hurried towards him. Witnessing his elder brother approach Lin Fan, Mu Jiannan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "Kid, you're finished. Let us see how you keep up your facade this time. Zhou Wanqing will surely look down upon you and distance herself from you. You still think you can impress women? You're still too inexperienced." At this moment, he was filled with smug satisfaction, envisioning Lin Fan's despondency. However, what he witnessed next left him utterly bewildered. "Boss, I finally found you," the young man said to Lin Fan, bowing slightly and addressing him with utmost respect. Chapter 33. Do you need something from me? "Boss, I have finally found you," the young man said to Lin Fan, bowing slightly in a gesture of utmost respect. This young man was none other than Lin Fan's enthusiastic admirer, Li Guangwei. Mu Jiannan, witnessing Li Guangwei's demeanor towards Lin Fan, stood in a state of utter confusion, his mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom the situation before him. Was this truly his elder brother? The posture and attitude seemed so familiar. Was it not reminiscent of how he had just behaved towards his own elder sibling? How could it be that Lin Fan, once perceived as a mere impoverished youth, commanded such deference from his brother? The turmoil in Mu Jiannan's mind was overwhelming. The realization that his once indomitable brother treated Lin Fan with such reverence was simply unacceptable to him. He felt as though the world was spinning, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Had he not steadied himself against the table, he might have collapsed. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to Li Guangwei, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. "Do you need something from me?" he inquired, perplexed by the implication that Li Guangwei had been searching for him for quite some time, while he could not recall any previous interaction with him. "Boss, it's like this. I have mentioned your name to the members of our car club, and everyone is eager to meet you. I was wondering if you might be available tomorrow evening." Li Guangwei's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Fan, apprehensive that he might decline the invitation. Lin Fan remained silent, instead directing his attention towards Mu Jiannan, who appeared dazed. "Is this person also from your car club?" he asked. Li Guangwei glanced at the bewildered Mu Jiannan, his frustration boiling over. He felt an intense desire to reprimand him. You, pretending to be someone important. Look at you now, acting foolish. He chastised inwardly. However, recognizing the gravity of Lin Fan's inquiry, he quickly responded, yes, he is my junior. Come over here, stop dawdling. Mu Jiannan jolted back to reality at Li Guangwei's admonition, cautiously approaching Lin Fan. He sensed that the respect Li Guangwei exhibited towards Lin Fan indicated that the latter's background was indeed extraordinary. After all, Li Guangwei was someone who feared nothing. Yet here he was, acting like a subordinate in front of Lin Fan. This revelation instilled a sense of dread within Mu Jiannan, although he had previously tried to impress. He was relieved that he had not crossed any lines, lest he find himself in dire straits. Li Guangwei, observing the dazed Mu Jiannan, extended his hand and delivered a firm slap to the back of his head, exasperated. Hurry up and greet the boss, he urged. Feeling a pang of regret for having taken Mu Jiannan under his wing, as though he were merely a block of wood. Rubbing the sore spot on the back of his head, Mu Jiannan hurriedly exclaimed, Greetings, boss. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. I am not a boss. You may simply call me Lin Fan. He had no desire to be a leader. His ambition was to become a wealthy magnate, viewing these gang leaders merely as younger brothers. How about this? I shall call you Brother Fan, Li Guangwei suggested, shaking his head initially, but reconsidering. If he refrained from addressing Lin Fan as the boss, how could their relationship deepen? Since Lin Fan preferred not to be called a leader, addressing him as brother would also serve to strengthen their bond. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, as you wish. He then turned to Mu Jiannan and stated calmly, do not pursue Zhou Wanqing any further. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Mu Jiannan quickly responded with utmost respect. I assure you, I will no longer disturb your sister-in-law. Zhou Wanqing, upon hearing this form of address, felt a sudden warmth in her ears. She longed to retort, but swallowed her words. Lin Fan was indifferent to Mu Jiannan's title and found no need to clarify. He had already explained his situation with Tang Ruobing numerous times. Had it made any difference? Thus, he decided to let others say what they wished. The matter was resolved. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The rewards have been credited to your system backpack. You have received 5 system points. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system's voice. Not only had he acquired a skill, but he had also earned points, bringing him closer to his next upgrade. He looked at Li Guangwei and contemplated for a moment before saying, let us exchange contact information. Please inform me of the gathering location, and I shall attend on my own. Li Guangwei had indeed aided him, and without his intervention, resolving Zhou Wanqing's troubles would have required considerable effort. Lin Fan was also curious about the car club gathering Li Guangwei mentioned, an opportunity to broaden his horizons and gain insights, essential for becoming a competent magnate. Li Guangwei happily exchanged contact details with Lin Fan and bid him farewell before departing with Mu Jiannan. As they exited the pedestrian street, Mu Jiannan finally voiced his curiosity. Brother, what is the background of this Brother Fan that warrants your respect? Is it merely due to his Lamborghini Batmobile, which should be comparable in price to your Lamborghini Gallardo? Li Guangwei halted, letting out a sigh as he replied, that car is no ordinary Batmobile. It is a limited edition Lamborghini Batmobile SV, valued at nearly 8 million. Mu Jiannan was instantly taken aback, his mouth agape, and his eyes wide with disbelief. 8 million was not a trivial sum. He felt proud of his own car worth 800,000. The realization that Lin Fan, whom he had always looked down upon, drove a vehicle worth 8 million was astounding. No wonder Li Guangwei treated Lin Fan with such deference. He was indeed a genuine hidden powerhouse, albeit one remarkably discreet. He felt fortunate that he had refrained from making any inappropriate remarks earlier. What truly solidified his decision to align himself with Brother Fan was the exquisite Richard Mille RM027 limited edition watch valued at 5 million, a luxury not easily acquired even with wealth. Li Guangwei sighed and remarked, I could easily borrow a sports car worth 8 million, but this exquisite timepiece is beyond my reach. Such a watch is never lent out casually. Upon hearing Li Guangwei's words, Mu Jiannan's mouth, which had just been closed with great difficulty, slowly opened once more, as if an egg could be placed within. What had he just heard? A 5 million watch? Good heavens. One must possess immense wealth to spend 5 million on a single watch. Wouldn't 5 million be better spent on a luxury car? This is the true embodiment of a magnate, a genuine affluent individual. In comparison to Lin Fan, he felt like a beggar. He inwardly chuckled at his own predicament and vowed to steer clear of Zhou Wanqing in the future, determined not to allow Lin Fan any misconceptions. If such a powerful figure were to become irate, it would be far beyond his capacity to endure. Chapter 34. Missing you. Lin Fan and Zhou Wanqing enjoyed a delightful barbecue. After their meal, they headed towards Luqing University. Upon entering the campus, Lin Fan asked his 3 roommates to escort He Mei back to her dormitory. In unison, the 3 roommates gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, silently expressing their admiration. What a good brother. Lin Fan shot them a playful glance and led Zhou Wanqing to the parking lot. As he pressed the button to unlock his sports car, its striking lights illuminated the surroundings. Wow, it's so beautiful, Zhou Wanqing exclaimed, marveling at the dazzling headlights in the slowly opening door. Lin Fan chuckled and urged, "Get in." Zhou Wanqing carefully settled into the passenger seat. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. With a roar, Lin Fan started the engine. Zhou Wanqing turned to him, her eyes wide with intrigue. "Lin Fan, this car must be quite expensive, right?" Despite her limited knowledge of automobiles, she recognized that such a stunning sports car could not come cheap. Having seen Mu Jiannan's car, she noted that it paled in comparison to Lin Fan's magnificent vehicle. Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Wanqing and smiled. Not really. For him, this car was indeed not expensive, especially when he owned another sports car worth tens of millions. This one, priced at over 7 million, was relatively modest. Zhou Wanqing, filled with curiosity, asked, "Did you win the lottery, Lin Fan?" As a neighbor, she was well aware of his family's ordinary circumstances. A standard family car would be understandable, but a sports car was beyond what a typical household could afford. "Winning the lottery isn't that easy," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly as he drove. Zhou Wanqing's gaze remained fixed on him, her eyes unblinking. "You know I have an interest in finance," Lin Fan continued. "I made this investment and earned some returns." This was a carefully crafted excuse he had prepared. He had no intention of revealing the existence of the system. Even if he did, it was likely no one would believe him, assuming he was merely making excuses. Sometimes, the truth is less credible than a well-spun lie. Zhou Wanqing paused, confusion evident on her face. "When did I ever know you liked finance?" A myriad of questions raced through her mind. Lin Fan elaborated. "I work with a friend on investments. He provides the funds while I contribute the strategy, and together we've made some profits." He understood that if he didn't clarify, Zhou Wanqing would continue to inquire endlessly. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Zhou Wanqing's school. "Thank you, Lin Fan," she said as she exited the car. Lin Fan smiled nonchalantly. "Goodbye, Wanqing. Let us keep in touch." Waving her phone, Zhou Wanqing replied with a smile, "Goodbye." Lin Fan nodded, started the car, and drove off into the distance. He had no intention of returning to school. Instead, he was headed back to the Haitian Ihao villa. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the villa. He drove the car into the garage and was immediately greeted by the sight of 2 magnificent new vehicles. One was the stately Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the other was the impressively sleek Porsche 918 Spyder. Lin Fan approached and gently caressed the silver exterior of the Porsche 918 Spyder. "Beautiful, truly exquisite," he murmured in admiration. After expressing his thoughts, he made his way towards the living room but did not linger there. Instead, he ascended to the study on the 2nd floor, where he noticed an array of items strewn across the table. The most striking among them was the key to the Porsche 918 Spyder. Eagerly, Lin Fan picked up the key and hurried downstairs. Upon entering the garage, he pressed the key fob, and the lights of the Porsche began to shimmer. The door slowly swung open, and without hesitation, Lin Fan slid into the luxurious interior. "It's simply stunning, so opulent," he exclaimed as he admired the car's decor. He ignited the engine, which roared to life with a powerful growl. And with a press of the accelerator, the car surged out of the garage. After a little over 10 minutes, Lin Fan returned to the villa, settled onto the plush sofa, and opened a bottle of beverage. "This is delightful," he reflected on the exhilarating experience, feeling a rush of joy. He took a sip, then suddenly remembered something. He quickly retrieved his phone and called his counselor, Morong Shui, to request a leave of absence. As the class monitor, it was only natural that he should not return to the dormitory without informing his counselor. Checking the time, he decided to call his mother. He had shared his recent circumstances with Zhou Wanqing, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before Zhou Wanqing's mother learned of his situation. Given her gossipy nature, she would certainly reach out to his mother for details. It would be quite awkward if his mother found out about his situation from a neighbor rather than directly from him. Lin Fan located his mother's phone number and dialed it. Before long, the call connected. "Xiao Fan, is that you?" Why are you calling so late? Is something wrong? His mother's anxious voice came through the line. The age-old adage rang true. A mother worries for her child no matter the distance. Lin Fan felt a sudden warmth behind his eyes. It had been a while since he had heard his mother's voice. Mom, I'm fine. I just miss you. He replied with a smile, though his voice trembled slightly. In his previous life, he often neglected to return home. And it was only after his mother passed away that he wished to honor her. Alas, it was too late. Now, fate had granted him another chance to cherish his parents, and he vowed to make the most of it. You're such a silly child. Didn't you just start school? If you miss me, just come home when the break comes, his mother chided gently. You scared me. I thought something had happened. Mom, I've invested some money with friends and just transferred 100,000 into your bank account. You and Dad don't need to save. Indulge in some good food. Lin Fan said, feeling a sense of warmth at his mother's familiar nagging, and he smiled. Ah, Xiao Fan, what kind of investment have you made to earn such a substantial sum? Please, do not engage in any illegal activities. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had made an investment of 100,000 yuan, his mother's expression was not one of surprise, but rather one of deep concern. This was precisely why Lin Fan refrained from disclosing the full amount. If he had mentioned 1,000,000, his mother would likely have spent the entire night in restless worry. For an ordinary individual, 1,000,000 is indeed a significant figure. Rest assured, Mother, it's a legitimate business. You know your son well, Lin Fan hastily reassured her, understanding the source of her anxiety. His mother, upon hearing his words, also believed that he would not engage in any unlawful activities. Son, I will keep this money for you, to be used when you marry in the future. Realizing that further persuasion would be futile, Lin Fan acknowledged his mother's words and decided to devise another plan later. After chatting with his mother for a while longer, he ended the call. In good spirits, Lin Fan rose and ascended to the second floor, changing into a swimsuit. He made his way to the villa's outdoor swimming pool. As he swam, he could not help but appreciate the luxury of the top-tier villa, where the water temperature in the pool was perfectly maintained. Chapter 35. I will take you there an hour later. Lin Fan returned to his bedroom on the second floor. After attending to his hygiene, he lay down on the bed, ready to embrace the night's slumber. He was filled with anticipation for the dawn of a new day. The following morning, Lin Fan was roused from his sleep by the blaring alarm. Sitting up, he stretched his arms wide in a languorous yawn. Ah, how delightful it is to rest on a spacious bed, far more comfortable than the rigid cot at school, he marveled. It appeared to be the opportune moment to seek permission from the counselor for off-campus living. With a grand house to reside in and a plush bed to sleep upon, why would he endure the confines of a communal dormitory? Lin Fan resolved to approach Counselor Morong Shui today to arrange for his off-campus status. Nevertheless, he had no intention of relinquishing his dormitory. He believed that occasionally sleeping there was rather pleasant. He rose and made his way to the bathroom. After freshening up, he settled on the bed and activated the system's virtual panel to check the day's 1 yuan flash sale items. Upon seeing the featured item, his eyes widened in astonishment. 1 yuan flash sale, a fully equipped Bentley Mulsanne. Goodness, another luxury vehicle, he exclaimed. Is the system urging me to amass a collection of extravagant cars? How delightful. No man would ever complain about possessing too many luxury cars. Even if he could not drive them all, having them on display would be quite splendid. Purchase, Lin Fan declared without hesitation. Congratulations, host, your purchase was successful. The Bentley Mulsanne is now parked in the garage of the Hai Tian Yihao Villa, with the keys and relevant documents placed in the study. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Fan's spirits soared. The Bentley Mulsanne's price was no less than 6 million. His worth had just increased a notch. Splendid, truly splendid, he mused. Dressed and ready, Lin Fan picked up the keys to the Porsche 918 Spider from the table and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the garage, he indeed found a blue Bentley Mulsanne awaiting him. He circled the car twice, exclaiming, "Beautiful, beautiful, I adore it." He gently patted the car's sleek exterior. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly time to depart. Starting the Porsche 918 Spider, he settled into the luxurious interior. Ah, how wonderful it feels. Despite having experienced the car the night before, the thrill surged anew within him. How could he not feel exhilarated? This was a multi-million-dollar sports car. As he ignited the engine, a thunderous roar filled the air. With a swift press on the accelerator, the car bolted out of the garage, heading toward the villa's exit. Lin Fan had left a bit later than usual, and the streets were bustling with workers, creating a semblance of congestion. However, this posed no issue for him. Traffic was merely a concern for others, not for Lin Fan. All vehicles, upon noticing his sports car, veered aside, anxious not to incur any mishaps. A peculiar scene unfolded on the streets. The once crowded thoroughfare parted like the Red Sea as Lin Fan's vehicle approached, with cars halting to allow him passage, only resuming their journey once he had departed. This spectacle incited some discontent from those in the passenger seat. "Honey, why have you stopped? Are you not aware of my urgency?" The woman in the passenger seat, meticulously applying her makeup, cast a disapproving glance at the man behind the wheel. "Darling, did you not see that sports car ahead?" The man remarked, his gaze fixed on the distant vehicle. "So what if it's a sports car? What's the big deal? We have one ourselves," she retorted, dismissively pouting. "My dear, let me enlighten you. That sports car could purchase ours over 10 times. Just imagine the cost of a minor collision, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in damages." He replied with a wry smile. The woman in the car was momentarily rendered speechless by his words. Her mouth fell agape in shock, her eyes widened in disbelief, and her complexion drained of color. Their own sports car was valued at roughly $1 million. The thought that a mere scrape could incur damages in the range of hundreds of thousands was utterly staggering. Simultaneously, she exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that her husband had stopped just in time. Which affluent individual is out flaunting their wealth? This is terrifyingly impressive, she mused, even with their financial comfort. The prospect of incurring such a significant loss was distressing. With a gentle pat on her startled chest, she turned to the man beside her, stammering slightly, "Please, drive slowly." The man looked at her, puzzled. "Aren't you in a hurry?" She rolled her eyes and replied curtly, "If you're not bothered by the thought of losing tens of thousands or more, then go ahead and speed up." Upon hearing her words, he instantly hesitated. If he truly was indifferent to such a loss, he would not have halted in the first place. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the impact he had on others, as he had already arrived at the entrance of Lu City University. Just as he was about to head towards the east parking lot, which was closer to their dormitory, he inadvertently spotted a familiar face. There was no way he could overlook her. She was simply too radiant. The grass-green dress danced in the breeze, her long hair elegantly tied back, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. This enchanting figure was none other than the campus belle, Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan pulled up beside her and lowered the car window. "Good morning, Senior Tang." Had he not seen her, he would have simply driven past. But since he did, a greeting was in order, and it wouldn't take much time. Tang Ruobing, momentarily puzzled by the sudden stop of the vehicle before her, recognized Lin Fan upon seeing his handsome face. "Good morning, Lin," she greeted with a smile. "Are you heading to class, Senior Tang?" Lin Fan inquired. She shook her head. "I have no classes this morning. I'm planning to return to the dormitory first. College courses are quite relaxed. Sometimes there is only one class in the morning, or even none at all. Please, hop in. It's on my way, and I can give you a lift," Lin Fan offered, opening the passenger door for Tang Ruobing. There remains a considerable distance to the dormitory area, and as fate would have it, it is conveniently along the way. It would be perfectly acceptable to bring along Tang Ruobing. "Thank you, Lin Xuedi," she replied. Tang Ruobing did not decline. She perceived the sincerity reflected in Lin Fan's eyes. Were it anyone else, she would have refused to enter their vehicle. Upon settling into the car, she was taken aback by its opulence. Curiously, she inquired, "Lin Xuedi, have you acquired a new car?" "Yes," Lin Fan nodded. He preferred to refrain from elaborating, knowing that if he mentioned it was provided by the system, Tang Ruobing would surely not believe him. It was perhaps wiser to leave it unspoken. Noticing Lin Fan's reluctance to divulge further, she chose not to press him. Her curiosity was merely a fleeting sentiment. After all, Lin Fan's attire hardly suggested that he was a man of wealth. His understated demeanor was striking. Yet, he drove a car of considerable value each day, igniting Tang Ruobing's intrigue about the true nature of Lin Fan. "Lin Xuedi, what kind of person are you really?" She pondered silently, gazing at Lin Fan's profile as he focused on the road. Chapter 36, Is There a Problem? After escorting Tang Ruobing to her dormitory, Lin Fan drove to the parking lot and parked his car before heading toward the dormitory. His arrival at Tang Ruobing's dormitory passed without much commotion. After all, following yesterday's incident, everyone was aware that she had a rumored wealthy boyfriend who drove a sports car. Upon returning to his own dorm, Lin Fan discovered that his 3 roommates were still fast asleep. When they finally awoke, Lin Fan placed the soup, dumplings, and soy milk he had casually brought from the cafeteria onto the table. After washing his hands, he took a dumpling, savoring its flavor, and took a sip of the soy milk. The enticing aroma of the dumplings quickly roused his roommates. "Wow, you're back, old four," exclaimed Zhang Ziqiang, surprised to see Lin Fan enjoying the dumplings. "How are you feeling, old four?" Li Muyang, the second roommate, chuckled at him. "You're impressive, old four. After a whole night, you're still up and about this early," Wang Jiong, the third, remarked with admiration. Lin Fan rolled his eyes at the trio, thinking they were quite the lecherous bunch. "I merely dropped Sister Wan Qing back to school. I returned home last night," he replied, dismissing their curiosity as he quickly devoured the dumplings. After finishing the soy milk, he tossed the cup into the trash bin. "I plan to speak with the counselor today about registering for off-campus living. Is anyone interested in joining me?" Lin Fan inquired, glancing at the three who had just gotten out of bed. "Hey, old four, are you abandoning your buddies?" Zhang Ziqiang feigned sorrow. "Get lost. I'm not into men," Lin Fan retorted, slightly annoyed. "I want to be applying for off-campus living. It's so much freer here. At home, my mom would drive me crazy." Li Muyang shook his head. "I won't either. Li Muyang is right. Here, we can do as we please. At home, my mom is always monitoring everything I do. It's too suffocating," Wang Jiong agreed. Lin Fan did not press the issue further. After the three finished washing up, they quickly polished off the dumplings Lin Fan had brought. The four then made their way to the playground. The weather had been delightful these past few days, and all three had noticeably tanned. "Old four, how is it that your skin has become fairer? We're all getting darker from military training, yet you seem to be getting paler. It's quite peculiar," Zhang Ziqiang remarked, gazing at Lin Fan's profile in astonishment. "Can't help it. It's just how I was born," Lin Fan casually replied, not wanting to disclose that it was due to system enhancements. The three looked at Lin Fan with envy, silently cursing, "What a pretty boy. But why isn't he at me?" Before long, the four arrived at the playground, which was already bustling with people. They found a spot to sit and awaited the instructor's arrival. "Did you all see that video this morning?" Wang Jiong asked Zhang Ziqiang and the others. "What video?" Zhang Ziqiang inquired, puzzled. They had just awakened and hadn't even had breakfast, let alone had time to watch any videos. Wang Jiong chuckled, pulling out his phone and quickly opening a video. A sleek black sports car glides down the street, causing all other vehicles to come to an abrupt halt, as if soldiers standing at attention before a general. Astonishing. Who is this distinguished figure? Their presence is undeniably impressive. What a magnificent vehicle. I had no idea such a stunning sports car existed in our city. If only I could possess such a beauty, I would awaken each morning with a smile. Old Zhang gazes at the car in the video, marveling at its allure. "Old Zhang, it's not that I look down upon you, but you might not earn enough in a lifetime to afford it," Old Wang remarks with a smirk. "Who are you looking down upon? A lifetime?" Old Zhang retorts, feeling indignant. "Hey, Old Zhang, do you even know what kind of car this is?" Old Wang inquires with a grin, noticing Zhang's defiance. "What car?" "It's just a sports car," Zhang dismissively replies, underestimating its value, believing it to be merely a couple of million. Old Wang, however, knows better. Indeed, it is a sports car, but it happens to be a Porsche 918 Spider. Old Wang chuckles. Old Zhang, perplexed, asks, "Is this car very expensive?" His unfamiliarity with high-end sports cars is evident, as he is unaware of the Porsche 918 Spider's prestige. Very expensive? Indeed. The Porsche 918 Spider is a limited edition sports car, with an estimated price exceeding 15 million. Would you not consider that exorbitant? Old Wang replies, filled with envy, dreaming of owning such a car, though he knows his financial capabilities are limited. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Old Zhang stands frozen, mouth agape, and eyes wide with disbelief. He never imagined a sports car could command such a staggering price. This is utterly outrageous. No wonder Old Wang claimed he might never afford it in his lifetime. A couple of million seemed achievable with effort, but 15 million felt insurmountable, leaving a bitter smile on his face. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. The others, upon hearing Old Wang's revelation, share in the astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. A $15 million sports car? For an average university student, owning a modest $10,000 vehicle is already a source of envy. The thought of a $15 million car is beyond their wildest dreams. At this moment, a classmate stutters, "Class leader." "Class leader." Old Wang interrupts. The class leader's Lamborghini Batmobile is impressive, but it pales in comparison to this sports car. He remains oblivious to the fact that Lin Fan owns a standard version of the Batmobile, which is valued at around 4 to 5 million, still far from the 15 million Porsche 918 Spider. No, that's not it," the male classmate exclaims, visibly agitated. "What do you mean, not it? Old Wang cast a perplexed glance at the male classmate. The classmate promptly handed his phone to Old Wang, urging him to take a look for himself. Initially indifferent, Old Wang was utterly bewildered upon glimpsing the photographs on the screen. His mouth gaped open in astonishment, as if a chicken egg could fit within. What had he just witnessed? He caught sight of Tang Ruobing bidding farewell to a man. Although the man was seen only from behind, that silhouette was all too familiar. The vehicle in question was none other than the sleek Porsche 918 Spider. With wide eyes filled with shock, he turned to Lin Fan, who was engaged in conversation nearby, and with great difficulty swallowed hard, his voice dry as he inquired. "Class monitor, is that black Porsche 918 Spider yours?" Lin Fan looked at Old Wang, clearly puzzled by the question. Old Wang hastily showed the photo on his phone to Lin Fan. "Indeed, it is mine. Is there an issue?" Lin Fan responded, still bewildered. Chapter 37. Your young boyfriend is in trouble. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lao Wang experienced a buzzing sensation in his head. He surmised that the individual was indeed Lin Fan, yet hearing Lin Fan's admission was an entirely different matter. No, it's nothing," Lao Wang hurriedly replied, not even noticing that he had begun to stutter. The exchange between Lao Wang and Lin Fan caught the attention of Lao Zhang and the others, who were left wide-eyed and agape, their expressions filled with disbelief. The car owner they had envied turned out to be Lin Fan. How could they not be astonished? They felt admiration, and more admiration, devoid of any jealousy. When a person's stature reaches heights that one can never hope to attain in a lifetime, jealousy dissipates. At that moment, the instructor arrived. The new day of military training commenced. The training progressed smoothly, and soon it was time for a break. The instructor had to step away for a moment, granting everyone the freedom to engage in leisure activities. The group promptly settled onto the ground, reluctant to move. Although Lin Fan felt no fatigue, he would not merely stand idly by during the break. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from a distance. "Who is Lin Fan?" Everyone turned to look at Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan scanned the newcomer, unfamiliar with him. The newcomer stood at an imposing height of 6 feet tall, muscular and robust in appearance. Although Lin Fan was uncertain about the individual's intentions, he rose to his feet. "I am," he called out to the towering figure. The giant began shouting from the edge of the playground, and if he continued, it seemed the entire field would soon know Lin Fan's name. Upon noticing Lin Fan standing, the giant strode towards him with firm, commanding steps. Reaching Lin Fan, he bellowed, "Are you Lin Fan, the rumored boyfriend of Tang Ruobing?" Lin Fan scratched his nose, puzzled as to when he had become Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend. "Well, I am just an ordinary friend of senior sister Tang," Lin Fan clarified, perceiving that the giant was likely one of Tang Ruobing's admirers. Whether the giant chose to believe him was of no concern to Lin Fan. He did not wish to instigate trouble, yet he was not afraid of it either. After all, he was a man with a system, destined to become a wealthy magnate. The giant scrutinized Lin Fan, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "If you wish to become Tang Ruobing's boyfriend, you must first pass my test. Come, let us spar. Let me see what you are made of." Lin Fan regarded the giant with a peculiar expression. Could this individual be unwell? Did one require the giant's approval to become Tang Ruobing's boyfriend? Who did he think he was? Was he yet another delusional individual? What a pitiable soul. Lin Fan mused inwardly. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, the giant assumed he had intimidated him. He quickly added, "I will allow you one hand. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, you shall pass." The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing the giant's challenge. Who is this person, so audacious as to issue such a challenge? Believing himself to be a martial arts master, no less. The individual stood at a height comparable to that of the class leader, albeit slightly more robust in physique. Who was he looking down upon? He even dared to challenge the class leader. My goodness, I recognized him immediately. Was this not Zheng Haoqiang from the second year? The recent runner-up of the Lu City campus fighting competition, a formidable character indeed. How impressive. This certainly left the class leader with little chance of victory. I implore the class leader not to accept this challenge. Zheng Haoqiang, reputedly the protector of the campus beauty, Tang Xiaohua, had evidently come to confront the class leader, now placing him in peril. Lin Fan contemplated taking a seat, opting to disregard the hulking figure before him. He had not yet reached the point of engaging in a contest of wits with a fool. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly froze. Mission initiated. As a distinguished magnate, how can one retreat in the face of provocation, demonstrate strength, and utterly subdue the opponent? Accept the mission, reward, mastery in calligraphy. Decline the mission, no reward. Upon hearing the system's mention of a reward, Lin Fan's eyes brightened. Astonishingly, it was yet another skill. Calligraphy skills. While his penmanship was commendable, it was merely adequate, far from the level of a calligraphy master, let alone achieving perfection. The system was truly remarkable. Simply by absorbing this skill, he would instantaneously become a master of calligraphy, something many devote their entire lives to without success. I accept the mission, Lin Fan silently affirmed, glancing at the towering individual. This large fellow was genuinely a good-natured person. When the time came to engage, he would strive to moderate his strength, he mused. All right. I agree, Lin Fan said with a smile directed at Zheng Haoqiang. Zheng Haoqiang stood momentarily dumbfounded at Lin Fan's response. Having observed Lin Fan's prolonged silence, he had assumed fear had rendered him hesitant to engage and was prepared to lower his demands once more. To his astonishment, Lin Fan had agreed. The smile adorning Lin Fan's face bore an uncanny resemblance to the joy one exhibits upon encountering delectable cuisine, leaving Zheng Haoqiang utterly perplexed. As the crowd heard Lin Fan's acceptance of the challenge against Zheng Haoqiang, they sprang to their feet in alarm. Class leader, do not agree to this. He is Zheng Haoqiang, the runner-up of the Lu City campus fighting competition. You are no match for him. Class leader, do not be reckless. This is no trivial matter. Quickly, step behind us. With so many of us here, there is no need to fear him. I will protect you. At that moment, the class beauty, Su Ruiwen, positioned herself in front of Lin Fan, akin to a hen shielding her chicks. Lin Fan felt deeply touched by the concern of his peers. When have you ever seen me engage in a battle without confidence? He replied with a smile. However, before the crowd could express further apprehensions, he interrupted them. Turning his gaze to Zheng Haoqiang, he said with a grin, let us begin. You may strike first. Otherwise, you may find yourself bereft of any opportunity to do so. Zheng Haoqiang, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, felt a surge of anger that made his hands tremble. Those were the very words he intended to utter to Lin Fan. Yet they had been preemptively spoken by him. How could he possibly refrain from being furious? You audacious youth, how dare you steal my words? I shall impart a profound lesson upon you, so you comprehend that boasting without substance is nothing but foolishness, he seethed inwardly. In the library of Luqing University, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the halls. The students looked up, momentarily stunned by the arrival of none other than Zhao Qianan, the renowned campus beauty and roommate of Tang Ruobing. Why had the illustrious Zhao Qianan come to the library in such haste? Clearly, something was amiss. Yet, one must admit, Zhao Qianan was truly captivating. Zhao Qianan halted before Tang Ruobing and urgently declared, your young boyfriend is in trouble. At her words, every gaze in the room shifted in unison towards Tang Ruobing. Chapter 38. I still want to chat with my classmates. The library was inherently tranquil. And with Zhao Qianan's loud voice, all eyes were suddenly drawn to Tang Ruobing. Despite her reputation as the aloof campus belle, a faint blush crept onto her face at Zhao Qianan's exclamation. Xiaonan, what nonsense are you spouting? What little boyfriend? Tang Ruobing shot a glare at Zhao Qianan, her tone laced with irritation. That Zheng Haoqiang has returned and is currently searching for your little boyfriend. Lin Fan, right? Zhao Qianan quickly amended her words upon noticing the murderous look in Tang Ruobing's eyes. Given Zheng Haoqiang's temperament, Lin Fan was likely to face a severe beating. With a sigh, Zhao Qianan took a moment to mourn for Lin Fan. Upon hearing Zhao Qianan's words, Tang Ruobing's expression shifted dramatically. Without bothering to engage further with Zhao Qianan or even gathering her books from the desk, she hastily dashed towards the library exit. She feared that if she arrived too late, Lin Fan would be turned into a punching bag, an outcome she certainly did not wish to witness. Zhao Qianan hurriedly followed Tang Ruobing, eager to discover what kind of person Lin Fan was that could induce such anxiety in Tang Ruobing. The remaining students in the library began to murmur amongst themselves as they watched the two depart. Wow, it appears that the campus belle truly has a boyfriend. It's no mere rumor anymore. This is solid evidence. I just heard Zhao Qianan mention Zheng Haoqiang. Could he be back? It must be that he intends to confront Tang Ruobing's boyfriend. Otherwise, she wouldn't be leaving in such haste. I'm genuinely heartbroken. My beloved Tang Ruobing is taken. Pfft. As if anyone thought she was single, giving you a chance. On the playground, Zheng Haoqiang glared at Lin Fan, his eyes seething with rage. Kid, are you certain you want me to strike first? His voice dripped with fury. Lin Fan, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. Let us get on with it. I still need to chat with my classmates. Zheng Haoqiang's anger intensified at Lin Fan's dismissive attitude. Such disregard for their confrontation would not go unpunished. He resolved to teach Lin Fan the consequences of thoroughly provoking him. He envisioned Lin Fan bedridden for several days as a result. Assuming a combat stance, Zheng Haoqiang, despite perceiving Lin Fan as a novice, chose to respect every opponent. With a powerful push, he launched himself towards Lin Fan. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed Zheng Haoqiang charging at Lin Fan. My goodness, why does Zheng Haoqiang look so intimidating? Can the class leader evade this? If I had to face that punch, I would surely be terrified. Yet the class leader stands there, utterly unmoved. Do you think there's a chance the class leader is paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to dodge or retaliate? Watch out. Class leader, quickly evade. Class leader. Be careful. Zheng Haoqiang, observing Lin Fan's immobile stance, wore a look of disdain, convinced that Lin Fan was rendered speechless by his imposing presence. Thought you could act tough? Now you see how foolish you've been. Today, I shall impart a profound lesson to you. One must not pretend to possess strength without the means to back it up. He felt a surge of pride, imagining the scene of Lin Fan writhing on the ground. Did he miss? How could that be? Pain. A searing, excruciating pain. With a thud, Zheng Haoqiang collapsed onto the ground, rolling in agony. The onlookers were left in utter bewilderment at Zheng Haoqiang's predicament. What in the world is happening? Their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief, they stared in astonishment. Could it be that Zheng Haoqiang was attempting to feign injury? How could he lie on the ground, crying out in such distress? Surely, he and the class monitor must have conspired to stage this performance, his acting rivaling that of an acclaimed actor, truly impressive. The class monitor was indeed cunning. It was all an act, and I had worried for nothing. Zheng Haoqiang, overhearing the murmurs around him, seethed internally. I am genuinely in pain, for heaven's sake. Who is acting? Do you not see the tears streaming down my face? Oh dear, it hurts so much. This fellow strikes with such ferocity. It seems I am utterly defeated, having encountered a true expert. A wave of despair washed over Zheng Haoqiang. It appears he would be bedridden for some time. How unfortunate. Lin Fan, observing Zheng Haoqiang's writhing form, inquired with a smile, will you return for more? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zheng Haoqiang's countenance darkened further. Suppressing his agony, he quickly replied, no more, no more. He had surrendered. No way would he return. Did he not see how he was still rolling in pain? He hadn't even caught a glimpse of how Lin Fan had struck him, let alone retaliate. If he were to receive another blow, he would truly meet his end today. The crowd, hearing the exchange between Lin Fan and Zheng Haoqiang, began to question. Could it be that they were not merely acting? How was that possible? Zheng Haoqiang was the runner-up in the campus fighting competition of Luqing. Did that mean the class monitor was even more formidable than the fighting champion? This was simply unbelievable. Old Four, were you not just performing with Zheng Haoqiang? Zhang Ziqiang approached Lin Fan, voicing his confusion. Acting? I don't even know this big fool. What performance are you referring to? Lin Fan replied, feeling perplexed. If it weren't for the system rewards, he wouldn't have bothered with Zheng Haoqiang at all. But to be fair, the system rewards were indeed prompt. As soon as Zheng Haoqiang conceded, the system's voice chimed in immediately. Not only was the reward placed into his backpack, but he also received 5 system points, bringing him closer to an upgrade. He glanced at his points. There were already 45, just 5 short of the 50 required for an upgrade. His spirits soared. Although Zheng Haoqiang seemed somewhat foolish, he was, in fact, a good person. Lin Fan unreservedly bestowed upon Zheng Haoqiang a good person card. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Lin Fan's words. Class monitor, you are truly remarkable. I never expected the class monitor to be so multifaceted, exuding an immense sense of security. No wonder the campus belle, Tang, chose to be with him. How wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend like the class monitor. But that's merely a dream. The class monitor belongs to Tang. Having received his reward, Lin Fan naturally turned his attention away from Zheng Haoqiang. During their earlier encounter, he had meticulously controlled the force of his strikes, causing Zheng only considerable pain without inflicting any lasting injury. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's prowess, transforming an untrained individual into a martial arts adept in an instant. It was evident that Zheng Haoqiang underwent regular combat training. Otherwise, he would not have secured the runner-up position in the Luqing campus martial arts competition. Such an impressive young talent, yet he faltered against Lin Fan's skills. The system is indeed an eternal marvel. Chapter 39. Who sent you to trouble Lin? As Lin Fan was about to take a seat, a sharp voice echoed from afar. Stop. Everyone turned their heads towards the approaching figure. It was none other than the hurriedly arriving Tang Ruobing, accompanied by Zhao Qingnan. The crowd on the playground gasped in astonishment at Tang Ruobing's arrival. I can't believe Tang, the campus flower, is here. This is sensational news. Could the rumors of her having a boyfriend be true? Is it that fellow over there? What fellow? That's Lin Ban, a remarkable figure among the freshmen. I find that only Lin Ban is worthy of Tang's attention. Although Tang is stunning, I personally prefer Zhao. Tang seems so aloof, almost untouchable. I wonder if Tang would smile. What would her smile be like? Tang Ruobing felt a surge of urgency as she swiftly approached Lin Fan's class. Where's Zhang Haoqiang? Is he not here yet? She patted her chest, which was rising and falling rapidly from her hurried pace, letting out a long sigh of relief. It's better this way. She was genuinely concerned that Zhang's reckless behavior might harm Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan standing not far away, she hurried over. Lin, I'm so glad to see you're unharmed. A charming smile broke across her face as she gazed at Lin Fan, who bore no injuries. The crowd, witnessing Tang Ruobing's smile, fell into a state of stunned silence. Their mouths agape in disbelief. Is this really the aloof campus flower? She seems more like the gentle older sister next door. So tender, so enchanting. Wow, Tang's smile is simply captivating. Whoever says she's aloof again, I'll have words with them. Which fool just claimed Tang wouldn't smile? Step forward, I assure you. I want to hold back. My heart has been completely melted. Tang's smile is so healing. If I could see your smile every day, I would wake up laughing. Zhang Haoqiang noticed Tang Ruobing's arrival and had initially prepared to receive her concern. To his dismay, she showed no regard for his injuries, instead focusing on Lin Fan's well-being. He felt a pang of disappointment. Cousin, I'm hurt. He called out to Tang Ruobing, his voice tinged with sorrow. Tang Ruobing glanced around in confusion, murmuring, that voice sounds so familiar. Noticing that she had yet to see him, Zhang Haoqiang struggled to crawl through the crowd. Cousin, I'm over here. He waved his hand, bearing the pain. Upon spotting Zhang Haoqiang, Tang Ruobing's smile vanished, replaced once again by her icy demeanor. Zhang Haoqiang, who told you to trouble Lin? Zhang Haoqiang's heart sank further at Tang Ruobing's stern expression, the ache within him intensifying. Cousin, I am indeed your dear cousin. And it is I who is currently injured. He felt a surge of injustice within him. What is this situation? Is this truly my cousin, who cares for me? Surely. It cannot be a facade. Upon hearing Zhang Haoqiang's words, everyone cast sympathetic glances in his direction, marveling at the esteemed position that Lin, the class monitor, held in the heart of the campus belle. To my astonishment, Zhang Haoqiang is actually the cousin of the campus flower. No wonder he merely serves as her protector, with no rumors ever linking him romantically to her. Yet, how unfortunate for Zhang Haoqiang, who lies rolling on the ground, battered by Lin, while his cousin chastises him. I suspect he is beginning to question his very existence. What a miserable plight. He deserves it. After all, who invited him to trouble the class monitor? Let us see if he dares to instigate trouble again. However, the campus flower has reverted to her aloof demeanor, which is peculiar. Why do I feel that this is the very essence of the campus flower I admire? It appears she remains the same cold beauty, her smile reserved solely for Lin, whom I envy immensely. Truly, Lin is a paragon of manhood, having melted the icy demeanor of the campus flower. From this day forth, Lin shall be my idol. Upon hearing Zhang Haoqiang's words, Tang Ruobing turned her gaze towards him, noticing the pallor of his face. She inquired with concern, Cousin, are you all right? At her words, tears nearly welled in Zhang Haoqiang's eyes. Finally, my cousin shows concern for me. This is the essence of a true cousin, he thought, deeply moved. Yet, moments later, Tang Ruobing, with a reproachful glance, admonished, do not trouble Lin again in the future. Her words extinguished the warmth he had just felt. Cousin, I am injured. Have you not seen my condition? Shouldn't you express some genuine concern for me? Zhang Haoqiang lamented internally. Cousin, my chest aches, he said, clutching his heart as he addressed Tang Ruobing. What troubles you? Tang Ruobing asked anxiously, noticing his apparent distress. Lin Fan observed Zhang Haoqiang on the ground, clutching his chest, and found himself at a loss for words. Such talent in acting should not go to waste. He truly is remarkable. Enough of the theatrics. I know my strength. Lin Fan remarked coolly. Zhang Haoqiang turned to Tang Ruobing, exclaiming, Cousin, I am genuinely in pain. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan, thinking, you dare strike me? I shall ensure you do not have it easy either. You wish to be with my cousin? Dream on. Lin Fan crouched down, a smile playing on his lips as he mockingly suggested, shall I examine you properly? Zhang Haoqiang was taken aback by Lin Fan's words, springing to his feet in alarm. Just moments ago, he had failed to comprehend how swiftly Lin Fan had struck. If Lin Fan were to employ any underhanded tactics during the examination, it would spell disaster for him. The agony he had just endured was an experience he wished to avoid repeating. It was simply unbearable. Cousin-in-law, there's no need. I'm already fine. Zheng Haoqiang hastily gestured to Lin Fan, speaking with an awkward tone. The expression on his face was a portrait of embarrassment. Tang Ruobing, witnessing Zheng Haoqiang's lively demeanor, could easily discern that he had been feigning moments ago. However, upon hearing him address Lin Fan as cousin-in-law, a faint blush unexpectedly crept across her cheeks. Come with me at once, she glared at Zheng Haoqiang, her voice tinged with irritation. This cousin of hers was truly a source of embarrassment. Was it so casual to address someone as cousin-in-law? Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, she noted that his expression remained unchanged, which offered her a sense of relief. Yet, simultaneously, she experienced a peculiar feeling of disappointment, which left her feeling quite bewildered. Chapter 40. Do you truly wish to learn? Lin Xuedi, I apologize, Tang Ruobing said apologetically to Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He felt no sense of loss. Had it not been for Zheng Haoqiang's arrival, he would have had no tasks to undertake. I should thank Zheng Haoqiang, he mused. I'll treat you to a meal as an apology, Lin Xuedi. Tang Ruobing smiled, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Fan. She believed it was indeed her cousin Zheng Haoqiang's recklessness that had caused the trouble. Thankfully, Lin Fan was unharmed. And it was only right for her to make amends with a meal. Are you really going to treat me to spicy hot pot? Lin Buffon teased, feeling rather cheerful. Lin Xuedi, you are so annoying, Tang Ruobing retorted playfully, shooting him a glance before turning to leave with Zheng Haoqiang, not waiting for Lin Fan's response. Everyone present was momentarily stunned by Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing's exchange. Was this truly the aloof Tang school flower? Who would have thought she could be so charmingly coy? Lin Banzhong had truly impressed them. Seeing the cold Tang school flower so transformed into a tender woman before him was remarkable. It seemed only Lin Banzhong could evoke such a side of her. Truly, he was worthy of admiration. Lin Banzhong has brought us new students great honor. Having won over the aloof Tang school flower in just a few days of school, it's astonishing. Brother-in-law, I'm leaving, Zheng Haoqiang called out, waving to Lin Fan as he departed. He had altered his strategy, no longer wishing to disrupt the budding relationship between Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Instead, he aimed to forge a good rapport with Lin Fan, hoping to learn the exquisite combat skills he possessed. After all, Lin Fan's extraordinary fighting prowess was something he greatly envied. If he could master such skills, he was confident he would claim victory in the next Lucheng campus combat competition. Upon hearing Zheng Haoqiang refer to Lin Fan as brother-in-law once more, Tang Ruobing hastily pulled him away, utterly embarrassed. Zhao Qinan surveyed Lin Fan with a smile. No wonder you've captivated Xiaobing. You are indeed quite handsome. Lin Fan felt a bit bashful under Zhao Qinan's gaze and rubbed his nose. Hello, Zhao Xuejia. He had seen Zhao Qinan's photo on his roommate's phone. After all, she was a notable figure on the school flower list. Goodbye, Lin Xuedi, Zhao Qinan said with a smile, noticing that Tang Ruobing had distanced herself. She had come merely to see Lin Fan and felt no need to linger any longer. Goodbye, Zhao Xuejia, Lin Fan replied politely, sensing something peculiar in her gaze. Once everyone had departed, Lin Fan finally sighed in relief. Having grown weary of the envious and resentful stares around him, he found a spot to sit down. Old 4, impressive. Your progress with the Tang school flower is quite swift. You're already meeting the little brother. Zhang Ziqiang, the leader, approached and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at Zhang, uninterested in engaging with him. How did you manage to take down Zheng Haoqiang just now? It seemed as though he fell on his own, inquired Li Muyang, the second in command, with a puzzled expression. As long as the speed is sufficient. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. His punching speed was merely so rapid that the onlookers failed to perceive it. There was nothing remarkable about it. Old 4, could you teach me combat skills? The third member eagerly asked Lin Fan. Count me in. Both Zhang Ziqiang and Li Muyang chimed in eagerly. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Perplexed. What do you need to learn combat for? It's arduous work, and I doubt you 3 pampered boys could manage it well. Of course, it's for self-defense. The third member replied directly. Indeed, echoed Zhang and Li, nodding vigorously in agreement, implying their desire for self-protection. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Couldn't you come up with a different reason? 3 grown men seeking to protect themselves? What age are we living in? You 3 should rest easy. No one is going to assault you. Lin Fan firmly declined. It was that Lin Fan was unwilling to teach. Rather, combat training required formidable physical prowess, without which one could not truly excel. Old 4, you're being quite inconsiderate. Can't you think of your friends? They lamented. Lin Fan was left speechless, feeling as if he had committed some heinous crime. All right, I'm terrified of you. Do you truly wish to learn? Lin Fan asked, his expression turning serious. The three nodded in unison, like chicks pecking at corn. Very well, since you demonstrate such determination, starting tomorrow. You shall rise at 5 in the morning for a 5,000-meter training session. After some consideration, Lin Fan revised his initial plan of a 10,000-meter run, having it due to the impending military training. Upon hearing this, the three immediately protested. Old four, if you don't want to teach us, just say so. Why concoct such excuses? Exactly. Lin Fan gazed at the three, exasperated, thinking them lazy. With a tone of disappointment, he remarked, if combat training were truly that easy, the streets would be filled with masters. Upon noticing Lin Fan's earnest demeanor, the three hung their heads, realizing the truth. Becoming adept in combat was indeed no simple feat. They decided to let the matter rest, as enduring such hardship was beyond their capacity. Before long, the instructor returned, and military training resumed. The morning session concluded swiftly. After lunch, upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Fan utilized the calligraphy skill from his system backpack. Suddenly, he felt transformed into a master of calligraphy, effortlessly commanding various styles. He picked up paper and pen from the table and casually inscribed a few characters. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Lin Fan gazed in admiration at the characters in his hand. The strokes were elegantly flowing, exuding an imposing grandeur. It was as if they were inscribed with profound artistry. Lin Fan felt an immense sense of satisfaction within. He had not anticipated that becoming a master of calligraphy could be so effortless. The system truly was an everlasting deity. Whistling a cheerful tune, he stepped out of his dormitory, intending to seek out his counselor, murmuring, to finalize the procedures for his day student status. Upon locating murmuring, he swiftly completed the necessary formalities without any hindrances. This way, he could choose to rest in the school whenever he desired, or return to his villa at will. Back in his dormitory, Lin Fan reclined on his bed, contemplating the point tally displayed on the system panel. He was merely 5 points away from an upgrade, and his heart raced with excitement, pondering the potential benefits that the system upgrade might bestow upon him. Chapter 41. Sister Tang's car breaks down. Lin Fan lay in bed, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber when suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone pierced the silence. He glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing slightly at the unfamiliar number. Nevertheless, he swiped to answer. Hello, who is this? Lin Fan inquired politely. Brother-in-law, it's me. Zheng Haoqiang, came the voice from the other end. Instantly, the image of the large, clumsy figure of Zheng Haoqiang materialized in Lin Fan's mind. He frowned, puzzled as to why this oaf was calling him. It was no surprise that Zheng Haoqiang had his phone number. Their class group chat contained names and corresponding numbers, making it easy for anyone from Class 2 of Finance to discover his contact details. Is there something you need? Lin Fan replied coolly. Brother-in-law, it's time for you to step up, Zheng Haoqiang said with a chuckle. Lin Fan was left bewildered. What do you mean it's time for me to step up? Hurry up and get to the point, or I'll hang up. He had no desire to engage in a guessing game with Zheng Haoqiang. He could think of far better uses for his time, such as catching some much-needed rest. Brother-in-law, my sister just called and said her car broke down on the road. She wants me to pick her up, Zheng Haoqiang hurriedly explained, sensing Lin Fan's growing impatience. Lin Fan retorted with annoyance. Your sister's car broke down and she asked you to pick her up. Why are you calling me instead of rushing to help her? He couldn't fathom why this oaf would waste time on the phone instead of attending to Tang robbing. Hee. This opportunity to be a hero and save the damsel is clearly meant for you, Zheng Haoqiang said with a sly grin. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. What era was this, still talking about heroics and saving beauties? Just as he was about to decline the request, a voice echoed in his mind. Mission issued. As a great tycoon, one must possess a heart full of compassion. Heroically rescue the damsel and assist Tang robbing in retrieving her documents. Accept the mission. Reward, skill acquisition at mastery level. Decline the mission, no reward. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice. Heroically saving a beauty? He hadn't anticipated the system would take such a turn. However, he was intrigued. Completing this task would earn him enough system points for an upgrade, bringing him to 50 points, and the reward was highly enticing, acquiring a skill. Though he had managed to enroll in Lucheng University, he was not the most outstanding student. Had he excelled, he would have secured admission to a prestigious university in the capital. He had been contemplating whether to enroll in a tutoring class to enhance his knowledge across various subjects, as becoming a top-tier tycoon required not only intellect but also a broad educational foundation. with the prospect of acquiring a learning skill. He believed that although he might not achieve photographic memory, he could certainly work more efficiently, saving him considerable time. The system was indeed powerful. How impressive the system was. For the sake of an upgrade, Lin Fan was inclined to accept the mission, especially with the added benefit of acquiring a skill. He was uncertain whether he would have another opportunity to acquire skills if he missed this chance. If such opportunities were to vanish in the future, he would undoubtedly regret it deeply. Add me as a friend and send me Tang Xuedre's location, Lin Fan instructed. Since he had accepted the task, he refrained from further banter with Zhang Haoqiang. I've added you. Please accept my request, cousin-in-law. Zhang Haoqiang chuckled and continued. Understood. Indeed. It was Zhang Haoqiang who had informed him about Tang Ruobing, granting him the opportunity to undertake this task. It would not be an exaggeration to consider himself indebted to Zhang Haoqiang. Upon accepting Zhang Haoqiang's friend request, a message arrived from a friend with the nickname The Handsome Man in the Wind. Cousin-in-law, here is my cousin's location, the message read, followed by another location. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Haoqiang's nickname, feeling a wave of exasperation. This foolish giant was rather narcissistic. Got it. I'll head over immediately, he replied, hastily rising from his bed and dressing. Are you going out on a date with Tang Xuehua? Zhang Ziqiang, the eldest among them, paused his game to inquire. Tang Xuedre's car broke down, and I'm going to pick her up, Lin Fan replied as he finished dressing. Ah, so you're a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Hee. Do you think Tang Xuehua might be so touched that she would offer herself to you? You know, after dusk, the rest is implied, Li Muyang, the second brother, added with a lewd grin. Shut it. You've been watching too many dramas, Lin Fan retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Li Muyang. Lin Fan quickly donned his clothes and shoes, tucked the car keys into his pocket, and headed outside. On a high overpass in Luqing, a stunning young woman clad in a floral dress stood gracefully, her long hair swaying in the breeze. Beside her was a red Mini. This beauty was none other than Tang Ruobing. At that moment, a BMW 750 Li came to a halt in front of her. A middle-aged man with a radiant complexion exited the vehicle, adorned with a conspicuous gold chain, eager to showcase his wealth. Beautiful lady, is your car broken? He inquired, flashing a confident smile at Tang Ruobing as he appraised her with glimmering eyes. Truly, she was a vision of beauty, he thought to himself. Tang Ruobing glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded slightly. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride, he offered, patting the pristine 750 Li with a proud grin. He believed no woman could resist the allure of a luxury car, even if she were a beauty. Although the vehicle was purchased through a loan, it did not deter him from flaunting his wealth and pursuing women. Just days prior, he had successfully charmed a university student, and he intended to scout the area near the university for more potential conquests. Thus, upon arriving at the overpass and spotting Tang Ruobing by the roadside, he was instantly captivated. Tang Ruobing was truly stunning. As the gentle breeze caressed her, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. He felt an overwhelming surge of fortune and approached her without hesitation, brimming with confidence, an assurance derived from the luxury car he possessed. He envisioned an enchanting dinner with Tang Ruobing, reveling in the beauty of the nightscape together. At that moment, a thunderous roar of an engine approached from afar, growing ever closer. A sleek black sports car came to a halt beside Tang Ruobing. It was a Porsche 918 Spider. The middle-aged man gazed at the car in astonishment, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with disbelief. This was a vehicle worth millions, a true emblem of affluence. He could hardly fathom encountering such an extraordinary car in this setting. Suddenly, an unsettling realization struck him, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. His eyes reflected sheer terror, and his entire body trembled involuntarily. Lin Fan emerged from the vehicle and addressed Tang Ruobing. Sister Tang, are you all right? Tang Ruobing met his gaze and gently shook her head. I am fine. Chapter 42. Is Lin a low-key individual? Lin Fan cast a glance at the middle-aged man beside him, who appeared lost in thought. With a slight furrow of his brow, he asked in a calm tone, Is there something on your mind? The middle-aged man, startled by Lin Fan's inquiry, shook off his reverie, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and stammered, Nothing. Nothing at all. I shall take my leave now. He hurriedly dove into his car, starting the engine and speeding away into the distance, fearful of incurring Lin Fan's displeasure. After all, this was a true big shot. He could not afford to offend him. He felt relieved that he had not uttered anything inappropriate, for otherwise he would have found it impossible to leave today. He resolved to abandon any pretentiousness in the future, for he never knew when he might inadvertently cross paths with a powerful individual, and that would spell disaster. Before long, a tow truck arrived to remove Tang Ruobing's vehicle. Taking her seat in the passenger's side, she turned to Lin Fan and asked, "Lin, what brings you here?" Her curiosity was piqued, as she had not contacted him. "Your cousin called me, mentioning that your car had broken down. Unfortunately, his vehicle encountered issues as well, and he reached out to me for assistance. I happened to be free, so I came over," Lin Fan explained as he started the car. Upon hearing his explanation, Tang Ruobing nodded in understanding, not questioning his words further. "I truly appreciate your help, Lin. Next time, I insist on treating you to a lavish meal," she smiled. Lin Fan tilted his head and replied with a grin, "I'll hold you to that." "So, where are we headed now, Tang?" he inquired, knowing she would not return to school as his task was to assist her in retrieving some documents. "Please take me home. I need to collect some materials," Tang Ruobing responded. "Then, I shall rely on your guidance," Lin Fan replied, pressing the accelerator as the car surged forward. Under Tang Ruobing's direction, they arrived at the Jinghu Villa district in Luqing after half an hour. Lin Fan parked in front of Villa number 9. Observing the grand residence before him, he chuckled. "I didn't realize Tang was such a wealthy individual. You truly are quite low-key." Just moments ago, he had seen Tang Ruobing driving a red Mini worth around 300,000. It was well known that this Jinghu Villa area, along with his own Halian Villa, comprised the high-end properties of Luqing, where houses typically exceeded 30 million. Those residing here were undoubtedly billionaires. Tang Ruobing shot Lin Fan an exasperated glance and retorted, "Am I low-key? What about you, Lin?" Lin Fan scratched his nose and inquired with a smile, "Do you think I am low-key?" He felt he had long surpassed that image, driving million-dollar sports cars daily. Was that still considered low-key? Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes scrutinized Lin Fan. If one were to say Lin Fan was low-key, it seemed incongruous given his daily display of luxury vehicles. Conversely, if he were deemed ostentatious, his attire consisted of common brands, totaling only a few hundred yuan. Tang Ruobing found herself perplexed by Lin Fan's persona. Just as she was about to exit the vehicle to retrieve her documents, a knock on the window interrupted her. Through the glass of the car window, Tang Ruobing spotted a well-preserved and elegant woman standing outside. Hastily, she opened the car door and stepped out, astonished as she inquired, "Mother, what are you doing here?" The sudden appearance of her mother startled her, leaving her puzzled as to why her mother stood outside the vehicle. This beautiful woman was none other than Tang Ruobing's mother, Li Sime. Li Sime glanced at Lin Fan, who was seated in the car, and remarked, "I was just out for a walk when I happened to see this car parked at the entrance, so I came over to inquire. I didn't expect to find you." Bing Bing inside. Who was this handsome young man in the car? Li Sime's gaze shifted back to Tang Ruobing. Hearing the question from Li Sime, Lin Fan quickly exited the vehicle and addressed her respectfully, "Hello, Auntie. I am Tang Xuejie Jr. My name is Lin Fan." Li Sime scrutinized Lin Fan, taking in his appearance. The young man seemed quite impressive. However, she pondered his character. Her daughter had grown up, and it was indeed time for her to consider a romantic interest. She contemplated having a proper conversation with this young man. "Mother, my car broke down on the road, and I asked Lin Xuejie to give me a ride to retrieve some materials," Tang Ruobing explained, fully aware of her mother's thoughts reflected in her gaze. "Come inside," Li Sime said with a smile. In terms of appearance and stature, Lin Fan was exceptional, leaving no room for criticism. Li Sime felt an immediate fondness for him. "Then I shall trouble you, Auntie," Lin Fan replied, recognizing that declining Li Sime's invitation would be impolite. He followed Tang Ruobing and Li Sime into the living room, while Tang Ruobing ascended the stairs to fetch her materials, leaving Lin Fan alone with Li Sime. "May I call you Xiao Fan?" Li Sime asked with a smile. "Of course," Lin Fan responded promptly. "How did you come to know Bing Bing?" Li Sime inquired, her expression warm. "I met Tang Xuejie a few days ago on the high-speed train," Lin Fan replied candidly. "Oh, so your acquaintance with Bing Bing is relatively new," Li Sime observed. "Yes, it is quite recent," Lin Fan affirmed. "Yet, it seems Bing Bing trusts you quite a bit," Li Sime said, with a knowing look directed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan contemplated before responding. Tang Xuejie is very easy to get along with. Li Sime studied Lin Fan, searching for any distinctive qualities he might possess. She was taken aback by her daughter's openness towards him, especially considering that in recent years, her daughter had never interacted with any young man so harmoniously. Otherwise, she would not have earned the title of the aloof campus belle. It appeared her daughter genuinely liked Lin Fan, or at the very least, held a favorable impression of him. She mused inwardly. She had previously worried that her daughter might come across as too aloof, fearing that it would hinder her chances of finding a boyfriend. However, it now appeared that her concerns were unfounded. Tang's mother, Li, posed several questions, all of which Lin Fan answered candidly. His eloquence and remarkable politeness only endeared him further to Li. The more she observed Lin Fan, the more she appreciated him. Yet, Lin Fan felt an odd sensation under the weight of her gaze, reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her son-in-law. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Ruobing descended from the upper floor. Otherwise, Lin Fan had almost resolved to make a swift exit, as Li Simei's penetrating stare left him feeling quite uncomfortable. "Mom, we're leaving," Tang Ruobing announced to Li Simei. Lin Fan promptly stood and addressed her, saying, "Goodbye, Annie." He was eager to vacate the premises. "Xiao Fan, do come over to play whenever you have the time," Li Simei said with a smile. "Certainly, Andy," Lin Fan replied, nodding in agreement. Afterward, he followed Tang Ruobing as they made their way outside the villa. Once in the car, Lin Fan exhaled a deep sigh of relief, fastened his seatbelt, and started the engine, heading toward the school. The return journey took 20 minutes, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the route. Lin Fan dropped Tang Ruobing off at the dormitory and parked the car in the lot. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 43. The system upgrades to level 2. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The rewards have been credited to your system backpack. You have earned 5 system points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Fan's spirits soared. He had accumulated enough points for an upgrade. Eager to inquire about the upgrade process, he was interrupted by the system's voice once more. Your points have reached the required threshold for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed? The system's attentiveness was indeed commendable. How long will the upgrade take? Lin Fan asked anxiously. If the upgrade were to consume several hours, he planned to wait until the evening to initiate it, as daytime might trigger unforeseen tasks. Missing out on potential tasks due to an upgrade seemed a regrettable loss, especially since completing tasks could yield skills acquisitions that could not be purchased with money. The system upgrade will require approximately 1 hour, the system replied mechanically. Upon hearing that the upgrade would take just over an hour, Lin Fan fell into contemplation. An hour could be considered neither too long nor too short. He had military training scheduled for the afternoon, and he reasoned that this duration would likely not trigger any tasks. Resolutely, he decided to proceed with the upgrade, having anticipated this moment for quite some time. Initiating system upgrade. Upgrade in progress. Current progress. 1. As Lin Fan observed the system commencing the upgrade, he began to hope for its swift completion. He made his way back to the dormitory, as the military training was about to commence, and he needed to change his attire. Upon entering the dorm, he found 3 roommates dressing. "Old 4, I thought you weren't coming back. I was considering whether to request a leave for you," Zhang Ziqiang, the eldest, said with a grin as he patted Lin Fan's shoulder. "Old 4, why are you back so soon? Didn't you go to the hotel with the campus beauty, Tang?" Li Muyang, the second roommate, asked with a mischievous smile. What a missed opportunity for Old 4. He silently lamented Lin Fan's misfortune. Lin Fan, uninterested in their banter, quickly changed his clothes. "Hurry up. Military training is about to start. Being late means punishment," he urged. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the 3 hurriedly finished dressing, eager to avoid the punishment of running, which was already arduous enough. The 4 of them swiftly made their way to the training grounds. Upon arriving at the field, they noted that the instructor had yet to arrive, which brought them a moment of relief. Shortly thereafter, the instructor arrived, signaling the commencement of the afternoon's military training. During a break in the training, the instructor, observing the fatigue among the students, allowed for a longer rest. At this juncture, the class leader of the economic management class, Cui Mingjie, stood up. "Shall we have a sing-off with Class 2 of Finance?" he boomed, addressing his classmates. The students, invigorated by the prospect of a sing-off, responded in unison, "Yes." Cui Mingjie then turned to shout towards Class 2 of Finance. "Class 2 of Finance, let us hear you. The skin of winter melon and watermelon. If one does not sing, merely engages in trickery. 1, 2. Hurry, hurry. 1, 2, 3. Hurry, hurry, hurry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our wait has been quite arduous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Our anticipation is palpable. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do you truly have it? Do you truly have it?" Peng Haoran, the sports representative of Class 2 in Finance, upon hearing the call for a song from Class 1 in Economic Management, promptly rose to his feet. He addressed Class 1 loudly. With the east wind blowing and the battle drums beating, who dares to sing? He then turned to his classmates in finance. Shall we sing? Classmates? Yes. They replied in unison. Pang Howren initiated the song, and instantly, everyone joined in harmony. Once Class 2 in finance finished their song, Pang Howren was not about to let Class 1 in economic management off the hook. We've sung ourselves into a sweat. Class 1, you cannot simply sit and watch. Who shall sing next? The crowd responded in unison. Class 1 in economic management. Let us have a representative from Class 1. Pang Howren shouted. Charge, charge, charge. Don't act like an old man. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Don't behave like an old woman. Class 1 in economic management was undeterred and proceeded to sing a song in return. The back and forth continued. It was soon Class 1's turn to lead a song, and class monitor Cui Mingjie addressed the group. This time, let us have Lin, our class leader, sing. What do you think? Good. The crowd cheered, especially the girls, who were the most enthusiastic. The name Lin, our class leader, had become well known among the newcomers. It could be said that he was a figure of significant repute. While few might recognize Lin Fan, the name of Lin, our class leader, was widely known. Seeing the agreement in the crowd, Cui Mingjie's face illuminated with excitement. His true intention in leading the song challenge against Class 1 was to have Lin Fan sing. Lin Fan posed a serious threat to his standing in Class 1. Before Lin became known, every girl in the class had shown him considerable affection. However, once they became aware of Lin, their discussions gravitated towards him, leaving Cui Mingjie feeling increasingly marginalized. He felt a burning desire to overshadow Lin Fan, to reclaim the attention of his classmates. This song challenge represented an opportunity. He had trained in singing and was confident in his abilities. He understood that while Lin Fan excelled at playing the guitar, this was a singing contest, reliant solely on vocal prowess without instrumental support. He was certain Lin Fan would not triumph against him by allowing Lin Fan to sing first. With his unremarkable voice and lack of professional skill, Cui Mingjie anticipated that Lin Fan would inevitably disappoint the audience. When it was his turn to perform, he envisioned himself easily outshining Lin Fan, earning the crowd's adulation. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already hear the cheers of the audience, prompting him to chuckle to himself. His classmates regarded Cui Mingjie with puzzled expressions. Wasn't it supposed to be Lin, the class monitor, who would sing? Why was he merely grinning foolishly? Could it be that the monitor was unwell? At this moment, a classmate urged, "Monitor, hurry up." Upon hearing this, Cui Mingjie quickly regained his composure. With unwavering confidence, he turned towards Class 2 of Finance and exclaimed, "Lin, it's your turn. Come on, don't be shy. We want you to sing. If you hesitate, it simply won't do." In Class 2 of Finance, Lin Fan was preoccupied, awaiting news of the system upgrade, having paid little heed to the ongoing antics. It seemed he had heard his name. Indeed, all eyes were fixed upon him. Lin Fan felt a twinge of exasperation. Could he not enjoy a moment of peace? He silently lamented to himself. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. System upgrade complete. The current system level is level 2. 1 yuan items will be refreshed at midnight today. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Fan's eyes brightened, and he felt invigorated. He had not anticipated such a swift completion of the upgrade, and now he looked forward to the new tasks the system would present. Task released. Chapter 44, A Trivial Matter. Task released. Detected that the host's prestige has been provoked. As a renowned magnate, one must be a focal point of attention. Prestige should not be challenged. Accept the task. Reward: 100 equity in the Golden Ding building of Luqing. Decline the task. No reward. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system announce the task. It seems the system truly understands him. He felt a surge of joy within. However, upon hearing the reward, he was utterly astonished. The Golden Ding building of Luqing. It is one of the most prestigious office buildings in the city, not merely due to its intrinsic value, but because of its prime location at the heart of Luqing. Numerous enterprises worth billions, even some worth hundreds of billions, are housed within its walls. Acquiring the Golden Ding building would significantly enrich his network. To ascend to the ranks of elite billionaires, one requires not only wealth, but also an extensive circle of connections. Even more enticing was the total valuation of the Golden Ding building, approximately 800 million. My goodness, that's 8 small goals. The system is truly formidable. I never imagined that following its recent upgrade, the first task would involve an asset valued at 800 million. At this moment, Lin Fan was exhilarated. Completing this task would bring him infinitely closer to a net worth of 1 billion. This represents 10 small goals, something he had previously dared not even dream of. The thought of soon joining the ranks of billionaires filled him with immense excitement. He glanced at his class monitor, Cui Mingjie, and found himself increasingly fond of him. What a fortuitous harbinger of wealth! Were it not for Cui Mingjie's provocation, he would not have received this new task so swiftly. Nor would such a generous reward have materialized. His spirits were soaring, and he felt an overwhelming urge to sing a song in gratitude to Cui Mingjie, this bringer of fortune. Lin Fan rose to his feet and, with a gesture to calm the crowd, the previously boisterous playground fell silent. Cui Mingjie, witnessing Lin Fan stand, felt a rush of excitement. Once Lin Fan finished singing, it would be his turn to shine, and concurrently, Lin Fan would face humiliation, leading to cheers directed at him instead. As he observed how Lin Fan's mere gesture silenced the crowd, jealousy welled within him. For now, he would allow Lin Fan his moment of glory. Soon, it would be his turn to bask in the limelight, where Lin Fan's prestige would become his own. Cui Mingjie, lost in his thoughts, couldn't help but smirk. Fortunately, everyone was focused on Lin Fan, leaving him unnoticed. Otherwise, he might have been deemed a lunatic. As the crowd settled, Lin Fan wasted no time and began to sing. The powerful resonance of his voice echoed across the playground, capturing the attention of distant classes. The song was grand, its tone rich, evoking a sense of immersion as if the audience were transported back to the era of war, witnessing the valiant struggles of their forebears. The impact was profound, striking, and unequivocally astonishing. Lin Fan has truly elevated his singing prowess to an extraordinary level. Upon hearing Lin Fan's melodious voice, Cui Mingjie, who had just been basking in his own pride, suddenly found his expression frozen in disbelief, staring at Lin Fan with wide, bewildered eyes. How could this be possible? How could Lin Fan sing so magnificently? This was inconceivable. Surely it must be an illusion. At this moment, Lin Fan's vocal talent could rival that of a superstar, surpassing even that of his professional instructor. In comparison, Cui Mingjie's own abilities seemed utterly worthless, akin to refuse. He began to question whether all of this was merely a dream, grappling with the harsh reality that his once strongest asset was rendered insignificant before Lin Fan's brilliance. In a moment of despair, he slapped himself across the face. The pain was sharp and undeniable. Was he awake now? As he gazed at Lin Fan, who continued to sing, he recognized that this was no dream, but a stark reality. He observed the girls in his class, who had moments ago been discussing him, now gazing at Lin Fan with admiration. A wave of bitterness washed over him, as if he had lifted a stone only to have it crush his own foot. He clutched his chest, feeling a surge of pain. Lin Fan soon concluded his song. Even after he had settled onto the ground, the audience remained in a stupor, utterly stunned by the performance. The first to recover broke into enthusiastic applause, followed rapidly by others, their claps growing increasingly fervent. The boys looked at Lin Fan with expressions of reverence, idolizing him. The girls gazed at him with sparkling eyes, yearning for a serendipitous encounter. Old Four, you are simply amazing. Being around you makes me feel utterly worthless, Zhang Ziqiang remarked with a sigh. Old Four, is there anything you can't do? We came from the same educational background. How can you be so exceptional? Li Muyang lamented. Old Four, my admiration for you knows no bounds. You truly are incredible. Wang Zhiyong added, giving Lin Fan a thumbs up. In a cheerful mood, Lin Fan replied, Oh, it's nothing much. The trio, witnessing Lin Fan's smug expression, could only sigh. What could they do? After all, he possessed such remarkable talent. If they had his abilities, they too could flaunt their skills. They couldn't help but notice the longing gazes from all the girls directed at Lin Fan, as if they wished to devour him whole. The three roommates looked at Lin Fan with envy. They were still troubled by their own romantic dilemmas. While Lin Fan was surrounded not only by the school beauty but also by various admirers. In stark contrast, they had nothing more than their gaming screens, highlighting the vast disparity in their circumstances. The military training continued. After the afternoon session, Lin Fan invited his three roommates to dinner, but they chorused in unison. We're not going. Stung by the day's events, they decided to immerse themselves in video games as a means of venting their frustrations. Reluctant to dine with Lin Fan, the thought of encountering another girl striking up a conversation with him filled them with dread, as it would inevitably lead to an abundance of dog food, a term they used to describe the excessive display of affection. Having had their fill of such romantic displays, the trio resolutely opted to abstain from any further exposure to it. Observing their reluctance, Lin Fan changed into a fresh outfit and drove towards Tianjuku. For he had no intention of dining in the cafeteria that evening. The food there paled in comparison to what Tianjuku had to offer. Once one becomes accustomed to exquisite cuisine, ordinary fare becomes intolerably lackluster. At Tianju-ku, Lin Fan could indulge freely, without the need to subject his palate to mediocrity. Upon his swift arrival, the manager, Niu Baishan, learned of Lin Fan's presence and personally greeted him at the entrance. Niu Baishan escorted Lin Fan to a private dining room, meticulously prepared for him, ensuring that there would always be a place for Lin Fan whenever he chose to dine there. Chapter 45, Please Step Aside. Lin Fan was quite pleased with Niu Baishan's arrangements. After all, he was now a billionaire and didn't mind this trivial amount of money. The private room could remain unoccupied. After he finished singing in the afternoon, the system rewards promptly arrived. The system had never delayed in dispersing rewards, which greatly satisfied Lin Fan. The system thoughtfully placed all the information regarding the Golden Summit building in the study of the Haitian No. 1 villa. He also received 10 system points. With the system's upgrade, the number of points granted had increased. However, the points required for upgrades had also escalated. Previously, upgrading from a level 1 system to a level 2 system required 50 points. Now, upgrading from level 2 to level 3 necessitated 100 points. Lin Fan calculated that regardless of whether it was a level 1 or level 2 upgrade, 10 tasks were required. It seemed that system upgrade still depended on completing the corresponding tasks. Lin Fan casually ordered 4 signature dishes, a seafood soup, and a bottle of juice, opting against alcohol as he intended to visit Li Guangwei's gathering later. While dining, he received a message from Li Guangwei, which included the location of the gathering. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he continued to savor his meal, for what could be more delightful than dining during a gathering? The simple yet satisfying dinner quickly came to an end. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and stood up, preparing to depart. Niu Baishan offered to accompany him, but Lin Fan politely declined, as Niu still had his own matters to attend to. Lin Fan was familiar with the way and could manage on his own. There was no need for Niu Baishan to escort him. He made his way downstairs and soon arrived at the parking lot, where he noticed a female internet celebrity holding a selfie stick, speaking animatedly about his Porsche 918 Spider. Lin Fan approached her, but she stepped forward to block his path. "Can't you see I'm live streaming? How rude can you be?" She scolded him, glaring. Turning back to her audience, she exclaimed, "Can you believe the lack of manners in people these days? Don't they understand the concept of queuing?" She then directed her attention back to Lin Fan. "Wait until I finish my stream before taking photos. Just stand aside until I'm done." Lin Fan was rendered speechless by the audacity of the internet celebrity. Did she truly think he had come to leech off her fame by posing with his own car? "Please step aside. This is my vehicle," he said, his impatience evident. "Ha, young man, do you not fear embarrassment in your bravado? Do you even know what car this is? Your car? You should have some self-awareness when trying to show off," the internet celebrity scoffed. She had just scrutinized Lin Fan's attire, concluding that his entire outfit was worth less than her one piece. "Do you really think this poor outfit of a few hundred yuan could afford a Porsche 918 Spider? It is, of course, utterly impossible, even to the point of death." She would not believe it. Deep down, she firmly held the conviction that Lin Fan could not possibly be the owner of such a luxury sports car. Surely, anyone capable of affording such a vehicle would be a genuine tycoon, and the attire alone must cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions, to befit the owner of a supercar. Although Lin Fan possessed striking good looks, in this day and age, mere handsomeness is of little consequence. It cannot be converted into sustenance. The viewers in the live stream also caught sight of Lin Fan and began to chatter. This young man must be suffering from delusions. How dare he impersonate the owner of a sports car while clad in such pedestrian attire? Who granted him such audacity? I found myself somewhat admiring this lad. He remained unfazed and composed. If it were an ordinary individual, he might have successfully pulled off this charade, but our dear sister Ma is no ordinary person. This young man showed no signs of retreat. His delusions were alarmingly severe, genuinely believing the car to be his own. Would Sister Ma erupt in anger? It had been quite some time since I had witnessed her fury. This lad was in for a rude awakening. I settled in with my small stool, ready to relish the unfolding drama. Lin Fan, somewhat at a loss for words, observed the female internet celebrity. He had initially intended to gently persuade her to leave, but it appeared that approach would be futile. He had no desire to resort to violence against a woman. Yet it seemed that departing without further action was not a viable option. Lin Fan approached the female influencer. Upon noticing his advance, she exclaimed, "What do you think you are doing? Everyone is watching. If you dare to act recklessly, I will have you arrested in no time." Lin Fan stepped closer, grasping her arm and pushing her outward. To his surprise, The high-heeled shoes she wore caused her to lose her balance, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Instantly, she cried out in pain. It hurts so much. Oh no, my backside feels shattered. Help, I'm being attacked. The female influencer screamed dramatically. Lin Fan, casting not a glance at the fallen influencer, retrieved the car key, pressed the button, and the headlights of the sports car illuminated brilliantly as the doors opened slowly. He slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. The influencer, witnessing Lin Fan produce the key and unlock the door, was left utterly dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting her pain. Her mouth hung agape in astonishment, as if an egg could be nestled within. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? How could this sports car belong to this impoverished wretch? She struggled to accept that Lin Fan was indeed the rightful owner of the vehicle. Staring vacantly as Lin Fan drove away, she remained seated on the ground. It was only after he had departed that she regained her senses, hastily attempting to pursue him, but the car had vanished from sight, leaving her inhaling the noxious fumes of its exhaust. A profound sense of regret washed over her. She felt as if she had missed out on a fortune of $5 million. Her incessant live streaming was intended to catch a glimpse of the car's owner, hoping to forge some connection, yet when the true owner finally appeared, she failed to recognize him. She wished fervently to slap herself twice over. Regret, regret, and more regret. The viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed Lin Fan departing in his car, and it caused an uproar. To think, this young man is truly the owner of the sports car. I cannot believe I misjudged him. Alas, I have regrettably missed the chance to align myself with such a figure. How astonishingly low-key this magnate is. Adorned in humble attire yet driving a vehicle worth over $10 million. What an incongruous combination. This time, Sister Ma has completely miscalculated. After waiting for so long for the prominent figure, he stood right before her, yet she looked down upon him. Now, Sister Ma must be regretting her actions profoundly. Who could blame her for her lack of discernment? She deserves this outcome. Nevertheless, one must admit, this magnate appears remarkably youthful. As Lin Fan exited the parking lot, he activated his navigation system and drove towards the Mo Yun mansion, the venue where Li Guangwei and his associates were gathering. Chapter 46, Villa No. 9 of the Mo Yun Mansion. Mo Yun Mansion is a luxurious villa area situated beside the majestic Mozhang. The villas here are notably larger than typical residential ones. Comprising a total of 36 villas numbered from 1 to 36, each residence boasts opulent interiors featuring spacious living rooms, bar counters, game rooms, tea lounges, billiard halls, home theaters, KTV rooms, and an outdoor heated swimming pool on the rooftop, making it an ideal venue for gatherings. Consequently, this locale attracts a cohort of affluent second-generation heirs and wealthy magnates seeking to convene. Villa No. 9 of Mo Yun Mansion serves as the gathering place for Li Guangwei and his companions, who have already assembled inside, numbering nearly 10 individuals. Brotherly, I've heard that a distinguished guest is expected today. Is it true? Inquired one of Li Guangwei's eager younger associates. His curiosity piqued about the identity of such an esteemed visitor. Could it be a top-tier heir from Lucheng? Yet, that seemed unlikely, for their social standing hardly warranted the attention of such elite individuals. With a hint of pride on his face, Li Guangwei turned to his inquisitive subordinate and replied, "Indeed. The esteemed guest arriving today is a new acquaintance of mine." "Wow, brotherly, could it be a top-tier heir?" exclaimed another young man behind Li Guangwei, his excitement palpable. Each individual possesses their own social circles, and those like them, ordinary second-generation heirs with familial assets merely in the tens of millions, are regarded as entry-level affluent. The truly elite heirs often disdain mingling with their kind, creating a fervent desire among them to penetrate the upper echelons of society. The prospect of meeting a potentially high-profile guest today filled them with elation, as forging a connection could grant them a glimpse into the world of the elite. Li Guangwei shook his head, gazing into the distance as he spoke. Whether he is indeed a top-tier heir, I cannot say for certain. While he was unsure of Lin Fan's exact status, he recognized that Lin Fan undoubtedly operated on a different level from theirs. With a Lamborghini Batmobile SV valued at around $8 million and a Richard Mille RM027 watch worth $5 million adorning his wrist, it was clear that such luxury was beyond the reach of their tier of second-generation heirs. He speculated whether Lin Fan belonged to the intermediate or advanced second-generation class or perhaps even the top tier. However, he deemed it improbable that Lin Fan was a top-tier heir, as such individuals were notoriously difficult to approach, often overlooking those outside their sphere. Nevertheless, even if Lin Fan were merely an intermediate heir, he would still be worth cultivating a friendship with, given that such families often possess assets exceeding 1 billion. Noticing the smiles fading from the faces of his younger companions, Li Guangwei understood their sentiments. He too yearned to befriend genuine top-tier heirs and forge connections. Yet he recognized the unrealistic nature of such aspirations. The hierarchy among second-generation heirs is not easily traversed, and ultimately, one's standing is dictated by merit and capability. After some contemplation, he resolved to share a few details about Lin Fan with the group. Clearing his throat, he prepared to speak. What I have come to understand is that Fan Ge drives a limited edition Lamborghini Batmobile SV, valued at around 8 million. As Li Guangwei's words fell, everyone inhaled sharply. Their astonishment palpable as they gazed at him, mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. A nearly $10 million vehicle, especially a limited edition, is not something an ordinary second-generation scion could possess. The mere sight of his car suggested that Fan Ge might very well be a mid-tier second-generation heir, or even a high-tier one. Initially, upon hearing Li Guangwei's uncertainty regarding his status, they assumed he was merely slightly superior to them. However, this was not a mere increment. It was a chasm of difference. Even some mid-tier second-generation heirs might not be able to afford an $8 million car, let alone a limited edition. Their hearts raced uncontrollably at the thought. Could it be that Fan Ge is a high-tier second-generation? The more they pondered, the more astonished they became. One of the younger subordinates, his throat dry, inquired, Li Ge, is this Fan Ge possibly a high-tier second-generation? Li Guangwei shook his head, took a sip of his drink. Everyone had driven here today, abstaining from alcohol, and replied, I cannot ascertain whether Fan Ge is indeed a high-tier second-generation, but I sense he is quite close. His ambiguous statement left the young subordinates exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend its meaning. If one does not know, how can there be a notion of close? Li Guangwei noticed their confusion and added, Fan Ge typically adorns his wrist with a Richard Mille RM027 limited edition watch, valued at 5 million. After taking another sip of juice, he unconsciously swallowed as he recalled Lin Fan's watch. Upon hearing Li Guangwei's words, the subordinates, who had just managed to close their mouths, slowly gaped once more, staring at him in shock. What had they just heard? A Richard Mille RM02 watch worth 5 million? The crux of the matter was that it was a limited edition. While some mid-tier second-generation heirs could indeed afford a regular $5 million watch, a limited edition is not merely a matter of wealth. It requires formidable connections. Such extravagant spending on a watch is typically reserved for high-tier second-generation heirs. After all, this timepiece costs 5 million, a sum far beyond 500. Wouldn't 5 million be better spent on a car? These second-generation heirs considered themselves impressive when purchasing watches in the tens or hundreds of thousands. Yet, in comparison to Fan Ge, they felt like beggars. How could ordinary watches worth a few $100,000 possibly compare to a $5 million limited edition? Even a standard $5 million watch holds no comparability. Now they understood the essence of Li Guangwei's statement. Fan Ge is likely a high-tier second-generation heir, or at the very least, the pinnacle of mid-tier. Such a figure is one they must aspire to. Engaging with such a second-generation heir would undoubtedly bring them numerous advantages. If one day their family's assets ascend to the ranks of billionaires, having an acquaintance to guide them would undoubtedly facilitate their swift integration into the corresponding circles. As they eagerly awaited Lin Fan's arrival, the sound of revving sports cars echoed from outside. Li Guangwei, upon hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow. These vehicles did not resemble Lin Fan's car. Moreover, Lin Fan's arrival would typically be heralded by the sound of a single vehicle. Yet now it seemed as though more than a dozen sports cars were approaching. He quickly rose to investigate, determined to prevent any irrelevant individuals from tarnishing the gathering and leaving Lin Fan with a poor impression. Stepping outside, he spotted a girl dressed like a rebellious young woman descending from a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. The girl was tall, clad in a fitted leather jacket and matching leather pants, with knee-high leather boots adorning her feet. Her face was adorned with smoky eye makeup, and her vividly colored hair shimmered brilliantly under the lights. Yunzi? Upon recognizing her, Li Guangwei's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. Chapter 47. The proud Yunzi. Li Guangwei approached, his expression grim as he stood not far from Yunzi. Without mincing words, he stated, Yunzi, what brings you here? You are not welcome. Please leave. Yunzi, his rival, often clashed with him. He was acutely aware that her presence heralded no good intentions, and he was determined to prevent her from disrupting the gathering. However, Yunzi remained unfazed by Li Guangwei's remarks. She tossed her hair back, gesturing towards her Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, and queried with a smile. What do you think of my magnificent beast? How does it compare to your modest ride? Upon hearing her words, Li Guangwei's countenance darkened further. He had not anticipated that Yunzi would acquire a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, colloquially known as the Big Bull. It was evident that this vehicle was freshly purchased. The rumors were indeed substantiated. It seemed that Yunzi was not merely a second-generation rich individual, but rather belonged to a more affluent echelon than himself. This realization made him cautious, as he often opted to concede during their confrontations, recognizing the wisdom in exercising restraint. It was clear that Yunzi was no ordinary adversary. Sometimes, whispers of her prowess bore truth. Li Guangwei chose silence, understanding that Yunzi's visit was not solely to flaunt her new acquisition. She had ulterior motives. Sensing his reticence, Yunzi felt a surge of triumph, reveling in the fact that she had bested him once again. What use is your superior racing skill, Li Guangwei? My big bull utterly eclipses your modest ride, compensating for any technical deficiencies, she mused. Her intention for being there was not merely to show off her new vehicle. She had heard rumors of Li Guangwei's association with a powerful figure. I hear you have a new boss, is that so? She inquired with a tone rife with disdain. And what of it? Li Guangwei retorted, his anger simmering. She had indeed come to provoke him, aiming to disrupt the gathering and tarnish Lin Fan's impression of them. His thoughts were consumed with how to expel Yunzi before she could wreak havoc. Do you know what car your esteemed boss drives? Yunzi asked, chewing gum with a look of derision. Li Guangwei remained silent. While Lin Fan's Lamborghini Murcielago SV might not rival the price of Yunzi's Aventador SVJ, the limited edition vehicle still held its own merit, resulting in a stalemate. He recognized that her intention was to humiliate him, to bask in a sense of superiority. If his newly appointed boss's vehicle fell short of Yunzi's, even if they were equals, he would still be deemed a loser. Even though Lin Fan possessed a notable watch, he was uncertain whether Lin Fan would bring it along. He hoped fervently that Lin Fan would showcase the timepiece, as it might allow him to reclaim some dignity. Otherwise, he feared that he would be thoroughly overshadowed by Yunzi. He gazed at Yunzi with a sense of reluctance, feeling somewhat helpless. Do you really think it's meaningful for a mid-tier second generation to seek validation from a low-tier second generation? He thought bitterly. He simply could not fathom Yunzi's intentions. Was it merely for the sake of superiority? Li Guangwei remained silent. Yet his underlings could not stand idly by while Yunzi displayed such arrogance. Brother Fan drives a limited edition Lamborghini Batmobile SV. One of his subordinates declared angrily. He was seething inside, convinced that Yunzi was exceedingly presumptuous, knowing full well that their gathering today was meant to provoke and disrupt. Oh, so your name is Brother Fan, Yunzi chuckled, her tone laced with derision. Indeed, the limited edition Lamborghini Batmobile SV might barely compare to my Aventador. A smirk graced her lips, for the price of her Aventador exceeded that of the Batmobile by $1 million or $2. The disparity in value was insurmountable. Li Guangwei, your newly appointed leader is rather unimpressive. Why not acknowledge me as your big sister instead? Yunzi jested, her smile teasing as she regarded Li Guangwei. Upon hearing her words, her subordinates erupted in laughter. Li Guangwei, our big sister treats you so well. Hurry and recognize her as your big sister, once this opportunity passes. It shall not return. They continued, our big sister is gracious to take you in as her subordinate. Do not delay, come forth and call her big sister. Such a rare chance, especially since she is in a good mood today. Li Guangwei looked at Yunzi, his eyes filled with a hint of fury. Incensed by her provocations. Yunzi, if your intent is to humiliate me today, congratulations, you have succeeded. Now, you may take your leave. He inhaled deeply, staring at the self-satisfied Yunzi, and clenched his teeth as he spoke slowly. There's no rush. I have yet to meet your so-called leader. I must at least have a word with him, as he will soon be on my level. You have no right to speak to me in such a manner. Yunzi casually replied, leaning against the car door while chewing gum. Li Guangwei's fist tightened at her words. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. A direct belittlement that rendered him inferior to Yunzi. The harsh truth was that he could not refute her. After all, her strength surpassed his own. Regret washed over him for having invited Lin Fan. Had he known Yunzi would cause such a ruckus, he would have done everything in his power to prevent Lin Fan's arrival. He calculated the time, estimating that Lin Fan should be arriving soon. However, it was evident that Yunzi had no intention of leaving, and he found himself at a loss for what to do. All he could do was hope that Lin Fan would arrive in time to reign in Yunzi's audacity. At that moment, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from a distance. Soon, a sleek black sports car came to a sudden halt in front of Villa Number 9. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they beheld the car. Could it truly be a Porsche 918 Spider? Indeed, it was the illustrious Porsche 918 Spider, a sight to behold. Who among the elite had graced us with their presence? Today, I have finally witnessed a supercar, one that I had only glimpsed on my phone. Truly, it is a vehicle of unparalleled beauty, worth millions. Yet, one must wonder, how could such a distinguished individual arrive at our humble abode? The doors of the magnificent sports car gradually opened, and from within emerged a strikingly handsome young man. Upon seeing him, Li Guangwei's eyes lit up with recognition. He hurried over, a broad smile upon his face, his body slightly bowed in deference as he respectfully greeted, "Boss, you have arrived." The others, upon hearing Li Guangwei's words, stood in stunned silence. Chapter 48. Am I late? "Boss, you have arrived," Li Guangwei announced, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Their astonished expressions were marked by wide-open mouths and bulging eyes, as disbelief washed over them. Li Guangwei's followers, however, were alight with joy. Was this really the new boss? Fangu? Incredible! He was driving a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider, a supercar of unparalleled prestige. It seemed likely that Fangu belonged to an elite lineage. The excitement was palpable. When asked who they associated with, they could proudly declare they were with Fangu. Such a statement would command respect and admiration, even from those of the mid-tier elite. Meanwhile, Yunzi's subordinates looked on in disbelief, their faces paling. How could this be? Wasn't Li Guangwei's boss the one with the Lamborghini Batmobile SV? The appearance of the Porsche 918 Spider was a shock, a vehicle reserved for the highest echelons of society. Their incredulity was evident. Just moments ago, they had mocked Li Guangwei for lacking discernment in choosing a leader inferior to their own. Yet, here was the undeniable truth. His boss arrived in a limited edition supercar worth millions. They felt a burning humiliation, as if they had been soundly slapped. Yunzi gazed incredulously at Lin Fan. This was a multi-million-dollar vehicle, a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. While her own Lamborghini was impressive, it paled in comparison. The 918 Spider was conservatively valued at over $15 million, while her Lamborghini barely reached $9 million. Moreover, being a limited edition model, its value was destined to appreciate significantly, potentially reaching $20 or $30 million in the future. Though she felt a pang of resentment, the reality remained. In terms of status and prestige, she was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a thought struck her. While Lin Fan possessed such an extraordinary car, his driving skills were not necessarily commendable. She recalled her own experiences with high-performance vehicles. Despite having owned impressive cars, her driving prowess had been lacking, which was why she found herself here, seeking validation among a group of novices. Yes, driving skills. She reasoned that her own abilities had improved significantly. She had been diligently practicing and might even hold her own against Li Guangwei in a race. After all, he was the most skilled racer among this group of beginners. She could not fathom that Lin Fan could surpass Li Guangwei's prowess. Furthermore, she had never heard of Lin Fan in the elite racing circles. She suspected he merely flaunted his car to impress others and attract romantic interests. With no real racing talent, determined, she wore a confident smile. Li Guangwei gazed at Lin Fan, his face a mask of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would arrive in a Porsche 918 Spider. It is worth noting that the Porsche 918 Spider is not merely a multi-million-dollar sports car, but also a limited edition masterpiece. Acquiring such a limited edition vehicle is not solely a matter of wealth. It requires connections as well. Truly, he is deserving of the title boss, impressive indeed. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for acknowledging Lin Fan as his superior. Lin Fan smiled and inquired, "I hope I am not late?" Li Guangwei hastily replied, "Brother Fan, the gathering has only just commenced. Your timing is impeccable." He continued, "Allow me to introduce you to my subordinates." Naturally, Li Guangwei would not forget his comrades, each one greeting Lin Fan with enthusiasm. After all, opportunities to interact with such affluent heirs are rare, often limited to those with substantial clout. "Brother Fan, greetings. You are exceedingly handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" Some of the younger subordinates, eager to impress, even contemplated introducing potential romantic interests to Lin Fan. What if something developed? They would be securing a valuable connection. Observing the fervent admiration from Li Guangwei's subordinates, Lin Fan felt no need to maintain an aloof demeanor and responded warmly. After all, one should not rebuff a friendly approach. Who knows when he might require assistance from these young men? It is crucial to never underestimate anyone. Connections are not solely about those who surpass you. The young men admired Lin Fan even more upon witnessing his lack of pretension. "Brother Fan, shall we head inside?" Li Guangwei said with a smile after completing the introductions. Lin Fan nodded, intrigued to see what these affluent heirs engaged in during their gatherings. Just as he prepared to follow Li Guangwei indoors, a woman's voice rang out behind him. I want to race you. Lin Fan halted, turning to look at Yunzi, casting a puzzled glance at Li Guangwei. Seeing Yunzi persist, Li Guangwei was filled with exasperation. He had just been relieved that her curiosity about Lin Fan's car would soon lead her away, but he never expected her to challenge Lin Fan to a race. Brother Fan, this woman is Yunzi, a rival of mine, Li Guangwei quickly explained to Lin Fan. He then turned to Yunzi, his expression darkening. Yunzi, when will you cease this nonsense? His tone was laced with irritation. It seemed she was intent on being a nuisance. Although he was uncertain whether Lin Fan had any racing experience, he perceived that Lin Fan's refined demeanor suggested he might not enjoy such reckless pursuits. After all, not everyone is enamored with racing. Some merely purchase sports cars for ostentation or to attract romantic partners. Yunzi, undeterred by Li Guangwei, fixed her alluring gaze on Lin Fan, reiterating, I want to race you. Lin Fan regarded the striking young woman before him, adorned with heavy makeup. Perplexed as to why such a beautiful girl would choose to present herself in such an unflattering manner. Yet, even if this young lady were devoid of smoky makeup, he would not engage in a race with her. After all, today was not designated for racing. Lin Fan was preparing to turn away when, at that moment, the system's voice resonated. Mission initiated. As a distinguished magnate, how could one be scorned by a mere woman? Utilize your driving prowess to utterly impress her. Accept mission. Reward. 100 ownership of the Luqing Riverside Hotel. Decline mission. No reward. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Another mission had surfaced. Goodness. It involves the Luqing Riverside Hotel, he thought, astounded by the system's capabilities. It is worth noting that the Luqing Riverside Hotel is among the few 5-star establishments in Luqing. A standard room typically commands several hundred per night, while the presidential suite exceeds a staggering 9,990. Its valuation hovers around 300 million. This indeed represents 3 modest goals. Truly, the secondary system is impressive. The rewards for this mission are extraordinarily generous. It seems my worth is destined to ascend once more. Lin Fan mused excitedly. Chapter 49. Just wait here accepting the task, Lin Fan resolutely declared within his heart. Such a mission required no hesitation. He wished for more of these opportunities. Competing in a race with Yunzi seemed exceedingly simple. After all, he possessed the skills of a racing deity. Gazing at Yunzi, his admiration grew. He had not anticipated that this enigmatic girl would turn out to be a harbinger of fortune, or rather, a maiden of wealth. Lin Fan mused joyfully within himself. All right, I accept your challenge, Lin Fan said with a smile directed at Yunzi. Upon witnessing his grin, Yunzi felt an odd sensation, though she could not articulate it. Nevertheless, hearing Lin Fan's agreement brought her relief. She had genuinely feared that he might decline, leaving her to retreat in embarrassment with her subordinates. Brother Fan, how could you agree to her? Li Guangwei exclaimed anxiously. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. I wish to experience the thrill of racing. This was his heartfelt truth. Since acquiring the skills of a racing deity, he had yet to truly unleash them. Typically, he drove at regular speeds, which did not allow him to fully exhibit his abilities. This occasion presented a perfect opportunity to test the limits of velocity. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Guangwei inwardly cursed his luck. As he had suspected, Lin Fan had never raced before. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such statements. He began to devise a plan to prevent Lin Fan from racing against Yunzi, but given Lin Fan's current demeanor, he feared it would be challenging to sway his decision. He merely hoped that Lin Fan would not succumb to a competitive spirit during the race. Although the local roadway could not rival a professional racetrack, it still posed significant dangers for ordinary individuals, and he did not wish for Lin Fan to encounter any mishaps. He resolved to ride in Lin Fan's car, prepared to offer timely advice if necessary. He glared at Yunzi with intense disdain. Yunzi, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, felt a glimmer of hope. Just as she had surmised, this so-called brother Fan had never participated in a race. Victory was now within her grasp. She felt immensely confident about defeating Lin Fan and chose to disregard Li Guangwei's furious glare. She had resolved to teach Lin Fan a lesson. As he had nearly embarrassed her in front of her subordinates, she would not let Lin Fan off easily. What are the stakes in this race? Lin Fan inquired. Looking at Yunzi, he had heard that there should be some wager involved in racing. Otherwise, What was the point of merely racing for the sake of it? He was curious about what stakes the second-generation racers typically employed. Yunzi's eyes brightened at Lin Fan's question. Previously, they had always wagered cash during their races. However, today she desired something different. Glancing at Li Guangwei, a sly smile crept upon her face. She believed that this wager would be far more intriguing. Cough, cough, cough. She cleared her throat, her large eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Fan and proposed, "How about the loser becomes the little brother of the winner?" Upon hearing Yunzi's wager, Li Guangwei immediately objected. "No way, you're taking advantage of Brother Fan." He insisted on cash instead, offering to cover the stakes. He could not allow Lin Fan to acquiesce to Yunzi's bet. Otherwise, if Lin Fan lost, he would be reduced to Yunzi's subordinate. Consequently, Li Guangwei himself would become Yunzi's little brother, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. As he was about to voice further protest, Lin Fan interrupted him. "All right, let us proceed. Shall we start now?" Lin Fan inquired directly. To him, the car race was merely a fleeting diversion. He was eager to witness the gathering of Li Guangwei and his companions once the race concluded. Naturally, he hoped for a swift conclusion. Yunzi felt a surge of excitement at Lin Fan's words. She had just been contemplating how to persuade him to commence the race promptly. To her delight, Lin Fan was eager to begin, perfectly aligning with her intentions. "Great, let us head to the Missouri Mountain Ghost Road now," she replied eagerly. Yunzi revved her sports car and sped off towards the entrance of the Mo Yun mansion, with Lin Fan following closely behind. Li Guangwei, seeing Lin Fan depart, clenched his teeth and drove after them, trailed by a group of eager underlings. Yunzi soon halted before a rugged, winding mountain road. A stretch they ominously dubbed the Missouri Mountain Ghost Road, aptly named for its treacherous nature. The perilous terrain deterred vehicles from venturing there at night, making it an ideal setting for these second-generation heirs to race, and thus, the reason for Li Guangwei and his friend's preference for gatherings at Mo Yun Mansion. Lin Fan parked his car and surveyed the challenging mountain path ahead, which indeed appeared quite daunting. Thankfully, this segment of the road was not excessively long. He felt a sense of satisfaction. As a novice racer, he wondered if he could navigate such a difficult course. This rugged mountain road was just the right challenge to test whether his driving skills were as formidable as promised. Though he trusted the system, a trial was necessary to assure him. Li Guangwei and his group soon arrived. From this light over here to that big light and back, whoever returns to the starting point first wins. Yunzi explained the rules to Lin Fan. He nodded in understanding. "If there are no objections, let us begin," she suggested, looking at him. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively and settled into his car. At that moment, Li Guangwei approached. "Brother Fan, may I accompany you?" he asked. "No need, just wait here." Lin Fan declined directly, noting that the distance was merely a matter of minutes. He positioned his car at the starting line. A strikingly attractive young woman stepped between the two vehicles, shedding her leather jacket and waving it above her head, eliciting cheers from the surrounding underlings. 3, 2, 1, go. The leather jacket was tossed into the sky with abandon. In an instant, Lin Fan and Yunzi's vehicles surged forward. On this stretch of smooth road, they were evenly matched, though it was Lin Fan's first experience driving at such exhilarating speeds, requiring a moment to acclimate. However, he soon adapted to the pace, accelerating with fervor. His sports car surged ahead like a wild stallion, swiftly overtaking Yunzi. Yunzi gasped in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Ahead lies a sharp curve. Even I must slow down to navigate it cautiously." But what followed was beyond her imagination. As Lin Fan approached the bend, he executed a breathtaking drift, seamlessly gliding through the turn. Yunzi was left utterly dumbfounded, her mouth agape and her eyes wide with astonishment. Had he truly just passed that perilous curve with such ease? Remarkably, he had done so without the slightest reduction in speed. How could this be possible? Was that the legendary drift she had heard whispers of? It had to be. How else could he have maneuvered that curve so effortlessly? A wave of astonishment washed over her, causing her breaths to quicken. She came to a halt, deciding against continuing the race. She conceded defeat, utterly captivated by Lin Fan's extraordinary driving prowess. Chapter 50. The duration seems quite long. Li Guangwei stood transfixed as he witnessed Lin Fan execute a perfect extreme drift around the corner. His eyes widened in disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost. How could this be possible? Had he truly never raced before? Was this, perhaps, the fabled extreme drift? A flurry of questions whirled in his mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. Astonishment, sheer astonishment, enveloped him. The group of younger followers stood agape, having never witnessed such a maneuver. Their mouths hung open, eyes round with shock. Wow, Brother Fan is truly exceptional, effortlessly navigating that corner, one exclaimed. I always reduce my speed to a crawl to make it through that bend. I never imagined Brother Fan could glide through so smoothly. It's utterly astonishing. That speed is incredible. How did he manage it? I realize now that he employed the legendary extreme drift to conquer that curve. How impressive. No wonder it felt so familiar. It's the extreme drift. Brother Fan is simply remarkable. Even many professional racers struggle to achieve that level of skill. Brother Fan, you are magnificent. Lin Fan soon returned, and as he passed Yunzi, he noticed her standing by the roadside, lost in thought. However, he did not linger, maintaining a steady pace. Indeed, throughout his journey, aside from the initial acceleration, his speed remained consistent. He neither accelerated further nor decelerated, of course. Lin Fan quickly returned to his starting position and inquired of Li Guangwei. How long did it take? Li Guangwei, stammering, replied, 5 minutes. It was not that he was unfamiliar with high-stakes situations. Rather, Lin Fan's time was astonishingly brief. His fastest attempt had taken 20 minutes. And Lin Fan had completed it in merely 5. How could one not be astounded? Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly and mused aloud. 5 minutes still seems a bit long. Ideally, I should be able to finish in 3 minutes. However, he had no intention of making another run. Once was sufficient. He realized that racing was rather straightforward. Li Guangwei nearly stumbled, almost dropping his phone, upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Was he truly dissatisfied with that speed? It seemed Brother Fan believed there was still room for improvement. How remarkable. At that moment, Yunzi's car returned. Li Guangwei, eager to see what she might say, observed as she approached Lin Fan, biting her lip. Brother Fan, she began, acknowledging her defeat. Lin Fan turned to Yunzi and waved his hand dismissively. That was merely a jest. You need not consider yourself my subordinate. He had no desire to assume the role of a leader, nor did he take racing too seriously. Given his divine racing skills, in Lin Fan's eyes, Yunzi's driving abilities resembled a child's play with toy cars. After speaking, Lin Fan turned to Li Guangwei and said, Let's head back. Li Guangwei nodded vigorously in response. Lin Fan started his car, heading towards the Mo Yun mansion. Upon returning to Villa Number 9, he picked up a bottle of juice and settled onto the sofa. A group of people gathered around him. Brother Fan, you just executed that turn with extreme drifting, right? Yes, Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. You're truly impressive. That extreme drift was incredibly stylish. Another exclaimed, Brother Fan, allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan realized that gatherings of these second-generation elites were rather mundane. Noticing the late hour, he decided to take his leave. Upon hearing his departure, everyone stood to see him off. Only after Lin Fan had left did they return inside the villa. Lin Fan drove straight back to the Hai Tiani Hao villa. Eagerly, he entered his study, where 2 documents awaited him on the table. One contained information about the Jinding building in Lu City, while the other detailed the Lin Jiang Hotel. As he perused the materials, a satisfied smile graced his face. His net worth had now soared to 13 billion. With 13 small goals achieved, he felt as though 20 more beckoned to him. After neatly placing the documents aside, he wandered towards his bedroom. Once there, Lin Fan completed his evening routine, climbed into bed, scrolled through his phone for a while, then extinguished the light and drifted into slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Fan awoke promptly, for he was not one to indulge in sleep. Rising, he made his way to the restroom. After refreshing himself, he sat on the bed and opened the system's virtual panel. What he beheld left him momentarily speechless. 1 yuan flash sale. Genuine second-generation De Hong Pao, 1 kilogram. 1 yuan flash sale. 2 tenfold cashback cards, each with a limit of 50 million. What? This system is remarkable. Genuine second-generation De Hong Pao. This is truly a treasure. It would be a grave error to assume that the second-generation De Hong Pao was merely ordinary. On the contrary, it was exceedingly rare, often unattainable even for the wealthy. The authentic flavor of the genuine second-generation De Hong Pao closely resembles that of the mother tree. Nowadays, one could only dream of acquiring the mother tree's De Hong Pao, as 3 such trees have been strictly protected against harvesting. Whenever genuine second-generation De Hong Pao appears, it is swiftly snatched up by powerful figures, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to procure. Even affluent individuals often lack the necessary connections to obtain it. Lin Fan was astonished to find that today's 1 yuan flash sale item was indeed the genuine second-generation De Hong Pao. What was more, it was a full kilogram, an astonishing quantity, considering that many wealthy individuals would be elated to acquire merely 20 or 50 grams. Impressive, truly impressive, he mused. Currently, the secondary market valued 1 gram of genuine second-generation Da Hong Pao at $20,000. The critical factor was its scarcity. Once it appeared, it was immediately sold out. Though the monetary value was not exorbitant, around $20 million for 1 kilogram, its rarity was what truly mattered. He contemplated bringing some home for his father. Lin Fan then turned his attention to the second item in the 1 yuan flash sale, 2 tenfold cashback cards, each with a limit of 50 million. Don't underestimate the tenfold return. It's not trivial. To realize that Lin Fan merely needed to expend 10 million to acquire 100 million, a staggering sum indeed, was a small ambition in itself. His worth had surely appreciated, albeit slightly. Very well, I shall proceed with the purchase, Lin Fan declared without hesitation. The system's voice soon resonated, proclaiming, "Congratulations, host, your purchase has been successful. The tenfold cashback card has been placed in the system's backpack, and the authentic second-generation Da Hong Pao has been deposited in the study of your villa." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan donned his shoes and hurried to the study. Indeed, on the floor of the study lay a small chest. Opening it revealed a collection of exquisite little tin cans. Lin Fan counted them, and there were precisely 20 cans. This indicated that each can contained exactly 50 grams of the authentic second-generation Da Hong Pao. As he gazed at the tin can in his hand, he marveled. Who would have imagined that such a modest container of tea could be valued at 1 million? When he unscrewed the lid, a delightful fragrance wafted into the air. It was truly aromatic. Lin Fan picked up 1 can and made his way outside, intent on brewing himself a cup. He placed the tea leaves into the pot and added water. Holding the teacup, he gently brought it to his nose for a whiff before taking a delicate sip. Remarkable. Indeed, even as someone unacquainted with tea, he could discern its exquisite flavor, a testament to the tea's undeniable quality. Chapter 51. This jar of tea is yours. After savoring his tea, Lin Fan glanced at the time, realizing he had ample leisure. He resolved to take a stroll around the vicinity of the villa, as he had yet to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment since moving in. Stepping outside, he observed the other villas in the distance, noting that they were significantly smaller than his own. It was no surprise that this area was renowned for its luxurious residences. Lin Fan ambled along the pathway, encountering a few joggers, both elderly and youthful, along the way. His pace was neither hurried nor sluggish. Soon, a modest hill came into view. It was low enough for even the elderly to ascend. As he passed the base of the hill, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. Taking a deep breath, he detected a hint of sweetness in the atmosphere. After meandering around the hill for a while, Lin Fan decided to return. Approaching his villa, he noticed an elderly gentleman seated on the ground, resting. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan approached and inquired, "Elder, are you all right?" The old man, appearing to be in his 70s with graying hair, clasped his stomach with one hand and waved dismissively with the other, saying, "Thank you, young man. I'm fine. Just catching my breath. A moment's rest will suffice." As Lin Fan opened the villa door, he contemplated allowing the elderly gentleman to rest inside. Considering him a neighbor in this exclusive community where entry was restricted for outsiders. "Elder, allow me to assist you into my villa for a brief respite. A cup of hot tea will surely help," Lin Fan offered. The old man pondered for a moment, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Fan's words. With a smile, he replied, "Then I shall trouble you, young man." Lin Fan gently supported the elderly man into the villa's living room, where he settled onto the sofa. He retrieved a recently opened jar of authentic Da Hong Pao tea from the tea room, preparing the leaves and pouring hot water into the cup. The fragrant aroma of tea soon wafted throughout the room. The old man watched Lin Fan with a twinkle in his eye, appreciating the young man's commendable character. As the leader of a billion-dollar enterprise, he recognized the young man's discernment, polite, compassionate, and devoid of the arrogance often displayed by those born into wealth. He exuded a calm demeanor, which he thought would be quite suitable for his granddaughter. The more he observed, the more favorably he regarded Lin Fan. Upon handing the teacup to the elderly gentleman, Lin Fan received a polite thank you. However, as the old man prepared to take a sip, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. His mouth slowly fell open, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "What is this? The color? The fragrance? Could it be Da Hong Pao?" He mused, certainty flooding his mind. He recalled having acquired 20 grams from a dear friend long ago, but it had long since been consumed. The taste lingered in his memory, and he had attempted to procure more. Yet such a treasure was swiftly claimed by those of true stature upon its appearance. He once believed he would never again savor this tea in his lifetime. To his astonishment, today he found himself enjoying it at Lin Fan's residence. How could he not be taken aback? He lifted his gaze, his surprise evident as he inquired, "Young brother, is this the second generation de Hong Pao?" He had not even noticed that he had shifted from addressing Lin Fan as young man to young brother. Lin Fan nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I never expected the elder to be quite the connoisseur. Indeed, this is the second generation de Hong Pao." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the elder's hands trembled as he slowly brought the teacup to his lips. He took a gentle sip, and the familiar flavor washed over him. "This is indeed the taste I have longed for," the elder said, his excitement palpable. He had yearned for this flavor for ages, dreaming of the day he could relish it once more. Lin Fan, upon hearing the elder's sentiments, was not surprised. After all, someone residing in a luxurious villa must possess considerable wealth, and it was hardly shocking that he had tasted the second generation de Hong Pao. The elder carefully finished his cup of tea, and he was uncertain whether it was the tea or the shock of the de Hong Pao that had alleviated his discomfort. "I am Tang Yuzhou. May I inquire your name, young brother?" Tang Yuzhou set down the teacup and asked with a smile. "Ah, so you are Elder Tang." "I am Lin Fan," Lin Fan responded swiftly. "Then I shall call you Xiao Fan," Tang Yuzhou said warmly. "Xiao Fan, I have a question that I am unsure whether I should voice," he added, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. His obsession with the second generation de Hong Pao was overwhelming. "Elder Tang, please do speak," Lin Fan encouraged, intrigued by what Tang Yuzhou wished to convey. "Xiao Fan, I wonder if you have any more of this second generation de Hong Pao? If you do, might I be able to purchase some? I do not require much. Even 20 grams or 10 would suffice." Tang Yuzhou felt somewhat embarrassed, never imagining he would find himself pleading with a younger generation for tea. He believed that Lin Fan would not possess a substantial quantity, as this tea was exceedingly rare, and he dared not hope for too much. Content with just a modest amount, Lin Fan, however, was surprised by the request, for he had quite a stock of the tea. "Elder Tang, please wait a moment," he said, rising and heading to the second floor. He soon returned, holding an unopened canister of the second generation de Hong Pao. "Here you go, Elder Tang," Lin Fan said, handing the canister to him. Tang Yuzhou accepted it with great care, cradling it gently, as if fearing it might fall and shatter. This canister surely contained at least 50 grams. "Xiao Fan, thank you immensely. Please provide me with an account, and I will transfer the payment to you," Tang Yuzhou urged, eager to show his gratitude. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "Our meeting, Elder Tang, is a matter of fate. This canister of tea is a gift for you." Although he was unaware of Tang Yuzhou's true identity, he sensed it was not ordinary. Bestowing a canister of tea to forge a connection was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Tang Yuzhou was taken aback by Lin Fan's words. He understood that this canister of tea was valued at no less than 100,000. And to give it away so readily to someone he had known for less than an hour was beyond his comprehension. The more he observed Lin Fan, the more he felt that he was an extraordinary individual. He pondered for a moment, then removed a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Lin Fan. "Xiao Fan, I came out in haste and did not bring any gifts. This jade pendant is for you." Lin Fan was taken aback as he gazed at the pendant in Tang Yuzhou's hand. It was evident that this was an antique jade of exceptional quality. Such fine jade in pristine condition would not fetch less than 2 million today. Moreover, considering it was several decades old, its value would at least double. Lin Fan waved his hand, declining graciously. "Tang Lao, there is no need for such generosity." He could discern Tang Yuzhou's deep affection for the pendant, evident from the even patina it bore from daily handling. Eager to cultivate a friendship with Tang Yuzhou, he genuinely wished to decline the gift. Seeing Lin Fan's resolute refusal, Tang Yuzhou's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "Xiao Fan, do you look down upon an old man like me? If you refuse this, then I shall not accept this tea either." Chapter 52. Are you Yanzi? Upon hearing Tang Yuzhou's words, Lin Fan understood that further refusal would be unreasonable. "Thank you, old Tang," he said, accepting the jade pendant with a smile. "That's the spirit." Tang Yuzhou's face immediately brightened with a grin. "That old man won't disturb you any longer. I reside in Villa number 6. Do come visit when you have time," he added, standing up to take his leave. "Certainly, I will visit you whenever I can," Lin Fan replied, smiling as he escorted Tang Yuzhou out of the villa. After returning to the villa, Lin Fan glanced at the time, picked up the car keys from the table, and headed towards the garage. With a thunderous roar of the engine, His sports car sped out of the villa. Arriving at the school, he parked in the lot and made his way to the dormitory. Upon entering, he found his 3 roommates still indulging in slumber. "Wake up, or we'll be late," Lin Fan exclaimed, pulling out a new set of military training attire and changing clothes. "Fortunately, I brought 2 sets," he muttered to himself. Noticing the other set reeked of sweat, his 3 roommates hastily sprang from their beds, their speed so impressive that they could have likely won a sprinting competition. Lin Fan took his discarded clothes to the laundry room, tossed them into the washing machine, swiped his card, and commenced the laundry cycle. "This way, I can just hang them up to dry when I return at noon," he thought. Together with his 3 roommates, Lin Fan dashed to the playground, barely avoiding tardiness. As the instructor arrived, the new day of military training officially commenced. At last, the moment for a break arrived. "If only we had an ice cream to enjoy right now," one student lamented, lying on the ground and gazing at the sky with parched lips. "Come on. That's quite a tall order. I'd be satisfied with just a bottle of cold water," another student remarked, holding a scorching hot bottle. "Sigh, this military training is truly arduous. I hope it ends soon. Once it's over, I plan to treat myself to a strawberry-flavored First Love ice cream from the West City ice cream shop," another student mused. "Stop it. You're making me crave it too. I've heard that West City's ice cream shop is all the rage, with long lines every day," a male classmate lamented. "Hey, did you take the campus beauty, Tang, to West City for ice cream? How does it taste? Is it as good as they say online?" Zhang Ziqiang, the eldest, asked Lin Fan with eager anticipation. He assumed that since Lin Fan was dating Tang Ruobing, they must have indulged in ice cream there. Lin Fan was baffled by Zhang Ziqiang's inquiry. "I don't particularly enjoy sweets," he replied, unwilling to delve into his relationship with Tang Ruobing. He knew his roommates wouldn't believe his explanation, so he refrained from wasting words. "Old 4, that's where you're mistaken. Just because you dislike sweets doesn't mean you shouldn't take the campus beauty out for ice cream. How selfish of you," admonished Li Muyang, the second roommate, with righteous indignation. "Exactly, Old 4. Your behavior is only earning my disdain," another chimed in. Wang Zhiyong, the third of the trio, looked at Lin Fan with evident disdain. Lin Fan, upon hearing their remarks, was utterly speechless. Was it such a grievous offense to simply dislike sweet treats? Why did it feel as though he had committed an unpardonable sin, alienating himself from all? Lin Fan chose to disregard these 3 individuals. At the entrance of the playground, a beautiful young lady made her appearance. She donned a snug leather jacket paired with a short leather skirt, and her legs were clad in knee-high boots. Her shoulder-length, burgundy hair swayed gracefully as she moved, and her exquisitely crafted visage bore a subtle touch of makeup. With a tall and curvaceous figure, the newcomer was none other than Yunzi. "Goodness, this young lady is absolutely captivating. Mother, I think I'm in love," exclaimed a voice filled with awe. "Where did such a celestial beauty come from? She is simply extraordinary." The onlookers murmured, "Her beauty rivals that of the school flower, perhaps even surpassing Tang S. Look, look, the young lady is approaching me. Hello, classmate. Could you please tell me which class Lin Fan is in?" Yunzi inquired with a smile directed at a male student. The young man, mesmerized by her enchanting smile, found himself momentarily speechless, utterly captivated by her charm. How can someone be so captivating? Yunzi, noticing his silence, prodded, "Classmate, classmate," snapping back to reality. The boy wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and stammered, "Lin, the class monitor, is over there in financial class 2. "Thank you, classmate." Yunzi replied with a warm smile before turning towards Lin Fan's class. "Heh," she smiled at me again. "Absolutely enchanting," the boy said with a dazed grin as he regained his senses, only to find she had already walked away. He was astonished to learn that such a stunning young lady had come to seek Lin Fan. Truly, the class monitor was remarkable. Lin Fan is indeed my idol. Surrounded by beauties, I can't help but feel envious. Have you noticed? She seems to be holding a small refrigerator. You mean to say? The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I believe it contains either ice water or ice cream. Wow, this Lin Fan is incredible. First, the school flower brought him a watermelon, and now this exquisite lady comes bearing ice cream. What an extraordinary turn of events. Yunzi approached Lin Fan, who was seated on the ground, striding towards him with brisk steps. Lin Fan gazed at the suddenly appearing young lady with a hint of confusion, yet her eyes suggested a familiarity. He scrutinized her closely, pondering why her style seemed so recognizable. Are you Yunzi? Lin Fan asked, somewhat uncertain. Hello, Brother Fan. Yunzi exclaimed joyfully upon realizing that Lin Fan had recognized her. Lin Fan's heart settled as he confirmed that the enchanting young lady before him was indeed Yunzi. Though she appeared transformed from the previous day, gone was the heavy smoky makeup, and her once vividly colored hair had now transitioned into a sophisticated shoulder-length burgundy style. A remarkable transformation has indeed occurred. One might say that the person has been completely transformed. What brings you here? Lin Fan inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. I have come to bring you ice cream, Fango. You must be utterly exhausted from military training. Do indulge in an ice cream to quench your thirst, she replied. I purchased these from the West City ice cream shop, renowned for their delectable offerings. I wasn't certain of your preferred flavors, so I brought a variety. This is vanilla. This is strawberry, and this is chocolate, Yunzi said, opening the small refrigerator and retrieving the treats. The surrounding crowd was left utterly astonished by Yunzi's words. Their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief, they were filled with incredulity. Was she truly delivering ice cream to Captain Lin? And from the famed West City ice cream shop, no less? Vanilla? Strawberry? Chocolate? Had she indeed brought every flavor? Captain Lin was truly remarkable. As fellow freshmen, why was Captain Lin so exceptional? Envy, admiration, and a profound sense of longing filled the air. Chapter 53. Quite pleasant. Rather sweet. Lin Fan gazed at the ice cream that Yunzi had presented, and despite his thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, so many eyes were upon him, making him utterly uncomfortable. He wished to gather all these distractions and hastily depart from this place. Lin Fan quickly interjected, urging Yunzi to refrain from offering any more ice cream, fearing that he might incite the crowd's ire and face their wrath. Brother Fan, just have one. I stood in line for quite some time to get this, Yunzi pouted, looking at him with imploring eyes. Lin Fan found himself somewhat exasperated. What was with this girl? Speak up. What is it you need from me? Whatever I can do, I will certainly oblige, he replied, massaging his temples. He was skeptical that Yunzi was genuinely being so kind as to bring him ice cream. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a radiant smile graced Yunzi's face. Brother Fan, I know you can do it. No need for flattery. Just get to the point. Lin Fan had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Yunzi, especially not with so many eyes fixed upon him. Although the gazes were currently filled with envy, who could say if they would soon transform into jealousy and resentment? I wish for Brother Fan to teach me extreme drifting. Yunzi finally revealed her true intention. She had pondered all night on how to persuade Lin Fan to agree to teach her this skill. Eventually, the idea of the charming ice cream scheme had struck her. In the morning, she had sent a subordinate to queue for ice cream while she refreshed her hairstyle. The effort had proven worthwhile. The allure of Lin Fan's extreme drifting was undeniable. If she could master this technique, she believed her racing skills would ascend to new heights. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Was such an elaborate scheme truly necessary just to learn extreme drifting? This girl was certainly tenacious. Without further ado, Lin Fan retrieved his phone and opened the QR code. Scan it to add me as a friend. I will contact you when I have time. Hearing this, Yunzi quickly took out her phone and scanned the code. Upon successfully adding Lin Fan as a friend, she beamed with joy, clutching her phone. Enough with the silly smiles. Hurry and take this away, Lin Fan said, somewhat exasperated by her glee. Yunzi crouched down to tidy up, offering him a strawberry-flavored ice cream. Brother Fan, just have one. I truly waited for ages to get this. Realizing that if he did not accept the ice cream, Yunzi would linger on, Lin Fan took it from her and waved his hand, saying, All right, you should be off now. Goodbye, Brother Fan. Yunzi replied with a smile, standing up and turning to leave. Having achieved her goal, she had no reason to linger any longer. As Lin Fan watched Yunzi finally depart, he let out a long sigh of relief. He placed the ice cream in his mouth. It is indeed quite sweet. Is the ice cream good? Elder brother Zhang Ziqiang had appeared by Lin Fan's side, without him noticing. Not bad, quite sweet. Lin Fan nodded seriously in response. Old four. Asked Li Muyang, are you secretly seeing another woman behind Tang's back? You must not be indecisive. Tang has been so good to you. If you betray her, I will truly look down upon you, chimed in Wang Zhiyong. Lin Fan regarded the trio with irritation and replied, First, Tang and I are merely friends. Second, there is no question of betrayal. Disinterested in their antics, Lin Fan sat down and indulged in some ice cream. Soon, the break ended and military training resumed. The morning passed swiftly. After lunch, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory to hang up his clothes, preparing to rest for a while. At that moment, his counselor, Morong Shui, sent a message instructing him to gather his classmates in classroom 312. Reluctantly, Lin Fan sat up and began notifying everyone in the group about the gathering. He donned his clothes and addressed his roommates. Let us head to classroom 312. What does the counselor want from us? Can you give us a hint? Inquired Zhang Ziqiang. Curious. Lin Fan glanced at him and shook his head. I have no idea. Come on, let us go. We'll find out when we get there, urged Li Muyang. The four made their way to classroom 312. Upon entering, they discovered that Murong Shui had already arrived. After greeting her, they settled into their seats as more students trickled in. Once the room filled, Murong Shui cleared her throat and the chatter subsided. I have an announcement, she began. This morning, we received a notice from the school regarding a calligraphy competition. Each class is required to submit at least 2 pieces today. Anyone with calligraphy skills is encouraged to participate. As she spoke, Murong Shui laid out the rice paper on the podium, arranging the brushes, ink, and inkstone. Upon hearing her words, Meng Xiqing's eyes lit up. Forcing him to learn calligraphy as a child had felt burdensome, and he had often contemplated quitting. However, now he realized all that effort had not been in vain. This was finally his chance to shine. He had been overshadowed by Lin Fan for too long, but now was the moment for his resurgence. If he won a prize in the competition, he was certain that the class beauty, Su Ruiwen, would regard him with newfound admiration, paving the way for outings and shared experiences. With confidence surging within him, he believed he excelled at calligraphy. Convinced that Lin Fan could not surpass him, a self-assured smile crept onto his face. Murong Shui, prepared but noticing no one stepping forward, urged, Please, everyone. Don't be modest, it's time to show your skills. Meng Xiqing observed that no one had stepped forward, casting a glance at Lin Fan nearby. As I anticipated, Lin Fan is utterly devoid of calligraphic skill. A sense of triumph surged within him, as if he could hear the enthusiastic cheers of his classmates. Brimming with confidence, he rose to his feet, a smile gracing his face as he declared, Teacher, I have practiced calligraphy since childhood and can compose a piece to serve as my entry in the competition. Upon hearing Meng Xiqing's words, his classmates turned their attention towards him, astonished that he had been honing his calligraphic talent since a young age. How impressive! They had never realized that Meng Xiqing possessed such a hidden skill. Should he win an award, surely he would treat everyone. The revelation that Meng Xiqing could indeed write calligraphy was remarkable. Upon closer inspection, he was not bad-looking at all. In fact, he appeared rather charming. As Meng Xiqing listened to the murmurs of admiration from below, his smile broadened, and he confidently strode toward the podium. Chapter 54 Lin. Why don't you come up and write a piece? Murong Shui promptly cleared a space. Meng Xiqing picked up a brush and, after a moment's contemplation, began to write on the paper with careful strokes. The young should strive hard, lest they lament in old age. He paused. Murong Shui nodded in approval upon seeing Meng Xiqing's calligraphy, which appeared quite impressive and conventional. She hung his work on the blackboard for all to see. Students began to murmur amongst themselves as they beheld Meng Xiqing's writing. Wow, Ming's calligraphy is stunning, almost like it was printed by a computer. It's certainly far superior to my scribbles. I never realized it. Meng truly has talent. I underestimated him. I can't believe how handsome his writing is. It seems he has become more dashing as well. What do I mean by that? I always thought Meng was quite charming, but now, with such exceptional calligraphy, he is truly a gem. Hearing his classmates chatter, Meng Xiqing couldn't suppress a proud smile. He glanced at the class beauty, Su Ruiwen, and was thrilled to see her admiring his work, feeling a step closer to success. However, when he looked towards Lin Fan, he noticed that Lin was completely engrossed in his phone, which made Meng feel somewhat diminished. What was there to compare with someone who didn't appreciate calligraphy? He no longer regarded Lin Fan as a contender, his pride soared. He could almost hear the cheers of the girls below and see the admiration in Su Ruiwen's eyes. Murong Shui turned to Meng Xiqing and said, You may step down now. Each class requires 2 pieces, and we currently have only 1. Meng Xiqing replied with a smile. Of course, teacher. He returned to his seat like a victorious general. Are there any other students who wish to come up and write? Murong Shui inquired, scanning the room. The students exchanged glances. Just then, the class beauty, Su Ruiwen, spoke up. Lin, why don't you come up and write a piece? In her eyes, Lin Fan was perfect. Not only did he excel at playing the guitar and singing, but he was also athletic. She was confident that his calligraphy would be equally impressive. Murong Shui's eyes lit up at Su Ruiwen's suggestion. She had witnessed Lin Fan's writing firsthand the day before when he came to her for permission to leave campus, and indeed, it was quite commendable. Had it not been for Su Ruiwen's reminder, she might have forgotten about it. Lin Fan, It's time to showcase your skills. For the honor of our class. As the class leader, you should be the first to step forward, Morong Shui encouraged with a smile. Meng Xiqing, upon hearing Su Ruiwen propose that Lin Fan write, nearly burst into laughter. He had been pondering how to make Lin Fan falter and thus highlight his own superiority. It seems Su Ruiwen truly understands me, he thought smugly. In a moment, should Lin Fan decline to step forward and write, Su Ruiwen would undoubtedly feel disheartened, leading to a significant decline in Lin Fan's stature in her eyes. Conversely, if Lin Fan were to acquiesce, it would be even more advantageous. His writing would likely pale in comparison to another's, and upon making such a comparison, Su Ruiwen's perception of Lin Fan would inevitably diminish, while the shadow of his competitor would loom larger in her mind. At present, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of pride, relishing the spectacle and the gossip surrounding him. He was convinced that success was just around the corner. Upon hearing Morong Shui's words, Lin Fan had no choice but to rise. Morong Shui had placed an enormous expectation upon him. If he refrained from participating now, it would be utterly indefensible. Lin Fan resolved to ascend the stage and casually write a few characters to appease the situation. He had already garnered sufficient attention and saw no need to seek more. Would someone who dominated the campus trending topics daily truly concern himself with a minor calligraphy competition? Indeed, Lin Fan would not acknowledge that a lack of benefits was his reason for hesitation. As he lifted his leg, preparing to move, he suddenly froze. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Mission initiated. As a future magnate, one must not shy away. When it is time to showcase one's abilities, one must not falter. Display exquisite calligraphy that astonishes the crowd. Accept the mission. Reward. 100% equity in Lucheng Jinmong Media Company. Decline the mission. No rewards. Is the system akin to a parasite within me? It seems I am compelled to seek the limelight. Nevertheless, I welcome it. Lin Fan mused inwardly, hoping for more such tasks in the future. The reward was simply too enticing. Lucheng Jinmong Media Company ranks among the top 10 influencer incubation firms in the city, currently valued at approximately 1 billion. 10 small goals achieved. This system is truly remarkable. By completing this task, Lin Fan would ascend directly into the ranks of 20 billionaires. Although he might not make it onto Lucheng's wealth list, it would still signify a notable accomplishment. With 20 small goals behind him, how far could he be from 100? More importantly, the potential of Lucheng Jinmong Media Company was immense. Influencer incubation. Should the company nurture a few major influencers, the profits from live commerce could be staggering. It is often said online that certain top influencers achieve sales revenues in the tens or even hundreds of billions annually. If he could cultivate a few of such influencers, he could swiftly elevate himself to the status of 100 billion and eventually 1,000 billion in wealth. Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. I accept the mission, Lin Fan declared excitedly within himself. A mere display of his talents could lead to acquiring such a promising company. Only a fool would refuse. He continued toward the podium, aware that this time he could not afford to simply go through the motions. What should he write? This required careful consideration. Inspiration struck. As Lin Fan reached the podium, clarity dawned upon him regarding what he would inscribe. He grasped the brush, unfurling the rice paper before him. With fluid strokes, he began to write. The path of learning is paved with diligence, and the sea of knowledge is navigated through hardship. In no time, a beautiful piece of semi-cursive script was completed. Su Ruiwen was unaware of when she had approached the podium, but upon seeing Lin Fan's writing, she was utterly transfixed. Her mouth gaped open in astonishment, her eyes widened in excitement, brimming with enthusiasm. The calligraphy was simply exquisite, exuding a lifelike quality. How could this be? It was utterly enchanting. Lin Fan, the class monitor, was truly exceptional. Her judgment had not faltered. Eagerly, she hung the writing up, wishing for everyone to admire Lin Fan's artistry. After all, joy is best shared. She decided to display Lin Fan's work alongside that of Meng Xiqing for comparison. Upon doing so, she was taken aback. Why was Meng Xiqing's writing so unattractive? It was astonishing how one could discern quality through contrast. In this juxtaposition, Meng Xiqing's work seemed almost laughable. With a disdainful expression, she regarded Meng Xiqing's calligraphy. Had it not been necessary to present 2 pieces for the competition, she would have been tempted to discard his work into the waste bin. In her opinion, the trash can would have been the most fitting resting place for such a piece. Chapter 55. I am just slightly better than you. Su Ruiwen finished hanging up Lin Fan's calligraphy and stepped aside, instantly allowing Lin Fan's work to capture the attention of the onlookers. As they beheld Lin Fan's writing, the crowd, which had just been discussing Meng Xiqing's calligraphy, was rendered speechless. Their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment, they were utterly flabbergasted. Is this truly the handwriting of class leader Lin? It is simply exquisite. Goodness! What divine strokes has class leader Lin conjured? Although it is a piece of calligraphy, it evokes the sensation of a painting. Am I hallucinating? Or did I truly see a figure tirelessly scaling a lofty mountain? I could have sworn I glimpsed a person navigating a small boat across boundless seas. How could class leader Lin achieve such a mesmerizing effect? I finally comprehend the essence of calligraphy. My grandfather spoke of how masters can imbue their characters with profound meaning, creating an immersive experience for the viewer. Could it be that class leader Lin's calligraphic prowess has already reached the level of a master? This is astounding. I have heard that many who dedicate their lives to this art struggle to attain mastery, yet here is class leader Lin, so young, already embodying the essence of a calligraphy master. It is truly remarkable. In comparison, I feel utterly inadequate. Sigh, how is class leader Lin so exceptional? Who pinned the inelegant characters beside him? They should be removed to avoid tarnishing the beauty of class leader Lin's work. In retrospect, Meng Xiqing's calligraphy appears utterly unsightly when juxtaposed with Lin Fan's. Meng Xiqing stared at Lin Fan's calligraphy in utter disbelief. His earlier smugness evaporated, replaced by shock as his mouth slowly opened, as if it could accommodate an egg. How could this be? Why is this happening? Wasn't Lin Fan supposed to be inept at calligraphy? Comparing his own painstaking efforts to Lin Fan's, he felt as if his work was nothing more than refuse. He was deeply disheartened, a wave of discomfort washing over him. He longed to scream, questioning why he had to share a class with Lin Fan. Weakly, he sank into his chair, feeling as though the very sky outside had darkened. The sensation was unbearable, truly unbearable. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave after finishing his calligraphy, the counselor, murmuring Shui, called out to him. Lin Fan, please wait a moment. Her beautiful gaze was fixed upon him, astonished at the caliber of his calligraphy. Influenced by her grandfather, she too possessed some skill in this art. Yet, in comparison to Lin Fan's work, hers resembled that of a child. What astonished her further was Lin Fan's ability to encapsulate profound meaning within his characters. It is worth noting that her grandfather had spent a lifetime practicing calligraphy, dedicating decades to merely scratch the surface. While Lin Fan's artistry seemed to surpass even her grandfather's mastery, she wished to request a piece from Lin Fan, eager to present it to her grandfather for his admiration. Lin Fan came to a halt, casting a curious glance at murmuring Shui. Both pieces of work had been completed, and there should be nothing left to address. Lin Fan, could you possibly create another piece of calligraphy? My grandfather has a deep appreciation for this art, and I wish to present your work to him, murmuring Shui said softly. Biting her lip, there was a hint of shyness in her request, as it stemmed from her personal desire rather than any school-related obligation. Upon hearing her words, Lin Fan quickly realized that she wished for him to craft a piece for the elderly gentleman. Naturally, he could not refuse, after all. It was merely a matter of a few minutes. Lin Fan grasped the brush once more, contemplated briefly, and began to write. The ancient dragon still rides the clouds at dusk, while the old tree blossoms anew in the depths of spring. He paused, envisioning an aged dragon soaring through the skies, conjuring rain, and a towering ancient tree with a delicate blossom unfurling. Murmuring Shui observed Lin Fan's calligraphy, covering her astonished mouth with her hand to stifle any sound. This piece radiated even more grandeur than the previous one. Lin Fan set the brush down, glanced at his work, and nodded in satisfaction. Teacher, what do you think of this piece? He sought murmuring Shui's opinion, for a gift should not merely please him. Absolutely magnificent, murmuring Shui exclaimed, her excitement causing her to stutter slightly. Thank you, Lin Fan. I am certain my grandfather will adore this. With Lin Fan's nod of approval, she felt content. There is nothing else. I will take my leave now, murmuring Shui replied softly. Lin Fan returned to his seat. Old four, how did you practice to achieve such mastery? This is astonishing. Zhang Ziqiang, the eldest among them, asked in disbelief. This is just how it turned out after practice. Lin Fan responded somewhat evasively, contemplating that he could not reveal that it was a gift from the system. Old four, you are truly a genius, Li Muyang, the second, remarked, left speechless, attributing Lin Fan's prowess to an extraordinary talent that set him apart from the rest of them. I wonder if there is anything you cannot do. Being around you makes us feel quite pressured, Wang Zhiyong, the third, sighed, shaking his head at Lin Fan. I'm merely a notch above you all. Lin Fan replied modestly, but the three fell into silence, pondering whether a notch was really just a trivial measure. as Morong Shui announced that everyone could leave. The four of them made their way towards the playground. The afternoon military training was about to commence, rendering a return to the dormitory unnecessary. Time swiftly passed, and by the end of the military training session, Lin Fan returned to his dormitory to change clothes, preparing to visit the Jinmong Media Company in Luqing. Lin Fan parked his vehicle in the lot, gazing at the three-story building before him. He never imagined that this place would someday belong to him. This was indeed the headquarters of Jinmong Media Company, one of the top 10 influencer incubation firms in Luqing, renowned far and wide. Today, a long queue formed outside, with many aspiring hosts awaiting their turn for an interview. Many aspiring individuals, both men and women, harbor dreams of becoming internet celebrities, envisioning a day when they too will achieve fame. Lin Fan gazed at the lengthy queue outside, surprised to find so many people applying for positions. Even at such a late hour, when he first arrived, he had called the company's general manager, Shun Jianyun, to inform him of his arrival in half an hour. To his astonishment, the journey was remarkably smooth, taking less than 15 minutes without any traffic delays. He decided not to seek out Shun Jianyun just yet, opting instead to observe from a distance. As he approached the line, a stylishly dressed young man sidled up to Yang Mingran, who was waiting in line. "Hello, beautiful." He greeted her. "Hello," Yang Mingran replied, glancing at him and responding with polite indifference. A graduate of Luqing Conservatory of Music, she had yet to find a suitable job after a year. After much contemplation, she had decided to explore the path of becoming an internet sensation, hoping to fulfill her musical aspirations. Chapter 56. Does your uncle often engage in such activities? My dear, what position are you applying for as a host? The young man, named Xie Chenkai, is the nephew of the operations supervisor at Jinmong Media Company in Luqing. Leveraging this connection, he frequently seeks out young and beautiful girls who harbor dreams of fame. Yang Mingran cast a glance at Xie Chenkai, although she was reluctant to engage with him. She responded politely, "I am applying for a singing host." Upon hearing her words, Xie Chenkai's eyes sparkled with interest. A talent host, indeed. The more he looked at Yang Mingran, the more he found her captivating. He had interacted with numerous hosts before, yet this was his first encounter with such a stunning talent host. In this era of beauty, unadorned natural beauty is a rare sight. You will surely succeed in your application, Xie Chenkai said with a smile. With Yang Mingran's appearance, becoming a host was well within her grasp. Her confidence as a talent host suggested she possessed considerable skills. Gaining entry into the company should pose no challenge at all. Thank you, Yang Mingran replied calmly. She felt confident about her chances of success, being a graduate of Luqing Music Academy and possessing a strong belief in her professional abilities. At that moment, Xie Chenkai gazed at her and suddenly shook his head with a sigh. What a pity, what a pity. Curiosity piqued, Yang Mingran looked at him, puzzled by his statement. Sensing her intrigue, Xie Chenkai felt a surge of satisfaction. My dear, with your attributes, I believe you will be an exceptional talent host. However, he paused, creating an air of suspense. But what? Yang Mingran asked, her curiosity deepening. She was eager to understand what else was required to become a talent host beyond mere personal prowess. After all, this was her first foray into hosting, and she was not particularly well-versed in the industry. Seeking others' insights could only prove beneficial. Xie Chenkai, having successfully aroused her curiosity, contemplated for a moment before responding, My dear, although you possess excellent qualities, without someone to recommend and discover you, relying solely on your talents to become a major host is exceedingly difficult. One might even say impossible. Yang Mingran fell silent upon hearing his words. She was well aware of such realities, which was precisely why she had chosen to apply for a hosting position rather than going solo. Achieving fame and recognition on one's own is indeed a formidable challenge. She sought to leverage the company's resources to expedite her emergence. After all, a professional influencer incubation company not only boasts a skilled team, but also substantial financial backing, allowing her to avoid many pitfalls along the way. However, it appeared that mere talent was insufficient for earning the company's endorsement. Seeing Yang Mingran in silence, Xie Chenkai felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, believing he had hooked her. He understood the intense yearning for fame that many aspiring individuals felt. With just a glimmer of hope, they would grasp at any opportunity. Do not be disheartened, my dear. After all, you have encountered me. Once you finish your application, let us find a hotel where we can dine and converse. Xie Chenkai gazed at Yang Mingran, a smile gracing his face, radiating confidence. He was convinced that as long as Yang Mingran was not foolish, she would agree to dine with him. At that moment, he believed that once he revealed his prowess to her, she would willingly succumb to his charm. The more he contemplated, the more self-satisfied he became. This was the power he wielded. Any enchanting beauty would inevitably fall into his grasp. He had previously employed this strategy to enjoy sumptuous dinners with several streamers. The thought of encountering such an exquisite beauty for the first time filled him with glee. Were it not for the crowd, he would have been drooling uncontrollably. "No, thank you," young Min Grant replied coolly, just as she exited the school gates. She had intended to directly enter an entertainment company, but had encountered the dark undercurrents of the industry. After facing several setbacks, she resolved to start as a streamer, only to be confronted once again with the unsavory realities before even securing a position. Although she yearned for success and fame, she would never resort to such methods to achieve it. She had already made up her mind. If the influencer incubation company was equally tainted, she would return home to purchase her own streaming equipment and embark on her journey as a streamer. While this might sever her ties with her musical dreams, she would not harbor regrets. "Beautiful lady, I advise you to reconsider. After all, without a background, it is unrealistic to expect the company to provide you with substantial resources." Xie Qingkai continued, unwilling to relinquish such a rare beauty. Yang Mingran prepared to refuse him once more when a voice suddenly interrupted. "Can you truly provide her with abundant resources?" Lin Fan approached from the side, his heart boiling with anger. He could not believe that such underhanded dealings would occur within his own company, and so brazenly at that. He detested corruption and would never permit such behavior within his organization. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice resonated. "Task issued. As a great tycoon, how can one allow harmful elements to exist within the company? Eliminate the bad apples. Accept the task for a reward of advanced painting skills. Decline the task with no reward." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. The system was incredibly considerate, seemingly eager to bestow rewards upon him. This time, it was a skill, painting skills. He was elated, feeling far more delighted than if he had been given billions. One should not underestimate the value of skills compared to money. Wealth could one day be exhausted, whereas skills would accompany him throughout his life. Even if the system were to depart, he would remain untroubled with his skills by his side. Squinting at Xie Qingkai, he realized that this man was indeed a harbinger of fortune. Quite impressive. He resolved to express his gratitude towards Xie Qingkai. "I am the best guarantee," Xie Qingkai stated confidently. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the crowd. "I remember now. That person is Xie Qingkai. What about Xie Qingkai?" Xie Qingkai is indeed the nephew of Xie Tongyin, the operations supervisor of Lucheng Jinmong Media Company. How intriguing that he is related to Xie Tongyin. It explains his audacity in making such bold claims. The operations supervisor holds the power to allocate resources among the hosts, which certainly clarifies the situation. Should this young lady refuse Xie Qingkai, it is likely she will find it challenging to secure resources within the company. As Xie Qingkai overheard the murmurs around him, his sense of superiority swelled. He was unbothered by others knowing his identity. After all, he had not coerced any of the hosts. They were all willing participants. He cast a glance at young Mingran, eager to witness any signs of regret on her face. However, to his disappointment, her expression remained unchanged. "Ah, so you are the operations supervisor's nephew. Does your uncle often engage in such practices?" Lin Fan inquired of Xie Qingkai, his tone nonchalant. Chapter 57. A simple inquiry would suffice. On the third floor of Lucheng Jinmong Media Company, within the conference room, a group of individuals gathered, all of whom represented the upper echelons of the company. Initially, they were prepared to conclude their workday and return home. Yet they were summoned for an urgent meeting by General Manager Shin Jianyan. Curiosity enveloped the room as everyone directed their attention towards Shin. Puzzled by the urgency that prompted this gathering, observing the collective gaze upon him, Shin cleared his throat and spoke. "I imagine you are all quite eager to understand the reason behind my haste in convening this meeting." The attendees nodded in acknowledgement. "I have just received a phone call from our new owner," he declared, deliberately pausing for effect. Upon hearing this news, the atmosphere shifted. The tension was palpable. It was well known that Lucheng Jinmong Media Company was in a phase of ascendance, and the abrupt sale by the previous owner had given rise to a myriad of speculations amongst them. The identity and intentions of the new owner remained shrouded in mystery, fostering an atmosphere of uncertainty within the ranks. With the revelation that the new owner had contacted Shun, their composure began to wane. "Shun, what directives did the new owner convey? Please, do not keep us in suspense," one voice called out. "Indeed, Shin, spare us the riddles," another chimed in. "What sort of individual is our new owner? Could you share any insights with us?" The anticipation was electric as they clamored for information regarding the new owner's intentions. Please, everyone, quiet down, Shin urged. I, too, have yet to meet the new owner. However, I can assure you that they will be arriving at the company shortly. Soon enough, you will discern what kind of individual they are, he stated solemnly, scanning the room. At the mention of the new owner's impending arrival, a hush fell over the crowd. The prospect of meeting this enigmatic figure instilled a sense of urgency. They were determined to make a favorable impression. How old do you suppose the new owner is? Surely, they must be in their 30s or 40s. After all, our company is valued at around $1 billion. Anyone capable of such a financial transaction would likely not be inexperienced, one pondered. Indeed. But it remains uncertain whether the new owner will be satisfied with our current operational model or if they will seek to implement adjustments, another remarked. That is beyond our purview. It ultimately hinges on the new owner's vision, they agreed. Shin glanced at the clock, noting that the new owner would arrive in 10 minutes. All right, the new owner will be here shortly. Let us go down to welcome them. It is imperative that we leave a positive impression, he instructed with gravity. Understood. General Manager Shin, came the chorus of responses. Leading the way, Shin rose and proceeded towards the exit, with the others following closely behind. Everyone stood ready, all eager to leave a favorable impression on the new boss. Oh, so you are the nephew of the operations supervisor. Does your uncle often engage in such activities? Lin Fan inquired calmly, observing Xie Qingkai. Lin Fan harbored doubts that this matter could transpire without Xie Tongyin's approval. After all, if resources were not allocated properly, those streamers would surely not let the issue rest. Upon hearing Lin Fan's remarks, Xie Qingkai retorted angrily, "Watch your words, kid. Be careful or I might sue you for defamation." He glared at Lin Fan, fully aware that he was no mindless rich heir, but rather someone who understood the boundaries of discourse. If there is any doubt, why not have someone investigate? Lin Fan replied with a calm demeanor. Ha ha ha, kid. You've chosen the wrong place to act tough, Xie Qingkai scoffed, bursting into laughter. No one at Lu City Golden Radiance Media dared to investigate his uncle, who had strong ties with the founder of the company. Even the general manager, Shun Jianyun, turned a blind eye to his uncle's actions. The very thought of someone wanting to investigate his uncle was nothing short of absurd to him. At that moment, Shun Jianyun was bringing a group downstairs when he noticed the commotion from afar. Supervisor Xie, that person must be your nephew. You should handle this immediately, he said with a disapproving glance at Xie Tongyin. Hearing Shun Jianyun's words, Xie Tongyin's expression darkened as he silently reprimanded Xie Qingkai. He hurriedly approached his nephew, demanding, "What on earth are you doing, shouting like that?" Seeing his uncle Xie Tongyin approach, Xie Qingkai stepped forward. "Uncle, this kid actually has the audacity to want to investigate you," he chuckled, dismissing Lin Fan's words with disdain. "Kid, Lu City Golden Radiance Media does not welcome you. Please leave at once," Xie Tongyin said with a grim countenance. Though anger simmered within him, he understood that this was not the time for outbursts. The new boss was arriving soon, and he needed to maintain a favorable impression. "Did you hear? Leave immediately." Xie Qingkai smirked at Lin Fan. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, lamenting how oblivious Lin Fan was to the gravity of the situation, attempting to challenge Xie Tongyin, the operations supervisor of Lu City Golden Radiance Media. Finding a job in streaming would now be an uphill battle for him. Alas, this young man sought to be a hero but unwittingly jeopardized his own future. How pitiable. Therefore, one should refrain from pretentiousness. Genuine skill is admirable, but lack thereof only leads to folly. Yang Minggran gazed at Lin Fan with a look of regret, feeling that his predicament stemmed from her. Yet, she felt powerless to intervene. Biting her lip, she resolved to leave with Lin Fan shortly. After all, she had rejected Xie Qingkai, and it would be exceedingly difficult to seek resources from Xie Tongyin in the future. Lin Fan gazed at Xie Tongyin with keen interest and said, "What if I choose not to leave?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Xie Tongyin was instantly enraged. Who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Especially a mere young lad? Security! Security! Quickly remove this brat! Xie Tongyin shouted loudly to the security personnel nearby. Meanwhile, Shun Jianyun noticed that Xie Tongyin had not dispersed the crowd, but rather the situation had become even more lively. With a darkened expression, he approached, eager to see who was causing the disturbance. At that moment, two security guards approached Lin Fan, preparing to escort him away. "Stop!" Shun Jianyun quickly shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. As the general manager of Luqing Jinmong Media Company, he was a well-known figure in the vicinity. "Mr. Shin, this brat is causing a ruckus in the company, and I was about to have the security escort him out," Xie Tongyin hastily explained. Times had changed. His backing had sold off their shares, leaving him without support, and he no longer dared to confront Shen Jianyun as he once did. Shen Jianyun paid no heed to Xie Tongyin, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he approached Lin Fan, slightly bending his body in a respectful manner, and said, "Boss, you have arrived." The crowd was left utterly astonished by Shen Jianyun's words. Chapter 58. From now on, you will be in charge, boss. You have arrived. Upon hearing Shen Jianyun's words, everyone was left utterly astounded. Their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief, they struggled to comprehend the astonishing revelation. Lin Fan was astonishingly youthful. It was beyond their imagination that the owner of one of the top 10 influencer incubation companies in Luqing was merely in his 20s. Goodness. This is the owner of Jinmeng Media Company in Luqing. He is astonishingly young. One thought. When I was his age, I was still gaming in my dormitory. This is simply remarkable. To possess a billion-dollar company at such a young age is truly impressive. The senior executives of the company were equally bewildered upon realizing Lin Fan was their new boss. They had envisioned numerous possibilities. Yet none had anticipated that the new owner would be so youthful. They exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment. The new owner appeared to be around 20 years old, perhaps still a university student. This new owner seems to be the same age as my son, who is still preoccupied with gaming. Truly, comparisons are futile, they mused. Could he be a wealthy heir merely seeking life experience? If that were the case, the company might be in dire straits. Alas, it seems I should prepare to consult a headhunter for new opportunities. Xie Tongyin was utterly flabbergasted by Shen Jianyun's announcement. His legs trembled uncontrollably. He never imagined that his first encounter with the new boss would compel him to wish for the latter's departure from the company. This is disastrous, he thought. The new boss must have a particularly negative impression of me. Did he not just mention an investigation into my affairs? It is all over. I am finished. The more he dwelled on it, the more terrified he became, his body shaking even more violently. He inwardly cursed Xie Qingkai, deeming him a complete nuisance. Xie Qingkai stared at Lin Fan, rendered speechless. The very person he had looked down upon turned out to be the owner of Jinmeng Media Company. How is this possible? He pondered. Yet, the expressions of Shen Jianyun and his uncle confirmed the reality of the situation. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Was it not better to have dinner with Xiaowei? Why did I insist on coming to the company? Now, not only am I in trouble, but my uncle Xie Tongyin will be implicated as well. He longed to escape the scene, yet his legs refused to obey him. Lin Fan regarded Shen Jianyun with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Have the legal department conduct a thorough investigation into Xie Tongyin and his nephew." Shen Jianyun nodded eagerly in agreement. "Please, allow me to show you around the company," he offered. After Lin Fan spoke, he proceeded towards the lobby. Shen Jianyun hastily instructed the security to keep a close watch on Xie Tongyin, while he called the legal department and hurriedly followed Lin Fan. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Xie Tongyin collapsed to the ground with a thud. "It is over. All is lost," he murmured, his eyes devoid of light. The matters he had been involved in could not withstand scrutiny. He realized that he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Lin Fan circled around the company, noting that the facilities were relatively complete and quite professional. He entered the conference room, taking a seat while observing the standing crowd. "I am indifferent to how things were in the past. Moving forward, I do not wish to witness any more occurrences of hidden rules within the company," Lin Fan stated solemnly. Such covert practices would drive away truly capable individuals, jeopardizing the company's potential to nurture prominent influencers. It is important to recognize that these influencers could generate immense wealth for him. "Understood, boss," the crowd responded in unison. Lin Fan turned to Shen Jianyun and directly declared, "I shall not interfere with company matters. You will continue to be responsible for them. After all, it is prudent to entrust professional matters to professionals." Shen Jianyun had demonstrated commendable leadership skills by efficiently managing the company. Lin Fan, lacking expertise in these specialized areas, understood that meddling in company affairs would only hasten its demise. As a leader, one must delegate suitable tasks to the right individuals. He did not wish to be involved in every detail, exhausting himself. He only needed to oversee the broader picture. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the crowd felt reassured. As long as Lin Fan refrained from interfering, the company would continue to thrive as it had before. Shen Jianyun expressed a desire to dine with Lin Fan, but he was declined. Lin Fan was unaccustomed to being feted by a group during meals. After leaving Luqing Jinmeng Media Company, he drove towards Tianjuk. Following dinner at Tianjuk, Lin Fan returned to the Haitian villa. After washing up, he made his way to the storeroom. He recalled that there was an unopened set of the 4 treasures of the study inside. Indeed, upon entering the storeroom, he immediately spotted the valuable set of writing implements. Previously, this set had been placed in the study, but he had deemed it cumbersome and relegated it to the storeroom to gather dust. Observing the 4 treasures in his hands, he chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. He had never anticipated that one day he would put this set to use. In the past, he was unskilled in calligraphy and painting. However, times had changed. He had not only mastered calligraphy, becoming a calligraphy master, but had also acquired painting skills, evolving into a painting master. Now, he retrieved the 4 treasures with the intent of testing his painting ability. He laid a sheet of rice paper flat on the tea table, which was fortunately large enough to accommodate the entire sheet. Lin Fan picked up the brush and began to paint on the rice paper. 10 minutes later, a vividly majestic tiger, the king of beasts, leapt to life on the paper. Lin Fan gazed at the tiger before him, his face a portrait of incredulity. It was remarkably lifelike, to the point that he could hardly believe it was his own creation. Lin Fan was immensely satisfied. Truly, the system was extraordinary. Without it, aspiring to become a painting master in such a short time would have been nothing but a pipe dream. Lin Fan casually tossed the painting onto the nearby sofa, tidied up the 4 treasures, and took out a teacup to brew himself a cup of second-generation de Hong Pao. He brought the teacup to his lips, gently blowing on it before taking a small sip. The aroma was exquisite, truly remarkable. Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After finishing his tea, he stood up, preparing to ascend the stairs. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa chimed. Lin Fan glanced outside, his eyes filled with curiosity. He resided in this place, yet it seemed he had no acquaintances nearby. Who could be visiting at such a late hour? Nonetheless, he dismissed his musings and proceeded towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he opened it to find 2 figures standing outside. One was Tang Yuzhou, whom he had encountered earlier that morning, and the other was an elderly man clad in black. He did not recognize the latter, but judging by the aura emanating from the old man, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. "Master Tang, please come in." Lin Fan promptly invited Tang Yuzhou and the elderly man into his home. Chapter 59. A casual sketch. Lin Fan escorted the 2 gentlemen into the living room, inviting them to take a seat on the sofa. He retrieved 2 teacups and poured each a serving of the exquisite second-generation de Hong Pao, setting the cups before them. Lin Fan observed as Tang Yuzhou and the elder in black gently lifted their cups to inhale the fragrant aroma. "Second-generation de Hong Pao," the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "You are serving such a rare tea to your guests so casually. How extravagant." He was well aware that Tang Yuzhou, even after acquiring the prized tea, seldom indulged himself with it, despite their long-standing friendship. It was not due to stinginess. Rather, the second-generation de Hong Pao was exceedingly difficult to procure. If Tang Yuzhou was reluctant to partake himself, he would certainly not offer it to others. Yet, Lin Fan presented it as though it were an ordinary brew, leaving the elder utterly astounded. Lin Fan, with a smile, remarked, "You possess a discerning palate, esteemed sir." He then turned to Tang Yuzhou. "Old Tang, what brings you here at such a late hour? I find it hard to believe you simply came for a casual visit." His curiosity piqued. He wondered about the true purpose of Tang Yuzhou's visit. "Xiao Fan, I do indeed have something to discuss with you at this late hour," Tang Yuzhou replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "This is my old friend, Jiang Xingyang." He gestured towards the elder beside him. "Greetings, Mr. Jiang," Lin Fan said, acknowledging the newcomer. "Greetings, Mr. Lin," Jiang Xingyang replied courteously, having learned Lin Fan's name through Tang Yuzhou. Tang Yuzhou continued. "My old friend learned that the second-generation de Hong Pao was sourced from you, and insisted I bring him here to meet you." He hesitated slightly, recognizing that his friend's enthusiasm for boasting about the tea had led them to disturb Lin Fan at such an hour. "Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Lin," Jiang Xingyang quickly interjected, feeling somewhat guilty for the late visit. Yet, the allure of the second-generation de Hong Pao was simply too compelling to resist. "Would it be possible for you to sell me a small quantity of the second-generation de Hong Pao? I realize this request may be excessive, but I would only require 10 grams, Jiang Xingyang implored, casting a discreet glance at the open tin of tea beside him. Seeing Jiang Xingyang's eagerness, Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head. He had not anticipated such fervent admiration for the second-generation de Hong Pao among these gentlemen. To him, tea was merely a more enjoyable alternative to plain water. It held no particular significance. With 18 tins at his disposal, parting with one for Jiang Xingyang seemed trivial. Sensing the distinguished aura surrounding Jiang Xingyang, Lin Fan recognized the value of cultivating a relationship with such an individual. It would undoubtedly prove advantageous. However, Jiang Xingyang misinterpreted Lin Fan's gesture as a refusal of his request. Naturally, one would hesitate to part with something as rare as the second-generation De Hong Pao. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the abrupt intrusion. We shall take our leave now, Jiang Xingyang said apologetically as he stood up. He bore no resentment towards Lin Fan. He had anticipated the possibility of rejection beforehand, yet the reality of it weighed heavily on his heart. Mr. Jiang has misunderstood me. Lin Fan offered a brief clarification before adding, please wait a moment. After speaking, Lin Fan ascended the stairs, aware that his unintentional shake of the head might have led to Jiang Xingyang's misinterpretation. Preferring to let actions speak rather than over-explain, he intended to retrieve a jar of the second-generation De Hong Pao for Jiang Xingyang. Jiang Xingyang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's sudden departure upstairs. This congratulations are in order for old Jiang, remarked Tang Yuzhou with a chuckle. Old Tang, what good fortune do I possess? Jiang Xingyang inquired with a puzzled expression. Young Fan has gone upstairs to fetch you some tea leaves. Does that not qualify as good news? Tang Yuzhou teased. Is that truly the case? Jiang Xingyang asked, his excitement palpable. Indeed, it is genuine. Though my acquaintance with young Fan is brief, I can assure you of his character, Tang Yuzhou responded, glancing upwards with a smile. This is wonderful, Jiang Xingyang exclaimed, joyfully slapping the adjacent sofa. What is this? A piece of paper? He prepared to tidy up the paper on which Lin Fan had sketched a tiger. Upon flipping it over, he was instantly mesmerized. The tiger on the paper seemed to leap to life, startling him into an involuntary step back. What is this? Old Tang, come take a look, Jiang Xingyang called out excitedly. Tang Yuzhou approached, immediately sensing the majestic aura emanating from the paper, as if a real tiger were poised to pounce upon him. He froze, paralyzed by fear. Old Tang, Jiang Xingyang noticed Tang Yuzhou's immobility and called out urgently. Tang Yuzhou snapped back to reality, subconsciously wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He had been so startled that he broke into a sweat. Old Jiang, what is happening? Tang Yuzhou asked, his expression filled with uncertainty. You were frightened as well? Jiang Xingyang remarked with a sigh. Tang Yuzhou nodded in agreement. This is a masterpiece by a great artist, infused with an essence that bestows the tiger with an imposing presence, making it appear almost lifelike, Jiang Xingyang slowly articulated, gazing at the tiger in the painting. This is truly astonishing. I have often heard you speak of essence, but I never imagined it could be so extraordinary. Yet, your calligraphy also possesses essence. Though it felt different, Tang Yuzhou reflected on the characters Jiang Xingyang had shown him. At that time, Jiang Xingyang had mentioned that he had infused essence into those characters. My understanding of essence is merely in its infancy. The artist who painted this tiger has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of mastery, rendering my own attempts insignificant by comparison. Jiang Xingyang jested about himself. He had always believed that his calligraphy could evoke a certain artistic conception, reveling in his own self-satisfaction. Yet, in comparison to the true masters, it appeared that his artistic realm was leagues apart. Tang Yuzhou nodded in agreement. Although he lacked a deep understanding of artistic conception, the tiger before him seemed almost alive, which surely indicated a remarkable level of artistry. Jiang Xingyang carefully rolled up the painting, fearful of applying too much force and damaging it, for that would render him a culprit. At that moment, Lin Fan descended from upstairs, holding a jar of second-generation De Hong Pao. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Tang Yuzhou and Jiang Xingyang hurried forward. Mr. Lin, may I inquire as to which master painted this piece? Jiang Xingyang asked eagerly, momentarily forgetting about the jar of tea in Lin Fan's hand. You mean this tiger? Lin Fan glanced at the rice paper held by Jiang Xingyang and instantly understood what he was referring to. Jiang Xingyang nodded fervently. This tiger was merely a casual sketch I made during my leisure time, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Indeed. The painting had been a spontaneous creation that took him a mere 10 minutes. Chapter 60. Take it if you like, this painting of a tiger was merely a casual creation of mine, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly as he observed the rice paper in Jiang Xingyang's hands. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Jiang Xingyang was momentarily taken aback. His mouth fell agape in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. The masterpiece, a work of a master, was indeed crafted by this young man, Lin Fan. It was utterly astonishing. He did not think Lin Fan would deceive him, as there was no reason to do so. The very fact that the painting was carelessly tossed onto the sofa indicated that Lin Fan held it in little regard. Yet, to think that such a young artist could possess such talent was simply beyond comprehension. Jiang Xingyang had spent a lifetime perfecting his calligraphy, barely scratching the surface of artistic essence, while Lin Fan appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. To have reached the pinnacle of artistic expression at such a tender age was something no one would readily believe. In that moment, he truly acknowledged the existence of genius. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for Lin Fan's accomplishments at this age. A bitter smile crept across his face as he reflected on how his lifelong dedication paled in comparison to the achievements of this young prodigy. Indeed, one cannot compare ordinary individuals to geniuses. Tang Yuzhou, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, was equally astonished. It was worth noting that his old friend Jiang Xingyang had devoted his life to calligraphy, only now beginning to grasp the essence. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would surpass the achievements of his esteemed friend at such a young age. He had indeed not misjudged Lin Fan. Determined, he resolved to introduce Lin Fan to his granddaughter. A talent like him should not be left for others to discover. He firmly decided to arrange a meeting between his granddaughter and Lin Fan at the earliest opportunity. A young man of such brilliance would undoubtedly attract many admirers. Time was of the essence. He mused that he must also work on his granddaughter's mindset, having heard that she was somewhat aloof. Aloofness would not do. Warmth was essential. Old Jiang, this is a jar of second-generation de Hong Pao, Lin Fan said, extending the jar to Jiang Xingyang. Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Jiang Xingyang was instantly roused from his reverie. He excitedly accepted the jar from Lin Fan's hands. Raising his head, he bit his lip, his throat dry as he inquired, "Master Lin, might I purchase this painting from you?" He initially intended to address Lin Fan as Mr. Lin, but quickly amended it. Recognizing Lin Fan as a true master of painting, Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile, replying, "If you like it, old Jiang, just take it." This painting was something he had casually created, initially destined for the trash. Since Jiang Xingyang appreciated it, he would gift it to him. "No, absolutely not. I cannot take this painting without compensating Master Lin," Jiang Xingyang insisted, shaking his head earnestly. "If you do not accept payment, he truly will not take it." Tang Yuzhou interjected from the side, fully aware of his friend's principles. "Very well," Lin Fan replied with a hint of resignation. He felt somewhat uneasy about accepting money from Jiang Xingyang for a painting he had casually created. However, he could perceive that Jiang Xingyang was genuinely willing to pay. Lin Fan communicated his bank account number to Jiang Xingyang. A notification chimed. It was a bank transfer. Upon checking, Lin Fan counted the zeros, an impressive sum of 10 million. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Xingyang and remarked, "Mr. Jiang, this amount seems rather excessive." "Not at all, Master Lin," Jiang Xingyang replied with a smile. "Your painting is truly priceless. A piece of art along with a box of second-generation de Hong Pao. I've struck gold." Lin Fan, hearing Jiang Xingyang's words, chose to say no more. "Mr. Jiang, feel free to call me Lin Fan, or just Xiao Fan like Tang Lao does," Lin Fan suggested. Jiang Xingyang, appreciating the familiarity, laughed and responded, "Then I shall take the liberty of calling you Xiao Fan." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Xiao Fan. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association, I may not possess much authority, but I do have some connections," Jiang Xingyang proclaimed, patting his chest. Today, he had not only acquired the coveted second-generation de Hong Pao, but also a painting by Lin Fan, which he deemed an invaluable treasure. Having reached a modest proficiency in calligraphy, he found it exceedingly difficult to improve further. However, with Lin Fan's painting, he believed that by studying it, his artistic expression in calligraphy would surely advance, something that money could not buy. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Fan. "I never expected you to be the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association, Mr. Jiang. That is truly impressive," Lin Fan expressed, genuinely admiring him. This was not mere flattery. He held a sincere respect for Jiang Xingyang. Being the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association required more than just skill in writing. It necessitated a robust network. Without such connections, even the most skilled calligrapher could not ascend to that position. He felt that the second-generation de Hong Pao was far from a mere gift. Indeed, he had received 10 million in addition. Most importantly, he had forged a connection with Jiang Xingyang, the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association, which held far greater significance than monetary value. "Compared to you, my achievements are negligible," Jiang Xingyang humbly stated with a shake of his head. This was indeed true. Such a young master of painting was destined for a boundless future. He believed that once word spread, countless dignitaries would seek to befriend Lin Fan. As president of the Luqing Calligraphy Association, he felt rather insignificant in Lin Fan's presence. "All right, it is time for us to depart. Xiao Fan, do come by to visit this old man," Tang Yuzhou said, rising with a smile directed at Lin Fan. "It is getting late. We should head back." Jiang Xingyang quickly added, "Very well, I shall escort you both out," Lin Fan offered as he led Tang Yuzhou and Jiang Xingyang through the gates of the villa. Lin Fan returned to the living room and picked up his writing implements, preparing to place them in the study. He pondered whether he might find time to create a few more paintings to sell. However, he quickly shook his head. The only reason he managed to sell that painting today was due to Jiang Xingyang's genuine appreciation for it. If he were to attempt selling it himself, he certainly would not achieve such a high price. Moreover, he was not in need of money at the moment and had no necessity to rely on painting for income. Nevertheless, engaging in artistic pursuits during his leisure time was indeed a delightful thought. Lin Fan ascended the stairs toward the study. After setting down his writing tools, he returned to his bedroom for a bath. How delightful! Although it was not a true hot spring, it was quite pleasant nonetheless. Today, Lin Fan utilized the jacuzzi feature of the bathtub, which proved to be quite satisfying. After soaking for just over half an hour, he felt rejuvenated. Returning to his bed, he spent a little time browsing his phone. As the hour grew late, he decided it was time for sleep. An early bedtime promotes good health. Lin Fan was determined not to compromise his well-being, relying on medication to maintain his health later on. Chapter 61. I am of no use the following morning. Lin Fan awoke promptly. He sat up, stretched his arms wide, and indulged in a leisurely yawn before making his way to the washroom. After attending to his morning routine, he settled back onto his bed and activated the virtual system panel. A plethora of items available for a mere 1 yuan caught his eye. 1 yuan flash sale, a top-tier Ferrari LaFerrari. 1 yuan flash sale, a Vacheron Constantin Multi-Series P30630S22G, 9899 watch. To his astonishment, the first item on the flash sale was a supercar. Quite remarkable indeed. This Ferrari LaFerrari was valued at over 22 million yuan, and acquiring it would likely cost around 30 million in total. The crucial aspect was that purchasing a LaFerrari was not something just anyone could do. One needed to possess several Ferraris to qualify for the purchase. As for the Vacheron Constantin Multi-Series P30630S22G, 9899 watch, it was widely acknowledged as a prestigious luxury brand. Although Lin Fan was unaware of its exact price, he was certain it was anything but inexpensive. "I shall purchase this," Lin Fan declared with a smile. There was no reason for hesitation. It was merely 2 yuan, a trivial expense. Upon checking the watch's price, Lin Fan was not surprised to discover it was a staggering 10 million yuan. Congratulations, host. The purchase of the Ferrari LaFerrari has been successful. It has been placed in the garage of the Hai Tian Ihao Villa, with the keys and relevant documents located in the study. Congratulations, host. The purchase of the Vacheron Constantin Multi-Series P30630S22G, 9899 watch has been successful. The watch and its accompanying documents have been placed in the study of the villa. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan chuckled. Not bad. My wealth has increased just a bit more. His net worth had already surpassed 2 billion yuan, so a few million was merely a modest increment. Rising from his seat, Lin Fan donned his attire and made his way to the study. Upon entering, he found 2 exquisite boxes and 2 sets of documents laid out on the desk. Approaching the desk, he opened one of the boxes to reveal a watch. With a barrel-shaped dial adorned with diamonds, it was dazzling enough to blind anyone. Quite impressive. Lin Fan picked up the watch and put it on. It fit perfectly. He then opened the second box, revealing a car key. Grasping the key, he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the garage, he immediately noticed a striking blue sports car occupying the spot that had been empty just yesterday. Beautiful, Lin Fan remarked as he circled the Ferrari LaFerrari in admiration. He gently pressed the key, causing the headlights to illuminate and the doors to open gracefully. Lin Fan slipped into the car, instantly enveloped in comfort. Very nice. Quite comfortable. He mused. Starting the engine, a powerful roar erupted, and with a press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. Lin Fan departed the villa, heading directly toward Luqing University. 30 minutes later, Lin Fan parked his sports car in the lot and made his way to the cafeteria. Upon arrival, he ordered a steamer basket of soup dumplings along with a bowl of congee. Before long, he had polished off both the dumplings and the congee, finding their flavor inferior to that of Tianjuke's culinary offerings. Rising from his seat, he shook his head and murmured to himself. Though he was not particularly finicky about food, Having grown accustomed to exquisite tastes, he found ordinary fare somewhat lacking. He contemplated whether he should request that Tianju could prepare breakfast for him, allowing him to dine there each morning. Subsequently, he ordered 3 additional servings of soup dumplings to take away. Returning to his dormitory, Lin Fan discovered that his 3 roommates were indeed still indulging in their slumber. They needed to rise promptly for breakfast, lest they be late for military training shortly thereafter. He tossed the soup dumplings onto the table and exclaimed, "Old 4, you're back. Did you go on a date with the campus beauty, Tang?" Oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, was the first to poke his head out. "Get up and eat," Lin Fan replied tersely. Unwilling to elaborate. "What is for breakfast today?" inquired old 2, Li Muyang, as he rubbed his eyes. "Soup dumplings," Lin Fan replied while retrieving his military training uniform to change. "You're truly the best. Soup dumplings are my absolute favorite," exclaimed old 3, Wang Jiong, as he leapt from his bed and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder with a grin. Once dressed in his military training attire, Lin Fan pulled out his phone to engage in a game. Before long, all 3 roommates were ready, and the 4 of them headed toward the playground. Shortly after their arrival, the instructor appeared, commencing the morning's military training session. During a break, the effects of the past few days of training were evident, as everyone had tanned noticeably, except for Lin Fan, who had not only remained unscathed but had actually lightened in complexion. "What sunscreen do you use, old 4? Zhang Ziqiang questioned, gazing curiously at Lin Fan's fair face. "I don't use anything," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. He truly disliked cosmetics and had never employed them. "That is not fair. You've taken care of yourself while leaving your buddies to suffer. Look at my face. I was video chatting with my mom yesterday, and she didn't even recognize me," Li Muyang chimed in, leaning closer. Lin Fan found no enthusiasm to engage with them. They wouldn't listen to his explanations, and he felt helpless. At that moment, not far away, Lao Zhang suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, that is stunning. Lao Zhang, can you not make such a fuss? Is seeing a beautiful girl really that exciting?" Lao Wang quipped in response. "Who is talking about a beautiful girl? I'm referring to a car," Lao Zhang retorted. With growing excitement, he continued, "I joined a car enthusiast group yesterday. It's filled with car lovers. The last time, they were the first to spot Lin Bin's sports car. I didn't expect them to just discover that Lu De has a new sports car." He then presented a picture that had just been shared in the group. "Isn't it beautiful?" Lao Wang and the others gathered around to take a closer look. Indeed, within old Zhang's phone lies an image of a magnificent sports car, parked precisely in the Lu University parking lot. It is undeniably stunning. This vehicle exudes an allure that surpasses even that of the class monitor's sports car. A sudden cough echoed behind the group, drawing old Zhang's attention to the newcomer, none other than Meng Xiqing. "Old Meng, are you unwell?" he inquired. "You're the one who's sick," Meng Xiqing retorted, irritation lacing his tone. "Why are you coughing if you're not ill?" Old Zhang shot a glance of disdain at Meng Xiqing. "What are you all up to?" Meng Xiqing asked, curiosity piqued. "We are admiring a newly unveiled supercar at Lu University," Old Wang remarked, casting a glance at Meng Xiqing, filled with admiration. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Meng Xiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, you're looking at a sports car. Do you know whose it is?" he asked, a proud smile gracing his face. "Old Meng, do you know?" Old Zhang asked, astonished by Meng Xiqing's apparent knowledge. "Indeed, this sports car belongs to my boss," Meng Xiqing replied, his face radiating with pride. He felt immensely fortunate to have recognized such a remarkable figure as his superior just yesterday, and this moment of boasting was a testament to his success. Chapter 62. What is beyond affordability? Upon hearing Meng Xiqing's words, Old Zhang quickly inquired, "Who is your boss?" Meng Xiqing, brimming with pride, replied, "Han Wenbin. The young master Han is my superior." The more he spoke, the broader his smile grew, as if he were the illustrious leader himself. Upon hearing the name Han Wenbin, the crowd exchanged glances, for they had only recently arrived at Lu University and were yet unfamiliar with its prominent figures. Could he be the esteemed young master of the 4 great sons of Lu University? Suddenly, a thought struck Old Zhang, and he gazed at Meng Xiqing in astonishment, asking, "Is it truly him?" "Indeed, you guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward for you." Meng Xiqing snapped his fingers with a sense of self-satisfaction. He felt immensely proud to be a subordinate of Han Wenbin. Such an opportunity was rare. He was grateful to his cousin, for without the dinner invitation, he would never have had the chance to meet Han Wenbin and serve as his underling. He cast a glance at Lin Fan beside him, dismissing him entirely. What significance does a sports car hold? In this world, mere wealth is insufficient. What truly matters is having connections. He regarded Lin Fan with disdain. Just yesterday, he had heard Han Wenbin express intentions to teach Lin Fan a lesson, and the disdain in Han Wenbin's expression showed he considered Lin Fan inconsequential. It was understandable. As the heir to a billion-dollar enterprise, Han Wenbin possessed ample confidence. Unlike other second-generation elites, he was already engaging with company affairs while attending university, preparing for his eventual role within the business. To Meng Xiqing, Lin Fan was merely the son of a nouveau riche, with a bit of money but far inferior to the genuine top-tier second-generation heirs. Old Zhang, is young Master Han truly formidable? Old Wang, observing Old Zhang's astonishment, asked with curiosity. Old Zhang glanced at the inquisitive Old Wang and sighed. At Lu University, the four most exceptional individuals are the four great sons. Would you not consider young Master Han remarkable? The crowd was equally taken aback by Old Zhang's words. With over 10,000 students at Lu University, to be recognized as the four most outstanding figures among them was undeniably impressive. They had not anticipated that Meng Xiqing was a subordinate of Han Wenbin, and they gazed at him with envy. Rather than looking down upon Meng Xiqing for his association with Han Wenbin, they found themselves envious of him. Establishing ties with such influential figures, even as a subordinate, was no small feat after all. They would soon face the job market, and as ordinary individuals without connections. Having a patron would significantly ease their path to success. Seeing the envy in their eyes only heightened Meng Xiqing's pride, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted from behind him. Wow, who is that person? So handsome. That outfit must be designer. It must cost at least 10,000. 10,000? You could buy a sleeve for that. These are luxury brands, easily worth at least 100,000. Goodness, that's extravagant. A single outfit costing 100,000. As Meng Xiqing heard the gasps of admiration, he turned to look behind him. Upon noticing the arrival of a newcomer, Meng Xiqing hastily approached with a brisk stride. Mr. Han, you have arrived, he said, a sycophantic expression adorning his face. The person who had come was none other than Han Wenbin. Han Wenbin cast a glance at Meng Xiqing and inquired, which one is Lin Fan? Mr. Han, that is Lin Fan. Meng Xiqing pointed towards Lin Fan, who was lying on the ground, gazing at the sky. Han Wenbin advanced towards Lin Fan, looking down upon him as he spoke. You are Lin Fan? Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin and replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I am. What is it that you want? He did not deign to look directly at Han Wenbin, returning his gaze to the heavens. From Han Wenbin's tone, Lin Fan discerned that he was there to stir trouble. Thus, he had no intention of being courteous to such individuals. Seeing Lin Fan's demeanor, Han Wenbin's expression darkened instantly. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner at Luda, not even the other three of the four young masters. Lin Fan, you are not worthy of Tang Ruobing. Keep your distance from her in the future, Han Wenbin commanded, looking at Lin Fan with an air of superiority. To him, Lin Fan was merely a wealthy second-generation heir, unworthy of his regard. Oh, and what if I refuse? Lin Fan replied, still not looking at Han Wenbin, his tone indifferent. Haha, Lin Fan, do not presume that having a bit of money makes you exceptional, Han Wenbin proclaimed, producing a brand-new car key from his pocket. With a triumphant look, he continued, a Ferrari Daytona SP3, worth 15 million. It is an item you could never afford in your lifetime. He wore a look of disdain. Boss, one of Han Wenbin's subordinates urgently tugged at his sleeve. Let us discuss this later, Han Wenbin said irritably. Did he not see that he was in the midst of reprimanding Lin Fan? He was determined to make Lin Fan understand that only someone of his caliber deserved Tang Ruobing. For such a privileged youth, he intended to instill fear through sheer power. What is power? It is most directly represented by the crushing force of wealth, brutal yet effective. Han Wenbin waved the car key in his hand. Envisioning Lin Fan's terrified expression, his heart swelled with pride. Yet, upon noticing that Lin Fan remained reclined on the ground, staring at the sky as if his words were mere air, Han Wenbin was infuriated. This was an utter disregard for his authority. He was about to step forward when his confidant, Zhang Ziqiang, interjected, Your Ferrari Daytona SP3 is quite comparable to the fourth S Porsche 918 Spider. What can the fourth not afford? Han Wenbin was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Ziqiang's words. Wasn't it a Lamborghini bat? How had it transformed into a Porsche 918 Spider? This was inconceivable. Could there have been a mistake in the information? He turned to his subordinate behind him, his gaze questioning. Boss, you didn't read the latest information on Lin Fan that I sent you yesterday? The subordinate hastily replied. Han Wenbin suddenly recalled that his subordinate had indeed provided him with the latest information on Lin Fan the previous night. However, he had dismissed Lin Fan entirely, causing the information to slip from his mind. He retrieved his phone and opened the document, only to find a newly added detail beneath Lin Fan's profile: the latest vehicle, a Porsche 918 Spider. He lifted his gaze and shot a fierce glare at the subordinate. How infuriating. A simple statement would have sufficed. Yet he had to present the entire dossier. Now, here he was, utterly humiliated. He mentally berated the subordinate, vowing to teach him a lesson upon his return. This was truly mortifying. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Lin Fan would never afford a Ferrari Daytona SP3, yet the latter had already acquired a Porsche 918 Spider. His face felt as though it had been struck resoundingly. A wave of heat surged across his cheeks, and if there were a crack in the ground, he would gladly have burrowed into it. The embarrassment was simply unbearable. Chapter 63. Could it be yours? As Meng Xiqing observed the change in Han Wenbin's expression, he hurriedly approached with a smile, eager to ingratiate himself. Boss, Lin Fan's possession of a sports car is nothing remarkable. He pales in comparison to you. You, my esteemed leader, are destined to inherit a multi-billion-dollar enterprise and have already begun engaging with company affairs. What does Lin Fan amount to? Upon hearing Meng Xiqing's words, Han Wenbin's eyes brightened. Indeed, as he prepared to step into the corporate world and eventually inherit a fortune, Lin Fan was hardly a match for him. Confidence surged within him as he regarded Meng Xiqing with satisfaction. This lad certainly had a clever mind. Once again, his gaze at Lin Fan was laced with disdain. He brimmed with self-assurance, convinced that Lin Fan would not inherit such a vast enterprise. To inherit a corporation equated to inheriting formidable connections. What is paramount in developing a company? Undoubtedly, it is one's network. With connections, one secures status, and when the time comes, the disparity between him and Lin Fan would be as vast as heaven and earth. At that moment, old Zhang, standing nearby, suddenly recalled something. Ah, he exclaimed, startling those around him. Damn it, old Zhang, are you out of your mind? What kind of ghost are you yelling about? Old Wang, closest to him, grumbled in annoyance. Having been startled by old Zhang's outburst, he looked at old Zhang, convinced he must be unwell, given his propensity for such dramatic reactions. Old Zhang paid no heed to old Wang. A pressing question plagued his mind. If that sports car did not belong to Han Wenbin, whose could it possibly be? Could it belong to class leader Lin? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He was aware that Lin Fan already owned 2 sports cars. If this one was also Lin Fan's, it would mean he possessed at least 3. The most astonishing fact was that this particular sports car was a supercar valued at around 30 million. What kind of strength would Lin Fan possess to afford such a vehicle? He dared not think further. Approaching Lin Fan, he moistened his parched lips, swallowed hard, and trembled as he asked, Lin, class leader, that blue Ferrari LaFerrari parked in the east lot, could it possibly be yours? Lin Fan glanced at old Zhang and replied calmly, if you are referring to the blue Ferrari LaFerrari in the east parking lot, then yes, it is mine. Lin Fan's tone was unremarkable, yet to old Zhang, it struck like thunderclaps in his ears. Though he had suspected as much, hearing Lin Fan's own admission left him dazed. His mouth fell agape, as if to accommodate a whole egg. The revelation was simply staggering. Lin Fan, of a similar age to them, had acquired 3 sports cars, vehicles they might toil their entire lives without ever being able to afford even one. Yet, here was Lin Fan, possessing 3. He suspected that Lin Fan's collection extended beyond that. A bitter smile crept across his face. Being in the same class as Lin Fan truly demanded a resilient heart. For otherwise, one could scarcely endure the daily astonishment Lin Fan brought forth. The crowd was left utterly astounded upon overhearing the conversation between Lin Fan and old Zhang. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. The stunning sports car was, astonishingly, Lin Fan's. They could hardly fathom that the vehicle belonged to him, especially considering he already owned 2 other luxurious sports cars, both of which were exceptionally expensive. A bitter smile formed within them as they reflected on the sheer luck of one's birth. Envy, indeed, was the prevailing sentiment. Han Wenbin gazed intently at Lin Fan, uncertainly inquiring, is that blue Ferrari LaFerrari truly yours? He too had spotted the magnificent blue Ferrari LaFerrari in the parking lot, a car he had longed for with fervor. Not just him, but the other 3 sons of the Liu family also aspired to possess a LaFerrari. However, their families would never allocate such a substantial sum for a mere car. The total cost of acquiring such a vehicle would amount to approximately 30 million. A staggering figure that could secure a luxurious villa in Liu City. Even for those with wealth, securing a reservation was not guaranteed. The prerequisites for purchasing had already disqualified numerous individuals. Even with the necessary qualifications, one required a formidable network to successfully secure a purchase. In short, it was exceedingly challenging. He intended to apply for such a purchase once he inherited his family's billion-dollar enterprise, though he acknowledged that merely applying did not guarantee success. If Lin Fan were indeed the owner of the blue Ferrari LaFerrari, it would be utterly terrifying. He could scarcely imagine the magnitude of Lin Fan's connections. Undoubtedly far more powerful than his own. Thankfully, he had refrained from uttering anything too extreme, leaving room for reconciliation. Lin Fan cast a glance at Han Wenbin, remaining silent as he retrieved a pristine car key from his pocket and raised it slightly, making his intentions unmistakably clear. The car was indeed his. Upon seeing the key in Lin Fan's hand, Han Wenbin was immediately convinced of Lin Fan's claim. The blue Ferrari LaFerrari was undoubtedly his. Such a connection was invaluable. He could not afford to forfeit this opportunity for networking. If he wished to inherit a billion-dollar enterprise, cultivating his own connections was imperative. With a robust network, the process of inheritance would be significantly smoother. As for Tang Ruobing, there were plenty of beautiful women, even if they were rare. Once he inherited the enterprise, he would have no shortage of options. "Boss, I am Han Wenbin. I apologize for my earlier behavior," he declared, decisively adopting a humble demeanor as he squatted before Lin Fan, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Meng Xiqing stood in a state of bewilderment, eyes wide with shock as he observed Han Wenbin's transformation. The posture and attitude felt eerily familiar. It was precisely how he had just addressed Han Wenbin. Why was this happening? He could not comprehend how Han Wenbin, who had been so aggressive moments ago, had undergone such a drastic change. Most strikingly, Han Wenbin had begun to refer to Lin Fan as boss. If Lin Fan had truly become Han Wenbin's superior, then Han Wenbin was, in turn, his superior. Is he not, then, reduced to being Lin Fan's little brother? With a resounding thud, he helplessly slumped to the ground. Lin Fan gazed at Han Wenbin before him, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Could this lad possibly be mentally impaired? Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he have transformed so swiftly? "I am not your leader," Lin Fan asserted as he sat up. "Ha ha, you are indeed my leader," Han Wenbin replied with a cheeky grin, fully embracing his audacity. He could not afford to miss such a robust opportunity. It would leave him weeping inconsolably in the restroom. Clinging tenaciously, he was determined to become Lin Fan's subordinate. Lin Fan rose to his feet, having noticed the instructor approaching their direction. "We must hasten away. Military training awaits us," he remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. "Boss, could you share your contact information with me? I would like to treat you to a meal another day," Han Wenbin inquired, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "As for the meal, let that be." Nonetheless, Lin Fan produced his phone and allowed Han Wenbin to scan and add him as a friend. He had overheard Meng Xiqing's words just moments prior. It was evident that Han Wenbin, as one of the 4 prominent sons of Lu University, held a significant status. Given Han Wenbin's relentless pursuit to become his subordinate, accepting him could prove beneficial one day. Chapter 64. You are here for the security job, aren't you? Han Wenbin, elated at having obtained Lin Fan's contact information, cheerfully announced, "Boss, I shall take my leave now." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, signaling Han Wenbin to depart. Han Wenbin hurried away, cautious not to disturb Lin Fan during the military training session. Meng Xiqing, noticing the instructor's arrival, also rose to his feet. Though his gaze towards Lin Fan was imbued with complexity, how had Lin Fan suddenly become his junior? This perplexity lingered in his mind, leading him to resolve to keep a distance from Lin Fan in the future. The morning's military training concluded swiftly. Lin Fan drove away from the school, heading towards Tianju restaurant. He had grown accustomed to the culinary offerings there and preferred to dine at Tianju for both lunch and dinner. Prior to his arrival, Lin Fan had called manager Niu Baishan to make preparations, ensuring that a meal would be ready for him upon his arrival. Upon arriving at Tianju, Lin Fan discovered Niu Baishan waiting outside the restaurant. Approaching him, Lin Fan was greeted with respect as Niu Baishan said, "Boss, welcome." Lin Fan replied, "You needn't wait for me in the future," glancing at Niu Baishan before striding inside. "Yes, of course," Niu Baishan quickly acquiesced, recognizing the importance of Lin Fan's words. "Boss, the dishes have been prepared according to your specifications," Niu Baishan informed him as Lin Fan entered the private dining room, where 4 dishes and a soup awaited him. "Ah, splendid. Keep it simple, just enough to satisfy," Lin Fan remarked, his preferences leaning towards modesty rather than extravagance, for he abhorred wastefulness. After washing his hands in the restroom, Lin Fan took his seat and began to eat. "Ah," he exclaimed, satisfied by the delectable flavors of the meal, letting out a contented belch. Having finished his meal, Lin Fan departed from Tianzhu and drove towards the Golden Pinnacle building in Luqing. This morning, General Manager Zhu Yongquan had mentioned wanting to report something to him, prompting Lin Fan to decide to visit during lunch. Upon arriving at Golden Pinnacle, Lin Fan parked his car and, as he gazed upon the luxurious office building, a sense of pride swelled within him. Located in the heart of Luqing, Golden Pinnacle housed numerous enterprises valued in the billions, with some even reaching the 100 billion mark. Lin Fan retrieved his phone to call General Manager Zhu Yongquan, intending to inquire about which floor his office was located on. To his surprise, Zhu Yongquan offered to come down to greet him. After hanging up, Lin Fan began to survey his surroundings. Curiously, he noticed a gathering of individuals near the security booth. Intrigued, he approached, wondering why they were congregating there instead of enjoying their lunch. As he drew closer, he spotted a pull-up banner outside the security booth advertising job openings. It was a recruitment notice for security personnel. Just as Lin Fan contemplated leaving, he heard someone call out, "Lin Fan?" Turning to face the approaching figure, he hesitated. "Qin Xiaochuan? Wow, Lin Fan, it really is you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else," the other exclaimed. Qin Xiaochuan approached, patting Lin Fan's shoulder with a smile. "I never expected to encounter you here." Lin Fan replied indifferently. Qin Xiaochuan was his former classmate from middle school, whom he had not seen since graduation, and their relationship was rather ordinary. He was surprised to run into Qin Xiaochuan outside the Jinding building. Qin Xiaochuan, standing around 175 meters tall, wore a gray security uniform, complemented by a pair of polished black leather shoes. His complexion was fair, and he had slightly gained weight, suggesting a comfortable life. "Lin Fan, you must be here to apply for a security position as well," Qin Xiaochuan declared earnestly, assuming an authoritative demeanor. He spoke as if his mere word could secure Lin Fan's employment in an instant. "Old classmate, you're right to seek a job as a security guard here. Did you see that black car over there? I bought it after 3 years of working as a security guard," he boasted, pointing to a black sedan parked nearby, which he estimated to be worth over 100,000. "What good is being academically successful if you end up as a security guard? I'm currently the captain of the security team, and when you get hired, you can work under me," he chuckled, reveling in his perceived superiority. He felt a surge of pride as he recalled his former self as a mediocre student, envious of Lin Fan's academic prowess. Now, he relished the opportunity to make Lin Fan envious of his current status. "If you work hard, you could accumulate savings just like I have," he grinned, exuding a sense of triumph, as if he were a successful figure. "No need for that," Lin Fan responded with a smile and a shake of his head. He was not there to apply for a security job. He was merely browsing. "Just inspecting," he added, refraining from revealing his true identity to avoid appearing pretentious. Although he recognized Qin Xiaochuan's arrogance, his own mindset had shifted since acquiring the system. He preferred to let his abilities speak for themselves. "Lin Fan, do you look down on security jobs here?" Qin Xiaochuan challenged. "Let me tell you, many people are eager to get in. The salary is high, and the benefits are great. Do you know how much I make as the security team captain? You wouldn't guess. 8,000 plus year-end bonuses. I can consider myself a successful person with an annual income of 100,000. Qin Xiaochuan boasted, fully aware that many college graduates earned only 3,000 to 4,000 a month. He was determined to keep Lin Fan from leaving, insisting on his success as a means to have Lin Fan work under him. Lin Fan smiled faintly and shook his head. Just as Qin Xiaochuan was about to say more, a middle-aged man in a suit emerged from the building. The middle-aged man peered around, and upon noticing Lin Fan, a look of surprise instantly illuminated his face. He approached Lin Fan with brisk steps. "Mr. Zhu?" Lin Fan, mindful of his surroundings, cautioned, "Do not speak indiscriminately." "Do you see that middle-aged man? That is our Mr. Zhu. Refrain from uttering anything indiscreet." Curiously, Qin Xiaochuan pondered aloud, "What brings Mr. Zhu to our security department?" His brow furrowed in confusion. To his astonishment, Mr. Zhu Yongquan was indeed walking towards him, sporting a smile. Could it be that Mr. Zhu was seeking him out? Perhaps to commend him? A smile of joy unconsciously spread across his face. He believed it must be due to his commendable recent performance that Mr. Zhu intended to praise him, or even potentially promote him to the position of team leader. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, feeling as if happiness had arrived all too suddenly. He hurried to greet Mr. Zhu, eager to exchange pleasantries. However, to his bewilderment, Mr. Zhu completely disregarded him, as if he were invisible, and walked straight past. Mr. Zhu then stood before Lin Fan, slightly bowing, and respectfully stated, "Boss, you have arrived." Qin Xiaochuan was left utterly stunned by Mr. Zhu's words. Chapter 65. The former principal invites dinner. Zhu Yongquan approached Lin Fan, slightly bowing his body, and respectfully said, "Boss, you have arrived." Qin Xiaochuan, upon hearing Zhu Yongquan's words, was instantly bewildered. His mouth hung agape, eyes wide with disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. How could this be? How could Lin Fan possibly be the owner of the Golden Summit building? He must be dreaming. With a resounding slap, he struck his own face. The pain was sharp, excruciatingly real. Surely, this would awaken him from the dream. He opened his eyes, only to find Lin Fan still standing before him. At that moment, he grasped that this was no dream. Was Lin Fan just a recent high school graduate? How could he have become his superior? Confusion clouded his mind. He felt an intense embarrassment, recalling how he had just told Lin Fan that with a few years of work, he would be on par with him. He had boasted with pride about his annual salary of 100,000. No wonder Lin Fan had been smiling and shaking his head. He must have seen him as a mere joke. The embarrassment was so overwhelming he wished to vanish into the ground. It was utterly humiliating to boast in front of his boss. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, he saw him turn to Qin Xiaochuan, smiling as he said, "I have some matters to attend to. We shall converse later." Qin Xiaochuan nodded vigorously, now too intimidated to speak freely. Zhu Yongquan led Lin Fan into the interior of the Golden Summit building. "Boss, do you know that young security guard?" Zhu Yongquan inquired cautiously, glancing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan regarded Zhu Yongquan briefly before responding nonchalantly, "Just an ordinary friend." He chose not to elaborate, confident that Zhu Yongquan would comprehend the implication. An ordinary friend implies a distant relationship, yet one that allows for occasional assistance within reasonable bounds. Zhu Yongquan nodded in understanding and refrained from further questioning. He guided Lin Fan to a luxurious office on the top floor, which had remained vacant, specifically prepared for Lin Fan. Even if Lin Fan did not visit daily, there were staff assigned to clean it each day. The office was spacious and expansive. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, one could gaze upon half of Lu City. It truly was a delightful sensation, Lin Fan mused. He settled into a genuine leather office chair. Quite comfortable indeed. Zhu Yongquan presented various documents regarding the operations of the Golden Summit building, and Lin Fan listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Soon, Zhu Yongquan completed his report on the building's status. Lin Fan rose, preparing to leave, as he had military training in the afternoon and could not linger. At that moment, Zhu Yongquan wore an expression of hesitance, as if he had more to say. Lin Fan looked at him quizzically and asked, "Is there something else?" After a moment of deliberation, Zhu Yongquan said, "Boss, it is this. Chairman Su Pengfei of the Su Group wishes to invite you to dinner." Oh, Lin Fan recalled hearing about the Su Group. Reputed to be a billion-dollar enterprise with a significant presence across many sectors in Lu City. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan decided that meeting Su Pengfei was worthwhile. After all, it was just a dinner. He was also curious about Su Pengfei's true intentions. He couldn't believe that Su Pengfei would invite him to dinner without any reason. "All right, you arrange a meeting time with him and inform me later," Lin Fan said directly to Zhu Yongquan, who was looking at him. He currently had ample time, as his days revolved around attending classes. The exact timing for the meal would depend on the other party's schedule. "Understood, boss," Zhu Yongquan replied hastily, feeling a wave of relief that Lin Fan had agreed. He dared not offend someone like Su Pengfei, the chairman of a billion-dollar enterprise. Lin Fan took the private elevator down to the parking lot. After bidding farewell to Zhu Yongquan, he drove towards Lu City University. Upon arriving at Lu City University, Lin Fan parked his car and walked towards the dormitory. Upon entering, he discovered 3 of his roommates engrossed in a video game. As he was about to change his clothes, the eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, turned to Lin Fan and inquired, "What did the instructor want with you?" "Huh, the instructor was looking for me?" Lin Fan asked, puzzled. "Didn't the instructor call you?" Li Muyang, the second roommate, removed his headphones to ask. "No." Lin Fan shook his head, quickly changing into his military training uniform. "I'm heading out." He decided to find Murong Shui to inquire about the matter. Lin Fan exited the dormitory and made his way to the office building, knowing that Murong Shui must be in her office since she hadn't gone home. Upon reaching her office, he gently knocked on the door. "Please come in," a melodious voice responded from within. Lin Fan entered and saw Murong Shui engrossed in writing something. Upon noticing Lin Fan, she immediately stood up. "Teacher, did you need something?" Lin Fan asked curiously. wondering why she hadn't just called him instead of searching for him in the dormitory. Yes, Morong Shui hesitated briefly before speaking. Lin Fan. My grandfather has seen your calligraphy and is quite fond of it. He would like to invite you to dinner at our home this evening. I hope you are available. Morong Shui's enchanting gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan. He had initially wondered what this was about, but given that Morong Shui personally extended the invitation without a phone call, it was clear she was sincere. He had no plans for the evening, so meeting Morong Shui's grandfather seemed reasonable. After all, building a good rapport would be beneficial for future interactions. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Morong Shui assumed he might refuse and quickly added, My grandfather was once the president of Lu University. He is eager to meet someone of your caliber. Teacher, your grandfather is President Morong Duan? Lin Fan asked in astonishment, realizing he had not expected Morong Shui to be the granddaughter of Morong Duan. The man had devoted his life to Lu City University, earning widespread respect for his contributions. One of the reasons Lin Fan chose Lu City University was indeed Morong Duan. He held him in high regard. Morong Shui nodded in affirmation. She had no choice but to bring her grandfather, Morong Duan, out. She believed that no student of Lu Do would decline the invitation of the esteemed old principal. All right. I shall go, Lin Fan replied earnestly, nodding his head. Morong Shui sent her home address to Lin Fan. She planned to return early in the afternoon to prepare dinner and could not accompany Lin Fan. Upon leaving Morong Shui's office, Lin Fan gazed up at the sky, astonished to discover that Morong Shui was actually the granddaughter of Morong Duan. It is noteworthy that Morong Duan devoted his life to teaching, with students scattered across the nation, some of whom became billionaires, and there were even rumors of students worth trillions. This highlights the extent of Morong Duan's formidable connections. Lin Fan did not return to his dormitory but headed directly to the playground, where many people had already gathered. He found a shaded spot, lay down, and stared at the sky, contemplating whether he should buy something for Morong Duan, as it would be inappropriate to visit empty-handed on his first visit. Chapter 66. Did the old principal send you? The afternoon military training proceeded remarkably well. After the training concluded, Lin Fan returned to his dormitory to change his clothes. Hey, let us go for barbecue, laughed Zhang Ziqiang, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. I'm not going. You all go ahead, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head as he fastened his buttons. Come on, you're not planning to go on a date with Tang Xiaohua, are you? Li Muyang, the second roommate, inquired as he approached Lin Fan. No, Lin Fan adjusted his attire. Then what are you up to? Is there anything more important than a gathering? Wang Zhiyang, the third roommate, asked in confusion. I'm going to have dinner at Teacher Morong's house. The moment Lin Fan uttered these words, his three friends were left utterly speechless. Their mouths gaped in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. What had they just heard? Dining with Morong Shui, especially at her home. Was this a prelude to meeting the parents? Although society had become more open towards teacher-student relationships, this felt remarkably swift. Wow, Lin Fan. When did you and Morong Shui become an item? Spill the beans. Seriously, Lin Fan, how can you be so incredible? You're not only dating the campus beauty but also pursuing a stunning teacher. You truly are a beast. Lin Fan, I scorn you. How can you treat Tang Xiaohua this way? Upon hearing their remarks, Lin Fan's expression darkened. Enough, he retorted. It was Teacher Morong's grandfather who invited me. It has nothing to do with her. Don't spread rumors. Lin Fan felt the need to clarify. He didn't mind the gossip about himself. But tarnishing Morong Shui's reputation was a different matter entirely. Did the old principal send you? Zhang Ziqiang asked in astonishment. He was aware that Principal Morong Duan rarely invited anyone to his home for dinner, unless it was a student he held in high regard. But how could Lin Fan, who had just arrived at the school, warrant such an invitation? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Ziqiang surprised. I didn't realize you knew that Teacher Morong's grandfather is the principal. Impressive. He gave Zhang Ziqiang a thumbs up. Had it not been for Morong Shui's revelation, Lin Fan would have remained oblivious to her grandfather's identity. Yet, Zhang Ziqiang spoke of it effortlessly, indicating he was already aware of this connection. Glancing at his other two roommates, Lin Fan noticed they exhibited no surprise either. He had always sensed that his three roommates were extraordinary, and it seemed he was right. They were privy to information that others were not. Well, I must be on my way. If I'm late, it would be impolite, Lin Fan said. Making his exit from the dormitory, Lin Fan arrived at the parking lot and drove towards the Hai Tian Ihao villa. Half an hour later, he returned to the villa, ascended to the study on the second floor, and retrieved a can of second-generation De Hong Pao. Lin Fan gazed at the can of tea in his hand. The tea is indeed exquisite, yet rather scant in quantity. Such a small can holds a value of 1 million. He yearned to acquire 2 additional cans, but after deliberation, he decided against it. He thought that taking 1 can might be acceptable, but taking more would likely be met with refusal. Lin Fan descended the stairs, started his vehicle, and drove towards the villa. 20 minutes later, at the dine villa in Lu City, in front of Villa Number 9, Lin Fan parked his car and alighted. He retrieved 2 boxes of bird's nest from the vehicle, having purchased them at a mall along the way. He felt that bringing only 1 can of tea seemed rather inadequate, prompting him to buy the 2 boxes of bird's nest. As he gazed at the villa before him, it may not be luxurious, but it was certainly valued at over 10 million. It appeared that Murong Shue's parents were quite remarkable. He approached the front door and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, Murong Shue emerged, clad in an apron. Clearly engaged in cooking, Lin Fan was taken aback to see such a beautiful woman like her in the kitchen. It was quite surprising. It is often said that the more beautiful a woman is, the less inclined she is to deal with the smoke and grease of cooking, which can hasten the aging process. No woman desires to witness herself aging prematurely compared to others. Good day, Teacher Murong, Lin Fan greeted her politely. Lin Fan, please come in. Murong Shue smiled as she opened the villa door, inviting him inside. You needn't have brought a gift, just coming is sufficient, she added. Noticing the boxes of bird's nest in his hands with a hint of reproach, she did not wish for Lin Fan to deplete his monthly allowance merely to dine at her home. From the packaging, she could tell that the bird's nest was not inexpensive, and she felt quite guilty about it, although she was unaware of Lin Fan's family background. His usual attire suggested a modest means. It would be proper to visit the esteemed principal empty-handed, Lin Fan replied with a smile, regarding the bird's nest as a trivial expense for him. Seeing that there was no turning back, Murong Shue resolved to find a way to repay Lin Fan in the future. She led him into the living room, where an elderly gentleman with a head of gray hair was conversing with a young man. This elder was Murong Shue's grandfather, Murong Dune, sporting reading glasses. He appeared vibrant and robust. Grandfather, Lin Fan has arrived, Murong Shue announced to Murong Dune, who was engaged in conversation. Upon hearing her, Murong Dune lifted his gaze to Lin Fan. Greetings, Principal. I am Lin Fan. You may call me Lin Fan or Xiao Fan. Lin Fan addressed him courteously. Murong Dune quickly stood up, smiling. So you are Lin Fan. Excellent, truly excellent. Xiao Fan, come, take a seat, he beckoned. Lin Fan promptly approached, placing his belongings on the ground before settling onto the sofa. Xiao Fan, this is your senior, He Wancheng, who is a few years ahead of you, and also a graduate of Lu University. He has just returned from studying abroad, Murong Dune introduced. Murong Dune gestured towards the young man beside him, who appeared to be of a similar age to Murong Shue, around 26 or 27. Hello, senior he. Lin Fan said politely while observing He Wancheng, detecting a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Hello, Lin Shuedi, He Wancheng replied with a smile. The thought that Lin Fan, of seemingly little merit, could be invited to dine at the old principal's home was intolerable to him. He had never enjoyed such privileges during his own school days. What exacerbated his discontent was the fact that Murong Shue had personally taken to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Lin Fan. He had never abandoned his pursuit of Murong Shue, viewing her as his own possession. Jealousy gnawed at him, a profound sense of envy swelling within. Lin Fan, observing He Wancheng's smile, found it to be utterly insincere. As He Wancheng glanced at Lin Fan, his gaze fell upon 2 boxes of bird's nest on the ground, and a smirk crept across his lips, a fleeting expression of disdain crossing his face. He picked up an exquisite box from the ground and opened it to reveal a jar of tea. I know the old principal has a fondness for tea. This is a jar of top-quality Da Hong Pao that I acquired at an auction abroad. Chapter 67. Please help me identify. He Wancheng placed the exquisite tea leaves before Murong Dune. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Murong Dune hastily pushed the tea back towards He Wancheng. Items at an auction are certainly not inexpensive. Rest assured, old principal, this is not costly. Merely 100,000 yuan. What matters is that you appreciate it, He Wancheng replied with a smile, placing the tea back before Murong Dune, casting a casual glance at Lin Fan in the process. Murong Dune found it difficult to decline. He recognized that He Wancheng's gesture was sincere and decided to accept the gift, planning to reciprocate with an equivalent item after their meal. Upon seeing Murong Dune accept the tea, He Wancheng's smile broadened. He turned to Lin Fan and, eyeing the 2 boxes of bird's nest on the floor, asked with a grin, Lin, you came to see the old principal. And this is all you brought? Just these 2 boxes of bird's nest? His intention was to belittle Lin Fan completely. He perceived the 2 boxes of bird's nest to be worth merely a few thousand yuan, which paled in comparison to his 100,000 yuan tea. The disparity was insurmountable. He aimed to ensure Lin Fan recognized that not everyone could pursue Murong Shui, wishing to instill a sense of resignation in him. Lin Fan had initially no intention of engaging with Yuan Qing, especially in the presence of the esteemed principal Murong Duan. He was wary of giving the impression of arrogance, which could leave a negative impression on Murong Duan. Task released. As a great magnate, how could one not retaliate against provocation? When the moment calls for action, one must act. Accept the task. Reward. 100 equity in Luqing University Walking Street. Decline the task. No reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan's eyes brightened. Wow, the reward this time is actually Luqing University Walking Street. Though the area was not vast, its proximity to Luqing University made the shops highly sought after and the rent exorbitantly high. Without even considering the rent, the conservative valuation of Luqing University Walking Street stood at 10 billion. This represented 10 small goals. Lin Fan was astounded. Upon completing the task, his net worth would see a considerable leap, reaching 33 billion, bringing him closer to the coveted status of a billionaire. I accept the task, Lin Fan declared resolutely. After all, 10 small goals were not something anyone would refuse. He glanced at Yuan Qing, realizing he had inadvertently encountered a benefactor. His visit to the principal's home was not in vain. Although it might leave the impression of showing off, it paled in comparison to the prospect of achieving 10 small goals. It turns out the old principal enjoys tea. Perfect. I also brought a jar of tea for the principal to sample and discern its authenticity. As Lin Fan spoke, he retrieved a jar of second-generation de Hong Pao from a nearby box. Murong Duan, intrigued by Lin Fan's words, inquired, what kind of tea requires such discernment? As Lin Fan opened the tea jar, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, piquing Murong Duan's curiosity. The seller claimed it was a second-generation de Hong Pao, but its authenticity remained uncertain. Lin Fan, while speaking, picked up an empty teacup, added the tea leaves, and poured in water. A soft hiss resonated. Yuan Qing, nearby, chuckled. Both Lin Fan and Murong Duan turned to him, and realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly subdued his laughter. Lin, you must have been deceived, he remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. This second-generation de Hong Pao is undoubtedly counterfeit in the market. The way it looked, he thought, was evidently phony. He had wished to present Murong Duan with some genuine second-generation de Hong Pao, but despite his connections, he could not procure any. As a compromise, he had bought a top-grade de Hong Pao at an auction to gift to Murong Duan. He found it implausible that Lin Fan could acquire authentic second-generation de Hong Pao. If he could not find it, how could Lin Fan's entire outfit barely amounted to a few hundred yuan, hardly suggestive of affluence. To his knowledge, genuine second-generation de Hong Pao had skyrocketed to over 20,000 yuan per gram, even reaching 31,000 in some instances. This small canister contained at least 50 grams, equating to a minimum of 1 million. A person dressed in garments worth a few hundred yuan could not possibly present tea valued at 1 million. He could not accept such a notion. He devised a plan to further embarrass Lin Fan. He would open his own can of tea, allowing Murong Duan to taste and discern the authenticity, thus striking a blow to Lin Fan's pride. The more he contemplated this, the more pleased he became. He swiftly opened his canister of top-grade de Hong Pao, took a cup, added the tea leaves, and poured in water. Handing the cup to Murong Duan, he smiled and said, please help me discern its authenticity as well. Without hesitation, Murong Duan accepted the cup, brought it to his nose, and took a delicate sip. The flavor is quite mild, indistinguishable from ordinary de Hong Pao, he stated, shaking his head. His implication was clear. Yuan Qing's tea was merely common de Hong Pao, far from being top-grade. This cannot be true. Yuan Qing was incredulous that the top-grade de Hong Pao he had purchased for 100,000 yuan was indeed counterfeit. Yet, he understood that Murong Duan would not deceive him. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, leaving his face flushed. He glanced at Lin Fan beside him and soon realized that Lin Fan's tea must also be fake. They were both on equal footing, if both were fraudulent. His embarrassment would dissipate. His confidence returned almost instantly. Murong Duan lifted the cup of tea Lin Fan had prepared, brought it to his nose, and was immediately enveloped by a delightful fragrance that captured his attention. Eagerly, he brought the cup to his lips and savored a sip. Delicious. Truly exquisite, he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. The aroma lingered even after swallowing, enchanting his senses. Old Dean, what do you think? Lin Fan inquired, observing the rapture on Murong Duan's face. With a smile. Indeed, this is the second generation de Hong Pao, Murong Duan stated with unwavering confidence. He had previously savored the second generation de Hong Pao at a friend's gathering, and the unforgettable flavor lingered in his memory. It was indeed this very taste. Beside him, Yuanqing was taken aback by Murong Duan's declaration. His mouth fell agape, and his eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting sheer astonishment. How could this be possible? How could Lin Fan, a mere impoverished student, afford authentic second-generation de Hong Pao? If he himself could not procure it, how could Lin Fan? Yet, upon observing Murong Duan's demeanor, he realized that this second-generation de Hong Pao was genuine. A flush of embarrassment surged across his face, akin to the sting of a sharp slap. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. Not only was it painful, but it was also profoundly awkward. Just moments ago, he had vehemently asserted that Lin Fan's tea was counterfeit. However, the truth had been reversed. His own tea was indeed false, while Lin Fan's was authentic. In his mortification, he wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, too embarrassed to lift his gaze. Chapter 68. By which esteemed master? At this moment, Murong Shui entered the living room and addressed Murong Duan. Grandfather, the meal is ready. We may commence dining. Yuanqing, who was just about to take his leave, felt a pang of reluctance. Upon hearing Murong Shui announce the meal, a clever idea struck him, one that might compel Lin Fan to retreat in defeat. Instantly, he regained his confidence. Upon hearing Murong Shui's words, Murong Duan hastily finished his tea, unwilling to waste even a single drop of such fine brew. As for the box of second-generation de Hong Pao gifted by Lin Fan, he tucked it into his bosom, not wishing to miss out on this exquisite tea. Xiao Fan, let us go and dine, Murong Duan said with a joyful demeanor. He was genuinely elated to have encountered such a delightful tea, which filled his heart with excitement. After all, such treasures are rarely found. When one does encounter them, they must be seized without hesitation. Thus, he shamelessly accepted the tea without demurring to Lin Fan. As for Yuanqing, it seemed that Murong Duan had entirely forgotten about him. Hearing Murong Duan invite only Lin Fan to dine caused a sharp pang in his heart. Just moments ago, he had been enjoying a pleasant conversation with Murong Duan, yet everything changed upon Lin Fan's arrival. He had gone from the protagonist to a mere supporting character. Nay, not even that, but merely a bystander. A wave of discomfort washed over him, and he placed the blame for this turn of events squarely on Lin Fan, convinced that it was he who had caused this shift. Determined, he sought to humiliate Lin Fan in return. With a boldness that bordered on audacity, he trailed behind Murong Duan and Lin Fan. He could not fathom that Murong Duan would dismiss him in the presence of so many. If he were to leave, it would signify his utter defeat, and he feared he would never again have the opportunity to pursue Murong Shui. As Murong Duan and Lin Fan took their seats, Murong Duan noticed Yuanqing sit down as well, yet he said nothing. Lin Fan surveyed the array of dishes on the table. A delightful assortment of home-cooked meals, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork ribs, and stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, all looking quite appetizing. Xiao Fan, come and taste Xiao Shui's culinary skills, Murong Duan said with a smile. Lin Fan, unreserved, picked up his chopsticks, selected a piece of rib, and placed it in his mouth. It was exquisitely tender, though not as delectable as the dishes prepared by the chefs at Tianjiu. It nevertheless bore the comforting essence of home. Delicious, Lin Fan exclaimed, spitting out the bone in admiration. Then eat your fill, Murong Duan replied with a chuckle, immensely pleased with his granddaughter's cooking and delighted by Lin Fan's praise. Indeed, Lin Fan continued, sampling another dish. Murong Laoshir's culinary prowess is truly commendable. This is delightful. I never imagined that Murong Laoshir, apart from her striking beauty, could also excel in the kitchen. Whoever marries Murong Laoshir will be truly fortunate, Lin Fan sincerely remarked. This was not mere flattery. He genuinely appreciated Murong Shui as a paragon of a virtuous wife, adept both in the hall and the kitchen. Not at all as wonderful as you say. Murong Shui felt a touch of bashfulness from Lin Fan's compliments. Yuanqing observed Murong Shui conversing with Lin Fan, and a wave of frustration washed over him. Despite pursuing Murong Shui for so long, he had never witnessed her exhibit such a demure demeanor in his presence. The fact that she displayed such affection towards Lin Fan, who had only recently begun attending school, filled him with intense jealousy. He clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing to let Lin Fan bask in his fleeting glory for the time being. The meal was quite enjoyable, particularly for Lin Fan, Murong Shui, and Murong Duan. While Yuanqing hardly touched his food, He eagerly awaited the conclusion of the meal to execute his plan and embarrass Lin Fan. Once Murong Shui finished tidying up and took her seat, He Wanqian addressed Murong Duan, saying, "Old principal, I have not forgotten to practice calligraphy during my years abroad. Would you kindly review a piece I have written and provide feedback on any shortcomings?" Murong Duan, appreciating genuine seekers of knowledge, nodded in agreement. He led the three of them to his study, where the four treasures of the study were already set upon the desk, indicating his fondness for writing. Upon entering the study, He Wanqian eagerly sought to showcase his calligraphy before Murong Shui. He approached the desk, picked up a brush, and declared, "Old principal, I shall now present my humble work." After a moment of contemplation, he began to write. Once he laid down his brush, he modestly remarked, "I apologize for the inconvenience." Old principal. He could not resist casting a provocative glance at Lin Fan. What does acquiring a second-generation Da Hong Pao signify? Only true talent would garner the old principal's admiration. What constitutes true talent? This, indeed, is true talent. He was convinced that Lin Fan's calligraphy could not surpass his own. Shortly, he would invite Lin Fan to write a piece for comparison. Lin Fan would surely feel ashamed then. He envisioned Lin Fan's crestfallen expression, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. At last, he would redeem himself in front of Murong Shui, while simultaneously causing Lin Fan to falter. What courage would Lin Fan have left to compete for Murong Shui's affections? The more he thought about it, the more smug he felt. Almost seeing Lin Fan dejectedly leave the scene, Murong Duan stepped forward to examine the work. "Indeed, there is noticeable improvement. It is clear you have not been idle over the years," he praised. "Thank you for your kind words, old principal," He Wanqian replied, beaming with pride. His smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. He glanced at Lin Fan, reveling in the perceived disparity. The old principal favored those with genuine talent, showing little regard for opportunists. He felt assured of his victory. Next, he plotted to invite Lin Fan to write a piece as well. He surveyed the study and exclaimed, "Ah, this piece is truly beautiful. Which esteemed master penned this?" He noticed the absence of a signature and was intrigued that such a remarkable work lacked attribution. "Old principal, whose hand crafted this exquisite piece? Why is there no signature? The calligraphy is truly exquisite, splendid indeed." He Wanqian gazed in awe at the piece before him. Upon comparing it to his own writing, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. His own efforts were scarcely worthy of mention, almost unbearable to behold. He resolved to pay a visit to this esteemed artist, convinced that with guidance from such a master, his skills would flourish remarkably. Murong Duan, upon hearing He Wanqian's words, erupted into hearty laughter. "Young He, you possess a discerning eye. I too believe this piece is remarkable." Eagerly, He Wanqian inquired, "From which master does this work originate?" His desire to uncover the artist's identity was palpable. He began to contemplate bringing a generous gift for the visit. Far yet near. "This piece was crafted by Lin Fan," Murong Duan replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting admiration and wonder. He lamented that despite a lifetime of practice, he had never achieved the level of excellence that Lin Fan displayed. He Wanqian, upon hearing Murong Duan's revelation, was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 69. It hasn't been long since this piece was written. It is indeed penned by Xiao Fan, remarked Murong Duan with a smile. Upon hearing Murong Duan's words, He Wanqian was momentarily taken aback. His mouth slowly fell open in shock, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How could this calligraphy be the work of Lin Fan? It evidently bore the hallmark of a renowned master. Yet, Murong Duan would never deceive him. He never anticipated that the esteemed master he had longed to visit was none other than Lin Fan. Overwhelmed, he felt as though the ground had slipped beneath his feet. His cheeks burned with embarrassment, a painful reminder akin to having been slapped fiercely on both sides. He had wished to see Lin Fan humiliated, only to find himself the fool. A bitter taste filled his heart, as he could not fathom such an outcome. Mortified, he could no longer remain. "Principal, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," he hastily declared to Murong Duan, turning away before awaiting a response. Not even a farewell to the enchanting Murong Shui, whom he had always admired. He felt utterly humiliated today, believing he could never face Murong Shui again. Seeing He Wanqian's departure, Murong Duan did not attempt to retain him. He turned to Lin Fan with a smile. "Xiao Fan, how long have you practiced this calligraphy?" He assumed Lin Fan must have practiced from a young age to achieve such prowess. Lin Fan, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. "Well, it hasn't been long. This skill was bestowed upon him by the system, indeed only a couple of days, but he could hardly divulge that to Murong Duan. Not far off, he watching. Hearing Lin Fan's response, felt a deeper sense of despair. Despite having practiced calligraphy since childhood, he found himself outdone by someone who had hardly begun. The bitterness in his heart was more intense than the taste of bitter herbs. He quickened his pace, eager to escape. Fearing that Lin Fan might utter more words that would deepen his dismay, Murong Duan, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, sighed. Indeed, the world of geniuses is beyond imagination. He attributed such accomplishments to Lin Fan's innate talent. Lin Fan chose not to elaborate. Come, Xiao Fan, take a look at my collection. Murong Duan gestured to some calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, all of which bore the marks of age. With his skills in calligraphy and painting, Lin Fan possessed a keen eye for discerning art. These pieces are quite remarkable, Principal. Lin Fan smiled sincerely. It was clear that these artworks had been painstakingly gathered by Murong Duan over the years. Delighted by Lin Fan's praise, Murong Duan felt a swell of pride, especially knowing that Lin Fan's calligraphy exuded the aura of a master. Principal, it is getting late. I must take my leave, Lin Fan said. Aware that he had overstayed his welcome, he understood that Murong Duan, like many elders, preferred to retire early. Upon hearing that Lin Fan intended to leave, Murong Duan hastily retrieved a painting from the wall nearby. He had resolved to present this artwork to Lin Fan, considering he had accepted Lin Fan's tea leaves as a gesture of goodwill. Why a painting rather than a piece of calligraphy? It was because he believed that the characters he had collected paled in comparison to those crafted by Lin Fan. Xiao Fan, this painting is for you. A small token from an old man like me, Murong Duan conveyed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly waved his hand and shook his head in refusal, responding, Old Principal, I cannot accept this. The painting was evidently a cherished item of Murong Duan's, although it might not be the most valuable piece in his collection. Lin Fan estimated that it could fetch 3 to 4 million on the market. Xiao Fan, do you look down on this old man? Murong Duan feigned indignation. Lin Fan, just accept it. My grandfather never goes back on his word. Murong Shui interjected promptly, aware of her grandfather's character. Upon hearing both Murong Duan and Murong Shui insist, Lin Fan reluctantly accepted the painting. Thank you, old principal, he said with a smile. That's more like it. Murong Duan beamed with joy as Lin Fan accepted the gift. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Fan stood up to take his leave. Murong Duan asked Murong Shui to see Lin Fan off. Once outside the villa, Lin Fan turned to Murong Shui and said, Goodbye, Teacher Murong. Goodbye. She waved back at him. Murong Shui was about to inquire how Lin Fan would return when she saw him press a button, causing the headlights of a luxurious sports car nearby to illuminate instantly. Lin Fan entered the car, started the engine, and with a swift press on the accelerator, the sports car sped away. Murong Shui watched in astonishment as Lin Fan drove off, her mouth agape, as if one could fit an egg inside. She had never imagined that Lin Fan had arrived by car, let alone in an extravagant sports vehicle, although she was not well versed in automobiles. It was evident that this car was quite expensive. A myriad of emotions washed over her. She had not anticipated that Lin Fan was a scion of wealth. She closed the villa door and made her way to the living room. Grandfather, why have you come down? Murong Shui inquired curiously, looking at Murong Duan. Instead of answering her question, Murong Duan asked, Xiao Shui, has Xiao Fan left? Murong Shui nodded. Grandfather, it's getting late. You should rest soon, she advised. No rush. Xiao Shui, what do you think of Xiao Fan? Murong Duan asked, gazing at her. Huh? What do you mean? She pondered for a moment before responding. Lin Fan is modest and polite, with exceptional abilities. He is not at all the arrogant type typical of rich heirs, and he carries himself with great humility. Moreover, his calligraphy surpasses even yours, grandfather. Murong Duan nodded in agreement. You are now his advisor. You have the advantage of proximity. Make the most of this opportunity. With that, Murong Duan rose and ascended the stairs. Murong Shui was momentarily taken aback by Murong Duan's words. What did it mean to be the first to benefit from proximity? What was the significance of seizing opportunities? These thoughts seemed utterly disconnected. Surely, her grandfather could not be suggesting that she pursue Lin Fan. That was simply absurd. After all, she was Lin Fan's counselor, his teacher. How could she possibly be with him? Her grandfather was becoming increasingly muddled in his old age. She lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was blissfully unaware of the conversation between Murong Duan and Murong Shui. After a 20-minute journey, he returned to the Hai Tian No. 1 villa. He first perused documents related to the Lu City pedestrian street. The system was truly remarkable. He had just accomplished another 10 minor objectives. Lin Fan mused happily to himself. After taking a shower, he sat on the bed and scrolled through his phone for a while. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to rest. So he turned off the lights and prepared for sleep, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a new day. Chapter 70. Wait for me. I will fetch you the next morning. Lin Fan awoke promptly at dawn. He first proceeded to the restroom to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, Lin Fan activated the system's virtual panel to peruse the day's 1 yuan flash sale items, a ritual he had adopted each morning. To his astonishment, the flash sale items were as follows: 1 yuan flash sale, 5 packs of Houtsai special cigarettes; 1 yuan flash sale, 10 bottles of Roman Economy 1945 wine. It was indeed surprising to find cigarettes and wine featured in this sale. Although he did not indulge in smoking frequently, Lin Fan had been contemplating the emptiness of his villa's wine cellar, lamenting the lack of fine wines. He had not anticipated the system would offer him Roman Economy today. Purchase all, Lin Fan declared without hesitation. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. Houtsai special cigarettes and Roman Economy 1945 wine have been placed in the study. The system's efficiency was remarkable, delivering results instantaneously. Lin Fan retrieved his phone to research Houtsai special cigarettes and was left astounded by his findings. To his shock, a single pack of Houtsai cigarettes was priced at 600,000. Thus, a carton would amount to 6 million, and 5 cartons would total an astonishing 30 million. The rarity of these cigarettes made them nearly impossible to find in the market, as they were hoarded by affluent collectors, rendering them valuable yet scarce. He realized that if he mentioned possessing Houtsai cigarettes, numerous wealthy individuals would come seeking to purchase them, and he could set the price as he pleased. The system is truly remarkable, Lin Fan mused. While others would be elated over a single pack, the system had gifted him 5 cartons. He continued his search for Roman Economy 1945 wine. Lin Fan was aware that this exquisite wine was typically reserved for billionaires. As expected, the price was exorbitant. One bottle cost a staggering 3,800,000, which meant 10 bottles would total 38 million. Moreover, this wine was not easily obtainable. Even for those with wealth, acquiring even ordinary vintages of Roman Economy required certain qualifications. Without sufficient credentials, one would be politely denied. The 1945 vintage was particularly rare. With only over 600 bottles produced that were due to climatic conditions, he could hardly believe that the system had provided him with 10 bottles, leading him to suspect that it had procured all existing Roman Economy 1945 for him. The system is indeed extraordinary, Lin Fan thought, revering its capabilities. Dressing swiftly, he opened the door to his bedroom and made his way to the study. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of 5 meticulously arranged packs of cigarettes and 10 bottles of wine on his desk. He promptly placed the 10 bottles of wine into the wine cellar. Returning to the study, he opened a pack of Houtsai special cigarettes. The packaging was exquisite, adorned with beautiful rubies and sparkling diamonds. The empty cigarette box alone must hold considerable value. Lin Fan opened the cigarette case and took out a single cigarette. Grabbing a lighter, he ignited it and took a deep drag, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. Not bad. The flavor is quite pleasant, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. He picked up the recently opened pack and descended the stairs, intending to stow it in his car for easy access. Upon reaching the garage, he carelessly tossed the open pack aside. Starting the engine, a thunderous roar erupted, and with a press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. At the parking lot of Lu City University, Lin Fan parked the car and tucked the open box of cigarettes into his pocket as he made his way to the cafeteria. Despite the unpalatable breakfast offerings, he felt compelled to partake. Prolonged fasting without breakfast could lead to kidney stones, and he had no desire to undergo lithotripsy. Lin Fan ordered a bowl of savory tofu pudding accompanied by 2 sizable youtiao. He relished the salty tofu pudding, enhancing it with a dollop of chai flour sauce, a splash of garlic paste, and a drizzle of spicy chili oil, stirring it to perfection before indulging. After finishing his breakfast, he ordered a few steamed dumplings. Returning to the dormitory to find his 3 roommates still indulging in slumber, likely recovering from a late night, he tossed the steamed dumplings onto the table. Get up. It's time for breakfast. You're back, fourth. Zhang Ziqiang, the eldest, poked his head out. Thank you for bringing us breakfast every day, fourth. Li Muyang, the second, said with a grin. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's just a few steamed dumplings. Dressed in his military training uniform, he took a moment to play a game on his phone. Once his roommates were ready, they all headed towards the playground. Shortly after their arrival, the instructor appeared. marking the official commencement of a new day of military training. The sky was overcast, hinting at impending rain, yet for Lin Fan and his companions, it was considered favorable weather, sparing them from the scorching sun. Everyone hoped for rain, but as the morning training session progressed without a drop, doubt began to creep in. Just when they thought no rain would fall, droplets suddenly began to descend, swiftly intensifying. Everyone dashed towards the trees for shelter. Thankfully, the foliage was sufficiently dense, but it was hardly a sustainable refuge. Watching the heavy rain outside, Lin Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. Running back to the dormitory would undoubtedly leave him drenched. At that moment, his phone chimed. "Lin, I reserved a table at Linjiang Hotel for lunch to thank you for your help last time." Upon seeing Tang Ruobing's message, Lin Fan quickly replied, "Tang, I might not be able to make it." "Have plans?" came her playful inquiry, accompanied by a cheeky question mark. "I'm stuck in the rain on the playground," he typed back, feeling exasperated. Gazing at the sky, it was evident that the rain would not cease anytime soon. He resolved to sprint back to the dormitory, accepting the inevitable drenching. Ding! Another message from Tang Ruobing arrived. "Wait for me, I'll come to get you." Lin Fan was touched by her willingness to brave the downpour for him. Setting his phone down, he felt a warmth in his heart. At this moment, a classmate nearby smugly remarked, "Hee hee, soon my girlfriend will come to bring me an umbrella." "Wow, Lao Zhou, when did you get a girlfriend?" inquired another classmate. "Hee hee." Lao Zhou chuckled. "She is from my hometown, a year above me. I enrolled in Lu University just to find her." "Impressive, Lao Zhou, you've managed to attract a senior." The classmate acknowledged, giving him a thumbs up. "Oh, it's nothing much," Lao Zhou modestly replied, though his expression unmistakably conveyed a sense of arrogance. "Ah, how wonderful it would be if my girlfriend could bring me an umbrella." "Uff, if you want your girlfriend to bring you an umbrella, you first need to have one." "Do you?" The classmate who had just spoken felt a pang of disappointment. "If I had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be here complaining." Just then, a girl approached through the rain, not particularly tall or striking in appearance. "My girlfriend is here," Lao Zhou declared with immense pride. "Over here." He waved his arms and called out loudly. The girl quickly made her way over and handed him an umbrella. The surrounding classmates looked on with envy as Lao Zhou basked in their admiration. Chapter 71. Perhaps it's best to let it go. "Hey, may I borrow your umbrella?" Lao Zhou inquired of the girl before him. He had merely been posturing in front of his classmates moments ago. In truth, this girl was not his girlfriend. Although they hailed from the same place, he was currently pursuing her, yet she had not acquiesced to his advances. After a prolonged plea, she reluctantly agreed to lend him the umbrella, citing their shared origins as the reason. He was determined to seize this opportunity for them to share the umbrella, hoping that it would foster a memorable moment between them. "What if I get my clothes wet?" she retorted. "Do you want it or not? If not, I'm leaving," she added with a hint of impatience. Lao Zhou felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face alternating between crimson and purple. He had not anticipated such a blunt refusal. It was as decisive as a crisp cracker. I do want it," he stammered, quickly retrieving the umbrella, a sense of disappointment settling in his heart. At that moment, a distant gasp echoed through the air. "Is that the campus beauty, Tang Ruobing? She looks like a fairy in the rain. What brings her here in such downpour? Are you foolish? Tang Ruobing is undoubtedly here to fetch Lin Banzhong. Everyone knows about their relationship," came the reply. "Wow, Lin Banzhong is incredibly fortunate to have Tang Ruobing bringing him an umbrella on a rainy day." As the crowd witnessed Tang Ruobing enter the playground, they collectively turned their gaze towards Lin Fan, their eyes brimming with envy. Even those who were already in relationships felt an undeniable pang of jealousy. After all, beauties like Tang Ruobing were a rarity. They would never allow such a stunning girlfriend to be exposed to the rain. Tang Ruobing approached Lin Fan, a hint of apology in her demeanor. "Lin Xueti, I'm sorry, but I only brought one umbrella." She felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing only upon reaching the playground that she had come with just a single umbrella. Preoccupied with the thought of picking him up, Lin Fan found himself in a predicament. How could they possibly share just one umbrella? It seemed inevitable that both would end up soaked. He contemplated the better option of returning to his dorm alone, reasoning that it was preferable for one person to get wet rather than two. Just as he was about to voice his decision, Tang Ruobing, her cheeks flushed, suggested, "Why don't you wrap your arms around my waist and get a bit closer? That should keep us both dry." She was surprised by her own audacity, and as soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. Yet, having said it, she could not retract her offer. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. Was this really the aloof Tang Ruobing uttering such words? Did you hear that? In broad daylight, Tang Ruobing is inviting Lin Banzhong to hold her waist. Are they trying to feed us some dog food? The rain had already been quite miserable, and now we must endure your displays of affection. Why are we so unfortunate? Well, perhaps this is not appropriate. I think it would be best to refrain. Lin Fan hesitated as he spoke. He was indifferent, yet Tang Ruobing, being a girl, would undoubtedly be affected by such intimate gestures. Upon seeing Lin Fan's refusal, Tang Ruobing felt a surge of anger. There's nothing wrong. Hurry up, she urged, slightly annoyed. Seeing Tang Ruobing so insistent, Lin Fan realized that lingering any longer would be rather unseemly. He quickly stepped under her umbrella, gently wrapping his left arm around her slender waist. So soft, so delicate. He sensed her body tense up, indicating her inner anxiety. As he drew closer, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Soon, Tang Ruobing regained her composure and said to Lin Fan, "Let us go." The two of them, sheltered beneath the umbrella, made their way out of the playground. Onlookers gazed enviously at Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing as they departed. Lin, the class monitor, is truly remarkable. He is indeed my idol. Lin, the class monitor, is a true model of manhood. Throughout their walk, Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing remained silent. As they exited the playground, a gust of wind swept by. It's a bit chilly. Tang Ruobing felt a shiver and instinctively leaned closer to Lin Fan. She hadn't expected him to be so warm. Akin to the comforting embrace of spring sunshine. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, she noticed he was intently focused ahead. Relieved that he hadn't perceived anything unusual, she exhaled softly. As they approached the boys' dormitory, she realized Lin Fan had released her waist and stood outside the umbrella. "Lin, come in quickly," she urged. No need. The rain has stopped," Lin Fan replied, gesturing to the sky. Tang Ruobing looked around and confirmed that indeed, the rain had ceased. Slightly embarrassed, she folded the umbrella. "Tang, could you wait for me downstairs? I need to change into a different outfit," Lin Fan said, still clad in his military training uniform. It was not suitable for dining. "All right," Tang Ruobing responded. Lin Fan hurried to the dormitory, swiftly changing into a more appropriate attire before descending once more, mindful that Tang Ruobing was still waiting below. Upon emerging, he noticed the skies had cleared. He couldn't help but marvel at the capriciousness of the weather. "Tang, let us be on our way," Lin Fan said to her. Tang Ruobing nodded in agreement. They arrived at the school parking lot, and Tang Ruobing curiously inquired, "Lin, where's your car?" Lin Fan's Porsche 918 Spider was indeed a striking sight. However, it was nowhere to be found in the parking lot. Approaching a stunning blue sports car, he retrieved a key from his pocket and gently pressed a button. Instantly, the headlights of the blue car illuminated, and the doors gracefully swung open. Tang Ruobing gazed at the magnificent vehicle, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Lin Xuedi, have you changed cars again?" she exclaimed, her surprise evident. Lin Fan nodded and smiled, inviting, "Tang Xuedi, please get in." Hastily, Tang Ruobing settled into the car, admiring the exquisite interior and the luxuriously soft seats. "This car must have been quite expensive, right?" she inquired, having never encountered such a beautiful sports car and curious about its price. "It's all right, not too pricey," Lin Fan replied with a chuckle. After all, he had acquired this Ferrari LaFerrari through a remarkable yuan deal, making it exceptionally affordable. He started the engine and drove toward the exit of the school. Chapter 72. Who says Lin Xuedi has no girlfriend? Half an hour later. In the parking lot of the Luqing Linjiang Hotel, Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing stepped out of the car. Lin Fan gazed at the resplendent entrance before him. It was indeed a five-star hotel, exuding grandeur. Most individuals would hesitate before such opulence, for one glance at this facade suggested that the costs within were substantial. Without lingering, Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing proceeded towards the lobby. Upon arriving at the lobby, Tang Ruobing turned to Lin Fan and shyly said, "Lin Xuedi, could you please wait for me here for a moment? I need to use the restroom." She felt a bit uncomfortable after drinking a bit too much hot water earlier, resulting in a slight discomfort in her abdomen. "All right," Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Ruobing approached the lobby manager to inquire about the restroom's location and swiftly departed. Lin Fan began to survey the layout of the lobby. The overall ambience struck him as splendid, majestic, and remarkably impressive. He had never dared to frequent such luxurious five-star establishments in the past, but now, circumstances had changed. Not only did he feel emboldened to indulge, but he also possessed the entire five-star hotel. This realization filled him with immense pride, and he was profoundly grateful to the wealthy tycoon growth system. Without it, he would not be where he was today. The system was truly remarkable. Just as Lin Fan was about to find a nearby sofa to sit, a woman's voice called out from behind him. Lin Fan? Hearing his name, Lin Fan turned to see Yumeli. Yumeli? He replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Yumeli was a high school classmate, albeit not from the same class. Their relationship could only be described as average. In high school, she had confessed her feelings to Lin Fan, but at that time, he was solely focused on his studies and had unhesitatingly rejected her. Lin Fan, it truly is you. I never expected to encounter you here, Yumeli exclaimed, linking her arm with that of a middle-aged man, her face adorned with a smile. I did not expect it either, Lin Fan replied coolly. Given their lack of familiarity, his tone was naturally not very warm. He sensed that Yumeli's demeanor was not particularly friendly either. Sweetheart, who is this person? The middle-aged man inquired, looking at Yumeli with curiosity. My dear, do not think too much of it. This is a classmate from my high school. He did indeed pursue me back then, but I ruthlessly rejected him. Yumeli flirtatiously responded to the middle-aged man, casting a sly glance at Lin Fan. Upon hearing Yumeli's words, Lin Fan was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated her ability to distort the truth to such an extent. She could easily claim the title of an award-winning actress. Truly a remarkable talent. Lin Fan, disinterested in engaging further, resolved to find a place to sit and ignore her. However, Yumeli had other ideas. Lin Fan, you're not here to apply for a waiter position, are you? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. The treatment received by the waitstaff here is indeed commendable, as this establishment is a 5-star hotel. Yumeli began to chatter on, leaving Lin Fan utterly speechless. How unfortunate to encounter such a distasteful person while merely seeking a meal. You should hasten to apply for a position, once you secure it. You can serve us during our meal. At that time, I shall have my husband provide you with a tip. Hee. As Yumeli concluded her remark, she unexpectedly burst into laughter. My dear husband, how much do you think would be appropriate to give? She smiled and inquired of the middle-aged man beside her, her eyes occasionally darting towards Lin Fan. Since he is your high school classmate, it is only fitting to be generous. 10 yuan is certainly insufficient. 100 would be more appropriate, considering that the waitstaff here earn merely a couple of 100 yuan in a day. 100 is already quite considerable. The middle-aged man stated generously. He discerned that this was Yumeli's deliberate attempt to embarrass Lin Fan. Naturally, he would play along, for if Yumeli was pleased, she might reward him with some new experiences that evening. Although Yumeli's looks were somewhat ordinary, her figure was nothing short of exceptional. Hee, darling. You are simply the best for being so generous with the tip, she giggled, swaying her hips with delight. At this moment, she felt immensely proud. You turned me down back in high school. I bet you're regretting it now. She felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, as if even the air she breathed was sweetened. Lin Fan, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? Surely my refusal has not instilled in you a phobia of love, she remarked with a sigh and a smile. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, determined to trample Lin Fan beneath her heel, to rub in the humiliation, ensuring he fully grasped the consequences of rejecting her. The sting of Lin Fan's merciless dismissal had ignited a deep-seated resentment within her, as she believed he had stripped her of dignity, turning her into the subject of ridicule at school. She yearned to further humiliate him. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from the hall. Who claims that Lin has no girlfriend? Yumeli gazed at the newcomer, captivated by her beauty and grace. Even as a woman, she found the other to be extraordinarily stunning. The middle-aged man, upon seeing her, widened his eyes in astonishment, unconsciously swallowing hard. She was undeniably breathtaking. A true gem among mortals. The person in question was none other than Tang Ruobing. Upon her arrival, Lin Fan rose to his feet. As Tang Ruobing approached him, under the watchful eyes of Yumeli and the middle-aged man, she effortlessly linked her arm with Lin Fan's. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Lin Shueti, she said with a warm smile. Lin Fan, smiling back, simply shook his head, speechless. He had not anticipated Tang Ruobing's sudden appearance, nor in such an intimate manner, leaving him profoundly surprised. Yumeli and the middle-aged man, witnessing Tang Ruobing's gesture, were momentarily taken aback. Their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief, they were utterly astonished. Yumeli's expression was one of incredulity. How could this be possible? How could such an exquisite woman possibly be Lin Fan's girlfriend? A wave of frustration surged within her. No wonder Lin Fan had remained silent. He clearly deemed her unworthy of a rebuttal. Everything she had just expressed must have appeared to him as nothing more than the antics of a mere jester. A burning sensation now enveloped her face, akin to receiving a stinging slap. The pain was excruciating. The middle-aged man gazed at Lin Fan, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't he, this lad, merely a laborer? How could he possibly attract such a stunning girlfriend? It defied all logic. What extraordinary luck had this young man stumbled upon? An overwhelming sense of jealousy consumed him. Why should a mere worker possess such a paragon of beauty while he himself was left with only an ordinary partner? A profound sense of imbalance festered within him. Chapter 73. You have offended those you should not have offended. The middle-aged man, captivated by Tang Ruobing's beauty, could not let the opportunity slip away. He gazed at her, revealing a self-assured smile, and remarked, "My dear lady, do not be deceived by this individual. He is merely a humble waiter." Observing that Tang Ruobing was still a university student, he assumed she had fallen prey to Lin Fan's charming words. He believed that mere good looks could not sustain one. Wealth was the true currency of life. He was confident that once he showcased his capabilities, Tang Ruobing would discern the right choice. After all, one must eat. One cannot live in a fantasy. Bred in love, he was certain that once Tang Ruobing regained her rationality, she would understand what constituted the correct decision. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Tang Ruobing regarded him with a look of disbelief, akin to that one might cast upon a fool. Lin Xueti is merely a waiter? Are you jesting? She thought. Have you ever encountered a waiter who drives a sports car to school? She concluded that this middle-aged man must be deranged. Lin Fan, wishing to disengage from the confrontation, addressed Tang Ruobing. "Sister Tang, shall we go for a meal? I find myself rather hungry." The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "You, my boy, are quite the pretender. Do you know where you are? A meal here costs thousands. You'll be eating instant noodles for months after this." He derided the youth, lamenting the pretentiousness of today's generation, who, lacking ability, would rather inflate their appearances than face reality. He envisioned revealing Lin Fan's true nature to Tang Ruobing, thus creating an opportunity for himself. His heart swelled with delight at the thought of Lin Fan's impending embarrassment and Tang Ruobing's departure from him. However, when Tang Ruobing noticed the middle-aged man's persistent attacks on Lin Fan, she could no longer remain silent. "Who said Lin Xueti would be paying?" she retorted. Then turned to Lin Fan. "Come, Lin Xueti, order whatever you desire." "Humph, I am more than willing to spend on you." With a glance at the middle-aged man, she linked her arm through Lin Fan's and made her way to the elevator. The middle-aged man stood in stunned silence at Tang Ruobing's words, his mouth agape and eyes wide in disbelief. What had he just heard? This young man was being supported by such an exquisite beauty? How could this be? How could someone so extraordinary choose to indulge a pretty face? Was it truly possible that good looks could grant one free reign over life? His expression morphed into one of envy, realizing this young man not only had the company of a stunning woman daily, but also received a monthly allowance. What a life! He was the epitome of a winner. With a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment, the middle-aged man prepared to take Yumeli out for a meal. Just then, a man clad in an expensive designer suit approached from the side of the hall, blocking the path of Yumeli and the middle-aged man. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold. We do not welcome you here. Please leave at once." The middle-aged man, faced with the demand to vacate, became immediately defiant. He shouted, "Who are you? Call your manager. Is this how you treat guests at the Linjiang Hotel?" The man in the suit regarded him calmly and replied, "I am Sui Yang, the general manager of the Linjiang Hotel." Upon hearing that the man in the suit was indeed General Manager Su Yang, the middle-aged man faltered. General Su, I'm not sure how I've offended you," he inquired cautiously, perplexed by the fact that he had no prior interaction or grievance with Su. Although he possessed some wealth, he felt insignificant in the presence of the Linjiang Hotel, and the last thing he wanted was to be blacklisted by them, which would undoubtedly have a detrimental effect on his business. Such five-star hotels often share information internally. If he were to be blacklisted by the Linjiang Hotel, it was likely he would also be unwelcome at other five-star establishments. If that were to happen, his business would surely plummet. He needed to understand the reason behind this and find a way to make amends. Sui Yang observed the middle-aged man and remarked, "If you had merely offended me, I would not have ejected you. However, you have crossed someone you should not have." He shook his head as he spoke. "Of all the people you could have offended, you chose to provoke Lin Fan." "Who is Lin Fan?" the middle-aged man thought. "He is the true owner of the Linjiang Hotel. I am merely in his employ." Upon hearing Su's words, the middle-aged man's heart sank. Had he truly offended someone of such stature? Stammering, he asked, "Could you please enlighten me, General Su?" From Su's tone, it was clear that he had offended a significant figure. How was that even possible? He believed he had never crossed paths with any prominent individuals. An overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying of all. Do you know who the young man you have looked down upon is? Su Yiyang gazed at the middle-aged man with a sympathetic expression. If you had not acted foolishly, you would not be in this predicament. Could it be the son of some wealthy family? The middle-aged man speculated anxiously. Indeed, that young man must be of high status. Otherwise, why would that stunning beauty willingly accompany him? He is my boss, Su stated nonchalantly. If he were merely an ordinary heir, he would not have intervened. But since he is my employer, it is imperative that I ensure his satisfaction. Otherwise, I might as well prepare to leave. Su Yiyang's words were light, yet they resonated in the middle-aged man's ears like thunder. His mouth fell open in astonishment, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. How could this be? The very worker he had looked down upon was, in fact, the owner of the Linjiang Hotel? This was almost beyond belief. No wonder Su Yiyang had insisted he leave. To offend the owner of the hotel and still expect to dine, there was nothing short of delusional. A wave of bitterness washed over him. How did I inadvertently offend the owner of the Linjiang Hotel? He cast a glance at the bewildered Yumeli beside him. Is it you? Is it all you're doing? Had it not been for you, how could I have angered the owner of the Linjiang Hotel? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. With a sharp crack, he lifted his hand and struck Yumeli hard across the face. It is all your fault, you wretched woman. Otherwise, how could I have incurred the wrath of the hotel owner? I could just as easily end your miserable existence. With another resounding slap, the middle-aged man struck Yumeli once more, still feeling unsatisfied. He raised his arm again, ready to strike. At that moment, Yumeli regained her composure. Rising to her feet, she shouted, "How dare you hit me? I will not back down." Instantly, she grappled with the middle-aged man, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle within the hotel lobby, a scene that was most distressing to behold. Su Yiyang hastily summoned security to drag both individuals out of the hotel lobby, as he was keen to prevent their altercation from disrupting the establishment's business. Chapter 74. A matter for discussion. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing arrived at the reserved private room. Lin Fan surveyed the modest yet elegant surroundings, clearly indicating that Tang Ruobing had spared no expense this time. Once seated, they began to order their meals. After placing their orders, the waiter departed to arrange for the dishes to be served. Lin Fan turned to Tang Ruobing with a smile and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help earlier, Tang Xuejia." Tang Ruobing, with a playful smile, replied, "Lin Xuedi, having just rescued you, how do you intend to repay me? Surely, a mere thank you won't suffice?" After pondering her words, Lin Fan suggested, "How about I treat you to this meal?" Tang Ruobing responded, "This meal is my way of thanking you for your assistance last time. It wouldn't be right for you to pay." "Fair enough. The next time, I shall treat you, Tang Xuejia," Lin Fan proposed after a moment's thought. "I shall remember your words, Lin Xuedi," Tang Ruobing said, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Given the sparse lunchtime crowd, the dishes arrived promptly. He opted for a bottle of fruit juice instead of alcohol. The two engaged in cheerful conversation as they enjoyed their meal together, finding a sense of ease in each other's company. After their meal, Lin Fan drove towards Lucheng University. Upon their arrival, he escorted Tang Ruobing to the entrance of her dormitory. "Goodbye, Lin Xuedi," she waved as she entered the building. "Goodbye, Tang Xuejia," Lin Fan replied with a smile. As he watched her disappear inside, he turned and made his way to the boys' dormitory. Upon entering, he found his three roommates engrossed in a video game. They noticed Lin Fan's return and exclaimed, "Wow, Fourth, you just came back from a date with the campus beauty." Zhang Ziqiang, the leader of the group, set down his mouse and approached Lin Fan. "You're incredible. Did you see the envious gazes directed at you after you left with her?" Li Muyang chimed in excitedly. It was as if they were looking at a celebrity. Wang Zhiyong, who had quietly positioned himself beside Lin Fan, added, "I'm curious, how could you let Tang Xuejia brave such heavy rain to bring you an umbrella? You should have offered her hot water instead." "That's not fair." Third, countered Zhang Ziqiang. "You're suggesting Fourth should be a sycophant. Haven't you heard? Those who flatter without restraint often end up with nothing. I believe what Fourth did was commendable. Having Tang Xuejia bring you an umbrella only signifies your importance in her eyes," he defended Lin Fan. Lin Fan reclined on his bed, donning his headphones and immersing himself in music, indifferent to the quarrel unfolding around him. Time swiftly passed, and it soon became time to gather at the playground. Lin Fan changed into his military training uniform, heading out with his three roommates towards the field. The autumn weather is indeed capricious. The morning was characterized by torrential rain, while the afternoon transformed into a clear blue sky. Although the rain had just ceased, The air remained stifling and humid. The four friends made their way to the playground and settled in a shaded area. The expressions of the arriving classmates reflected a palpable envy towards Lin Fan. The instructors soon arrived, and the afternoon military training commenced. They spent the entire afternoon in the oppressive heat and humidity. After the training concluded, the four returned to their dormitory. Lin Fan eagerly took a refreshing cold shower, instantly feeling invigorated. "Let us go, brothers. Let us have some barbecue. It's on me," Lin Fan declared, in high spirits, eager for some grilled meat. During their last barbecue outing, they had spotted a barbecue restaurant not far away, which appeared quite appealing from the outside. Today seemed like the perfect opportunity to try it. "Old 4, you're impressive. Old 4, you're amazing. Old 4, I love you." Old 3, Wang Jiong, rushed to Lin Fan's side, attempting to embrace him, only to be pushed away. "Get off me. I'm not into that," Lin Fan retorted with annoyance. "Come on, it's perfectly normal." Old 3, Wang Jiong, exclaimed angrily. "Let us go. If we delay, we might not find a seat, oldest," Zhang Ziqiang urged. The barbecue restaurant was quite popular, and arriving late could indeed mean no available seats. The four friends exited the dormitory and headed towards the pedestrian street. Lucheng Ding Yuan Barbecue is a relatively upscale self-service barbecue restaurant, priced at 188 per person. Despite the cost, it is bustling with patrons every day. Upon arriving, Lin Fan and his friends found that only one table remained, and they quietly acknowledged their good fortune. Had they arrived a moment later, they would have been out of luck. Once seated, they began to gather their food. In a self-service barbecue restaurant, some cooked dishes are typically available. However, Lin Fan was primarily there for the grilled meat. Soon, their table was filled with an assortment of various meats and fruits, not to mention drinks and alcohol. They began grilling, applying oil to the grill. Lin Fan brushed the grill twice with oil before laying down the meat, which instantly sizzled. While waiting for the meat to cook, he concocted his preferred dipping sauce, for the sauce is the very soul of barbecue and must not be compromised. Before long, a platter of grilled meat was ready. Lin Fan dipped the meat into the sauce, rolled it around, blew on it gently, and eagerly placed it in his mouth. "Delicious. The quality of the meat here is exceptional," he exclaimed after swallowing. "Absolutely worth the 188 price, unlike some places that pass off duck meat as beef or lamb." The other three also began to eat. They raised their glasses in a toast. Lin Fan joined in with a drink. Having decided against returning to the villa that night and opting to sleep in the dormitory instead. At that moment, a young man unexpectedly approached, standing before their table. "Excuse me, gentlemen, I would like to discuss something with you." Although the young man claimed to wish to negotiate, his demeanor suggested otherwise. Oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, looked at the young man with curiosity and asked, "What is it?" "I kindly request that you four vacate this table. Allow me to treat you to this meal." The young man gazed at Zhang Ziqiang and smiled. He believed that upon hearing the prospect of not having to spend any money, they would willingly vacate the table. After all, he perceived the four as students, reliant on their families for funds. He was unconvinced that they would forego their meal for the sake of saving money. "No, we have yet to finish our meal," Zhang Ziqiang, the leader, firmly replied. They had only just begun to eat, and once satisfied, they might consider relinquishing their seats. However, they had not yet filled their stomachs. It was inconceivable that they would yield their positions. "My friend, perhaps you are unaware of my identity?" The young man looked at Zhang Ziqiang with unwavering confidence. "I am Lu Ningxiu, and this establishment is owned by my family." Zhang Ziqiang furrowed his brow and inquired directly, "Are you attempting to drive us away?" "No, I am merely suggesting that if you vacate your seats, the next time you visit, your meal will be on the house." Lu Ningxiu waved his hand dismissively. He was no fool. He would not chase away patrons. However, if the customers voluntarily chose to leave, that was an entirely different matter. He was confident that even with the promise of a complimentary meal, these four would still not relinquish their seats. A self-assured smile graced his face, exuding an air of remarkable confidence. Chapter 75. This is your junior's junior. No, we do not require a complimentary meal. The leader, Zhang Ziqiang, declared as he consumed the meat from his plate, dismissing the notion outright. It was merely a meal, not something that warranted such a gesture. Upon hearing Zhang Ziqiang's words, Lu Ningxiu's expression darkened. He had just returned from a trip and had promised to treat several juniors to a meal. However, he was taken aback to find that the family's business was thriving to the extent that there were no available seats. The reason he had favored Lin Fan's table was due to its ample space, capable of accommodating everyone. One of the juniors nearby noticed Lu Ningxiu's change in demeanor and recognized his displeasure. The audacious junior stepped forward and arrogantly proclaimed, You must be from Luda, right? Do you know who my boss associates with? Young Master Han, one of the 4 young masters, is my boss's superior. If you wish to avoid trouble, you should swiftly heed my boss's command and vacate the table. Lin Fan's 3 roommates exchanged glances upon hearing the boastful junior's words, their eyes drawn to Lin Fan, who had been quietly savoring his barbecue. Fourth brother, this is your junior's junior. Your junior? Or perhaps your little brother? Lin Fan realized that if these individuals were not dealt with, their meal would be anything but peaceful. He lifted his gaze towards Lu Ningxiu and inquired nonchalantly, "Are you young Master Han's junior?" Lu Ningxiu, filled with pride, replied, "Indeed. If you vacate the table now, I shall not make things difficult for you." At that moment, the arrogant junior, upon observing Lin Fan's demeanor, was taken aback. He quickly tugged at Lu Ningxiu's sleeve. "What is it?" Lu Ningxiu asked, perplexed. "Be boss. This is class leader Lin," the audacious junior stammered, his previous bravado evaporating. Class leader Lin? Which class leader Lin? Lu Ningxiu questioned, puzzled. The junior suddenly recalled that Lu Ningxiu had just returned from a trip and was unaware of the recent happenings at Luda. He quickly leaned closer to Lu Ningxiu and whispered an explanation in his ear. Upon hearing the junior's words, Lu Ningxiu was rendered speechless. His mouth agape and his eyes wide with astonishment, he processed the revelations. The boyfriend of the campus Belle Tang, the owner of an $8 million Lamborghini Batmobile SV, a $50 million Porsche 918 Spider, and a $30 million Ferrari LaFerrari? Young Master Han was seeking to be a junior? Had he known that Lin Fan drove a $30 million LaFerrari, he would have knelt to acknowledge him as his elder brother. This was, without a doubt, a true wealthy heir. No one would wish to relinquish such a significant figure. Han Wenbin's decision to recognize Lin Fan as his superior was undoubtedly a sagacious choice. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, Lu Ningxiu realized he was, in fact, Lin Fan's junior. How could this be? He had just returned and inadvertently offended such a prominent figure. Esteemed elder, I was unaware of your presence. I sincerely apologize. Lu Ningxiu said, bowing slightly in a show of deference. Lin Fan waved his hand and replied indifferently, "All right, please make haste and vacate the area. We still wish to enjoy our meal." Yes, we shall depart now." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, LV Ningxiu let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly remarked. After speaking, he swiftly left with his companions, fearing that lingering too long might lead Lin Fan to seek retribution. Lin Fan, however, lowered his head and continued to enjoy his barbecue, undisturbed by this minor interlude. The meal lasted for an hour and a half for the 4 of them. After finishing their repast, the 4 friends strolled along the pedestrian street. "Old 4, I heard there is a square at the end of the street, where the fountain is especially beautiful at night," exclaimed the eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Pfft, old brother, you aren't really interested in the fountain. You're just eager to see beautiful ladies," retorted the second, Li Muyang, immediately unveiling Zhang Ziqiang's true intentions. "Heh, old 2, don't you want to see them?" Zhang Ziqiang asked, raising his eyebrows at Li Muyang. "What are we waiting for? Let us go," urged the third, Wang Zhiyong. "With the prospect of encountering lovely ladies, why hesitate? What if one could obtain a lovely lady's contact information and perhaps foster an extraordinary romance? Let us go. Hurry up. Stop calling him old 4. Let him take his time. He already has the campus beauty. Unlike the 3 of us who are still single," they joked. Lin Fan watched as the trio hastily departed. Shaking his head in resignation, he meandered along the pedestrian street at a leisurely pace, realizing he had yet to fully appreciate the night scenery of this place, and deemed it an opportune moment to do so. At the music square, the fountain sparkled with vibrant colors illuminated by the lights below, dancing in harmony with the music, forming various enchanting patterns. Lin Fan observed the fountain for a while before wandering casually around the vicinity. He noticed a gathering of people in a corner and approached to investigate. A girl clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and denim jeans was singing. Her height approximately 1.65 meters. She was a live-streaming performer. Under the spotlight, her features were distinctly visible. She possessed exquisite beauty, her face adorned with light makeup, with a few strands of hair dampened by sweat clinging to her forehead. Sporting a bright smile, she poured her heart into her performance. "Old 4, you arrived quite swiftly." Zhang Ziqiang clapped Lin Fan on the shoulder. "We roamed the entire music square, yet this girl stands out as truly beautiful. She's practically a campus beauty," remarked Li Muyang in admiration. "Once she finishes singing, I intend to approach her for her contact information. What do you all think?" Wang Zhiyong inquired, gazing at the girl who was live streaming. "Old 3, I support you. Go for it." They encouraged. Lin Fan remained silent. Approach her for contact information? Only a fool would willingly share such details. Did the girl, who regularly live-streamed, not comprehend their intentions? How could she easily part with her contact information to a stranger? He silently mourned for Wang Jiong for a minute. Rejection was inevitable. Observing the girl sing, he found her performance quite commendable, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If this girl were to be recruited into the company and nurtured properly, it is believed that she could soon blossom into a prominent streamer. After all, she possesses remarkable beauty and her singing abilities are commendable. It is merely the lack of opportunity that holds her back. With ample resources provided by the company, it would be a foregone conclusion that she would ascend to stardom as a leading streamer. If she is willing, she could even leverage the streaming platform to debut as a formal singer, with the potential to become a second-tier or even first-tier artist. This notion exists solely in his mind, and its feasibility would need to be confirmed through communication with the girl. After finishing a song, she took a sip of water and, with a smile, addressed the viewers in the live stream, saying, "I would like to invite one audience member to join me in singing a song. What do you think?" Instantly, the screen was flooded with enthusiastic affirmations from the audience. Observing their agreement, she turned her gaze towards the crowd, preparing to select a participant to sing alongside her. Chapter 76, Can you sing a duet with me? Old 4. The young lady is looking at me, exclaimed Zhang Ziqiang, gripping Lin Fan's arm with palpable excitement. I noticed, Lin Fan replied, somewhat exasperated. The lady is clearly gazing at the crowd. You merely believe she is focused on you. He silently lamented his friend's delusion. At that moment, Lin Fan pondered how to engage with this promising young lady, recognizing her potential to yield significant rewards if nurtured appropriately. Lost in thought, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. Excuse me, young man, would you join me in a duet? Lin Fan looked up to find the young lady, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, awaiting his response. He sighed inwardly, feeling fortunate. Just moments ago, he had been troubled about how to approach her. And now an opportunity had presented itself. Of course, Lin Fan replied, offering her a gentle smile. He then followed her as they ascended the steps together. His 3 roommates stood frozen, mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. How had Lin Fan been chosen? What was happening? Why had the young lady singled him out? Old 4, how did you get selected? One of them lamented. I thought she was looking at me just moments ago. How did it shift to you? The envy was palpable. Old 4 seemed to have an extraordinary charm. Were they truly that lacking? Aside from being slightly more handsome, taller, and fairer than them, he had no outstanding qualities. The bitterness was intense, more sour than a lemon. The trio watched as Lin Fan ascended the steps with the young lady, filled with envy. Dear friends, I have invited a young man from the audience to sing with me. Please welcome him, the young lady announced, pointing at Lin Fan with a smile. He waved at the screen, acknowledging the online viewers. The live stream was modestly attended, with just over 1,000 viewers. Glancing at the young lady's streaming name, Orange Loves to Sing, Lin Fan noted its straightforwardness. It was evident she had a genuine passion for singing. As the viewers caught sight of Lin Fan, the barrage of comments erupted. Wow, where did she find this star? He seems even more handsome than I am. This young man is incredibly attractive. I wonder how he sings. Orange, hurry and get his contact information. I think I'm falling for him. Orange, quickly ask if he has a girlfriend. I want to have his babies. Upstairs, stop pretending. Your personal information has exposed you as a foot-scratching giant. Who are you trying to disgust? Orange, if you manage to get his contact info, I will shower you with rockets. Go for it. Hurry. The young lady glanced at the messages in the live stream, stealing a quick look at Lin Fan, only to find that he was not focused on the stream, which brought her a sense of relief. She swiftly selected a duet love song, feeling a slight blush rise to her cheeks upon seeing the title, as she had never sung a romantic duet with a boy in a live stream before. If it weren't for her slightly uncomfortable throat today, she wouldn't have sought someone to sing with on the spot. She planned to conclude the performance and then end the broadcast. Is this song all right? She turned and asked him. Sure, Lin Fan nodded. Hearing his agreement, she clicked to play the song, and the prelude immediately filled the air. The song began with a solo from the female singer. The sweet timbre of her voice resonated beautifully, and Lin Fan, experiencing the sound up close, found it even more enchanting than from a distance. As she concluded her part, it was Lin Fan's turn. He picked up the headset and began to sing along with the accompaniment. As Lin Fan's voice emerged, a hush fell over the room, as if the barrage of comments in the live stream had been paused. After completing his section, he continued into the duet. Due to her sore throat, The high notes were beyond her reach. At that moment, Lin Fan elevated his voice an octave, effortlessly overshadowing her sound. The young lady cast a grateful glance at Lin Fan. Had he not been there today, even if she had attempted to sing those notes, her voice would surely have suffered. Before long, the song concluded. Viewers in front of their screens erupted in excitement. Oh my, that was so beautifully sung, simply incredible. It feels even better than the original. Could this young man possibly be a star? The reactions were nothing short of astonishing, especially during the high notes, which sent a rush of adrenaline through me. This guy is amazing. I love him, exclaimed a viewer named Orange, eager to find out if he had a live stream account, wanting to become his devoted fan. At that moment, the young lady was not looking at the screen but was instead staring blankly at Lin Fan, utterly astonished. She had thought that the initial high notes were his limit, yet the final duet had soared even higher. Her mouth fell open in disbelief, clearly indicating her shock. Even when her throat was not sore, she could never reach such heights. What astonished her further was that Lin Fan sang those high notes flawlessly, without a hint of strain. How remarkable! Lin Fan noticed her unwavering gaze and curiously asked, "Is there something on my face?" The young lady snapped back to reality at his question, hurriedly responding, "No, not at all." Ignoring the barrage of comments in the live stream, she addressed the viewers directly. "Dear friends, today's live stream ends here. We shall meet again tomorrow." With that, she clicked to end the broadcast and turned to Lin Fan. "Could you share your contact information with me? Thank you for today. I'd love to treat you to a meal sometime." Her enchanting eyes remained fixed on Lin Fan. Unwavering, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had just been contemplating how to request the young lady's contact information when, to his surprise, she spoke first. Seizing such a fortuitous opportunity, Lin Fan could not let it slip away. He retrieved his phone, opened the QR code, and presented it to her. The young lady promptly took out her phone to scan the code and add him as a friend. "My name is Zhang Yunqing, and what shall I call you?" "Young sir?" she inquired, sharing her name with Lin Fan. "Lin Fan," he replied succinctly. "Lin Fan, I must take my leave now. Let us keep in touch through our phones," Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, waving her phone in the air. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. He had no intention of inviting Zhang Yunqing to his company that very day. Some matters require patience. As he turned to rejoin his three roommates, they greeted his return with expressions full of envy. Behold the disparity, one might think. While others were chasing after the young lady for contact details, Lin Fan had experienced the rare fortune of having her approach him first. The differences among individuals are indeed striking. Chapter 77. May I join you for a run? Lin Fan returned to the dormitory with his three roommates. After taking a refreshing shower to wash away the lingering scent of alcohol, he laid down on his bed. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Zhu Yongquan, the general manager of Jinding Mansion. Lin Fan swiped to answer the call. "Boss, I just received a call from Su Pingfei, the chairman of Su Corporation. He inquired whether you have time tomorrow afternoon." Zhu Yongquan stated directly, without unnecessary preamble. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, realizing he had no prior engagements for the next day. "Sure," he replied. "Tomorrow at noon." In the emperor's private room at the Linjiang Hotel, Zhu Yongquan provided the time and location. "Got it. Is there anything else?" Lin Fan inquired with a nod. "Nothing more. I won't disturb your rest any longer, boss," Zhu Yongquan quickly responded. After hanging up, Lin Fan rested his head on his hands, gazing at the ceiling. Sui Yang is indeed an intriguing individual. He must have already made arrangements before asking for my availability, which shows his sincerity. It appears he harbors no ill intentions. Lin Fan mused. The emperor's private room at Linjiang Hotel is quite expensive, with the room fee alone reaching 888, and a minimum consumption requirement of 100,000. Clearly, Sui Yang holds Lin Fan in high regard, demonstrating ample goodwill. Lin Fan lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone and playing the intellectual game of Do Di Zhu. I win every time. Since acquiring the learning skill, he noticed a significant improvement in his gameplay. This learning skill is truly remarkable. After a while, Lin Fan felt it was time to wash up and prepare for sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Fan awoke promptly. He got out of bed and freshened up. After completing his morning routine, he accessed the virtual panel of the system to check today's 1 yuan flash sale items. 1 yuan flash sale, a top-notch imperial green bracelet. 1 yuan flash sale, a Tangyin painting. Feeling pleased, he decided to purchase all. There was no hesitation. Even if they proved useless, he would only incur a loss of 2 yuan. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. The imperial green bracelet and tanging painting have been placed in the study of the High Tiani Villa. The system was quite considerate. Knowing he couldn't check immediately and delivering them directly to the villa, Lin Fan took out his phone to research the imperial green. Currently, the market price for top-notch imperial green ranges between 500,000 to 600,000 per gram, with a bracelet weighing approximately 40 to 80 grams. It must be worth at least 20 million. Just like that, his net worth had effortlessly increased by several million. As for the Tanging painting, Tang Bohu is a renowned figure, and his works are valued in the tens of millions. This is practically a windfall from the system. Lin Fan felt elated. Dressed and ready, Lin Fan headed to the playground. It was still early for breakfast, so he planned to enjoy a jog for a while. Ever since he last employed his combat skills, he has sensed an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his body each day. The military training renders him utterly oblivious to fatigue. A morning jog feels like a mere trifle. Upon arriving at the track, Lin Fan discovered that others had already begun their exercises, proving that not all university students indulge in slothful slumbers. Particularly among the female students, an aura of youthful vitality radiated from them. Their self-discipline further accentuated their beauty. Lin Fan adjusted his breathing and commenced his run. During the first lap, he opted for a slow jog to allow his body to acclimate to the physical exertion. Class monitor Lin, you're jogging too? A melodious voice surfaced beside him. Lin Fan turned to see the source of the voice, filled with curiosity. He did not recognize this female student. Who are you? He inquired, nodding slightly, still perplexed. He genuinely could not recall this girl, and her greeting left him feeling somewhat awkward. However, a brief moment of awkwardness was preferable to prolonged discomfort. I am sure Shilin from the second class of the finance department. I'm your senior, she replied with a smile, showcasing her playful and charming little fangs. Lin Fan felt a wave of relief. Indeed, he did not know her before, and that was fortunate. Senior, is there something you need? He asked, his curiosity piqued. He had no prior interactions with Shilin and was bewildered as to why she sought him out. Shilin was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Lin Fan's inquiry. Junior Lin, you truly are quite the oblivious one. Can't I greet you without a reason? She silently chided him in her thoughts. In her eyes, Lin Fan was a treasure trove of talent. Not only could he sing and play the guitar, but he was also rumored to possess formidable combat skills. More crucially, he was exceptionally wealthy. She had heard that Master Han, one of the 4 prominent figures at Lu University, sought to be Lin Fan's subordinate. Such an impressive individual, who wouldn't he wish to be acquainted with him? Perhaps an extraordinary tale could unfold. As for Lin Fan's connection with Tang Ruobing, she was indifferent. After all, they were not married, and the outcome remained uncertain. Being another campus belle of Lu University, she held considerable confidence in her own beauty. I merely wish to get to know Junior Lin, she said with a smile. I greatly admire someone of your stature. With that, she gazed intently at Lin Fan. Feeling somewhat exasperated by the notion of being regarded as a notable figure, Lin Fan remained silent. Noticing his lack of response, Shilin continued, May I join you for your run? She yearned for more interaction with Lin Fan, contemplating that perhaps he could develop an affection for her. After all, only through contact could opportunities arise. Wouldn't it be so? If she didn't make an effort to pursue such an exceptional class monitor, she would regret it for a lifetime. Lin Fan, upon hearing her request, nodded in agreement. The prospect of running alongside a beautiful companion might render the experience even more enjoyable. Thank you, Junior Lin, Shilin exclaimed with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Whether running alone or with company, it was still running. Lin Fan and Shilin began to run side by side along the edge of the playground. A young man, clad in high-end athletic wear, jogged up to a male student. He hurriedly inquired, Has Shilin arrived? The student promptly replied, Yes, the campus belle is here. Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated the young man's face. He had risen early, having heard that Shilin would be jogging at the playground. He aspired to encounter her fortuitously, hoping to finish their run together and then share a breakfast, naturally acquiring her contact information in the process. He felt sure that his plan was on the verge of fruition and was eager to seek out Shilin. At that moment, he was suddenly seized. What is it? He asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Well, you can't go find the campus belle just yet, the student replied with a wry smile. He never expected that Shilin, who had been alone just moments ago, would initiate a conversation with Lin Fan and run alongside him. Why? Queried the young man, a hint of anger lacing his tone. The campus belle is currently with class monitor Lin, the student explained hastily, noticing the young man's growing frustration. What nonsense. No one can disrupt my plans, regardless of who they are, the young man retorted sharply. After he spoke, he paused, a thought striking him. I feel like I've heard that name before. Class monitor Lin? Could it be him? You mean the class monitor Lin who is the leader of young Master Han? He asked eagerly. The student grimaced and nodded vigorously. Aside from young Master Han's leader, who else dares to be called class monitor Lin? The young man stood there, dumbfounded, as the realization sank in. Chapter 78. You've made the campus hot. Search again. The young man, upon receiving the affirmative reply from the boy, was momentarily struck dumb. He instinctively took 2 steps back, realizing that all his plans had come to naught. After all, this was Lin Fan, the leader of the esteemed Han family and the 4th son of Lu. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to oppose Lin Fan. A bitter smile crept onto his face. This was a love that had perished before it could even blossom. It seemed wise to keep a considerable distance from Shilin in the future. Should Lin Fan misconstrue the situation, he wouldn't need to intervene himself. Han's subordinates were not ones he could afford to offend. Lost in thought, he made his way toward the exit of the playground. Lin Fan, oblivious to the drama, had effortlessly helped Shilin rid herself of a suitor. He jogged in circles, feeling the urge to run faster, but with Shilin beside him, an anchor of sorts, he couldn't abandon her to sprint ahead. A gentle warmth enveloped him, just right. When he halted and glanced at Shilin, he noticed her flushed face, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Startled, he inquired, "Are you all right?" He hadn't anticipated that Shilin was so stubborn. Despite her evident exhaustion, she insisted on persevering. Shilin shot him a glare. This Lin Jr. was truly dense. How could he be so oblivious to the fragility of those around him? He was so focused on his run that he failed to notice her struggle. She mentally berated him, relieved that Lin Fan had finally stopped. Another lap would have surely left her collapsed on the track. "No, I'm fine," she replied with a smile, concealing her true feelings. Seeing her assurance, Lin Fan decided not to press further. "I'm off to eat. You can continue running," he said as he prepared to part ways. He felt invigorated, thinking a light run and a little sweat were just what he needed. Shilin, hearing him suggest she keep running, thought, "In this state, how could I possibly run? Can't you see?" She silently screamed. Coincidentally, she too felt a pang of hunger. "Let us go together," she said, wiping the sweat from her brow and smiling. Lin Fan nodded, and they walked out of the playground together. In the cafeteria, Lin Fan ordered a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 fried dough sticks, finding them quite satisfactory. He settled at a table, having separated from Shilin upon entering. After taking a bite of the fried dough stick, he noticed someone sitting next to him. To his surprise, it was Shilin. He was puzzled as to why she seemed to follow him, yet he had no intention of speaking, preferring to finish his meal and leave. "Lin Jr., you can't just eat so little," she exclaimed, taking a small bun from her plate and placing it onto his. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Shilin's enthusiasm seemed a bit excessive. We've only just met. After all, he thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally. "Thank you," he replied. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude, as he certainly could not return the steamed bun to the plate. The students dining nearby were utterly astonished to witness Shilin serving a bun to a boy. Their mouths gaped wide, eyes bulging in disbelief, faces painted with incredulity. It is worth noting that Shilin is the belle of Lu University, renowned for her stunning beauty. Moreover, she had never been rumored to be so intimate with any boy before. She was famously paired with Tang Ruobing, known as the double ice flowers of Lu University, and had always displayed an indifferent demeanor towards boys. They never anticipated witnessing Shilin serve a bun to a boy today. It was utterly shocking. Who is this guy? This is incredible. The esteemed school beauty is actually serving him a bun. Could he be Shir's boyfriend? That would be sensational news. I advise you not to make unfounded claims, or you might find yourself in trouble. Is this guy famous? You may not have seen him, but you have certainly heard his name. Who? Lin Banzhong. Oh, it turns out he is a celebrity. I have encountered Lin Banzhong in the flesh. I wondered who could capture the heart of the school beauty. If it's Lin Banzhong, it makes perfect sense. Was he Lin Banzhong with Tang Xuehua? How is he now with Shi Xuehua? You fail to comprehend. Someone as remarkable as Lin Banzhong could hardly be limited to a single girlfriend. I would say even 2 is insufficient. Indeed, the realm of Lin Banzhong is beyond our understanding. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan requested 3 additional servings of steamed buns to take with him. He turned to Shilin and said, "I will be leaving now. Wait, Shi Shilin exclaimed upon noticing Lin Fan's departure. He looked at her curiously and asked, "Is there something else? Lin Xuedi, could you share your contact information with me?" Shi Shilin inquired. Had it been anyone else, they would have approached her for their contact details long ago. However, Lin Fan, after sharing a meal, had not hinted at such a request. She felt anxious and decided she had to take the initiative. Lin Fan momentarily hesitated. He took out his phone and opened the QR code. Since Shi Shilin had asked, it would be rather impolite to refuse outright. Seeing Lin Fan open his phone, Shi Shilin quickly took out her phone to scan and add him as a friend. "Lin Xuedi, goodbye," she said joyfully after acquiring Lin Fan's contact information. "Goodbye." Lin Fan replied as he bid farewell to Shi Shilin and walked towards the dormitory with the steamed buns in hand. Upon returning to the dormitory, he discovered all three of his roommates were awake. "Did the sun rise from the west today?" Lin Fan inquired curiously, observing the trio. "Oh, did you just have a meal in the cafeteria?" his roommate Zhang Zicheng asked. "Of course, if I hadn't gone to the cafeteria. How could I have brought you steamed buns?" Lin Fan gestured towards the buns on the table, slightly annoyed. "Old four, confess, when did you start courting Shi Xuehua?" Li Muyang, the second brother, approached and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, his face brimming with envy. Lin Fan not only had tang ruobing, but now he was also enjoying a close breakfast with Shi Shilin. What a distasteful term. "I merely chanced upon Shi Shilin during our morning jogs." Lin Fan shot a glance at Li Muyang. "Oh, how did you all find out about my breakfast with Shi Shilin?" Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. "There you go again. Fourth brother, you've made the campus trending topics once more, this time not with the campus flower tang, but with the campus flower Shi, Wang Jiong, the third brother," said, presenting his phone to Lin Fan and gesturing towards the trending list. The topic of Shi Shilin serving Lin Fan dumplings had already surged into the top 10 of campus trends. Lin Fan, upon seeing this topic, could only shake his head in disbelief. Are university students truly so idle, spending their days engrossed in others' gossip? Dismissing the chatter, he thought, let them talk, it matters not. He took out his military training uniform, preparing to change. Chapter 79. This is the cigarette I requested from my cousin Lin Fan, and his companions arrived at the playground, selecting a spot to settle down as they awaited the instructor's arrival. Time ticked by, and soon the instructor appeared, marking the official commencement of the military training. The autumn sun continued to shine brightly. Finally, a break was announced, prompting everyone to quickly find a shaded area to rest. "Phew, this wretched weather is unbearable," old Zhang lamented as he sat on the ground. Smells delightful. What kind of cigarette is that?" He turned to glance at old Wang nearby, who had just placed a cigarette between his lips and effortlessly blew out a smoke ring, a look of sheer ecstasy on his face. Old Zhang approached old Wang, grinning as he inquired, "Old Wang, what kind of cigarette is this? It seems different from what you usually smoke." Old Wang cast a sidelong glance at old Zhang and replied nonchalantly, "Of course it's different. This is the cigarette I requested from my cousin." Seeing old Zhang's reaction, he felt a surge of pride within, knowing his persistent pleas had finally paid off. His cousin, exasperated by his incessant requests, had reluctantly given him 2 boxes. He relished the opportunity to show off in front of old Zhang and their classmates. Old Zhang eagerly pressed, "What kind of cigarette is it? It smells so good." Old Wang, brimming with pride, responded, "Of course it smells good. This is the yellow Crane Tower Soft Premium. How could it not?" He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Upon hearing that old Wang was smoking yellow Crane Tower Soft Premium, the surrounding classmates looked on with envy. This particular brand costs over 60 yuan a box. While they typically smoke cigarettes worth only a few yuan each day, they could hardly afford such an extravagant luxury, given their limited monthly allowances. If they indulged in such high-end cigarettes, they would be left starving the following month. Wow, old Wang is impressive, actually smoking yellow Crane Tower Soft Premium, they marveled, filled with envy. This cigarette costs over 60 yuan a box. We can't compare. However, the flavor of this premium cigarette was indeed distinct from that of ordinary ones. Old Zhang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that old Wang was smoking yellow Crane Tower Soft Premium. Rubbing his hands together, he smiled broadly and said, "Old Wang, may I propose a small request?" Old Wang glanced up at him and asked coolly, "What is it? Could you spare me a yellow Crane Tower Soft Premium so I can try it as well? I've never smoked such an expensive cigarette." Old Zhang's eyes sparkled, nearly drooling at the thought. Seeing old Zhang's eagerness, old Wang felt a swell of satisfaction. It was exhilarating. No wonder so many people enjoyed flaunting their luxury. Who are we to each other? Here you go, he thought, feeling generous. From his pocket, he retrieved the cigarette box, casually extracting one and tossing it to old Zhang. He felt a thrill of delight as old Zhang hurriedly caught it, bringing it to his nose to inhale the aroma. He eagerly ignited the cigarette, inhaling deeply with an expression of sheer ecstasy. Truly delightful. Once I am financially stable, I shall indulge in this exquisite smoke daily, old Zhang exclaimed. Such a premium cigarette is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It is worth noting that he consumes at least 2 packs a day, amounting to a staggering 120 yuan. In a month, that totals 3,600 yuan solely for tobacco. Even those earning 10,000 yuan monthly would hesitate to indulge at such a rate. What of fresh graduates, whose salaries barely reach 4 or 5,000 yuan? It is simply unfathomable for them to afford such luxuries. Only when wealthier would they dare to partake in such indulgence. Lost in his reverie, old Zhang continued to savor the smoke. What is this aroma? It is extraordinarily fragrant, unlike the scent of the cigarette in his hand. Old Zhang opened his eyes to find old Wang similarly alert, scanning the surroundings in search of something. Old C, what kind of cigarette is this? The flavor is remarkably unique, inquired Zhang Ziqiang, the leader beside Lin Fan, who was smoking. He had never encountered such a fragrance, despite having sampled numerous brands, none of which bore resemblance to Lin Fan's choice. This piqued his curiosity immensely. Upon hearing Zhang Ziqiang's question, both old Zhang and old Wang turned their attention to Lin Fan, equally intrigued by the brand he was smoking. In their minds, Lin Fan represented the affluent second generation, and they were eager to discover what tobacco such individuals preferred. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Ziqiang and calmly replied, "It's Houtsai Special Supply cigarettes." After speaking, he took a puff, exhaling a splendid smoke ring. The name resonated with Zhang Ziqiang, though he struggled to place it. Old Zhang and old Wang exchanged glances. Shaking their heads, they had never heard of it. The other classmates remained utterly perplexed. At that moment, a gasp pierced the air. My goodness! Houtsai Special Supply cigarettes are astonishingly expensive. A curious classmate whipped out his phone to check the price, promptly gasping in shock. Nearby, another student interjected. What are you yelling about? You nearly startled me. 60,000 a box. The astonished classmate stammered. That's 60,000, not 60. So, each stick cost 30,000? Upon hearing that Houtsai Special Supply cigarettes were indeed 60,000 a box, everyone scrambled to verify with their phones. It was confirmed 60,000 a box. They raised their eyes to Lin Fan, who was enveloped in clouds of smoke. Their mouths hung agape, eyes wide with disbelief. 60,000 for a box of cigarettes. 30,000 for a single stick. My goodness, that is utterly terrifying. Even if they found employment after graduation, earning a modest salary of 10,000 a month would be a cause for celebration. Yet here was Lin Fan, holding a slender cigarette worth 30,000. The typical university student might not even manage to save that amount in a year. The most disconcerting aspect was that such a cigarette could be consumed in mere minutes, effectively obliterating 30,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. It is utterly gone, leaving only a trace of ash. How extravagant this is! Is this the privilege of wealth? Is this what it means to be a true second-generation heir? It is truly alarming. My goodness, Lao Si, you are remarkable. You managed to procure such a rare cigarette. Ah, so it's the special supply. No wonder it sounds so familiar. Hee, Lao Si, could you spare me one? The leader, Zhang Ziqiang, rubbed his hands together and flashed a grin at Lin Fan. The scarcity of this cigarette was evident. He knew Lin Fan likely had only a limited supply. He did not wish to miss this opportunity, for perhaps this would be the only chance in his lifetime to savor such a smoke. Lin Fan tossed the cigarette box directly to Zhang Ziqiang. You take it, he said nonchalantly. Zhang Ziqiang hurriedly caught the box, marveling at its luxurious design adorned with rubies and diamonds. This cigarette box was truly extravagant. He gazed at it in awe. Just the box itself was worth a considerable sum. He quickly retrieved a cigarette from within and lit it, relishing the delightful flavor. The onlookers gazed at Lin Fan and Zhang Ziqiang, their faces brimming with envy. Chapter 80. The banquet for the new owner of the Golden Summit building in Lu City soon. The instructor returned, announcing that the break had come to an end. The military training resumed, with time passing slowly yet steadily. Before long, the morning session concluded. Lin Fan chose not to join his 3 roommates for lunch at the cafeteria, opting instead to return to his dormitory alone. Once there, he shed his military training uniform and donned a comfortable outfit. After glancing at the clock, he estimated that he had ample time to reach the Lingzhong Hotel. He put on his shoes, took the car keys, and made his way downstairs. At the Lingjiang Hotel in Lu City, within the emperor's private room, two individuals were seated. One was Su Pingfei, the chairman of the Su Group in Lu City. The other was a middle-aged man of similar age, Kong Haiken, chairman of the Haiken Group. After taking a sip of tea, Kong Haiken set down his cup and, with a puzzled expression, inquired of Su Pingfei, "Old Su, whom exactly are you hosting? Why the air of mystery?" He had intended to invite Su Pingfei for lunch that afternoon, but Su had mentioned a distinguished guest. Curiosity compelled him to accompany Su. Yet he remained in the dark about the identity of the invitee, which only heightened his intrigue. Su Pingfei glanced at the time and smiled, saying, "I am inviting Lin Fan, the new owner of the Golden Summit building." The reason he had withheld this information from Kong Haiken was his concern that Kong might dismiss the guest upon learning of his identity and choose not to attend. On the surface, the Golden Summit building was valued at around 800 million, a trivial sum for titans like them who commanded businesses worth billions. However, Su understood that securing ownership of the Golden Summit building was no small feat. It was an accomplishment that not just anyone could achieve. He had long set his sights on the property, only to find that Lin Fan had acquired it with remarkable stealth. This realization rendered Lin Fan rather formidable in Su's eyes. He believed it would be beneficial for Kong Haiken to meet Lin Fan. Had he disclosed beforehand that the banquet was merely for the owner of the Golden Summit building? Kong's disdain for such a small-time entrepreneur, given that 800 million meant little to him, would have been inevitable. What? The new owner of the Golden Summit building? Kong Haiken slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Old Su, are you out of your mind? Are we really hosting a banquet for a minor owner whose assets are less than $1 billion? Does it warrant such extravagance?" He glared at Su Pingfei. His voice tinged with indignation. It was well known that the emperor's private room did not come cheaply. The room fee alone exceeded 8,000, with a minimum consumption requirement of 100,000. Their wealth was not easily acquired, and they were mindful of every expenditure. He had always assumed that Su would reserve such high standards for the heads of companies worth 100 billion or even 200 billion. The thought that Su was honoring merely a sub-billionaire was utterly unexpected and seemed excessively deferential, particularly with him in attendance, which only fueled his anger. Su Pingfei waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Old Kong, please take a seat and allow me to explain slowly." He was well aware that Kong Haiken would react this way. Fortunately, he had refrained from mentioning it beforehand. "All right, go ahead." Kong Haiken replied as he settled into a chair, his body angled and an expression of ire upon his face. "Old Kong, as you know, I have been contemplating the acquisition of the Jinding building," Su Pingfei sighed. Kong Haiken nodded, understanding that he was aware of this matter and that Su Pingfei had been seeking connections to facilitate it. "Are you intending to purchase the Jinding building from the new owner?" he inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. If that were the case, such a grand banquet would indeed be warranted. Su Pingfei shook his head, fully cognizant that acquiring the Jinding building from the new owner was an impossibility. After all, if the new owner had purchased the building, how could he possibly part with it so easily? Su Pingfei had never truly considered acquiring it from the new proprietor. "If not for the purpose of purchasing the Jinding building, then what is your aim?" Kong Haiken asked, perplexed. He could not fathom why Su Pingfei would host such an elaborate banquet for the new owner if he did not intend to buy the building. "I simply wish to cultivate a relationship with him," Su Pingfei replied, gazing at Kong Haiken. He believed that establishing a connection with such a powerful individual was worthwhile. Initially, he had presumed that the new owner of the Jinding building would be of a similar age to himself. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that the new owner was merely a freshman in college. This revelation astounded him. The Jinding building possessed a unique geographical advantage, making it highly coveted by numerous billion-dollar enterprises. Yet, here was a youth not yet 20 years old at the helm, which was confounding. It could only imply that this young person hailed from an extraordinarily formidable background, one that rendered the Jinding building a mere trifle. Perhaps it was even a gift bestowed upon him. He understood that for a business to grow and flourish, it required not only internal factors but also robust connections. This new owner represented a significant network. If he could foster a good rapport with the new proprietor, future collaboration opportunities might elevate his own enterprise. He was acutely aware that advancing a business, once it reached a certain scale, was no simple feat. This understanding was precisely why he orchestrated such an extravagant banquet in hopes of befriending Lin Fan. Upon hearing Su Pingfei's words, Kong Haiken furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Why?" He understood that at their level, forming connections depended on mutual strength. "Do you know how old the new owner of the Jinding building is?" Su Pingfei did not answer directly, but posed a question in return. "How old? Is he around our age, or perhaps older?" Kong Hiken pondered before responding. I imagine someone capable of acquiring the Jinding building for 800 million must be no novice in age. Hee, Lao Kong. You would never guess that the new owner of the Golden Peak building is a freshman, a young man who has yet to reach the age of 20. Su Pengfei shook his head and chuckled. He couldn't help but marvel at how exceedingly young this new proprietor was. Upon hearing Su Pengfei's words, Kong Hiken was instantly rendered speechless. His mouth gaped wide open in shock, his eyes bulging with disbelief. How could this be possible? It was simply too incredulous. How could a young person possibly muster 800 million to purchase the Golden Peak building? The fact that he is merely a freshman makes it all the more astonishing. At the age of 20, he could scarcely produce 1 million. Yet, the new owner of the Golden Peak building effortlessly possesses the means to acquire it for 800 million. What sheer power this demonstrates. It is utterly terrifying. Chapter 81. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Su Pengfei gazed at the somewhat dazed Kong Hiken and sighed. It is indeed hard to believe. When I first heard the news, my shock was no less than yours. Kong Hiken, upon hearing Su Pengfei's words, quickly regained his composure. He had indeed been taken aback. After all, it was astonishing for someone so young to mobilize such vast resources. However, he soon regained his calm. Looking at Su Pengfei, he inquired, is he from a prominent family? To him, it seemed implausible that a young individual could independently purchase the Jinding building. After all, acquiring the Jinding building required 800 million, not merely 8. He found it difficult to believe that a young person could possess such wealth without the backing of their forebears. He concluded that the new owner must be the scion of a wealthy family, certainly not an ordinary one. His own son might be considered a second-generation affluent individual. But he would never bestow several hundred million upon him. He would rather utilize that capital to generate greater value for his company. Su Pengfei shook his head and replied, perhaps, but in any case, it wouldn't hurt to make an acquaintance. He too suspected that the new owner was likely a wealthy heir, as he found it hard to believe that someone under 20 could suddenly present 800 million. Nonetheless, this did not diminish his desire to befriend the new owner. The fact that the new owner had managed to secure the Jinding building was a testament to their formidable capabilities, yet he was curious about the new owner's character. He had thus considered hosting a banquet to better understand who this new owner truly was. The lavishness of the banquet was intended not only to forge a connection but also to avoid offending the new owner, whose background was undoubtedly more influential than his own. Upon hearing Su Pengfei's sentiments, Kong Hiken shook his head in resignation. He suspected that the new owner might merely be a spoiled rich kid, someone unworthy of his attention, lacking the depth of experience and prone to acting on whims. He held a certain disdain for such individuals in his heart. However, since Su Pengfei wished to engage with this person, he too was intrigued to discover what kind of individual the new owner truly was. He poured himself a cup of tea, ceasing his attempts to dissuade Su Pengfei. After sipping his tea, he noted that the new owner had yet to arrive. He glanced at Su Pengfei and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, today's youth truly have no sense of time. Su Pengfei checked the time and noted that they still had 10 minutes before their agreed-upon meeting. He smiled at Kong Hiken and said, the time we arranged with the new owner has not yet arrived. We simply came too early. Kong Hiken set his teacup down heavily on the table, displaying his dissatisfaction as he remarked, I believe this new owner has little regard for you. If he truly valued your presence, he would have arrived at least 30 minutes early. Su Pengfei shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, the door to the private room opened, and a handsome young man entered. The newcomer was none other than Lin Fan. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Su Pengfei rose and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Lin, hello. I am Su Pengfei. He scrutinized Lin Fan. Although he had seen Lin Fan's photograph with Zhu Yongquan and knew he was quite young, he was still taken aback upon encountering him in person. Hello, Director Su. Lin Fan greeted Su Pengfei courteously. The two exchanged a handshake. Mr. Lin, this way please, Su Pengfei said with a smile. Lin Fan took a seat and glanced at the person beside him, Kong Hiken, puzzled by his presence. Su Pengfei, noticing Lin Fan's gaze, quickly interjected, this is my friend, Kong Hiken, chairman of the Luqing Hiken Group. Kong Hiken nodded slightly at Lin Fan, though he held a certain disdain for the privileged youth. He was not foolish enough to offend him openly. Lin Fan acknowledged Kong Hiken with a nod, sensing the lack of warmth in his demeanor. Su Pengfei sighed inwardly, uncertain if inviting Kong Hiken was a mistake. From their earlier exchanges, he discerned that Lin Fan was certainly not a wastrel, differing greatly from those he had encountered in the past. He called out towards the door, and a waitress clad in a qipao entered. You may serve the dishes now, he instructed her. The waitress exited the private room to arrange the meal. Su Pengfei turned to Lin Fan, expressing admiration. "Mr. Lin, you truly are young and accomplished." Lin Fan raised his teacup, taking a sip before shaking his head with a smile. "I am undeserving of such praise. I am not yet distinguished. These achievements belong to the system." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Pengfei regarded him with newfound respect. He was composed and unpretentious, qualities indicative of someone destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Kong Hiken remained silent, sipping his tea. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the private room. "Come in," Su Pengfei called out. Noting the swift service of the Linjiang Hotel, the door opened, revealing an elderly man in gray attire. Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken immediately stood, visibly unsettled. "Chairman Jiang, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Jiang Xingyang, the president of the Luqing Calligraphy Association. Jiang Xingyang, surprised to see Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken standing to greet him, remarked, "Ah, so Directors Su and Kong are also here." He exchanged brief pleasantries with the two. Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken regarded Jiang Xingyang with admiration. Establishing a rapport with him could prove immensely beneficial. One should not underestimate Jiang Xingyang, the president of the Calligraphy Association, for his network was formidable. Many executives of billion-dollar enterprises were connected with him, including those worth 2 or 3 billion. As mere newcomers to the billion-dollar club, they were eager to foster a relationship with Jiang Xingyang, hoping he might introduce them to other billionaires, potentially those with fortunes exceeding 2 billion. Thus, their network would expand significantly, and their enterprises might advance further. Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken did not anticipate encountering Jiang Xingyang here. It was, in fact, Jiang Xingyang who sought them out. This realization filled them with immense excitement, and they were determined to seize this opportunity. As Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken prepared to approach, Jiang Xingyang bypassed the two and made his way to Lin Fan. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Xiao Fan, it truly is you. For a moment, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else." Earlier, he had caught a glimpse of a figure resembling Lin Fan outside and had hurried over, only to confirm it was indeed Lin Fan. In Jiang Xingyang's eyes, Lin Fan was a prodigious artistic genius. Such a person must be cultivated as a friend. Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken, witnessing Jiang Xingyang's fervent enthusiasm towards Lin Fan, were momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 82 Mediocre. I've seen him once before. Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken were momentarily rendered speechless upon witnessing Jiang Xingyang's enthusiasm towards Lin Fan. Their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief, they were both taken aback. How could this be? What were they witnessing? Jiang Xingyang's demeanor towards Lin Fan did not resemble that of an elder addressing a junior. Rather, it bore the hallmarks of camaraderie, even hinting at a certain humility from Jiang Xingyang. Were they experiencing an illusion? In unison, they rubbed their eyes, only to realize that Jiang Xingyang indeed regarded Lin Fan not as a subordinate but as an equal. This revelation was somewhat terrifying. It was well known that no young person in Luqing had ever earned such respect from Jiang Xingyang. A surge of joy coursed through Su Pengfei's heart. He felt vindicated in his judgment. Forging a friendship with Lin Fan was undoubtedly a wise decision. After all, Lin Fan was the sole young man in the entire Luqing whom Jiang Xingyang treated as a peer, indicating that Lin Fan possessed not only an intimidating background but also remarkable prowess. Su Pengfei was convinced that Jiang Xingyang's regard for Lin Fan went beyond mere lineage. Lin Fan must possess extraordinary qualities, for otherwise, Jiang Xingyang would not have exhibited such deference. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, resolutely deciding to cultivate a close relationship with Lin Fan. Hadn't he just witnessed Jiang Xingyang's significant respect for him? At that moment, Kong Hiken's mind was tumultuous with waves of astonishment. He had never imagined that the young man he deemed a wastrel could command such solemnity from Jiang Xingyang. He had heard of Jiang Xingyang's disdain for the frivolous offspring of wealthy families, and it appeared that Lin Fan was far from the character he had envisioned. There must be facets of Lin Fan that remained unknown to him. Otherwise, Jiang Xingyang would not have treated him with such respect. Simultaneously, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine, relieved that he had not offended Lin Fan earlier. However, he had also failed to cultivate a rapport with him, and it seemed he would have to mend their relationship gradually. He cast an envious glance at Su Pengfei, lamenting internally that Su was indeed a man of foresight. After exchanging a few words with Lin Fan, Jiang Xingyang, having other matters to attend to, bid farewell. Xiao Fan, whenever you find the time, do visit my home. I have a few fine bottles of wine that I would love for you to sample, Jiang Xingyang said with a smile. He understood that individuals of a certain caliber often enjoyed a good drink. He presumed Lin Fan shared this inclination, as he himself occasionally indulged in a bit of wine before writing, believing that it could spark creativity. Very well. I shall certainly pay a visit to your esteemed home for a drink when time permits, Lin Fan replied with a smile. He sensed genuine intent in Jiang Zhengyang's words. And how could he fail to appreciate such overtures? Cultivating a friendship with Jiang Zhengyang could only bring him benefits. Agreed. It's settled then. I must take my leave. Jiang Zhengyang concluded, nodding farewell to Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken before turning to exit the private room. Upon hearing the conversation between Jiang Zhengyang and Lin Fan, Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken, who had just managed to close their mouths, found themselves slowly opening them once more. What had they just heard? Jiang Zhengyang had actually invited Lin Fan to dinner. The significance of this invitation lay in the fact that it was a family gathering. Individuals of Jiang Zhengyang's stature rarely extended such an invitation. Only those with whom he shared an exceptionally close bond would be welcomed into his home. The mere fact that Lin Fan was invited to dine at Jiang Zhengyang's residence spoke volumes about his importance in Jiang's eyes. Even more alarming to them was the realization that Lin Fan was to determine the time of this dinner, placing him in a position of authority. They were utterly bewildered, grappling with the question of what made Lin Fan so special to warrant such solemn treatment from Jiang Zhengyang. Overwhelmed by shock, they even forgot to bid farewell to Jiang Zhengyang as he departed. Lin Fan turned to reclaim his seat, observing the dazed expressions on Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken's faces. Mr. Su? He called out, perplexed by their state. Jiang Zhengyang had already left. Why were they still in a stupor? The moment they heard Lin Fan's voice, the two jolted back to reality and hastily resumed their seats. Mr. Lin, are you well acquainted with Chairman Jiang? Su Pengfei inquired, his curiosity getting the better of him, as he felt an insatiable urge to voice his thoughts. Holding them in would surely lead to inner turmoil. I suppose it's just a casual acquaintance. We've met once before. Lin Fan reflected before responding. He did not consider himself particularly familiar with Jiang Zhengyang, having indeed only crossed paths once. Really? I find that hard to believe. How could someone so unfamiliar be treated with such warmth? An invitation to dine at one's home after merely one meeting? I can't accept that, Su Pengfei thought skeptically, although he recognized that his inquiry was rather abrupt and chose not to dwell on it further. At that moment, a knock resonated through the air. A server wheeled in a cart laden with dishes, as Lin Fan had military training scheduled for the afternoon. He refrained from consuming alcohol and requested a bottle of juice instead. Kong Haiken, no longer maintaining a stern demeanor, began to smile during the meal. Although Lin Fan remained oblivious to the reason behind Kong Haiken's initial disapproval, he felt it would be rude to reject the humble toast offered to him. After all, one can never have too many friends. One never knows when they may prove useful. The meal unfolded with great enjoyment. An hour later, the trio exited the Lingzhong Hotel. Mr. Su, Mr. Kong, I must take my leave, Lin Fan said as he bid farewell to Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. They echoed in unison. Lin Fan waved as he made his way to the parking lot, approaching his sports car. He opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. With a thunderous roar from the engine, he pressed the accelerator, and the car sped out of the parking area. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken watched, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Lin Fan's vehicle, a sports car valued at 30 million. Su Pengfei sighed. It wasn't that they couldn't afford such a luxury. Rather, every penny they possessed was invested back into their company. They perceived sports cars as mere consumables, devoid of any real value, only destined to depreciate. Indeed, they both concurred. Kong Haiken felt a profound sense of realization. Initially, he perceived Lin Fan as nothing more than a frivolous dandy devoid of learning. However, after interacting with him, he came to recognize the limitations of his own perspective. Lin Fan's manner of engaging with others was impeccably appropriate, coupled with his formidable background. Kong Haiken believed that Lin Fan was destined to shine brilliantly in the future. Old Su, I cannot compare to you. Your foresight truly surpasses mine, he remarked, gazing at Su Pengfei with admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Fan arrived at the school parking lot in his car. After parking, he proceeded towards the dormitory. Upon his return, he discovered his three roommates engrossed in a video game. Old Four, you're back. You didn't go on another date with Tang, the campus flower, did you? Oldest roommate Zhang Ziqiang inquired, looking up at Lin Fan. Wait a moment. Old Four, look. Someone is trying to steal your thunder, exclaimed the second roommate, Li Muyang, as he suddenly shouted while holding his phone. Chapter 83. Are you still in the mood to sleep? Zhang Ziqiang, the leader, and Wang Zhiyong, the third member, hurried over. In the photograph, a young man was holding a large bouquet of roses, speaking to Tang Ruobing. The image was taken from a distance. Yet it was evident that the person in the foreground was indeed Tang Ruobing, whose striking presence was undeniable. Who on earth dares to encroach upon the territory of the fourth? Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed in disbelief. Is Tang Ruobing already with him? Let us head to the girls' dormitory and confront this fellow. Upon seeing the photograph, Zhang Ziqiang was incensed. After all, Tang Ruobing was Lin Fan's girlfriend, a fact well known throughout the university. The audacity of someone attempting to declare their affection for her was beyond comprehension. Li Muyang, the second member, and Wang Zhiyong rose to their feet, ready to follow Zhang Ziqiang out of the dormitory. Huh? Zhang Ziqiang turned around to find Lin Fan utterly unfazed by the commotion. Fourth, what are you doing? Hurry up. Your sister-in-law is about to be snatched away, and you still have the leisure to sleep? Seeing Lin Fan change his clothes and prepare for bed, Zhang Ziqiang urgently called out. Li Muyang and Wang Zhiyong rushed over, attempting to pull Lin Fan along. Yet, they were unable to approach him. With a swift sidestep, Lin Fan evaded their grasp, leaving them flailing. Lin Fan regarded the three with a mix of exasperation and warmth. It was perplexing since he and Tang Ruobing were not in a romantic relationship. However, the warmth stemmed from their willingness to rush to his aid. All right, let us take a moment to calm down, Lin Fan said with a serious tone. First, Tang Ruobing and I are not in a romantic relationship. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. Second, even if she were my girlfriend, should someone confess their feelings for her and choose to leave me, I would rather not have such a girlfriend. Lin Fan felt it necessary to clarify, hoping to put an end to their incessant chatter. Zhang Ziqiang cast a glance at Lin Fan, acknowledging the validity of his words. Li Muyang and Wang Zhiyong exchanged glances and reluctantly took their seats once more. Relieved that the three had ceased their clamoring, Lin Fan intended to lie down and rest for a while, as there was still some time before the afternoon military training. However, not long after he had settled down, whoa! Li Muyang suddenly shouted, a challenge has been issued. Are you out of your mind? Lin Fan replied, irritated. Must you make such a fuss? Can't a person get any peace? Fourth, you can't just rest. Someone has challenged you on the school forum, inviting you to a duel at the sports field tonight at 7. Li Muyang insisted, urgency in his voice. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He was hardly a renowned figure. Why would anyone challenge him? He had no intention of acknowledging it. If everyone sought him out to flaunt their challenges, he would be utterly overwhelmed. Clearly, this was merely a student seeking attention by using him as a pawn. If he responds, the other party will undoubtedly escalate their taunts. Therefore, in such situations, the most prudent course of action is to ignore them. Li Muyang, the second in command, continued, Fourth, do you know who is challenging you? He raised his head only to find that Lin Fan was not paying attention to him, still reclining on the bed. The one challenging you is none other than Cao Haoshu, one of the esteemed sons of the Aloof family. Upon hearing Cao Haoshu's name, Lin Fan remained unresponsive. Wait, is he the Taekwondo prodigy, Cao Haoshu? The current president of the Taekwondo Association? Zhang Ziqiang, the leader, rose to inquire. I've heard that when Cao Haoshu just entered his freshman year, he challenged the former president of the Taekwondo Association and ultimately defeated him, thus becoming the youngest president in the history of Lu University. The third in command, Wang Zhiyong, remarked with admiration. Wow, that's impressive. Does that mean fourth is in danger? Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed. I believe the best course of action is for fourth not to accept the challenge, Wang Zhiyong pondered aloud. Although abstaining might seem cowardly, it is preferable to facing humiliation on stage. Alas, Li Muyang sighed nearby. Zhang Ziqiang and Wang Zhiyong turned their attention to Li Muyang, puzzled by his sudden exhalation. Fourth must accept the challenge. Cao Haoshu is the one who delivered flowers to Tang Ruobing. Wang Zhiyong shook his head. Zhang Ziqiang and Wang Zhiyong exchanged glances. Realizing they had not anticipated that the person who had just given flowers to Tang Ruobing was indeed Cao Haoshu. This complicates matters, they thought. Although they knew Lin Fan was capable, Cao Haoshu's prowess was formidable. They doubted Lin Fan could triumph over him. Given Cao Haoshu's remarkable track record loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Fourth, you should really reconsider, Zhang Ziqiang said, approaching Lin Fan's bedside. Indeed, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, Wang Zhiyong added, stepping closer to offer his counsel. Lin Fan looked at the two, somewhat exasperated. When had he agreed to compete with that insufferable Cao Haoshu? Just as he was about to declare his refusal, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Mission issued. A great tycoon must never retreat in the face of a challenge. It is time for the opponent to feel fear. Accept the mission, Reward: a residential building in Huading community. Decline the mission, no reward. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fan felt a surge of amusement. Well, since their essay mission, I might as well accept it, he thought. After all, it would only cost him a few minutes of time. Trading a few minutes for a residential building sounds fair. Accept the mission, Lin Fan resolved. He sat up and addressed Li Muyang. Please reply on the school forum. Challenge accepted. Fourth, have you thought it over again? You absolutely cannot go. The elder Zhang Ziqiang and the third Wang Zhiyong persuaded him. Well, have you ever seen me engage in a battle without certainty? Lin Fan inquired with a smile as he gazed at the two. After a moment of contemplation, they realized that Lin Fan had indeed never fought a battle without assurance. Upon hearing Lin Fan's assertion, they ceased their attempts to dissuade him. The second, Li Muyang, nodded, preparing to accept the challenge on the school forum. Lin Fan retrieved his mobile phone and entered Luqing Huading community. Instantly, information regarding the community appeared. The Huading community is considered a mid to high-end residential area, boasting convenient transportation. Presently, a unit there is priced around 600. With approximately 100 units in a building, the estimated value reaches around 600 million. Another 6 small goals. Lin Fan mused. With this 600 million, his wealth would soar to an astounding 3.9 billion, drawing him ever closer to the coveted 4 billion mark. He had taken yet another small step towards becoming a billionaire. Lin Fan thought joyfully to himself, it seems that Cao Haoxiu is unexpectedly a harbinger of fortune. If such harbingers of wealth continue to appear, I shall soon ascend to the ranks of billionaires. Chapter 84. Nothing to prepare for the moment Cao Haoxiu challenged Lin Fan on the forum, the entire Lu City University erupted in a frenzy. After all, Cao Haoxiu was immensely renowned, being one of the 4 prominent young masters of Lu University and the youngest president of the Taekwondo Association, a prodigy in his own right. With such an illustrious reputation, his challenge to Lin Fan left all the students in a state of bewilderment. They could not fathom why such an esteemed individual would suddenly target class leader Lin. What could Cao Haoxiu possibly be thinking? Surely, Lin Fan, no matter how impressive, could not pose a threat to Cao Haoxiu's standing. Of course, that was not the case. Rumor had it that Cao Haoxiu harbored feelings for the campus beauty, Tang Xiaohua. Upon discovering that Lin Fan had gotten close to her, Cao Haoxiu could hardly swallow his indignation. It turned out to be such a petty reason. If Lin Fan managed to win Tang Xiaohua's affection, it was merely a testament to his own capabilities. Cao Haoxiu should have sought to reclaim her instead. Who said Cao Haoxiu hadn't pursued Tang Xiaohua? Just moments ago, he had presented her with a bouquet of roses, confessing his feelings. And how did that turn out? Did Tang Xiaohua accept his proposal? Of course not. Had she agreed, Cao Haoxiu would not be challenging Lin Fan. She coldly informed him that she could never harbor any feelings for him, which only fueled Cao Haoxiu's animosity towards Lin Fan, whom he blamed for thwarting his chances with Tang Xiaohua. I had previously regarded Cao Haoxiu as a formidable character, but it seems he is nothing more than a small-minded individual. I now find myself concerned for Lin Fan. Could he, in a moment of impulse, accept the challenge? It is hard to say, as Lin Fan has recently emerged as a notable figure himself. It is implausible to think he lacks temperament. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Fan swiftly agreed to the challenge. Truly, he is a man of courage, willingly venturing into the lion's den despite knowing the risks. One can only hope that Cao Haoxiu will go easy on him. Indeed, while Cao Haoxiu may lack grace, his prowess is undeniably formidable. And I genuinely worry for Lin Fan. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the majority viewed him with skepticism, believing he was no match for Cao Haoxiu. He remained oblivious, reclining in bed, seeking to rejuvenate himself, eagerly wishing for time to pass more swiftly, especially with 6 objectives beckoning him. The afternoon military training was approaching, and he, along with his 3 roommates, made their way to the training grounds. Upon arrival, they discovered that most had gathered. However, the glances cast upon Lin Fan were peculiar, filled with pity, astonishment, and even schadenfreude. Lin Fan, indifferent to their thoughts, settled into a spot, awaiting the instructor's arrival. Moments later, the instructor appeared, and the afternoon's military training commenced in earnest. Time flew by, and the session concluded with the sound of the instructor's whistle. Where to now, fourth brother? The eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, inquired, turning to Lin Fan. He believed that Lin Fan should wait here for Cao Haoxiu, adjusting his state to its optimal condition to increase his chances of success. Although Lin Fan was brimming with confidence at that moment, he thought it prudent for Lin Fan to exercise a bit more caution. Naturally, he was heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Lin Fan glanced at his leader. Zhang Ziqiang, and casually remarked that he was feeling a bit hungry and needed to satisfy his appetite. "Aren't you going to wait for Cao Haoxiu and prepare for the battle?" his leader reminded him. After all, this competition could potentially lead to injuries. So thorough preparation was advisable. "There's nothing to prepare. I'm off to eat. Nothing is more important than a meal," Lin Fan replied as he made his way out of the playground. Observing Lin Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Ziqiang chose not to press the matter further. That day, Lin Fan arrived at the second floor of the cafeteria and ordered a selection of home-style dishes, as he simply could not acclimate to the large pot meals served on the first floor. His 3 roommates refrained from urging Lin Fan, knowing they would be ready to rush to his aid when it was time for him to take the stage. The dishes arrived promptly, and Lin Fan took a bite of the mapo tofu. The flavor is rather mediocre. Noticing that his 3 roommates had yet to pick up their chopsticks, he encouraged, "Come on, eat while it's hot." He then served himself a piece of rib. The 3 roommates exchanged glances before picking up their chopsticks, understanding that they would need their strength when the time came to charge onto the field. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, halting right in front of Lin Fan. Curiously, he looked up to see none other than Tang Ruobing. "Sister Tang, what brings you here?" "Perfect timing. The dishes have just arrived. Let us eat together," Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. "Lin, you're not going to compete against Cao Haoxiu, are you?" Tang Ruobing asked, her expression filled with concern. Although Lin Fan had triumphed over her cousin, Zhang Haoqiang, his strength was still quite inferior when compared to Cao Haoxiu's formidable prowess. "Sister Tang, I must accept this challenge. I assure you, I will be fine," Lin Fan reassured her with a smile. "But," Tang Ruobing attempted to voice her worries, but was cut off by Lin Fan. "All right, Sister Tang, please sit down and eat," he insisted, pulling a chair beside him for her. Realizing Lin Fan's determination, she understood that further persuasion would be futile. She planned to accompany him, ready to intervene should Cao Haoxiu decide to unleash a fierce attack on Lin Fan. The meal was rather unremarkable for Lin Fan, especially when compared to the delectable offerings at Tianjuk. However, the thought of soon acquiring 6 small goals made the unappetizing food seem trivial. He managed to fill his stomach. While his 3 roommates and Tang Ruobing lacked much of an appetite, their minds preoccupied with worries for Lin Fan's impending competition. After finishing their meal, the group headed towards the playground. Upon arriving, Lin Fan checked the time. It was just right. The lights on the field had already illuminated, and a sizable crowd had gathered, eager to witness the confrontation between 2 prominent figures. With Lin Fan's arrival, a stir rippled through the crowd as they parted to make way for him, who walked confidently at the forefront. At this moment, approximately 10 individuals stood in the center of the playground, with a young man clad in designer attire at the forefront. This young man was none other than Cao Haoxiu. Upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival, a look of disdain washed over his face. He considered himself far superior to the useless Zhang Haoqiang, whom he held in deep contempt. Consequently, he regarded Lin Fan, who had triumphed over Zhang Haoqiang, with equal disregard. When his gaze fell upon Tang Ruobing, who stood behind Lin Fan, he clenched his fists tightly. He believed that the only obstacle between himself and Tang Ruobing was Lin Fan. If he could vanquish Lin Fan, Tang Ruobing would abandon him and turn to Cao Haoxiu. "Are you Cao Haoxiu?" Lin Fan inquired, directing his question at the leader, Cao Haoxiu. "Today, I shall ensure you comprehend who is truly deserving of Tang Ruobing. Who is her rightful sanctuary?" Cao Haoxiu retorted, his fists clenched as he glared at Lin Fan. Chapter 85. My 3 roommates enjoy joking. You really do talk too much. "Hurry up, I still need to go home and soak in a bath," Lin Fan remarked, observing Cao Haoxiu's incessant chatter. Were it not for Cao Haoxiu's reputation as a bringer of wealth, Lin Fan would have swiftly dispatched this tiresome individual with a kick. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Cao Haoxiu felt a surge of irritation. He longed to confront Lin Fan immediately, yet he had to maintain a dignified demeanor in front of Tang Ruobing. However, Cao Haoxiu's subordinates were unwilling to tolerate it any longer. "President, this guy is far too arrogant. He needs to learn why the flowers bloom so beautifully," one urged. "President, act quickly. I can't stand such an audacious newcomer," another added. "President, do not hold back. This fellow is insufferably conceited." Lin Fan, noticing that Cao Haoxiu remained frozen in place, felt exasperated. "Stop standing there like an idiot. Hurry up. I'm in a rush," he said, irritation evident in his tone. Cao Haoxiu's anger flared at Lin Fan's words, rekindling the frustration he had just managed to suppress. "You are asking for trouble. You have thoroughly infuriated me," he declared. Initially contemplating whether to go easy on Lin Fan due to their school setting, He now resolved to show no mercy and teach this ignorant fool a severe lesson. On the playground, bystanders shook their heads and sighed upon hearing Lin Fan's remarks. Class leader Lin is far too impulsive today. He is bound to suffer for it. Youthful exuberance can be perilous, one observed. Indeed, he has truly provoked Chao Haoxiu. It seems class leader Lin is in danger, another echoed. I used to think class leader Lin was quite composed. What has gotten into him today? I dread to watch. He will undoubtedly be taught a harsh lesson by Chao Haoxiu, one lamented. Let us observe a moment of silence for class leader Lin. Do you think we should call an ambulance? Chao Haoxiu's eyes gleamed with hostility. Today, he was determined to deliver a severe reprimand to Lin Fan. He intended to let Lin Fan experience the full force of his martial prowess, leaving him powerless and prostrate at his feet. He flexed his ankle and, with a swift motion, launched a kick at Lin Fan. Chao Haoxiu's subordinates were momentarily dazzled by his decisive action. Well, I didn't expect the president to unleash such a powerful move right from the start. That kid is in for a real disaster. They knew that no one could withstand the president's formidable technique, not even his teachers, who would only evade it. That kid must be petrified, standing there motionless. If he gets hit, he'll likely be bedridden for 10 days to half a month, one speculated. He deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant? Treating the president with such disdain? He brought this upon himself. Chao Haoxiu regarded the oblivious Lin Fan with contempt. I thought you were capable, but it seems you can only boast, he mused triumphantly. He envisioned Lin Fan crumpled on the ground, begging for mercy, a self-satisfied smile creeping across his face. Why is there nothing there? He glanced down at his toes and discovered that Lin Fan had, unbeknownst to him, seized his pant leg. A thought of impending misfortune crossed his mind as he attempted to retract his leg, but alas, it was too late. With a gentle tug, Lin Fan pulled him forward. And with a sharp rip, Chao Haoxiu found himself executing a flawless split on the ground. The pain was immediate, accompanied by an unsettling chill that coursed through him. Looking down, he was mortified to find his trousers torn, revealing his red underwear to the world. His face flushed a deep crimson, extending to his neck as he hastily covered the damaged fabric with his hands. Rising swiftly, he disregarded his companions behind him and bolted towards the exit of the playground. The embarrassment was unbearable. It was utterly humiliating. To make matters worse, Tang Ruobing had witnessed the entire debacle. In that moment, he wished fervently for 8 legs to disappear from sight. Faster, faster, he urged himself. Soon, Chao Haoxiu vanished from the crowd's view, leaving everyone in stunned silence. They gawked in disbelief, mouths agape and eyes wide, struggling to comprehend the scene. Was this truly the Taekwondo prodigy of Lu University? It felt more like a comedic spectacle. Wasn't Chao Haoxiu supposed to be formidable? And yet, it had ended so abruptly, he had anticipated a grand showdown. Laughter erupted as they realized that Chao Haoxiu had a penchant for red underwear, ensuring his notoriety would only grow. However, truth be told, he had initially thought Lin Fan was rendered speechless, only to discover that Lin Fan had devised a clever strategy all along. Lin Fan was undeniably impressive, effortlessly defeating Chao Haoxiu with a mere tug. It seemed Lin Fan would ascend to become the most remarkable figure at Lu University, especially since even Chao Haoxiu, heralded as a Taekwondo genius, had been bested without landing a single blow. No wonder Tang, the campus beauty, had chosen Lin Fan. She truly had discerning taste. Tang Ruobing gazed at Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She had not anticipated such an effortless victory. Approaching him with a smile, she remarked, Junior Lin, you are truly remarkable. Just average, Lin Fan replied modestly, a smile gracing his lips. Old Four, you're incredible, chimed in 3 of his dormitory mates who had gathered around. Old Four, I wouldn't you want to interrupt your date with the campus beauty. So we'll head back to the dormitory now, said Zhang Ziqiang, the eldest, with a knowing wink. With that, he pulled along Li Muyong and Wang Zhiyong as they made their quick exit from the playground. Lin Fan watched the trio depart, feeling somewhat speechless. He had already mentioned that there was nothing between him and Tang Ruobing, and now it felt a bit awkward. He looked up at her, rubbing his nose, and said, my roommates enjoy joking around. I apologize for that. Hearing her name mentioned, Tang Ruobing felt a slight warmth rise to her ears. In no worries, she replied softly. Senior Tang, let me walk you back, Lin Fan offered, surveying the crowd. He had been so focused on completing his task that he hadn't paid attention to the onlookers. However, now that the task was completed, he did not wish to be regarded as a spectacle by others. Lin Su, I apologize for the trouble. Tang Ruobing adjusted her mindset and spoke with a smile. The two walked towards the playground exit. As the crowd observed Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing departing, their eyes brimmed with envy, regardless of gender. The boys envied Lin Fan for having such a beautiful campus belle as his girlfriend, while the girls admired Tang Ruobing for finding a talented and secure partner like Lin Fan. After escorting Tang Ruobing back to her dormitory, Lin Fan proceeded to the parking lot. He had no intention of returning to the dormitory for the night. Instead, he planned to return to the Haitian No. 1 villa. After all, the villa's spacious bed was far more comfortable. Lin Fan started his car, and immediately a thunderous roar of the engine filled the air. With a press of the accelerator, the sports car surged out of the parking lot, heading towards the school entrance. Chapter 86. Am I not a good student? Lin Fan returned to the Haitian Ihao villa. Upon reaching the study on the second floor, he was immediately struck by the sight of a small box resting on the desk. Approaching it, he opened the box to reveal a collection of vibrant red property certificates. As he casually extracted one, he discovered that the owner's name inscribed upon it was his own. Not bad, not bad, Lin Fan mused to himself with a smile. With these properties, he could easily become a landlord. As for selling them, that was out of the question. These properties were akin to a golden goose, providing a steady flow of rental income each month. Unlike those wealthy heirs who squander their fortunes, he understood the importance of being prudent. What if the system were to vanish one day? With these properties, he could still lead a life devoid of financial worries. Closing the box, he set it aside. On the desk, there lay a scroll and a yellow pearwood box. Upon unfurling the scroll, a stunning ink wash painting came into view, an exquisite piece by Tang Yin. After a brief admiration, Lin Fan carefully rolled it up, intending to hang it when time permitted. He then picked up the yellow pearwood box and opened it to reveal a magnificent emerald green bracelet nestled inside. After playing with it for a moment, he deemed it satisfactory and returned the bracelet to its box. Rising, he made his way towards the bedroom. After indulging in a relaxing bath upon returning to his room, Lin Fan felt his body rejuvenated. He spent some time browsing his phone before retiring to bed, adhering to the principle that health is the foundation of a prosperous life. He had no desire to suffer from ailments before fully enjoying life's pleasures. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, after rising and completing his morning routine, Lin Fan opened the virtual system panel to check the items available for the 1 yuan flash sale. 1 yuan flash sale, a chinois porcelain vase. 1 yuan flash sale, a top-tier Koenigsegg Adrar. Without hesitation, Lin Fan declared, "Purchase all." The system's voice resonated instantly. "Congratulations, host, your purchase was successful. The chinois porcelain vase has been placed in the villa's study, and the Koenigsegg Adrar is now parked in the villa's garage." Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at its efficiency. It never required his prodding. He rose and headed towards the study. Upon entering, he beheld the porcelain vase on the desk, adorned with intricate blue and white patterns, a true testament to artistry, remarkably beautiful. He picked it up, gently caressing its surface. The vase was lightweight and its glaze radiant, unmistakably a rare masterpiece. Checking his phone, he estimated its value to be around 30 million, though the actual price might well exceed that figure. Setting the vase down, he then lifted the exquisite box beside it. Opening it revealed a stunningly sleek black car key, belonging to the Koenigsegg Adra R, which he had just confirmed to be priced at approximately 27 million. It was comparable to the Ferrari LaFerrari he currently drove. Not bad, not bad, he mused. Lin Fan was in exceptionally good spirits. This morning, his net worth had surged by approximately 60 million, bringing his estimated fortune to an impressive 4 billion. With 40 small goals accomplished, he mused. How far could 100 more be? With a buoyant heart, Lin Fan descended the stairs and enjoyed a brief jog in the spacious yard, where the air was refreshingly crisp. As he gazed at the empty villa, he occasionally contemplated hiring someone to manage it. Yet, after some consideration, he dismissed the idea. The system occasionally placed items in the villa, which could easily attract the attention of the curious. He had no desire for anyone to uncover the existence of the system. Checking the time, Lin Fan proceeded to the study to transport a box of property certificates downstairs. Upon entering the garage, he was greeted by the sight of an additional sleek black sports car. He circled the vehicle twice in admiration before making his way to the Ferrari LaFerrari. Having grown accustomed to driving the LaFerrari, he had no intention of taking the Koenigsegg Adra R for a spin. He placed the property certificates in the LaFerrari, intending to visit a real estate agency near Huading community in Lu City later that day to rent out his properties. Rather than collecting dust at home, he preferred to have them generate income swiftly. Starting the car, he drove away from the villa. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the parking lot of Lu City University. After disembarking, he first headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his three roommates still languishing in bed. The eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, opened his eyes upon hearing the door. "How was your date with the campus beauty, Tang?" he inquired curiously. Lin Fan shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Get up. Breakfast is ready." Upon hearing that food awaited them, the three roommates sprang from their beds. After finishing breakfast, the quartet made their way to the playground. The weather remained delightful. Shortly after their arrival, the instructor appeared, signaling the commencement of the morning's military training. As time ticked by, a break finally arrived. Just as Lin Fan settled down, Counselor Murong Shui approached from a distance. Upon reaching him, she stated, "The principal is looking for you." Lin Fan glanced at Murong Shui, bewildered as to the principal's interest in him. Rising to his feet, he followed her. The onlookers began to murmur upon seeing Lin Fan being summoned by Murong Shui. What could the principal want with class leader Lin? "I have no idea. I hope it's not related to yesterday's incident." "It shouldn't be. Lin's affair with Chao Haoshi was solely of Chao's own making," the principal Wuden Ti intervened. As Lin Fan accompanied Murong Shui toward the principal's office, he inquired, "Murong, what does the principal want with me?" He was genuinely perplexed about the situation. Murong Shui shook her head, admitting she was unaware. The principal had merely instructed her to summon Lin Fan, without providing any further details. Understanding that Murong Shui was equally in the dark, Lin Fan chose not to press for more information. In the office of President Yin Zhenghong of Luqing University, there were two other individuals present alongside him, a middle-aged man of similar age and a young student. The middle-aged man, wearing a smug expression, pointed at a recently pinned piece of calligraphy and, with a smile directed at Yin Zhenghong, remarked on the talent of his student. He had brought his pupil along to showcase his prowess. "Not bad," Yin Zhenghong replied, his demeanor somewhat unpleased. This self-satisfied middle-aged man was Jin Ninghui, the president of Luqing Language University. Each year, the two of them engaged in a rivalry over who would emerge victorious in the calligraphy competition. Yin Zhenghong was well aware of Jin Ninghui's intentions purely to boast. In the past, such displays would have irked him considerably, but times had changed. His own university now boasted exceptional calligraphy students. He couldn't help but reflect on Lin Fan's remarkable piece, feeling a deep sense of admiration. Even after decades of practicing calligraphy, he held Lin Fan's work in the highest regard. It was truly a masterpiece. Chapter 87, Principal. We have won an award. I firmly believe that this year's first prize in the calligraphy competition undoubtedly belongs to our Feng Junyu. What do you think, old Yin? Jin Ninghui remarked with a beaming smile, gesturing towards the young man beside him. Internally, he felt a profound sense of pride. After losing to Yin Zhenghong the previous year, he had harbored lingering resentment, but this year he had finally discovered a calligraphy prodigy. At last, he could exhale a sigh of relief, especially upon witnessing the grim expression on Yin Zhenghong's face, which only heightened his sense of satisfaction. The more he observed Feng Junyu, the more pleased he became. Upon hearing Jin Ninghui's words, Yin Zhenghong suddenly broke into a smile. "Old Jin, the victor of the calligraphy competition remains uncertain. It is still premature to draw conclusions. Lin Fan's calligraphy is something even we seasoned veterans struggle to match, let alone a mere novice. I cannot believe there exists a talent superior to Lin Fan. After all, he had encountered few geniuses as remarkable as Lin Fan in his lifetime." Jin Ninghui was taken aback by Yin Zhenghong's unexpected smile, filled with curiosity. Was it a last-ditch effort? Surely, he could not believe that anyone from Lu University could surpass his student, Feng Junyu. He suspected that Yin Zhenghong was merely saving face, stubbornly clinging to pride. "Old Yin, is it truly so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence?" Jin Ninghui said with a smile, shaking his head with a sigh. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room. "Come in," Yin Zhenghong responded, his eyes lighting up at the sound. He knew it must be Lin Fan arriving. The office door swung open, revealing Lin Fan and Murong Shui. "Principal, this is Lin Fan," Murong Shui introduced, pointing towards Lin Fan. "Hello, Principal," Lin Fan greeted politely. Good. Indeed, Lin Fan is quite the talented individual," Yin Zhenghong exclaimed, rising with a smile. He found himself increasingly fond of the courteous Lin Fan. Not only was Lin Fan gifted, but he also exhibited a commendable humility. Yin Zhenghong believed Lin Fan's future held boundless potential. Jin Ninghui and Feng Junyu exchanged puzzled glances as they regarded Lin Fan, unsure of the purpose behind Yin Zhenghong's invitation. Ahem, Yin Zhenghong cleared his throat, looking towards Jin Ninghui. "Old Jin, allow me to introduce our Lu University's Lin Fan, who is also a calligraphy genius." A smile spread across Yin Zhenghong's face. It was now his turn to take pride in this achievement. He had summoned Lin Fan with the intent of having him write a piece of calligraphy on the spot. To humiliate Jin Ninghui. Let us see how you handle being outshined, he thought, reveling in his own delight. Upon hearing Yin Jinghong's words, Jin Ninghui glanced at Lin Fan, regarding him as a mere pretty face. He could not fathom that Lin Fan was indeed a calligraphy prodigy. He believed that Yin Jinghong was merely attempting to regain his dignity by showcasing a student. He was certain that should he request Lin Fan to write a piece, Yin Jinghong would find a way to evade the challenge. Oh, so you are Lin Fan, are you? It is uncertain how long Lin Fan has been practicing calligraphy. He did not directly request Lin Fan to write on the spot. After all, it was necessary to afford Yin Jinghong a modicum of respect. Lin Fan glanced at Yin Jinghong, perplexed by Jin Ninghui's intentions. Observing Lin Fan's expression, Yin Jinghong quickly introduced, "This is Principal Jin from Luqing Language University. And this is his student Feng Junyu, also a prodigy in calligraphy." Upon hearing Yin Jinghong's words and observing Jin Ninghui's demeanor, Lin Fan immediately comprehended that Jin Ninghui was seeking to provoke him. "Greetings, Principal Jin," Lin Fan said with a smile. "I haven't practiced calligraphy for long." Although aware of the other party's intentions, he felt it imperative to maintain the requisite decorum. Jin Ninghui, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, felt a surge of amusement. The assertion of minimal practice implied that, despite his talent, Lin Fan had not achieved significant prowess. He was well aware that his student, Feng Junyu, diligently practiced calligraphy for at least 2 hours daily. He found it hard to believe that Lin Fan, with such limited experience, could surpass Feng Junyu's abilities. With a triumphant glance at Yin Jinghong, he mused that a student who had scarcely practiced would dare to boast in his presence. Was he not inviting a slap in the face? With that thought, he resolved to request Lin Fan to write a piece on the spot to compare with Feng Junyu, relishing the prospect of humiliating Yin Jinghong. Just as he was about to speak, the office door was abruptly knocked upon with urgency. Yin Jinghong frowned slightly, expressing his displeasure. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged woman. "Principal, we have won an award," she exclaimed, beaming with excitement, as if the accolade were her own achievement. "What an uproar. What did you just say? Won an award? What award?" Yin Jinghong's initially irritated expression shifted to one of perplexity. "In the calligraphy competition, our student Lin Fan has secured first place," the middle-aged woman announced enthusiastically. This was a matter of great honor for the school, and her joy was palpable. She was certain that Yin Jinghong would be equally delighted upon hearing this news. Before Yin Jinghong could respond, Jin Ninghui, standing nearby, interjected with uncertainty. "Who did you just say won first place?" Although the middle-aged woman did not recognize Jin Ninghui, she understood that anyone conversing with Yin Jinghong in his office was not an ordinary individual. Thus, she replied, "Our student Lin Fan has achieved first place in this calligraphy competition." Jin Ninghui cast a glance at Lin Fan and then at Yin Jinghong, who nodded with a smile. Feeling quite pleased in that moment, Jin Ninghui, upon receiving Yin Jinghong's affirmation, was instantly rendered speechless. His mouth fell agape, eyes wide with disbelief, utterly incredulous. How is this possible? How could Lin Fan be the one to claim first place? He did not believe that the female teacher would utter falsehoods, for she was entirely unfamiliar with him. Moreover, there was no reason for her to do so. The truth could easily be discerned by merely inquiring with the first-place winner. His face flushed with embarrassment, a sudden heat enveloping his cheeks, akin to the sting of a sharp slap. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that the top honor belonged to his student, Feng Junyu. The swift blow of reality was almost too much to bear. It was painful, excruciatingly painful. Feng Junyu, too, gazed at Lin Fan in utter astonishment. He had never anticipated that the champion of the calligraphy competition would be Lin Fan. How could this be? He had been steadfastly convinced that the accolade was destined for him. Now, with the first prize awarded to Lin Fan, how could he possibly reconcile this within himself? A wave of despair washed over him, rendering the situation almost unbearable. He felt as though the very heavens had collapsed around him. The triumphant smile that had adorned his face merely moments before vanished without a trace, leaving behind a visage of profound desolation. It was distressing, deeply distressing. Chapter 88. Winning first place in the calligraphy competition, Yin Jinghong reveled in the astonished expression on Jin Ninghui's face, feeling an immense sense of pride swell within him. How delightful it is to witness your earlier arrogance turn to bewilderment, he chuckled internally, relishing the moment. Jin Ninghui, observing Yin Jinghong's smug demeanor, felt a pang of helplessness. After all, there was no denying that the latter had secured first place. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he contemplated leaving with Feng Junyu. utterly embarrassed by the day's events. He had come to confront, only to receive a resounding blow to his own pride. He could no longer bear to stay. At that moment, Feng Junyu suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes glistening with determination as he excitedly addressed Lin Fan. I still wish to compete with you. Here is a piece I just completed. I refuse to believe yours is superior. He had pondered for a long time, unwilling to retreat in defeat. He yearned for a rematch with Lin Fan. Upon hearing Feng Junyu's words, Jin Ninghui's spirits lifted. Deep down, he harbored doubts about Lin Fan's calligraphy being better than Feng Junyu's. He questioned the judge's discernment, suspecting they had overlooked the brilliance of Feng Junyu's work. Yet, he felt confident. He had witnessed the finest calligraphy among young talents in Feng Junyu's pieces. Jin Ninghui turned to Yin Zhenghong, a smile gracing his face as he suggested, Old Yin, why not have Lin Fan write a piece on the spot? This way, Junyu can accept his defeat with grace. Despite his words, he secretly believed Feng Junyu would prevail. Yin Zhenghong looked at Lin Fan and inquired, What do you think, Lin Fan? He sought Lin Fan's consent, as it was ultimately his performance that mattered. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Sure. Given Yin Zhenghong's inquiry, he felt obliged to oblige. Knowing that writing a piece would take only a few minutes, he approached the table, prepared a fresh sheet of paper, and picked up his brush to begin writing. The path of diligence is the road to knowledge. The sea of learning is vast, and hard work is the vessel. He inscribed this timeless adage, then set down his brush, addressing Yin Zhenghong, Principal, I am finished. Feng Junyu, eager to match his skills against Lin Fan's, rushed forward, brimming with anticipation. However, upon seeing Lin Fan's calligraphy, he was rendered speechless, his mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Why did Lin Fan's work possess such depth and resonance? After years of dedicated practice, he had yet to grasp the essence of calligraphy, while Lin Fan seemed to effortlessly achieve it. A wave of bitterness washed over him. He knew he had lost, utterly and completely. Lin Fan's calligraphy transcended his own, 100-fold in its artistry. There was no basis for comparison. In that instant, he felt as though the world had collapsed around him. Jin Ninghui approached, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed upon Lin Fan's calligraphy. His mouth, which had just managed to close, slowly opened again. How could this be possible? It was almost beyond belief. The character possessed an artistic essence, not merely at an introductory level, but elevated to a remarkable standard. How could someone so young as Lin Fan achieve such a lofty accomplishment? It was utterly astounding to him. After spending half a lifetime practicing calligraphy, he had only just begun to glimpse the realm of artistic conception. He believed that in a few years, he too would be able to infuse his writing with such depth. Yet, in comparison to Lin Fan, he felt as though he was worlds apart. While he lingered at the threshold of artistic conception, Lin Fan had already ventured far within it. It dawned on him that true genius existed in this world, and Lin Fan embodied that genius in calligraphy. He stole a glance at the despondent Feng Junyu beside him and felt a bitter smile form within. The disparity between individuals, especially when it came to geniuses, was unfathomable for ordinary people like them. He turned to Yin Zhenghong, shaking his head and exclaiming, Alas, Junyu cannot compare to Lin Fan. We shall take our leave for now and discuss further another day. He tugged at Feng Junyu and headed toward the office exit. Yin Zhenghong, witnessing Jin Ninghui's departure, chose not to retain him. At this juncture, words would be futile. He shook his head, reflecting on how the brilliance of genius could indeed be disheartening. Fortunately, this genius was his student. Approaching Lin Fan, he smiled and remarked, Your calligraphy is truly exceptional. Once again, he was struck by Lin Fan's work. Overwhelmed by its artistic depth and aspiration for every calligraphy student, he could not help but lament the chasm that separated genius from the ordinary. Lin Fan simply smiled and nodded. His calligraphic prowess was a gift from the system. Had he relied solely on his own practice, he doubted he would ever reach such heights in his lifetime. Deep down, he marveled at the system's brilliance. After exchanging a few more words with Yin Zhenghong, he mentioned the impending military training and bid farewell to both Yin Zhenghong and Murong Shui. Stepping out of the principal's office, Lin Fan made his way toward the playground. Upon his return, he discovered that the military training had yet to commence. Lin Fan found a spot to sit down. Hey, what did the principal want with you? Zhang Ziqiang, the eldest among them, inquired curiously. It was nothing much, just to inform me that I won first place in the calligraphy competition, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. The news of his victory would undoubtedly be widely publicized by the school, and soon everyone would be aware. There was no harm in mentioning it now. The nearby classmates, eavesdropping on Lin Fan's words, were left utterly flabbergasted, their expressions a mix of shock and incredulity. Had they truly heard correctly? First place in the calligraphy competition? Just first place? Was this even a reasonable statement? If they were to secure a spot within the top 50, they would be elated to the point of sleeplessness. Just look at Lin Fan's calm demeanor. How can there be such a vast gap despite both being products of compulsory education? Truly, Lin Fan is remarkable. Envy, and more envy. Jealousy is absent. For prodigious talents like Lin Fan, it is difficult to harbor feelings of jealousy. The heights achieved by Lin Fan may well be unattainable for them throughout their lives. Old 4, impressive, praised Zhang Ziqiang, the eldest, giving Lin Fan a thumbs up. He was genuinely pleased for Lin Fan. Old 4, such a joyous occasion, yet you haven't offered a treat at noon, remarked Li Muyang, the second. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond affirmatively, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Zheng Haoqiang, Tang Ruobing's cousin. He swiped to answer, and immediately, Zheng Haoqiang's voice echoed in his ear. Brother-in-law, it's me, Zheng Haoqiang. Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. Did Zheng Haoqiang truly wish for him to assume the role of brother-in-law? Chapter 89. Do you recall that you owe me a favor? What is it? Lin Fan inquired, glancing at the time as his break was drawing to a close. Cousin-in-law, I would like to invite you to lunch. Zheng Haoqiang hastily replied from the other end of the line. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan, realizing he had no other commitments for lunch, nodded in agreement. All right. Good. Cousin-in-law, you carry on with your tasks, and I will contact you after school, Zheng Haoqiang said, aware that Lin Fan still had military training to complete, and did not linger on the conversation. Okay, Lin Fan concluded the call, only to discover that his 3 roommates were staring at him intently. What is going on? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Are you meeting with the school beauty, Tang? Zhang Ziqiang, the leader of the group, queried. Lin Fan shook his head and clarified. It's not Tang Ruobing, it's her cousin, Zheng Haoqiang. Just then, the instructor arrived, and the military training resumed. Time passed swiftly, and the morning session concluded. After finishing his military training, Lin Fan called Zheng Haoqiang to inform him that he would return to the dormitory to change clothes. Once Lin Fan had changed, he made his way downstairs and found Zheng Haoqiang waiting for him. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Zheng Haoqiang greeted him with a bright smile. Hey, cousin-in-law. Lin Fan shot him a sideways glance and replied nonchalantly, my relationship with Senior Tang isn't what you think. Not now, but perhaps in the future, Zheng Haoqiang chuckled. Convinced that only Lin Fan was worthy of his cousin, Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan, uninterested in further explanation, asked, what do you need from me? Cousin-in-law, let's go eat first. Zheng Haoqiang urged, leading Lin Fan out of the school. 5 minutes later, Lin Fan observed the establishment before him with a peculiar expression directed at Zheng Haoqiang. It was Old Li's spicy hot pot, the very place where Tang Ruobing had taken him for a meal on their first outing. Truly, they were indeed closely related. Noticing Lin Fan's odd gaze, Zheng Haoqiang curiously asked, does cousin-in-law not enjoy spicy hot pot? Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine, we can eat here. You startled me. I thought you disliked it, Zheng Haoqiang laughed. My cousin and I both relish spicy hot pot, he added, gesturing towards the interior. Lin Fan, uninterested in Zheng Haoqiang's chatter, headed inside. After a morning of military training, he was indeed feeling quite hungry. Once Lin Fan and Zheng Haoqiang had ordered their dishes and seated themselves, Lin Fan directly inquired, can we talk now? He was perplexed about Zheng Haoqiang's intentions and the air of mystery surrounding him. Cousin-in-law, do you remember that you owe me a favor? Zheng Haoqiang chuckled before continuing. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed mentioned owing Zheng Haoqiang a favor, as long as it was within his capability. He did not mind assisting Zheng Haoqiang. Cousin-in-law, could you teach me martial arts? Zheng Haoqiang said, rubbing his hands together with an eager expression as he looked at Lin Fan. He was aware that this martial art was not easily taught to others, so he could only exchange it for the favor that Lin Fan owed him from their last encounter. Upon hearing Zheng Haoqiang's words, Lin Fan was initially puzzled about the matter at hand. Teaching Zheng Haoqiang was hardly an inconvenience. Very well, Lin Fan readily agreed. Possessing martial skills, it would be quite effortless for him to instruct someone like Zheng Haoqiang. Zheng Haoqiang, upon receiving Lin Fan's consent, beamed with joy. That's wonderful. After we finish our meal, will you teach me? He eagerly inquired. He was almost desperate for Lin Fan to start teaching him immediately, but the meal had yet to be served. Having contemplated this for several days, his anticipation was palpable. Observing Zheng Haoqiang's eagerness, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a bit bemused. Was there really such urgency? Did he fear Lin Fan might retract his promise? Lin Fan silently scoffed at the thought. Nevertheless, since he had agreed to teach Zheng Haoqiang, it mattered little whether it was sooner or later. All right, Lin Fan replied with a calm demeanor. At that moment, their spicy hot pot arrived. Cousin-in-law, what dipping sauce would you like? I can prepare it for you, Zheng Haoqiang eagerly offered. Lin Fan waved his hand and replied, just take care of your own. I can manage. Seeing Lin Fan's insistence, Zheng Haoqiang ceased his insistence, prepared his own dipping sauce, and settled down to eat. Lin Fan mixed his sauce according to his own preferences. As time passed quietly, the two finished their meal and strolled along the pedestrian street. Cousin-in-law, let's begin, Zheng Haoqiang urged impatiently. Lin Fan surveyed their surroundings and inquired here. Zheng Haoqiang glanced around and realized that practicing on the street was indeed inappropriate. After a moment's thought, he said, I have an idea. Follow me. Zheng Haoqiang led Lin Fan to a place called the Lucheng Xinliu Fighting Gym. Cousin-in-law, I've always trained here. He pointed to the gym. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the gym, despite it being lunchtime, a few individuals were diligently practicing. Zheng Haoqiang guided Lin Fan to an unoccupied area. Cousin-in-law, let's get started, he said, barely able to contain his excitement. Lin Fan assessed the environment and found it satisfactory. All right, now, attack me with everything you've got. Show me your true strength, Lin Fan stated earnestly to Zheng Haoqiang. Since he had promised to teach him thoroughly, he would not take it lightly. He needed to gauge Zheng Haoqiang's capabilities in order to tailor his instruction effectively. Zheng Haoqiang, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, assumed a serious demeanor and prepared to fight. Attack! 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 10 minutes later, Lin Fan instructed Zheng Haoqiang to cease his assault. Breathless and exhausted, Zheng Haoqiang realized that despite his efforts, he hadn't even managed to touch a hair on Lin Fan, yet he was thoroughly worn out. All right, I have assessed your issues. Now, I will guide you to address them one by one, Lin Fan thoughtfully remarked. He believed that addressing the issues plaguing Zheng Haoqiang was imperative for establishing a solid foundation, thus allowing for greater progress in the future. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zheng Haoqiang's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor, his previously weary body instantly standing tall. Observing Zheng Haoqiang's transformation, Lin Fan nodded in approval. Mastery in combat is not achieved overnight. It demands unwavering determination and prolonged commitment. Lin Fan began to meticulously guide Zheng Haoqiang through the issues he had just identified. After half an hour, Lin Fan paused. These are fundamentally your concerns, resolve them, and your martial skills will undoubtedly experience remarkable advancement, he stated earnestly, gazing at Zheng Haoqiang. The intensity of Zheng Haoqiang's admiration for Lin Fan deepened, his eyes ablaze with reverence. Lin Fan was truly exceptional. Having resolved many of the troubling dilemmas that had long plagued him, he felt immensely fortunate to have enlisted Lin Fan's expertise in combat training. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted the atmosphere. Oh, I wondered who was so diligent. Turns out it's just a defeated foe, remarked the young man, striding over with a disdainful smile upon his face. Chapter 90. Do you dare to fight me? Ah, I wondered who was so diligent. It turns out to be a defeated foe. A young man, of similar stature to Zheng Haoqiang, approached, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This newcomer was Wei Yunqiu, a rival of Zheng Haoqiang at the fighting gym. The two had clashed countless times, and each encounter had resulted in Zheng Haoqiang's defeat. Zheng Haoqiang glared at Wei Yunqiu. His fists clenched tightly. He yearned to pummel Wei Yunqiu, yet he understood that he was no match for him. He could only grit his teeth in silence. However, he was resolute that under Lin Fan's guidance, with diligent practice, overcoming Wei Yunqiu would be well within his grasp. Wei Yunqiu, sensing Zheng Haoqiang's silence, felt a surge of triumph. What a coward, he thought. He turned his attention to Lin Fan, who stood beside Zheng Haoqiang, and mockingly remarked, So, the defeated one has begun to take on apprentices? Is this not a disservice to the youth? Ha ha. His laughter echoed, joined by the chuckles of his minions. He then addressed Lin Fan, smirking, Kid, don't follow Zheng Haoqiang. Come learn from me instead. He's nothing but a weakling. Upon hearing Wei Yunqiu's derogatory remarks about Lin Fan, Zheng Haoqiang's anger flared. Watch your words, Wei Yunqiu. This is my master, he retorted, omitting the fact that Lin Fan was his brother-in-law. For Zheng believed Lin Fan was entirely deserving of the title of master. Haha, master? Zheng Haoqiang, you truly have fallen to new lows. Stooping to recognize a mere novice as your teacher. It's laughable. Wei Yunqiu taunted, amusement plastered across his face. You. Zheng Haoqiang seethed, his eyes wide and fists tightening further. What? Not satisfied? Come and fight me, if you dare. Pathetic coward, Wei Yunshu sneered, his disdain evident. Before Zheng Haoqiang could respond, Lin Fan spoke calmly. Combat skills improve rapidly only through real-world practice. Have faith in yourself. You can overcome anything. Zheng Haoqiang's expression brightened upon hearing Lin Fan's words. His previous fury began to dissipate. He turned to Wei Yunshu and boldly declared, "Do you dare to fight me?" This time, he was the one demanding a duel. He recognized the truth in Lin Fan's statement. While rigorous training could hone his skills, nothing surpassed the efficacy of actual combat. What did I just hear? Zheng Haoqiang actually wishes to challenge me? Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious, Wei Yunshu cackled, turning to his followers with mirth. Wei Yunshu, do you dare or not? Zheng Haoqiang asked, his tone steady. Humph, Zheng Haoqiang, if you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Wei Yunshu squinted at Zheng Haoqiang and said darkly. He felt that Zheng was provoking him, and he was determined to teach him a profound lesson. Zheng Haoqiang strode towards the fighting platform. With a leap and a somersault, he alighted upon the stage. Upon witnessing Zheng's ascent, Wei Yunshu's face curled into a cold smirk. He regarded Zheng as a mere underling, unworthy of his attention. Approaching the platform, he coldly inquired, "Have you made up your mind? Prepared to spend a few days in bed?" Zheng Haoqiang adopted a fighting stance and replied, "Enough with the chatter, let us begin." "You are courting death," Wei Yunshu retorted through gritted teeth, taken aback by Zheng's audacity to speak to him in such a manner. He assumed a combat posture. Despite his arrogance, he would not underestimate Zheng in their duel. The rules of the contest were straightforward. Incapacitate the opponent until they concede. Wei Yunshu launched the first attack, forcing Zheng into a defensive position. Wei's subordinates erupted in laughter at Zheng's predicament. Is this Zheng Haoqiang itching for trouble? Daring to confront Brother Wei? They jeered. I bet he's regretting it now. Brother Wei won to go easy on him. He'll be bettered for days. Look at how swift Brother Wei's punches are. If it were me in the ring, I'd have already crumbled. Honestly, Zheng Haoqiang has some skill to last this long. I suspect Brother Wei is merely toying with him. Otherwise, he would have been down by now. On the platform, Wei Yunshu noticed Zheng merely evading his strikes and felt a surge of pride. He quickened his pace, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. However, no matter how fast he attacked, Zheng managed to dodge. Even when hit, Zheng only sustained minor injuries. Wei's inability to bring Zheng down began to gnaw at his patience. Attack. Attack. Attack again. Wei's subordinates, witnessing the increase in his assault speed, widened their eyes in awe. Brother Wei, you're incredible. This pace is truly astonishing, twofold faster than before. They exclaimed. Remarkable. Brother Wei is exceptional, maintaining such rapid strikes. Zheng Haoqiang must be on the brink of collapse. Just look at how he has been struck once more. He is bound to fall soon. Hearing their comments, Wei Yunshu felt a bitter smile creep upon his face. He had exerted all his strength, yet still could not knock Zheng down. The toll on his stamina was becoming apparent, and he struggled to maintain his current speed. Indeed, he felt his pace faltering, his energy waning. Zheng Haoqiang, observing Wei Yunshu's condition, felt a glimmer of hope. The opportunity had arrived. It was time for him to concentrate his strength and launch a swift counterattack. His stamina had been maintaining a slight depletion, yet this punch was executed with remarkable speed. Wei Yunshu was evidently exhausted, his reaction sluggish. With a resounding thud, Zheng Haoqiang's fist struck Wei Yunshu's chest. Another loud crash echoed as Wei Yunshu collapsed to the ground. In that instant, an intense pain radiated through his chest, compelling him to stifle a cry. He yearned to rise and continue fighting, but his body betrayed him. Refusing to respond. Despite his efforts, he could not stand. He had lost, defeated by someone he had always regarded with disdain. As he gazed at Zheng Haoqiang, confusion clouded his eyes. He could not fathom how he had succumbed to him. His loyal subordinates, witnessing Wei Yunshu fall, were instantly rendered speechless. Their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? How could Brother Wei lose? What on earth had transpired? How could he be bested by Zheng Haoqiang? Isn't Wei Gu about to achieve victory soon? A series of question marks lingered in the minds of the young disciples. They could scarcely believe that their idol, Wei Gu, had been defeated by Zheng Haoqiang. Chapter 91. I now have a teacher. Zheng Haoqiang gazed down at the fallen Wei Yunshu, a surge of satisfaction coursing through him. He felt a profound exhilaration and contentment, never anticipating that he could so effortlessly bring Wei Yunshu to the ground. Although it took some time, every moment was worth it. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Fan, recognizing that without Lin Fan's guidance, victory over Wei Yunshu would have been impossible. Lowering his gaze to the incapacitated Wei Yunshu, he asked with a smile, Wei Yunshu, do you yield? Wei Yunqiu, looking at the triumphant Zheng Haoqiang, nearly sputtered blood in indignation. This phrase was one he had often directed at Zheng Haoqiang, and hearing it from him now felt unbearably grating. He yearned to lose consciousness, but the pain kept him painfully alert. Noticing Wei Yunqiu's silence, Zheng Haoqiang lifted his foot, poised to deliver another kick. Terrified by Zheng Haoqiang's movement, Wei Yunqiu, despite his agony, hastily waved his hand and exclaimed, "No, no, I yield." He was uncertain how many days he would be confined to bed due to his injuries, and the thought of enduring another blow from Zheng Haoqiang was unimaginable. Upon hearing Wei Yunqiu concede, Zheng Haoqiang felt an immense sense of relief and exhilaration. "Scram," he declared disdainfully at Wei Yunqiu. "You." Wei Yunqiu was nearly choked with rage. Just as he contemplated fainting, the sharp pain jolted him back to consciousness. He glared at Zheng Haoqiang, filled with hatred, vowing to exact revenge once he recovered. Zheng Haoqiang made his way down from the fighting platform. Observing his departure, his followers rushed to assist Wei Yunqiu, helping him down from the stage. At that moment, a middle-aged man hastened to Wei Yunqiu's side. "Yunqiu, what happened to you?" The man inquired anxiously, taking in the sight of the injured Wei Yunqiu. "Teacher, I was attacked by Zheng Haoqiang. He was brutal in his assault." "You must seek justice for me," Wei Yunqiu replied, his voice laced with a hint of sobbing. He coughed several times, appearing as though he were on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing Wei Yunqiu's words, Zheng Haoqiang's expression darkened. He was taken aback by Wei Yunqiu's shamelessness in seeking parental intervention after his defeat, deepening his disdain for him. "Yunqiu, do not speak. Your teacher will certainly seek justice for you," the middle-aged man reassured, gently patting Wei Yunqiu's back. He then turned his attention to Zheng Haoqiang, his face clouded with anger. "Zheng Haoqiang, how could you be so ruthless during a friendly spar? You are no longer my student," he declared, his tone severe. This middle-aged man was Tao Ruiting, a renowned martial arts instructor in Luqing. Hearing Tao Ruiting's words, Wei Yunqiu's face broke into a malicious grin, albeit one that was rather unappealing. Zheng Haoqiang departed from this place, fully convinced that it would be exceedingly difficult to encounter another teacher of such caliber in Luqing. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him, as if he could envision Zheng Haoqiang kneeling in supplication before Tao Ruiting. A thought that brought him a certain delight. But what was this? Why was it so? He observed that upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Zheng Haoqiang displayed neither sorrow nor disappointment. Instead, a smile graced his countenance. Had Zheng Haoqiang lost his senses? No, that could not be. His fervor for combat was too profound for him to disregard a master like Tao Ruiting. What could possibly explain this? Zheng Haoqiang regarded Tao Ruiting with disdain and calmly stated, "With a teacher like you, who leads students astray, I am better off not learning from you." "Heh, I already have a mentor." Upon hearing this, Tao Ruiting's expression darkened instantly. No student had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. The audacity of claiming he misled his students felt like a direct affront. "How dare you accuse me of leading students astray? Bring your teacher here. I wish to see how your mentor does not misguide students." He was determined to teach Zheng Haoqiang a lesson, and the most effective method would be to defeat his opponent's teacher in front of him, thus revealing the caliber of the teacher he had forsaken. Beside them, Wei Yunqiu, enduring his pain, chuckled and said, "Teacher, Zheng Haoqiang's mentor is that young lad next to him." Zheng Haoqiang, upon hearing Wei Yunqiu refer to Lin Fan as a mere youth, immediately bristled. "Humph. My teacher trained me for just half an hour and was able to defeat a waste like you," Zheng Haoqiang proclaimed with evident pride, implying that after training under Tao Ruiting for over half a year, Wei Yunqiu had made no progress whatsoever. It was abundantly clear who the superior teacher was. Wei Yunqiu, feeling the sting of Zheng Haoqiang's words, felt as if salt were being rubbed into his wounds. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "You. What about me? If you're unsatisfied, come and fight." Zheng Haoqiang provocatively responded. Tao Ruiting raised his hand to silence the verbal sparring between Wei Yunqiu and Zheng Haoqiang and turned his gaze to Lin Fan. With a darkened expression, he inquired, "So, you are Zheng Haoqiang's teacher?" Lin Fan glanced at Tao Ruiting and replied nonchalantly, "I merely offered him casual guidance. I cannot be considered his teacher." How arrogant! Tao Ruiting's anger flared at Lin Fan's words. This was a clear insinuation of his ineptitude, suggesting Lin Fan was superior. To defeat his carefully trained disciple after merely offering casual advice was nothing short of a provocation and an insult. He could not allow this affront to go unchallenged. "Young man, since you are so capable, do you dare to compete with me?" He squinted his eyes, his voice laced with fury. He was determined to impart a profound lesson to this presumptuous youth. Lin Fan looked at Tao Ruiting, somewhat speechless. Was this person not in his right mind? He was merely stating the truth. How could that be construed as arrogance? Furthermore, why would he wish to engage in a contest? It seemed he was indeed quite unwell. He had no time to entertain a match with Tao Ruiting. Isn't it more delightful to return to gaming? He prepared to leave this place. Feeling that Tao Ruiting exhibited some unusual behavior, fearing he might be influenced by him. Task published. As a distinguished magnate, how could one simply walk away from a challenge, allowing the adversary to experience the essence of true arrogance? Accept the task, reward, advanced piano skills. Decline the task, no reward. Lin Fan chuckled upon hearing the system's notification. It seemed that this competition was inescapable, although somewhat tedious. There was a reward involved, no ordinary reward, but a skill in piano. Lin Fan now placed great importance on these abilities, which held far greater value than mere money. He glanced at Tao Ruiting, realizing that he was indeed a harbinger of fortune. Very well. Lin Fan, with a smile, addressed Tao Ruiting. Since he was here to bestow wealth, it was only courteous to be amicable. Yes, at the very least, one must maintain a friendly demeanor. Chapter 92. You are quite impressive. Wei Yunshu and the others were taken aback when they heard Lin Fan agree to compete against Tao Ruiting, their faces betraying a smirk of malicious glee. They were well aware of Tao Ruiting's formidable prowess, a true champion who had earned accolades in national martial arts competitions. They could hardly believe that Lin Fan, a mere greenhorn, could stand as an equal to Tao Ruiting. Such audacity was nothing short of reckless. Daring to challenge a master was akin to courting death. Just wait, soon this kid will be begging for mercy. I can only imagine the look on his face at that moment. One of them chuckled. Indeed, Zheng Haoqiang must be in for a shock. Thinking he had found a formidable mentor, only to discover he is merely a pretentious one. Let us settle in. The show is about to begin. Keep quiet and prepare to watch. Tao Ruiting was surprised by how readily Lin Fan accepted the challenge. He had anticipated needing to persuade him. Very good, very perceptive, he thought. He resolved to go easy on Lin Fan during their match, believing it would suffice to keep him bettered for a month. He felt a sense of mercy in his heart. With a gracious gesture, he invited Lin Fan to take the lead on the fighting stage. Without hesitation, Lin Fan strode toward the arena, eager to dispatch Tao Ruiting quickly so he could return to his games. As Tao Ruiting saw Lin Fan ascend the stage, he executed a graceful flip to join him. Lin Fan regarded Tao Ruiting coolly, uttering, "Let us begin." He stood there nonchalantly, neither attacking nor defending, for he deemed Tao Ruiting unworthy of his initial strike. The onlookers erupted in laughter at Lin Fan's demeanor. Even now, he still pretends to be impressive. I bet he won tea last a minute, one jeered. I doubt he can endure even 10 seconds. Who gave him the audacity to act this way against Master Tao? Tao Ruiting, witnessing Lin Fan's dismissive posture, felt a surge of anger. Lin Fan's demeanor suggested utter disdain for him, prompting Tao to reconsider his earlier thoughts. He resolved that Lin Fan should lie in bed for half a year to fully appreciate the consequences of his arrogance. With determination, he assumed an offensive stance. In an instant, he propelled himself toward Lin Fan with remarkable speed. The spectators widened their eyes, unwilling to miss this electrifying moment. As they watched Tao Ruiting's fierce attack directed at Lin Fan, they erupted into applause. Master Tao is truly formidable. I doubt anyone here could withstand such a blow. Look. That kid seems utterly petrified. I bet he is on the verge of losing control. As Tao Ruiting beheld Lin Fan's refusal to evade, a cold smirk emerged upon his visage. His fist surged towards Lin Fan's chest, a blow that would surely leave Lin Fan bedridden for half a year. However, to his astonishment, Lin Fan merely exhaled lightly, sidestepped with grace, and delivered a delicate yet forceful punch to Tao Ruiting's chest. In an instant, Tao Ruiting was propelled backward, stumbling 5 paces before colliding with the railing, a searing pain radiating through his back. His expression turned grave as he regarded Lin Fan, the weight of his underestimation now painfully apparent. The onlookers, his subordinates, stood transfixed, disbelief etched across their faces. How could this be? Master Tao had been repelled? This was utterly inconceivable. Was it possible that Master Tao had deliberately held back? Surely, it must be so. Otherwise, that young man could never have bested him. The thought that Master Tao, perceiving the youth's inexperience, had chosen to show leniency, only to be met with such a fierce retaliation, ignited a fire within Tao Ruiting. His countenance darkened, and it was clear that the young man had incited his wrath. With renewed caution, Tao Ruiting unleashed his full might upon Lin Fan, his fist slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Just as his fist was poised to strike Lin Fan, the latter once again sidestepped. executing the same maneuver as before. Tao Ruiting braced himself to evade, yet found escape impossible. His face paled in horror. With a resounding thud, he was sent hurtling back. Crashing against the railing, and with a sickening splatter, he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The subordinates, who had been prepared to cheer for Tao Ruiting, were now rendered utterly dumbfounded. Their mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief, they struggled to comprehend how this could be. How could Master Tao possibly be vanquished? It was too extraordinary to fathom. Was this yet another ploy orchestrated by him? No, the blood upon the ground was irrefutable evidence of his defeat. They could not reconcile the image of their formidable Master Tao with the reality of his downfall at the hands of Lin Fan. Tao Ruiting, grappling to rise, found himself unable to do so, despite his fervent efforts. He suspected his ribs had been fractured. His gaze, filled with trepidation, fixated on Lin Fan. Astonished by the young man's formidable prowess, a single strike had stripped him of all capacity for further combat. Lin Fan, observing Tao Ruiting's futile struggle upon the ground, remarked with a hint of admiration, "You possess quite a bit of skill, compelling me to exert merely 20% of my strength." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Tao Ruiting coughed up a mouthful of blood in indignation. Such humiliation. To declare he had only used 20% of his strength while praising his abilities was utterly unbearable. Enraged, he promptly lost consciousness. Lin Fan turned and descended from the fighting stage, addressing Zheng Haoqiang with a simple, "Let's go back." Zheng Haoqiang hurriedly caught up with Lin Fan, utterly in awe of him. To him, Lin Fan was nothing short of a deity. The formidable fighter, Tao Ruiting, had been unable to withstand even two of Lin Fan's strikes. His admiration for his cousin-in-law was boundless. Thrumming with excitement, he resolved to cling tightly to Lin Fan's illustrious presence. Upon returning to school, Lin Fan parted ways with Zheng Haoqiang. Once back in his dormitory, he discovered his three roommates engrossed in a video game. Lin Fan changed out of his clothes and reclined on his bed, pulling out his phone to indulge in a game of Dodiju. Before long, the afternoon military training session commenced. The four of them arrived at the playground, awaiting the instructor's arrival. Shortly thereafter, the instructor appeared, marking the official beginning of the afternoon's training. Time swiftly passed, and the session concluded successfully. Lin Fan returned to his dormitory, preparing to change his clothes before heading to Tianjuku for a meal. At that moment, the exuberant Wang Zhiyong exclaimed, "Everyone, hurry and change. The belle from my high school is coming to socialize with our dorm." Chapter 93, becoming a mascot upon hearing Wang Zhiyong's words. The eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, and the second, Li Muyang, were instantly invigorated. Is it true? Third? The sudden rush of happiness left him somewhat incredulous. "Of course it is," replied Wang Zhiyong, as he handed over his phone, displaying the chat history with his high school crush. "Impressive, third," Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in excitement. Lin Fan, overhearing their conversation, paused in his actions. You guys go ahead. I think I'll pass." He found such gatherings utterly pointless. "Yeah, it's just like a matchmaking event." Upon hearing Lin Fan's remark, Wang Zhiyong immediately protested, "Fourth, this is a group activity. How can you not participate? We all know you have the campus beauty. But you can't just bask in your own happiness while ignoring the plight of your brothers." Zhang Ziqiang and Li Muyang nodded earnestly in agreement with Zhang Ziqiang's assertion. Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless, judging by the expressions of the three. If he chose not to attend, it would appear as if he disregarded their brotherhood. "Fine, I'll go," he conceded helplessly. "Fourth, when you're there, keep your words to a minimum. Best if you don't speak at all," Zhang Ziqiang suddenly advised. If you want me to stay silent, what is the point of me going? Am I to be a mere mascot?" Lin Fan thought to himself, feeling resigned. "Why is that?" the curious Wang Zhiyong inquired, looking at Zhang Ziqiang. "Third, are you really that naive? Just look at Fourth's looks and status. Which woman wouldn't he be drawn to him upon discovering that? At that point, what business do we three have left?" Zhang Ziqiang lamented. Li Muyang and Wang Zhiyong turned their gazes towards Lin Fan. Not only is he handsome, but he is also incredibly wealthy. They too felt it would be best for Lin Fan to remain silent. Fortunately, Lin Fan had little regard for his attire, typically eschewing luxury brands. Had he been one to don designer labels, they would have hesitated to take him out, as they certainly did not wish to be inundated with dog food, a taste they found particularly unpalatable. After the four had gathered their things, they departed from the dormitory. Lin Fan observed the excitement radiating from his three companions, perplexed by their exuberance. What is there to be so thrilled about? We haven't even met anyone yet. If they all look like flowers, then it might be amusing, he mused, deciding to play the role of an observer. Upon reaching the school gate, they hailed a taxi. The venue for the gathering was a bar, and since drinking was involved, they naturally could not drive. 20 minutes later, the taxi halted in front of a bar named Lu Chung Moon Island. The four disembarked, and Lin Fan's three roommates gazed at the flickering neon lights with barely concealed excitement. Wang Jiong took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Linming, his high school crush. Soon, a reply came through. Jiang Linming and her friends had already arrived. "Let us head inside," he suggested. "Old 3, Wang Jiong," exclaimed with excitement as the four of them made their way into the bar. The establishment was spacious, and upon entering, the melodious and gentle music enveloped their ears. This was not the raucous type of bar. It was an ideal setting for casual conversation and sipping drinks, with a pleasant ambience. Wang Jiong scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Jiang Linming waving at him from a central table. "Found her, follow me," he instructed Lin Fan and the others before heading towards Jiang Linming's location. The four quickly approached her table, where, in addition to Jiang Linming, 3 of her roommates were present, along with a male companion. Wang Jiong regarded the young man with a slight furrow of his brow, puzzled by his presence at what was supposed to be a gathering between 2 dormitories. However, he recognized that this was not the moment to voice his concerns. With a smile directed at Jiang Linming, he introduced his roommates. "This is my friend Zhang Ziqiang, Li Muyang, and Lin Fan." The 3 promptly introduced themselves in turn. Jiang Linming responded with a smile. "I'm Jiang Linming. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Standing about 1.6 meters tall, she wore a black dress and had applied makeup, enhancing her beauty. She gestured towards her 3 roommates, saying, "These are my roommates, Zhu Xiana, Su Wenwen, and Zhang Meilin." The 3 young women smiled and introduced themselves to the group. As the 4 of them settled down, Wang Jiong glanced at the young man beside him, inquiring with curiosity, "And who might this be?" Jiang Linming explained succinctly, "This is Qi Mingqiu. We attend the same school and happen to run into each other." Wang Jiong nodded slightly at Qi Mingqiu, feeling an instinctive unease about the way he looked at Jiang Linming. A sense of caution washed over him, as he suspected that Qi Mingqiu could very well be a rival for Jiang Linming's affections. In terms of appearance, Jiang Linming outshone her roommates, who fell just short of her beauty. While Jiang Linming was undeniably a class beauty, her 3 companions were more akin to the next tier, still some distance from that coveted status. Nevertheless, all 3 had meticulously applied makeup, rendering them quite attractive. The table was already laden with snacks, prompting Lin Fan to feel somewhat bemused as he realized he had yet to eat a proper meal. It seemed he would have to make do with these snacks to satiate his hunger. With a resigned sigh, he took on the role of a mascot, opting to remain silent while indulging in the treats before him. Jiang Linming and Wang Jiong occasionally exchanged a few words, appearing to enjoy each other's company. The eldest, Zhang Ziqiang, and the second, Li Muyang, engaged in lively conversation with Zhu Xiaona and Su Wenwen. Zhang Meilin attempted to initiate dialogue with Qi Mingqiu, yet he seemed more inclined to converse with Jiang Linming. It was evident that Qi Mingqiu harbored feelings for her. Witnessing the animated exchange between Wang Jiong and Jiang Linming, Qi Mingqiu felt a surge of jealousy. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists tightly, determining that he could not allow this situation to persist. A sly smile crept across his lips as he devised a plan. He rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, revealing his recently acquired Rolex Yachtmaster 2686220002 watch. Zhang Meilin's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Qi Mingqiu's timepiece. Covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Qi Mingqiu, is that a Rolex?" she exclaimed, her knowledge of prestigious brands evident in her recognition of the unmistakable emblem. This was indeed a renowned watch, and she was taken aback to discover that Qi Mingqiu possessed such a luxurious item, her gaze towards him growing increasingly fervent. Upon hearing Zhang Meilin's words, the 3 other girls turned their attention to Qi Mingqiu as well. Seeing all 4 girls looking at him, Qi Mingqiu felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. With a smile gracing his face, he casually remarked, "Yes, it is indeed a Rolex." Zhang Meilin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Qi Mingqiu's affirmation. "It must be quite expensive," she asked excitedly. Qi Mingqiu cast a glance at Zhang Meilin, appreciating her spirited nature. "Not really. It's just over 90,000. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance. Chapter 94. Just wanting to enjoy snacks in peace upon hearing Qi Mingqiu's words. The 4 young ladies were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. This wristwatch commanded a price exceeding 90,000. Can you believe it? Just over 90,000. Is that even a reasonable figure? Especially Zhang Meilin, who gazed at Qi Mingxiu with eyes sparkling like stars. Qi Mingxiu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Linming, intent on showcasing his prowess before her. It appeared that his strategy was yielding results, and he felt a swell of pride within. His relentless pleas to his mother had finally borne fruit, and she had consented to purchase this exquisite timepiece for him. Was his motivation for acquiring this watch purely a matter of personal taste? Incorrect. His primary aim was to impress, and indeed, he had succeeded in doing so. The more he pondered this, the more self-satisfied he became. He provocatively glanced at Wang Zhiyong, who stood beside Jiang Linming, his gaze a blatant challenge, devoid of any subtlety. Wang Zhiyong, witnessing Qi Mingxiu's blatant provocation, felt a surge of frustration. However, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Prior to arriving, he had deemed it unnecessary to flaunt himself in front of the girl he admired. Aside from his designer attire, he had adorned himself with no accessories. At that moment, he was engulfed in discontent. He never anticipated that a gathering of two dormitories would bring forth someone as ostentatious as Qi Mingxiu, who clearly harbored feelings for Jiang Linming. If only he had known this would transpire, he would have surely worn a watch. The thought of Qi Mingxiu potentially winning Jiang Linming's affections filled him with dread. A watch. He turned to Lin Fan, who had been acting as a mere mascot. At that moment, he noticed Lin Fan, still engrossed in his snacks. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He glanced back at the smug Qi Mingxiu, feeling an ironic sense of satisfaction. Clearing his throat, he pretended to speak loudly to Lin Fan. "Old four, did you bring your Richard Mille RM027? Let me check the time." Lin Fan looked up at Wang Zhiyong. Feeling utterly baffled, he was content to remain in the background, so why drag him into this? All he desired was to enjoy his snacks in tranquility. Wang Zhiyong, perceiving Lin Fan's silence as a lack of comprehension, reiterated, "I need to see the time on your Richard Mille RM027. He deliberately emphasized the name. And as soon as he spoke, all eyes turned toward Lin Fan. Qi Mingxiu was taken aback to hear Wang Zhiyong claim that Lin Fan owned a Richard Mille RM027. However, upon observing Lin Fan's expression and attire, a look of disdain crept onto his face. He could hardly believe that someone so casually dressed could afford such a luxury watch. He had long admired the RM027, but its exorbitant price tag was far beyond his reach. This timepiece cost a staggering 5 million, not 500. With 5 million, one could purchase a luxurious sports car instead. The mere thought of such a sum sent shivers down his spine. What kind of affluent individual could possibly afford such a luxury? He utterly disbelieved that Lin Fan could purchase this exquisite timepiece. In his mind, this was nothing more than a performance orchestrated by Wang Zhiyong and Lin Fan. A smirk crept onto his lips as he prepared to watch the unfolding drama. He had already envisioned the plot's progression. Soon, Lin Fan would undoubtedly claim he wasn't wearing it. At that moment, he would eagerly suggest that Lin Fan retrieve it. He was curious to see how long Wang Zhiyong and Lin Fan could maintain their charade, their dignity in tatters. Jiang Linming would surely feel disillusioned with Wang Zhiyong, perceiving him as an inept braggart devoid of talent. It was at this juncture that he would emerge to console Jiang Linming, ensuring that everything fell seamlessly into place. A wave of self-satisfaction washed over him. He was immensely grateful to Wang Zhiyong. Without him, such a splendid opportunity would not have arisen. Elation coursed through him, a profound sense of triumph. He could almost envision Jiang Linming's disappointment in Wang Zhiyong, picturing himself gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. He chuckled inwardly, nearly unable to contain his laughter. Zhang Meilin looked at Lin Fan with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. This attire of his seemed far less valuable than even her handbag. Could he truly afford the Richard Mille RM027? She had just surreptitiously checked the price of the watch, astonished to discover it was a staggering 5 million. Goodness, what kind of wealth would allow someone to don a $5 million timepiece? Yet, as she scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe, he bore no semblance of a wealthy individual. Observing his eating habits further cemented her doubts. Since sitting down, he had said nothing and consumed a considerable amount of snacks from the table. What affluent young man visits a bar merely to munch on snacks in silence? She concluded that Wang Zhiyong must be boasting, likely feeling intimidated by Qi Mingxiu's prowess and attempting to overshadow him. However, one must consider the caliber of the actors involved. Lin Fan appeared nothing short of a glutton. She felt a wave of disdain for both Wang Zhiyong and Lin Fan. Lin Fan gazed at the third wheel, Wang Zhiyong, feeling a sense of resignation. Nevertheless, since Wang Zhiyong had made such a declaration, he could not remain indifferent. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the Richard Mille RM027 watch. Extending his arm towards Wang Zhiyong, he coolly remarked, "Take a look for yourself." Given that Wang Zhiyong had urged him to flaunt it, he intended to do so with an air of nonchalance. As anticipated, all eyes turned to the watch adorning Lin Fan's wrist. "What a stunning timepiece!" Su Wenwen exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the watch. Qi Mingqiu was instantly taken aback upon seeing the genuine Richard Mille RM027 on Lin Fan's wrist. His jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock, as if he had witnessed a ghost. He could hardly fathom that Lin Fan was indeed wearing the RM027. This was far from the script he had envisioned. Why was this happening? How could it be possible? Wasn't Lin Fan merely a destitute student? How could he possibly afford a timepiece valued at 5 million? Surely, this was all an illusion. He pinched his thigh hard. Pain surged through him, sharp and undeniable. He quickly glanced at Lin Fan's wrist, and there it was, the $5 million watch still glimmering in place. He was acutely aware of the truth of it all, and a profound bitterness enveloped his heart. A sudden heat surged across his face, as if he had been struck fiercely. The pain was excruciating, a true agony. Zhang Meilin gazed in disbelief at the watch adorning Lin Fan's wrist, momentarily frozen in shock. Her mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Her expression a canvas of incredulity. How could this be? A destitute youth wearing a watch worth 5 million? Lin Fan certainly did not appear affluent. How could this be the case? Was it possible that true aristocrats favored such an understated existence? Yet, this was excessively understated. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as she felt she had missed out on billions. Glancing at the dazed Qi Mingqiu beside her, she couldn't help but compare him to Lin Fan, and instantly found Qi Mingqiu lacking. The two were simply incomparable. She longed to slap herself, realizing her blindness had cost her a chance to enter a genuine aristocratic realm. Chapter 95. Is this the genuine article? The third brother, Wang Zhiyong, observed the expressions of those around him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, as if he were the one who had just outshone everyone else. His gaze fell upon the disheartened Qi Mingqiu, and his sense of superiority grew even stronger. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "How does it feel to be put in your place after trying to show off?" Lin Fan shot a glance at Wang Zhiyong, retracting his arm and resuming his role as a mere mascot. He felt as though he had indulged in an array of snacks yet remained unsatisfied. The offerings were far too meager. He silently lamented the paltry portions before him, having already depleted the snacks on his plate. To satiate his hunger, he would have to awkwardly reach for the snacks of the nearby girls, which was decidedly uncomfortable. He resolved that should such gatherings ever be held in a bar again, he would resolutely abstain from attending. The experience was simply torturous. Lin Fan reached over to claim some snacks from the relatively close Zhang Meilin. With no other engaging conversation with the girls, he felt compelled to keep himself occupied. After all, one must not neglect their appetite. Satisfaction was imperative. Zhang Meilin, noticing Lin Fan's actions, snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with perplexity. Was he truly a top-tier young master? Yet, he seemed so unrefined, as if he had never encountered the finer things in life. She glanced at the snacks on the table, noting that several plates in front of Lin Fan were already empty. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Fan was not the affluent heir he appeared to be? Yet, how could he wear a watch valued at 5 million? Confounded. She lowered her gaze, inadvertently catching sight of the designer bag in her hand. A sudden thought struck her. High imitation. The bag she held was indeed a counterfeit. Its craftsmanship so exquisite it could easily pass for the real deal. She stole another glance at Lin Fan, who was still engrossed in his snacks, notably indulging in the very treats she adored. Observing his voracious appetite, she murmured to herself, could it be that his watch is also a counterfeit? Although her voice was barely a whisper, it was fortuitously overheard by the recently revived Qi Mingqiu. Upon hearing Zhang Meilin's words, his eyes lit up. He scrutinized Lin Fan, realizing that he did not embody the image of a privileged second-generation heir. Initially taken aback, he now discerned the simplicity of Lin Fan's attire and his apparent lack of worldly experience. His conviction grew stronger that the watch adorning Lin Fan's wrist was indeed a counterfeit. Renewed confidence surged within him. How close he had come to being deceived. He contemplated the best way to expose both Wang Zhiyong and Lin Fan. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the entrance of the bar, where a group of individuals entered. Upon recognizing the leader among them, his spirits soared. As the group approached, he quickly rose to his feet, a smile gracing his face, feigning deference as he greeted the young men leading the pack. "Hello, Mr. Xie. What a surprise to encounter you here." The young man at the forefront is named Xie Qidong, a scion of wealth with a family fortune nearing 1 billion. By a stroke of fate, Qi Mingqiu became acquainted with him, subsequently becoming Xie Qidong's subordinate. Xie Qidong, upon seeing Qi Mingqiu greet him, smiled and nodded, saying, "Ah, it's you, young man. Did you come alone?" He harbored some recollections of Qi Mingqiu. "I came with my classmates." Qi Mingqiu gestured towards Jiang Linming and others nearby. Upon catching sight of Jiang Linming, Xie Qidong's eyes sparkled. She had adorned herself with exquisite makeup, her beauty rivaling that of a campus belle, complemented by an alluring figure. Qi Mingqiu remained oblivious to the admiration in Xie Qidong's gaze. Proudly, he addressed those at the booth. "Allow me to introduce. This is my boss, young Master Xie. He is a top-tier heir worth 1 billion. He spoke with great pride, feeling no inferiority despite being Xie Qidong's underling. Instead, he felt immense pride in being associated with such a figure. Hearing Qi Mingqiu's introduction, Xie Qidong felt a swell of satisfaction. He relished this sensation and felt compelled to take good care of Qi Mingqiu, recognizing that a perceptive subordinate like him deserved some rewards. Zhang Meilin's eyes lit up upon learning of Xie Qidong's status. "Hello, young Master Xie." She quickly rose to greet him with a smile. Xie Qidong returned the gesture with a nod. The other 3 women followed suit, greeting him as well. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his companions remained unresponsive. "What's this?" Xie Qidong furrowed his brow at the lack of reaction from Lin Fan and his group. Qi Mingqiu, perceiving Xie Qidong's expression, felt a surge of happiness. He saw an opportunity to expose Lin Fan, revealing to everyone that the watch he wore was a counterfeit. "Young master, Lin Fan is wearing a Richard Mille RM027 watch. With your vast knowledge, could you determine its authenticity?" He pointed to the watch on Lin Fan's wrist, bending slightly with a smirk. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. "Boy, you're in for it now. Trying to show off with a fake, and now you look foolish." He envisioned Lin Fan and Wang Zhiyong leaving in disgrace, a malicious delight dancing in his mind. However, Xie Qidong was taken aback. Richard Mille RM027? He had not anticipated encountering someone wearing this $5 million timepiece. Following Qi Mingqiu's gesture, he indeed spotted the watch on Lin Fan's wrist. To his astonishment, it was genuinely a Richard Mille RM027. Having meticulously researched every detail of this watch online, he was certain of its authenticity. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a smile graced his face. He was planning to invite a top-tier heir to the bar that evening and had been pondering what gift to offer him. Now, he had found the perfect present, the very watch that adorned Lin Fan's wrist. He intended to purchase the exquisite wristwatch from Lin Fan. The notion of it not being for sale was utterly inconceivable. He firmly believed that once the price was right, the seller would have no choice but to part with it. With unwavering confidence, he gazed at Lin Fan and boldly declared, "My dear classmate, I am prepared to offer 6 million for your Richard Mille RM027. What do you say?" He was convinced that no one could resist such a substantial premium. Upon hearing Xie Qidong's words, Qi Mingqiu's previously triumphant expression froze in disbelief. His mouth slowly gaped open as he stared at Lin Fan in astonishment. How could this be possible? The wristwatch in Lin Fan's possession was indeed authentic. Wasn't he supposed to be wearing a mere replica? Yet, Xie Xiao's willingness to offer 6 million for the timepiece indicated its undeniable genuineness. A bitter smile crept across his face as he chastised himself internally. This was a grave mistake. He had offended a significant figure. Curse that woman. He shot a venomous glare at the dazed Zhang Meilin beside him. Chapter 96. Do not disturb my snacking. Upon hearing Xie Qidong's words, the 3 young women gazed at Lin Fan with expressions of sheer astonishment. Their mouths agape. They covered their lips with their delicate hands to stifle their gasps of disbelief. Although they were aware that Lin Fan's watch was undoubtedly expensive, they could hardly fathom its staggering value of 6 million. This was simply outrageous. They never imagined that the most unassuming among them, Lin Fan, would possess such an extravagant timepiece. A watch worth 6 million. He must be a top-tier heir. The way the 3 women looked at Lin Fan underwent a complete transformation. Wang Zhiyong, the third among them, observed their reaction and felt his earlier smugness evaporate in an instant, replaced by a bitter smile. He had anticipated this outcome. Yet, the thought of striking a blow to Qi Mingqiu's pride lifted his spirits considerably. As long as Jiang Linming did not fall for Qi Mingqiu, he still had a chance. As for whether Lin Fan would be interested in Jiang Linming, he had never harbored any concerns. Lin Fan was already involved with the illustrious Tang. A woman of exceptional beauty, it was evident that he would not spare a glance for anyone else. After arriving at the bar, Lin Fan scarcely acknowledged the 4 women, as if they paled in comparison to the snacks on the table. Lin Fan set down the snack in his hand, glanced at Xie Qidong, and waved dismissively, as one would shoo away a fly, stating nonchalantly, "Not for sale." He found Xie Qidong's eagerness to purchase his watch quite perplexing. Upon hearing Lin Fan's unhesitating refusal, Xie Qidong's previously confident demeanor darkened instantly, replaced by a simmering anger. How dare Lin Fan disregard him? Taking a deep breath, he narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Classmate, one must not be overly greedy." He believed Lin Fan was merely trying to play hard to get, hoping to inflate the price for a hefty profit. However, he was not a fool willing to be taken advantage of. He considered his offer quite generous. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly at Xie Qidong's words. It seemed not only was Xie Qidong lacking in common sense, but also in hearing. Without looking up, Lin Fan reiterated, "I said it is not for sale." Xie Qidong, irritated by Lin Fan's obstinacy, gritted his teeth in frustration. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would be so difficult and tight-lipped. Taking another deep breath, he continued, "If you sell me this watch, I can introduce you to a prominent young heir." In an effort to persuade Lin Fan to part with the timepiece, he offered to connect him with a distinguished individual. Naturally, whether this elite would be interested in Lin Fan was beyond his concern. He believed that as an ordinary second-generation heir, Lin Fan would be foolish to pass up such an opportunity to befriend a top-tier young heir. After all, access to such high society was not readily available to the average second generation. He had worked hard to forge a connection with this prominent young heir, and now, with this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he could not believe Lin Fan would remain unmoved. Lin Fan set down the snack once more, realizing that Xie Qidong was truly insistent. He gazed at Xie Qidong and directly inquired, "Is there something amiss with your hearing? I have already informed you that I am not selling. Did you fail to comprehend? Allow me to reiterate, this watch is not for sale. You may take your leave and refrain from disturbing me while I indulge in my snacks." Qimingqiu, upon overhearing Lin Fan's audacious words directed at Xie Qidong, was taken aback. He perceived that while Lin Fan may be a second-generation heir, he surely could not rival the impressive stature of Xie Qidong, whose family boasted assets nearing $1 billion. Although Lin Fan adorned a watch worth $5 million, it was merely $5 million in comparison to the nearly $10 million sports car driven by Xie Qidong. He believed Lin Fan had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would so brazenly disregard Xie Qidong, daring to speak to him in such a manner. Qimingqiu was certain that Xie Qidong would not let this affront go unpunished, and he was prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Since he could not befriend Lin Fan, he had no qualms about witnessing his downfall. Xie Qidong, incensed by Lin Fan's insolence, felt his anger surge. "You dare speak to me in such a tone? Very well, he repeated thrice, clearly seething with rage. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. Turning to see the newcomer, his previously sullen expression transformed into a beaming smile as he approached the individual. This was the distinguished guest he had been eager to entertain. As for Lin Fan, he deemed that he could take his time dealing with him later. The paramount task at hand was to properly host this esteemed young master. The illustrious figure was none other than Master Han Wenbin, the fourth son of the Lu family. "Master Han, you have arrived," Xie Qidong greeted, bowing and ingratiating himself before Han Wenbin, shedding his earlier arrogant demeanor and assuming a subservient posture. Han Wenbin merely nodded, casually surveying his surroundings. He had only accepted Xie Qidong's invitation out of sheer boredom. Upon inspecting the bar's ambience, he found it to be quite satisfactory, appreciating Xie Qidong's thoughtful choice of venue. Suddenly, he caught sight of Lin Fan, who was slightly lifting his head. A smile instantly graced Han Wenbin's face as he pushed past Xie Qidong and swiftly approached Lin Fan. Xie Qidong, perplexed by Han Wenbin's unexpected dismissal of him, turned to observe. Han Wenbin reached Lin Fan, bowing and ingratiatingly stating, "Boss, I did not expect to see you here." Xie Qidong was left utterly stunned by Han Wenbin's demeanor. His mouth agape and eyes wide in disbelief, he struggled to comprehend the situation. How familiar was this gesture? This expression? Was it not precisely how he had just behaved towards Han Wenbin? What on earth was happening? Why was Han Wenbin treating Lin Fan in such a manner? Boss? He thought he heard Han Wenbin refer to Lin Fan as such. How could this be? Lin Fan was Han Wenbin's superior? How could that be? Did it imply that Lin Fan was an even more formidable figure than Han Wenbin? A wave of despair washed over him as he grappled with the implications of his actions. He had inadvertently offended a young master even more formidable than Han Wenbin. He was filled with a desire to deliver a resounding slap to his own face. Now, he had to find a way to remedy the situation. Mingxiu was utterly stunned upon hearing Han Wenbin refer to Lin Fan as boss. Moments ago, he had witnessed Xie Qidong's demeanor towards Han Wenbin, which was so submissive. Yet, such an impressive figure was merely a subordinate to Lin Fan. How extraordinary must Lin Fan be? He could hardly fathom Lin Fan's true identity, which undoubtedly exuded an aura of terror. He felt as though today marked the pinnacle of his misfortune. He had just squandered a valuable opportunity to associate with elite young masters. He longed to slap himself for his short-sightedness. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He had to apologize. It was imperative that he sought Lin Fan's forgiveness. He understood that these elite young masters could devise a myriad of ways to retaliate against him, and he was determined to earn Lin Fan's pardon. Chapter 97. It becomes unpalatable when it cools. Xie Qidong and Mingxiu arrived at a shared understanding, both instinctively approaching Lin Fan. Xie Qidong bit deeply at the waist, nearly to a right angle, and with a thud, fell to the ground. Mingxiu, startled, knelt down immediately. As for pride, nothing could surpass the significance of one's own life and fortune at this moment. I'm sorry, young Master Lin. I'm sorry, young Master Lin. Han Wenbin cast a glance at the two, then turned to Lin Fan and inquired, Boss, how would you like to deal with them? He did not seek the reasoning. With a single word from Lin Fan, he would comply. To be a subordinate entails an understanding of one's role. Lin Fan chose not to regard Mingxiu, but instead focused on Xie Qidong, smiling as he asked, Not purchasing my watch anymore? Xie Qidong shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, I want to buy it. He dared not consider acquiring Lin Fan's watch, grinning ruefully within. Had he known Lin Fan was Han Wenbin's superior, he would have never dared to make such a purchase. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively and said, Enough. Depart quickly, so as not to disturb my snacking. He was not so petty as to eradicate them for a few words. Moreover, he perceived that Xie Qidong might likely become one of Han Wenbin's subordinates, which would make him somewhat like a younger brother. Yes, I will leave at once. Upon hearing Lin Fan's lack of reproach, a smile broke upon Xie Qidong's face as he hurriedly exited, fearing that a delay might alter Lin Fan's mood. Lin Fan glanced at the kneeling Mingxiu and remarked, You may rise. Remember to refrain from posturing in the future. Mingxiu, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, stood up, bowed repeatedly, and expressed, Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lin Fan gestured for Mingxiu to leave. Noticing that the four women were observing him, he realized that his casual snacking was no longer feasible. He turned to his three roommates and stated, Continue without me. I shall return now. The trio nodded in understanding, recognizing Lin Fan's intention, and did not attempt to retain him. To Han Wenbin beside him, Lin Fan inquired, Has the car arrived? Han Wenbin quickly affirmed with a nod. Take me back, Lin Fan instructed as he stood and walked towards the bar's exit, with Han Wenbin following closely. Upon reaching the parking lot, Han Wenbin pressed the button on his sports car key fob, causing the headlights of a red sports car to flash. He opened the door, inviting Lin Fan to the passenger seat before starting the engine. Boss, where are we headed? Han Wenbin turned to ask Lin Fan. Villa Haitian Ihao. Understood, boss. With a roaring engine, Han Wenbin pressed the accelerator, and the sports car surged out of the parking lot. He found Lin Fan's choice of residence at Villa Haitian Ihao quite reasonable. Half an hour later, the red sports car came to a halt in front of Villa Haitian Ihao. Lin Fan stepped out and invited Han Wenbin. Come in and sit for a while. He found Han Wenbin to be quite agreeable. He is a qualified subordinate, someone who can be relied upon for assistance in the future, as it would be impractical for him to handle every matter personally. Having such a subordinate may prove advantageous in time. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Han Wenbin's eyes brightened. He had just been contemplating ways to strengthen his relationship with Lin Fan. This was an opportune moment, and he could not let it slip away. He quickly nodded and smiled, asking, Will I be disturbing the boss? Although he spoke those words, his body was already in motion, closely following Lin Fan into the villa, fearful that if he lagged behind, Lin Fan might change his mind. Entering the grand hall, he was struck by its opulence, exclaiming, Truly, this is the Villa King of Haitan. He had heard of the Haitan No. 1 villa, renowned for its price being nearly double that of other villas in the area. Now, witnessing the lavish living room, he understood why it commanded such an exorbitant cost. It was indeed luxurious, exceedingly so. Lin Fan retrieved 2 teacups, extracting a jar of open second-generation Da Hong Pao from beneath the coffee table. He placed the tea leaves into the cups and poured in water, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted throughout the villa. Han Wenbin, who had been surveying his surroundings, was drawn in by the scent and promptly seated himself on the sofa. Gazing at the steaming cups of tea, he asked in astonishment, "Boss, what kind of tea is this? It smells divine." He had tasted many fine teas, yet none could compare to this one. Even the premium de Hong Pao his father cherished paled in comparison. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of tea could be so aromatic. Lin Fan reclined slightly on the sofa, crossing his legs, and replied nonchalantly, "It's merely second-generation de Hong Pao." Han Wenbin was momentarily dumbfounded by Lin Fan's words. His mouth fell open in shock, as if it could accommodate an egg, while his eyes widened in disbelief at the cup before him. Was this truly the fabled second-generation de Hong Pao? Though he had never tasted it, he had often heard his father rave about its exquisite flavor, lamenting how he wished for just one more cup. However, this tea was exceedingly rare, even for a billionaire like his father. He never imagined he would have the opportunity to drink second-generation de Hong Pao today, especially at Lin Fan's place. Surely, this tea could not be a counterfeit? That was utterly inconceivable. Setting aside Lin Fan's esteemed status, the rich aroma alone indicated it was top-tier tea. His perception of Lin Fan's standing elevated significantly. Clearly, Lin Fan's background must be quite formidable. The ease with which he offered second-generation de Hong Pao to guests suggested he was utterly unconcerned about its value. What sort of person could afford such luxury? He was convinced that even if Lin Fan were not a prominent figure from the capital, his lineage was undoubtedly extraordinary. Determined, he resolved to firmly attach himself to Lin Fan, never letting go. Lin Fan observed Han Wenbin lost in thought, gazing at his cup. He lifted his own cup and addressed Han Wenbin, urging him to taste it before it turned cold and lost its appeal. He took a gentle sip, finding it quite refreshing. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Han Wenbin snapped back to reality, cautiously lifting the cup. He first brought it to his nose, closing his eyes as he inhaled deeply. The aroma was enchanting, becoming even more pronounced at such proximity. He then raised the cup to his lips and took a careful sip. Instantly, a wave of sweet flavor enveloped his palate, lingering delightfully. It was exquisite, truly remarkable. No wonder his father had always raved about this second-generation de Hong Pao. Once tasted, this flavor was likely to remain unforgettable for a lifetime. It truly lived up to its reputation as a superior tea. "This second-generation de Hong Pao is absolutely delightful," Han Wenbin sincerely exclaimed. If one has never tasted it, they might find others' descriptions exaggerated, but once experienced, one realizes how understated those praises truly are. Lin Fan set down his teacup and inquired casually, "Oh, do you enjoy it? I shall gift you a can when you leave." Han Wenbin, taken aback by Lin Fan's offer, felt a tremor in his hand, nearly dropping the teacup. Chapter 98. Is the flower I arranged not beautiful? Han Wenbin could hardly believe his ears, trembling as he inquired, "Boss, are you saying you want to give me a jar of second-generation de Hong Pao?" The incredulity overwhelmed him. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to broach the subject of purchasing 10 grams from Lin Fan, or even a mere gram, for the second-generation de Hong Pao was exceedingly precious. He dared not wish for more. The notion of receiving an entire jar was beyond his wildest dreams. To think Lin Fan would offer him a whole jar, such a jar must contain at least 50 grams. The fact that Lin Fan had mentioned it as a gift only heightened his astonishment. He firmly believed that Lin Fan would not jest about such matters. After all, a person of his stature would not resort to frivolity. The sudden surge of happiness left him in awe. Truly, he thought, his boss was remarkable. He felt immensely fortunate to acknowledge Lin Fan as his superior. What was considered immensely valuable by others appeared as commonplace to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and affirmed, "Yes, I shall give you a jar." To him, a jar of second-generation de Hong Pao was of little consequence, since Han Wenbin expressed his fondness for it. Gifting him a jar was no burden at all. What was treasured by others was merely trivial to Lin Fan. Han Wenbin quickly waved his hands, stating, "Boss, if you're offering it for free, I absolutely cannot accept it." He felt he had not done enough for Lin Fan to warrant such a lavish gift. He insisted on paying, otherwise he would be grossly ignorant of propriety. Even if he compensated Lin Fan, he would remain profoundly grateful in his heart. After all, this second-generation de Hong Pao was not something that could simply be purchased with wealth. Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin, observing the determination in his eyes, as if he would truly refuse the gift without compensation. Satisfied, Lin Fan nodded in approval. He believed Han Wenbin understood the nuances of give and take. Perhaps he would indeed prove useful in the future. Rising, Lin Fan ascended the stairs, preparing to retrieve a jar of tea leaves for Han Wenbin. As he headed upstairs, Han Wenbin knew Lin Fan was certainly going to fetch the second-generation de Hong Pao, and a surge of excitement washed over him. He could hardly remain seated. rubbing his hands together and standing up. Wait, what is this? He mused. The color and pattern of the vase looked strikingly familiar, as if he had seen it before. He scrutinized the vase with a puzzled expression. At that moment, the vase contained several flowers. Rather than picking it up, he began to circle around it, suddenly recalling something. The vase bore a striking resemblance to one that his father often cherished. He wondered if it was merely his imagination. Yet, the floral design seemed even more intricate than his father's vase, which he distinctly remembered his father adored to the point of forbidding him to touch it. Just then, Lin Fan descended the stairs. Upon hearing Lin Fan's footsteps, Han Wenbin quickly rose. "Boss, what is this?" he asked eagerly, pointing at the vase nearby. Lin Fan glanced at the vase and calmly remarked, "I picked that flower from the yard while jogging this morning. Quite lovely, isn't it?" Han Wenbin realized his previous statement lacked clarity and quickly interjected, "Boss, I was referring to the vase." Lin Fan placed the tea canister on the coffee table and casually responded, "Oh, you mean that celadon vase? I think it's a waste for it to sit idle. It's perfect for holding flowers, a fine example of repurposing." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Han Wenbin was momentarily taken aback. His mouth hung open in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although he suspected the vase was indeed a celadon piece, hearing Lin Fan confirm it left him astounded. "Good heavens, this is a celadon vase. My father's blue and white porcelain vase pales in comparison and is valued at 10 million. This vase, with its exquisite hue, must be worth several times more. To think such a priceless vase is being used for flowers, it is an utter waste. Repurposing? To consider a vase worth millions as mere refuse. Only Lin Fan could think that way. Truly a remarkable individual. What kind of upbringing allows one to be so extravagant?" Noticing Han Wenbin lost in thought, Lin Fan inquired, "Do you find the flowers unappealing?" He believed his floral arrangement was quite satisfactory. Rather beautiful," he mused. He planned to gather more flowers from the yard when time allowed, to infuse the living room with their fragrance. However, a single vase felt somewhat monotonous. He hoped to acquire another, perhaps a dozen, to create a more splendid display. Han Wenbin, taken aback by Lin Fan's question, found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly a matter of the flowers? The concern lay with the vase itself. He silently lamented the absurdity of the situation. Yes, it looks wonderful, truly wonderful," he hastily replied. How could it not? Even a wilted flower would appear charming in a vase worth millions. "Here, take this jar of Dahong Pao." Lin Fan gestured toward the unopened canister of second-generation Dahong Pao on the coffee table. Han Wenbin excitedly sank into the sofa, eagerly grasping the canister, cherishing it in his hands. "Thank you, boss," he exclaimed, pulling out his phone to transfer money to Lin Fan. Boss, I only have 2 million on hand." "Please don't think it too little," he said, somewhat embarrassed. He wished to give Lin Fan more, but realized his account balance was limited. "That's more than sufficient." "Just 1 million will do." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of profiting from this. A fair market price sufficed. "That won't do. I feel 2 million is already too little," Han Wenbin insisted, shaking his head. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone chimed, and he glanced at it, noticing the transaction alert. A full 2 million had been received. "The transfer has gone through, boss," Han Wenbin grinned, looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning home, I took a small porcelain bottle and extracted 20 grams from the jar. "No, 10 grams will suffice. I shall sell it to my father for 2 million. Han Wenbin mused to himself. Lin Fan, overhearing Han Wenbin's words, was rendered speechless. This was a live-action depiction of a son taking advantage of his father. Truly, he is his father's exemplary son, Lin Fan silently lamented. Han Wenbin lingered in the living room for a while longer before rising to bid farewell. He was eager to return home to play tricks on his father. After seeing Han Wenbin off, Lin Fan retreated to his bedroom to change his attire. He then ascended to the rooftop, preparing to indulge in a swim before retiring for the night. The temperature was just perfect, as this was a recirculating heated swimming pool, maintaining a steady 40 degrees. After swimming, Lin Fan reclined on a wicker chair to rest for a moment. The sky was adorned with numerous stars tonight. After a brief respite, Lin Fan descended to the lower floor. Once back in his bedroom, he freshened up and lay in bed, idly scrolling through his phone. Glancing at the time, he decided it was time to rest, confident that tomorrow would bring yet another splendid day. Chapter 99. This is what my boss gave me. Han Wenbin drove home, swiftly making his way to his bedroom, where he sought out a small porcelain vial. Carefully, he opened the canister of the second-generation Dahong Pao, using a pair of tweezers to meticulously place the precious tea leaves into the vial, little by little. After accumulating approximately 10 grams, he paused, sealing the vial with care. He then took a covered teacup, adding just a hint of tea leaves before pouring in hot water, releasing a delightful aroma that wafted through the air. It was truly fragrant. With a satisfied smile, he tucked the small vial into his pocket and gingerly replaced the lid on the Dahong Pao canister, preparing to surprise his father. Exiting the bedroom, he approached his father's study and gently knocked on the door. Almost immediately, a robust voice echoed from within, inviting him in. Han Wenbin pushed the door open and stepped inside. At the desk sat a middle-aged man engrossed in writing. This man bore a resemblance to Han Wenbin. He was none other than his father, Han Haixian. Upon noticing his son's entrance, Han Haixian looked up, setting his pen down, and in a voice laced with irritation asked, "You wretched son, you actually dare to return?" His frustration was palpable, for he had arranged for several company veterans to meet, hoping Han Wenbin would forge connections to facilitate a smoother transition when he took over the company. Instead, Han Wenbin had abruptly dashed away, inciting his ire. "If I am a wretched son, then what are you?" Han Wenbin mumbled under his breath. "What did you say?" Han Haixian demanded, slamming his hand on the desk, his voice rising. "Father, calm down. I've brought you some exquisite tea to try," Han Wenbin said with a playful grin as he approached. Placing the teacup before his father, Han Haixian glanced at the cup with skepticism, responding curtly, "What good tea could you possibly bring?" He doubted his son's ability to procure anything of quality, suspecting yet again that he had been duped. How could he be so inconsiderate? Nonetheless, recognizing it was his son's earnest gesture, he decided to take a sip from the cup, intending to show appreciation. He could not refuse entirely, lest it hurt his son's feelings. With no expectations, he merely hoped it would be more palatable than plain water. Lifting the cup and removing the lid, an enticing fragrance immediately enveloped him. His eyes brightened at the familiar scent. He inhaled deeply, enchanted by the aroma. It was simply divine. Eagerly, he brought the cup to his lips and took a gentle sip, the exquisite flavor flooding his mouth. This was the taste he had longed for. His hands trembled with excitement as he opened his eyes, gazing at Han Wenbin with a quivering voice. "Is this the second-generation Dahong Pao?" His unwavering gaze sought confirmation from his son. "Father, you're incredible. You recognized it immediately. Truly, you are my father." Han Wenbin offered a modest compliment. Although Han Haixian was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by Han Wenbin's affirmative response. His mouth slowly opened, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the second-generation Dahong Pao tea leaves in the teacup, feeling utterly incredulous. He had expended considerable effort and time in vain to acquire the second-generation Dahong Pao. He could hardly fathom that his seemingly unambitious son had actually brought it home. How could this not astonish him? Indeed, it was true. The tea leaves in the cup appeared so ethereal, exuding an aroma that was utterly enchanting. It was almost beyond belief that his son had truly obtained the second-generation Dahong Pao. Regaining his composure, he took a deep breath and, looking at the beaming Han Wenbin, inquired, "Son, do you have any more of this second-generation Dahong Pao?" He gazed at Han Wenbin with anticipation. Han Wenbin retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, shaking it gently in his hand with a smile as he said, "There are 10 grams of second-generation Dahong Pao tea leaves in here." Upon hearing this, Han Haixian's eyes lit up, and he instinctively reached out to take it. However, Han Wenbin promptly withdrew his hand and, with a grin, remarked, "Dad, you're not just going to take the second-generation Dahong Pao from me, are you? I went through a lot to get this." He activated his playful demeanor. Han Haixian looked at Han Wenbin and, with a hint of annoyance, asked, "So, how much do you want this time?" Han Wenbin rubbed his hands together, grinning as he replied, "That depends on whether you're generous enough, Dad." Han Haixian pulled out his phone and promptly transferred money to Han Wenbin. Ding! The notification sound pinged on Han Wenbin's phone. "Dad, you're quite generous," he chuckled, quickly placing the porcelain vial before Han Haixian. To Han Wenbin's surprise, Han Haixian transferred 5 million directly, more than he had anticipated, indeed a windfall. Han Haixian opened the vial and found it contained the coveted second-generation Dahong Pao. He was overjoyed, carefully placing it in a drawer and locking it away as if to guard against theft. Han Wenbin observed his father's actions and smirked, thinking to himself, "I still have 40 grams of tea left. Who would covet your mere 10 grams? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. Once Han Haixian regained his composure, he turned to Han Wenbin and asked, "Where did you acquire this second-generation Dahong Pao?" His curiosity was piqued, as he had been unable to procure it through his connections. Han Wenbin replied with a proud smile, "Well, It's because your son has good taste. I befriended a senior at school, and this was a gift from him. There was genuine pride in his voice. Han Haixian frowned slightly upon hearing this. He disapproved of Han Wenbin mingling with certain privileged peers, which was precisely why he had arranged for Han Wenbin to join the family business early on. Sensing his father's disapproval, Han Wenbin chuckled and said, "Dad, I know what you're thinking. But my senior is not like the others. How to explain? He appears remarkably unassuming, particularly in his attire. Clad in ordinary clothing, I can assure you that if he stood before you, you would never suspect him to be a man of considerable wealth. Yet, he drives a sports car worth over 30 million when attending school. His demeanor is equally understated." Exuding a sense of humility, Han Wenbin pondered for a moment before speaking. He held deep admiration for Lin Fan. Astonished that someone with such an impressive background could remain so modest. It was almost beyond his comprehension. Upon hearing Han Wenbin's description, Han Haiyan sensed that his son's superior was an extraordinary individual, and he felt a strong desire to meet this remarkable person. "Son, do invite your superior over to our home sometime, so I can have the pleasure of meeting him," Han Haiyan suggested, eager to witness firsthand what Lin Fan was like. "Well, Dad, I can only do my best," Han Wenbin replied, scratching his head. After all, he had only recently grown closer to Lin Fan, and he was uncertain whether Lin Fan would accept an invitation to his home. Han Haiyan nodded, indicating his understanding. Chapter 100, Sister Tang, can you still walk? The next morning, Lin Fan awoke promptly. Rising, he stretched lazily, donned his slippers, and made his way to the bathroom. After freshening up, Lin Fan settled on his bed and activated the virtual panel of the system. Instantly, a translucent azure panel materialized before him. 1 yuan flash sale. 5 bottles of 1992 Han Emperor Maotai liquor. 1 yuan flash sale. 1 Qinghua porcelain vase. Upon spotting the second flash sale item, Lin Fan felt as though it had been prepared just for him. Only yesterday, he had lamented the scarcity of vases. And now a Qinghua porcelain vase was up for grabs. He was thoroughly pleased, as he could collect some fresh flowers during his run later. He selected all for purchase and closed the virtual panel. Taking out his phone, he searched for the 1992 Han Emperor Maotai liquor. To his astonishment, he discovered that a single bottle was valued at over 8 million. 5 bottles would amount to more than 40 million, truly unimaginable. The system was indeed impressive. It was said that only 10 bottles were produced that year, and now the system had somehow procured 5 for him. He began to suspect whether the system had acquired all the existing stock. Dressing himself, Lin Fan proceeded to his study, where, beside a box of second-generation Dahompo tea leaves, he discovered an additional small box. Opening it, 5 bottles of liquor appeared before him. He picked one up for inspection but quickly set it down. He had little knowledge of spirits. While he could tolerate red wine, he had no fondness for white liquor. He grasped the Qinghua porcelain vase from the table, humming a cheerful tune as he descended the stairs. Today was indeed a joyous occasion. After his run, he would arrange the flowers perfectly. Now, with 2 Qinghua porcelain vases, they created a symmetrical beauty far surpassing the elegance of just one. Changing into a fresh outfit, he picked up his car keys. Wait, hadn't he left his car at the office yesterday? He mused to himself before dialing the property management. Soon, the sound of an engine echoed outside the villa. The property management was quite efficient. Lin Fan donned his jacket and stepped outside, where he found a luxury sedan parked. At that moment, a man in a sleek black business suit emerged from the vehicle. "Mr. Lin, good day," he greeted. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your service. It is my pleasure to assist you, Mr. Lin. Please, get in," the man said, opening the rear door for Lin Fan. He entered the car, requesting to be taken to the entrance of Lu City University. As he alighted, just as he was about to stride towards the campus, a voice called from behind him. "Junior Lin." Turning, he found Tang Ruobing approaching. He paused to await her arrival. "How fortuitous, Sister Tang," Lin Fan smiled at her. Suddenly, Tang Ruobing slipped, her body teetering dangerously as if she might fall. It seemed that should she lose her balance, the consequences would be dire. Lin Fan was quick-witted and swift. With a single stride, he moved forward and gently encircled Tang Ruobing's slender waist with his hand. It was delicate and supple. Although he had previously embraced Tang Ruobing's waist, he had not truly taken the time to appreciate it. This time, however, he genuinely felt the softness of her slender form. "Sister Tang, are you all right?" Lin Fan inquired with concern as he helped her regain her balance. The students passing by the school gate were taken aback by the sight of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing, their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment. They could hardly comprehend what they were witnessing. How could they be so bold? Was this not a blatant display? Even in a university where romantic freedom was embraced, was it fair to flaunt affection so openly, leaving the single among them to suffer? What sin have I committed to be subjected to such dog food this early in the morning? One lamented. Could you two not find a more private place for your displays of affection? This is utterly unreasonable. I suddenly find my meat bun unappetizing. Dog food is distasteful. I refuse to partake in such behavior. Oblivious to the thoughts swirling around him, Lin Fan noticed that Tang Ruobing seemed to have twisted her ankle. Sister Tang, can you walk? He asked. As she attempted to move, a look of pain crossed her features, and she shook her head. What to do? The infirmary was still a fair distance away, and now Tang Ruobing could not walk. Seeing her pained expression, he swiftly lifted her into his arms, disregarding everything else. Tang Ruobing, caught off guard by Lin Fan's sudden action, was momentarily dazed. She had never been carried by a boy before. A blush crept onto her cheeks, spreading rapidly to her neck. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. After taking a moment to steady her breath, she raised her gaze to Lin Fan. Noticing his serious demeanor as he focused on the path ahead, walking briskly. Junior Lin looks so handsome when he is serious, she thought to herself, her heart racing involuntarily. Students moving about the campus were left speechless upon witnessing Lin Fan carrying Tang Ruobing. They stared at him in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. This was nothing short of sensational news. How audacious! Were they not mindful of the sanctity of the educational environment? What unspeakable act had occurred the night before? What tribulations had the campus beauty endured, rendering her unable to walk normally? This Lin Fan seemed quite formidable. The boys regarded Lin Fan with envious expressions, whispering amongst themselves about his impressive prowess. Meanwhile, the girls, looking at Tang Ruobing in Lin Fan's arms, were filled with jealousy. Why was it not them being held by Lin Fan? Finally, as they arrived at the infirmary, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. Doctor! Doctor! He called out. At that moment, the infirmary door swung open, revealing a young and beautiful female doctor. Upon seeing Tang Ruobing in Lin Fan's arms, the doctor glanced at Lin Fan with a curious expression. That gaze made Lin Fan feel rather uneasy, as if it were silently admonishing him to exercise restraint as a young man. Please, come in, said the female doctor, her voice melodious. Lin Fan hurriedly entered the room, gently laying Tang Ruobing upon the examination bed. What seems to be the problem? The doctor inquired, her eyes fixed on the patient. Lin Fan couldn't help but lament inwardly about how such a promising young woman had fallen victim to misfortune. Doctor, she has twisted her ankle. Could you please take a look? Lin Fan urged, noticing that Tang Ruobing was in too much pain to articulate her discomfort. The female doctor, upon hearing his words, felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing her earlier misunderstanding. She quickly crouched down to examine Tang Ruobing's ankle. It's merely a sprain. There is nothing serious, she reassured, applying pressure to the joint, which elicited a satisfying crack. All done. Just take some anti-inflammatory medication and apply a bit of safflower oil. With a couple of days of rest, you'll be fine. After washing her hands, the doctor looked up at Lin Fan. How are you feeling, Tang? Lin Fan approached with concern. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this doctor might not be entirely dependable. Is it really resolved just like that? It seems rather too simplistic.